Students, please present your examination permits. Student, if you do not speak, I will have to revoke your qualification for the college entrance examination. Observing that Lu Qi at the front of the line remained silent, the candidates behind him began to mock him. Are you kidding? You were already at the bottom, and now you're pretending to be profound, wasting everyone's time. Just get lost. After all, you're just a filler. A bottom dweller hoping to contract a high-level template? What a delusion! Amidst the cacophony of taunts, a dazed Lu Qi suddenly regained his senses. Had he traveled through time? How infuriating! Why did it have to be during the art examination, turning him into a failed art student? Before he could survey his surroundings, the memories of the original owner surged upon him like a tidal wave. This was the Great Xia Blue Star. A millennium ago, a formidable otherworldly force invaded, with extraordinary beings obliterating the ancient civilization of humanity, reducing the once mighty humans to mere slaves. Out of billions of humans on the planet, only a small faction of the Great Xia continued to resist. After a century of struggle, a rebel faction unearthed an artifact known as the Book of Antiquity from the ruins of a long-destroyed human city. Through decades of deciphering, humanity gleaned fragments of Blue Star's glorious ancient history from the book. It turned out that Blue Star had once birthed numerous supreme beings. A powerful individual with the surname Yi established the endless flame domain in the cosmic void, instilling awe across the universe. Another, claiming the title of martial emperor with the surname Sun, dominated a world. Furthermore, the three heavenly emperors reigned at the world's end, capable of bringing forth spring with but a thought. Not to mention the ancient six saints, the three rebellious prodigies, countless urban martial kings, and divine healers. Upon learning these astonishing truths, the human resistance began to exhaust every means to reclaim extraordinary power for their world. Finally, after centuries of relentless effort, the rebels succeeded. They developed a method to manifest those extraordinary beings as templates from the Book of Antiquity. With the leader of the resistance contracting the first template, the counteroffensive against the otherworldly entities officially commenced. Under their guidance, humanity rose anew from the ruins, utilizing tens of thousands of contracted templates to repel the invaders from Blue Star within a century and to re-establish a new civilization. Yet, the danger was far from eradicated. On the extraterrestrial battlefield, countless beings from other worlds were sharpening their claws, ever ready to launch a new invasion of this realm. Consequently, every eligible youth who completed 10 years of basic education must contract a template during the college entrance examination, contributing their strength to humanity. The templates are diverse, classified by rank into inferior, third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, divine, ancient divine, imperial, holy, and other levels unknown to common folk. In the examination, once a candidate successfully contracts a template of third-rate or higher, they can commence their cultivation and become extraordinary beings endowed with supreme power. Certainly, even if one contracts an unremarkable template, it is of little consequence. With the advancement of one's cultivation, opportunities to contract a second or even more templates will arise. At this moment, Lu Qi finds himself at the pivotal crossroads of his life. His university entrance examination. Should he succeed in contracting a template during this examination, he would gain admission to university, thus embarking on a new chapter of his life. Apologies, teacher. I lost my train of thought for a moment. After briefly organizing the information in his mind, Lu Qi promptly presented his admission ticket to the teacher at the entrance. You may enter. The invigilating teacher glanced at Lu Qi, but did not make it difficult for him. With a gesture akin to swatting away a fly, he allowed Lu Qi to proceed into the examination hall. However, the surrounding candidates were less forgiving. What a hassle. We've wasted so much time. Unbelievable. He is clearly at the bottom of the class. Why even bother with the exam? If it weren't for his parents sacrificing themselves on the battlefield, he'd have been expelled long ago. Forget about him. Let us hurry inside. Lu Qi paid little mind to the jeers around him. After finding his designated seat, he began to consolidate the memories of the original owner of this body. After all, having traversed into this world, he could not afford to bring shame to his predecessors. Ancient tomes? Templates? Glorious ancient history? Endless flame domain? The six great saints? The three heavenly emperors? As Lu Qi continued to consolidate the information, an unsettling notion began to take shape in his mind. Could it be that this so-called ancient tome is merely a server storing novels? And that the so-called glorious ancient history consists of the narratives within this server? How else could one explain the six great saints and the three heavenly emperors? All candidates, please take your seats. Just as Lu Qi was lost in contemplation, a commanding voice jolted him back to reality. Following the sound, he beheld an elderly, scholarly invigilator descending, cradling devices resembling mobile phones in his hands. Through the memories of the original owner, Lu Qi learned that this invigilator was an extraordinary individual who had contracted the template of a private tutor. The devices, akin to mobile phones, were terminals connected to the ancient tome, serving as equipment for the examination. I will reiterate this point. The invigilator did not hasten to distribute the terminals to the candidates. Instead, he stroked his non-existent beard and began speaking with a thoughtful demeanor. During the examination, template entries will randomly appear around you. As our research on the ancient tome is still below 5%, we cannot ascertain the meanings of these entries. Thus, how you choose your entries becomes crucial. Selecting correctly means you are halfway to success. Do not harbor any notions of luck, nor should you choose entries that appear mysterious or obscure. You must adhere strictly to what you have learned from the textbooks, seeking stability to ensure victory. As long as you can successfully contract a template, that is triumph. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi's conviction in his hypothesis solidified. This is a world that regards novels as ancient history. They have even developed a method to contract extraordinary characters from these narratives. How marvelous! As for other matters, one thing is certain. I am well versed in novels. Do you truly believe that a decade-long bookworm is merely jesting? Let alone the fact that there are options to choose from, even in the absence of such choices. One could reasonably deduce the identity of this template merely by its name. This signifies an unparalleled advantage in this realm. At the examination station, the invigilator has finally elucidated all pertinent instructions. With a grand gesture, countless ancient book terminals soared before the candidates. Did you all comprehend what I just articulated? Indeed, we understood. The candidates brimmed with ambition, their eyes glimmering with visions and aspirations for the future. Youth is meant for audacity, standing at the first crossroads of life. Everyone was filled with fervent ambition. The renowned champions can forge contracts with divine-level or even ancient god-level templates. And so can we. Lu Qi is certainly no exception. Having been granted a second chance at life, he intends to soar to great heights, to ascend magnificently, as the great rock rises with the wind, soaring to heights of 90,000 miles. The mere thought of having contracted a plethora of protagonist-level templates brought an uncontainable smile to Lu Qi's lips. The examination commenced. With a resounding command from the invigilator, the ancient book terminals descended into the candidates' hands. Almost instantaneously upon contact, the terminals radiated a brilliant light. This light danced across the sky, ultimately materializing into ethereal ancient tomes. Upon these tomes, certain inscriptions shimmered. These inscriptions represented the initial attributes of the templates. The task of the candidates was to select their attributes and subsequently simulate the template. This simulation was not arduous. It merely required candidates to make choices at critical junctures. And upon gaining the template's approval, the contract would be fulfilled. Chapter 2. How to become a supreme of the Forbidden Zone. In this year's college entrance examination, are there any remarkable talents worthy of attention? The annual examination is one of the most significant events for humanity, attracting numerous formidable individuals who closely monitor various examination venues across different cities to prevent any interference from foreign races. Each examination site is discreetly guarded by elite templates under contract. Discussing the rising geniuses prior to the examination serves as an entertaining diversion for these powerful beings. There are a few promising candidates, though they seem significantly less impressive than in the past. Unfortunately, as the more easily contractable templates are gradually claimed each year, the difficulty of securing a contract has risen considerably compared to our time. All 5 major guardians of the Great Xia have offspring participating in this examination, with the child from the Liaodong guardian family appearing most likely to secure a first-rate template. I have encountered that child. Their foundation is solid, and they are indeed a promising prospect. However, we must not underestimate the young lady from the Okamoto technology family. Okamoto technology? Several nations that once existed on Blue Star have long faded into history for various reasons, yet their surnames have endured. Of course, with the increasing interpretations of ancient texts, surnames like Okamoto and Matsushita, along with their descendants, have become as common as rats in the streets, a fact that is well understood. Let us disregard those individuals and focus solely on the talents of the Great Xia. The geniuses from other races will naturally attract attention from others. I envy that your examination venue boasts several noteworthy talents. Here, we are surrounded by mediocrity, including one individual who has been searching for their examination permit for quite some time. At this moment, the last speaker, who had referred to the straggler, was lost in thought while gazing at the myriad of options presented before him. You are a born general, currently serving as the chief clerk under your adoptive father, and today you are to make your way to the capital. You hail from a prestigious family, seeking the right to choose your happiness while secretly breaking off an engagement with the elder's knowledge. You are the holy son of a sect, endowed with unparalleled privileges since childhood. Today, a fellow disciple whom you have long looked down upon suddenly challenges you. Your nephew is a one-armed old man, confined for centuries. As his time draws near, an unexpected visitor seeks your nephew's protection for his son as he travels south. You are a diligent individual. On this day, while selling pancakes in the street, you hear the name of the famed tiger-slaying hero, which is strikingly similar to your brother's. Is this a joke? The terminal displayed nearly 100 template options, none of which corresponded to the protagonist templates etched in his memory. And even the second-tier options were scarce, although the servant of the 3 surnames was somewhat decent. This is a world of extraordinary abilities. A mere mortal warrior, even with extraordinary power, would likely be of little use. The alternatives were equally disheartening. This cannot be happening. El Chi, refusing to succumb to despair, began to search once more. He had to locate a powerful template within the next 15 minutes. Otherwise, he would be left with no choice but to select the sect's holy son. After all, it must be acknowledged that the holy son of the sect is indeed a prodigious talent, far surpassing others in strength. However, such archetypes abound in novels like Fish Crossing a River, and they rarely survive beyond 100 chapters. Gaining their acknowledgement is an arduous task. With the time for the formal examination fast approaching, Lu Chi found himself torn between 2 templates. You are an ancient stone, nurtured day and night by the essence of heaven and earth. As a being favored by the heavens, on a tempestuous night, you awakened with a spark of consciousness. You are the chosen scion of one of the 8 imperial clans, having just attained the position of clan leader amidst fierce competition. Just as you ponder your next move, a mysterious entity approaches you. Lu Chi, perhaps due to his lackluster performance in choosing attributes, caught the attention of the supervising teacher, who could no longer bear to watch and directly urged him, "Please make your selection immediately. Otherwise, your eligibility for the examination will be revoked." Upon hearing this, Lu Chi steeled his resolve. There was no turning back. Although he could not be entirely certain of the identities of these 2 templates, he had to gamble on it. I choose the first one. As Lu Chi selected the ancient stone attribute, the environment around him began to transform. In a moment of disorientation, everything around him slowly faded away, leaving only an ancient tome gently opening before him. His breath became heavy with tension. The ancient stone archetype is not overly common in novels. The powerful ones like Sun Wukong and the Rock Emperor are few, while there are also several weaker manifestations. He could not ascertain which template this was. Thus, it was a gamble. Fortunately, he emerged victorious, as the first character of the tome gradually materialized. A smile graced Lu Chi's face. This is a cursed world, where the essence of the heavenly path is flawed, and the materials for longevity are scarce. Even beings who attain kingship can only hope for a mere 20,000 years of life. After millions of years of being nurtured by heavenly essence, you have birthed a powerful primordial consciousness, realizing that you are being blessed by the heavens immensely formidable. Today marks your emergence. The solitary smoke rises from the desert, and the sun sets over the vast river. In light of this situation, what is your choice? 1. Arise and suppress the universe. 2. Survive at all costs. It is better to endure than to shine as a king for 2 glorious decades. 3. Make your own decision. Must I make a choice right at the outset? Lu Qi pondered for a moment, suddenly enlightened. Indeed, this template belonged to the sovereign spirit. If he chose not to emerge, he could continue to exist indefinitely. However, as a born sovereign, to remain hidden merely for the sake of survival would render him a fool. Moreover, in his own schemes, the ancient stone must ascend to kingship. Otherwise, how could he garner favor with a certain individual? Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Qi decisively chose option 1. With a roar that shook the heavens and earth, you rose from the ground, shattering the cosmos and obliterating myriad paths. The heavens celebrate your birth, and all beings offer their congratulations. The common man must cultivate for a millennium to master divine laws and techniques. Yet you have achieved self-perfection effortlessly. The supreme physique, long yearned for by mortals, was bestowed upon you at birth. Even the mightiest imperial weapons are but your innate treasures. In this realm, there are no sovereigns, and the few who approach such status lack the courage to oppose you. As the heavenly tribulation descends, the strongest beings from ancient to modern times emerge. With your spear in hand, you unleash unparalleled techniques, forcefully dispersing the tribulation and ascending to imperial status. Your sacred spiritual body transforms into flesh and blood. The incomplete imperial laws are refined to perfection, radiating a celestial brilliance that illuminates the universe. The imprint of the grand world is absorbed into your very essence. At this moment, the entire world resounds with your name, the Rock Emperor. Indeed, it was only upon the mention of the Rock Emperor that Qi's anxious heart finally found solace. This was the very novel he sought. Yet, a greater challenge loomed ahead. As a notorious antagonist renowned across the heavens, gaining his approval would prove formidable. One must at least attain immortality. To achieve such a state, every subsequent step must be taken with utmost precision. A single misstep in this simulation could lead to reckoning by the protagonist, resulting in failure to pass the examination. With a deep breath, Qi resumed his perusal of the simulation content within the ancient texts. For 10,000 years, you have been destined for imperial fate, reaching towards the heavens and delving into the abyss. You aspire to attain immortality in this fractured world. Alas, fate is capricious. You uncover many secrets to longevity. Yet immortality remains elusive. Faced with this predicament, what shall be your choice? 1. I am a prodigy of the cosmos. I shall continue my quest. For one day, I will encounter the immortal. 2. Abandon the pursuit, await the end of the first life, consume the elixir of immortality, and then delve into the study of longevity at a later time. 3. Make your own decision. Chapter 3. The mature self-destruction, the pivotal moment has arrived. In Qi's view, this choice is of utmost importance. The era of the Rock Emperor is separated from the time of the world as protagonist by at least several million years. According to the original narrative, the Rock Emperor would ultimately take his own life in his later years, establishing a forbidden zone and proclaiming himself the Lord of Eternal Mountain, becoming one of the chief architects of calamity for all living beings. However, all of this is about to change. I choose option 3. I will decide for myself. As Qi's voice fell, a magnificent brush composed of ethereal light materialized in his hand. Please inscribe your decision upon the ancient tome. The subsequent simulation will proceed in accordance with your choice. Grasping the brush, Qi meticulously recalled the plot of the novel and began to write fervently. In the examination hall, the proctor raised an eyebrow upon seeing Qi's fervent scribbling, and soon began to jest in the proctor group chat. Everyone, in my examination hall, there's a candidate who has chosen to decide for himself. Decide for oneself. A proctor from another hall nearly burst into laughter. Didn't you just say that your hall is filled with mediocre individuals? How could anyone dare choose such a challenging option? Could it be that he is a once-in-a-lifetime genius? A genius, The proctor overseeing El Chi's hall couldn't help but twitch his lips. He was the very one who had fumbled around looking for his admission ticket. Oh, who says that a straggler cannot be a genius? Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted in the proctor group chat. It is well known that to gain the template's acknowledgement, one must at least reach the heights that the template has previously attained. Therefore, while it seems that there are 3 simulation options when contracting a template, in reality, there are only 2 for the candidates. Each time a simulation option is triggered, selecting the most prudent choice typically ensures the template's recognition, completing the contract. As for deciding for oneself, this option is generally considered non-existent. After all, the margin for error with this choice is exceedingly low. There have been instances where candidates, when contracting the innately useless template, chose to decide for themselves, only to meet with disastrous failure, leading to the template's demise in the simulation and the candidates being reduced to mere beasts of burden. Thus, a well-known adage in the contracting realm states, one must never select option 3 during examinations unless one possesses the gift of foresight. And would the straggler, El Chi, possess such foresight? The answer is evident. If he could foresee the future, how could he be a straggler? At this moment, utterly oblivious to becoming the subject of ridicule, El Chi had just completed his decision. Upon the illusory ancient tome, the characters flickered momentarily before the simulation continued. 10,000 years is too long. We seize the day. On this day, myriad paths trembled as your imperial law resonated with lament. No one anticipated that at the zenith of your power, you would choose to sever the mark of the grand world and take your own life. Your followers, bewildered, inquire as to your reasoning. You remain silent, vanishing into the eternal mountain with the elixir of immortality, becoming the sovereign of the Forbidden Zone. Upon entering the Forbidden Zone, you do not hasten to slumber. Instead, you choose to converse with the sovereigns of other Forbidden Zones. Through these exchanges, you uncover many ancient secrets. However, due to your anomalous behavior, many supreme beings have deemed you one of the most formidable threats. After achieving your objectives, you assessed your condition. Although you remained in the prime of your life, brimming with vitality, you resolutely chose to seal yourself within the celestial stone to endure the passage of millions of years. Eons have elapsed when a being of the same realm as you arrives at the eternal mountain, rousing you from your slumber. This visitor, also a master of the imperial path who severed their own life, is a formidable black tortoise who claims the title of Black Tortoise Emperor. Faced with the Black Tortoise Emperor's request to join the Forbidden Zone of Eternal Mountain, what will be your choice? 1. Disagree. I, the Rock Emperor, am invincible and do not require the warmth of companionship. 2. More friends, more paths. Agree to the Black Tortoise Emperor's request, but stipulate 3 conditions. 3. Decide for yourself. The Black Tortoise Emperor, El Chi, fell into brief contemplation. In his strategy, the Forbidden Zone of Eternal Mountain necessitated the inclusion of others. For the future Rock Emperor must present a grand and luminous image to the world, which cannot be achieved without assistance. The most suitable candidates for joining would undoubtedly be prominent figures. As for the Black Tortoise Emperor, he could be acceptable. After a moment of hesitation, El Chi opted for the second choice. In gratitude for your allowance of his entrance into the Eternal Mountain, the Black Tortoise Emperor conducted a divination for you using his unique method. Upon completing the divination, the Black Tortoise Emperor's eyes gleamed with excitement. Yet he refrained from disclosing the contents of the divination to you. You, however, remained indifferent and fell back into slumber. Another 100,000 years passed, and yet another master of the imperial path, who had also severed their own life, arrived at the Eternal Mountain seeking entry into the Forbidden Zone. This time you declined. A premonition whispered that this master exuded an aura of cold indifference, likely to have a profound impact on your plans. Faced with the overwhelming presence of both you and the Black Tortoise Emperor, this imperial master chose to retreat to other Forbidden Zones. Another 100,000 years went by, when suddenly you and the Black Tortoise Emperor were jolted awake by anguished wails. A dark upheaval had descended. 3 supreme beings, nearing the end of their lifespans, emerged from other Forbidden Zones, intent on bloodily extending their reign. Confronted with the imminent arrival of these supreme beings around the forbidden zone of Eternal Mountain, what will you choose? 1. Collude with the chaos, participating in the dark upheaval. I am, after all, a divine being, and the affairs of myriad races have nothing to do with me. 2. Forcefully emerge, transcending to quell the turmoil. 3. Decide for yourself. So soon to encounter the dark upheaval. Elchi was momentarily taken aback, only to feel a sense of relief. Indeed, this is a wretched world. Throughout history, countless dark upheavals have occurred. The Rock Emperor has been in self-imposed exile for several 100,000 years, so encountering one now is quite normal. Yet how to choose? Quelling the turmoil is certainly not an option, as the time for him to intervene has not yet arrived. Colluding with the chaos is even less viable. Any step taken would lead to a grim future. Thus, he can only... I choose option 3. Elchi once again chose his own path. After hastily inscribing a few lines, the simulation within the ancient tome continued unabated. Begone! Your commanding shout halted the Supreme Being, who was poised to unleash a massacre upon the star domain surrounding Eternal Mountain. Faced with your intervention, the Supreme had no intention of yielding. He remained resolute in his desire to obliterate everything here in a bid to prolong his own existence. With a resounding explosion, you shattered the seal of your celestial stone, brandishing a long spear as you confronted the Supreme. Though the Black Tortoise Emperor had little time left, he chose to unleash his imperial laws, standing in solidarity with you. The Supreme hesitated, acutely aware that he was no match for the two of you, and that engaging in battle would only result in his inevitable demise at your combined hands. Yet, out of a sense of his own authority, he resolved to fight fiercely rather than retreat. In this intense moment, you assumed a posture of utmost elevation. You, a mature warrior, could sever your own life force and still return to the fruit of imperial enlightenment. But that Supreme, with his fleeting existence, had no such luxury. His ascension would lead only to death. Confronted with this reality, the Supreme chose to withdraw, distancing himself from the star domain of Eternal Mountain. You successfully salvaged the lives of countless beings within the star domain, and trillions of souls bowed in reverence before you. As you absorbed this profound experience, you returned indifferently to the depths of Eternal Mountain to resume your slumber, yet a peculiar emotion began to stir within your heart. Time flowed inexorably, and 1,000,000 years passed. Chapter 4. Inviting the sacred body into the forbidden zone. How intriguing. The choice to determine one's own fate has not yet led to failure. It appears this young man possesses a measure of fortune. Due to Lu Chi's previous unusual behaviors, the invigilators occasionally cast their gaze upon him. However, owing to specific circumstances, the invigilators could not discern the precise decisions made by Lu Chi, only grasping the general outline. This is a protective measure of the ancient tome for the candidates. If anyone could view the detailed content written by the candidates, it would readily breed opportunities for cheating. Ladies and gentlemen, the candidate in my examination room who has chosen to determine his own fate has yet to face failure. Shall we venture a guess as to when he will be eliminated? As the invigilator's voice echoed in the group, the exceedingly bored supervisors immediately chimed in. I wager he will fail in an hour. I predict half an hour. I believe he will successfully contract a powerful template and soar to greatness. As these words were spoken, a sudden silence enveloped the group, only to be followed by another round of laughter. Meanwhile, within the examination hall, several candidates had already exited after failing the exam. The invigilators were not particularly surprised by this. In every major examination, at least 70% of students do not pass. Among the remaining 30%, most candidates can only contract second or third-tier templates, with a scant few managing to secure a first-tier template. Those capable of contracting God-tier templates are exceedingly rare, appearing perhaps once every few years. Rather than pitying these unsuccessful candidates, it is far more entertaining to speculate whether that underperformer will achieve a successful contract. Time flies, and 1,000,000 years have passed. During this period, you have witnessed the fall of several remarkably talented sovereigns and observed numerous sovereigns self-terminate, retreating into the Forbidden Zone. Due to your repeated efforts to protect the myriad beings in the star domain of Eternal Mountain during times of turmoil, Your star domain has been named the Eternal Star Domain, and you have naturally come to be known as the Lord of Eternity. On this day, a great rumble echoed once again, heralding the imminent completion of a celestial sacred body. In an era devoid of sovereigns, a celestial sacred body capable of challenging the sovereigns is sufficient to ensure peace in the world for 10,000 years. Just as anticipated, as the celestial sacred body was on the verge of overcoming a great tribulation, a supreme being from the forbidden zone intervened. They conspired to disrupt the tribulation, aiming to obliterate the celestial sacred body beneath the thunderclouds. In the face of such a situation, what is your choice? 1. Ignore it. A mere ant daring to challenge the sovereigns does not warrant intervention from a great being aspiring to transcend. 2. Assist him. 3. Decide for yourself. There was no hesitation. Lu Qi promptly chose the second option. Just as the celestial sacred body was about to fall beneath the thunder tribulation, you boldly intervened, alleviating some of the pressure, enabling it to successfully navigate the tribulation. The other supreme beings, undeterred, dispatched their incarnations to pursue the celestial sacred body, intent on slaying it beneath the heavens and refining it into a life-sustaining blood elixir. Fortunately, the celestial body has survived, and after achieving great success, he is no longer a being that the supreme law body can vanquish. The supreme being of the forbidden zone has vanished, and the celestial body, after surveying the surroundings, has arrived outside the eternal mountain, seeking an audience with you, a figure of notable repute among the supreme beings of the forbidden zone. Faced with this situation, what shall your choice be? 1. Decline. How dare a mere ant expect this sovereign to grant an audience? 2. Agree to meet. After all, the celestial body, having reached great heights, can be regarded as a peer, and engaging in discourse would be highly beneficial. 3. Decide for yourself. The pivotal moment has arrived. Lu Qi wiped his palms and decisively chose to make his own decision. As a traveler well-versed in the future narrative, this choice marks the inception of his grand design. After swiftly completing the content, the ancient text shimmered for a considerable time before finally beginning to evolve once more. The celestial body stands tall, exuding an invincible aura that surveys the world. You, a formidable sovereign adept at self-sacrifice, possess unparalleled combat prowess, and your demeanor is equally remarkable. To your surprise, the first words from the celestial body upon seeing you were an inquiry about whether you would incite a dark upheaval upon your demise. Truly, a being hailed as the saint body of the human race in later generations. Even you, who are typically indifferent, cannot help but feel a twinge of emotion within. As a sovereign, you comprehend the implications of his words. Should you indeed harbor intentions of instigating a dark upheaval in the future, he would seek to challenge you when his power reaches its zenith. If he were to emerge victorious, he would naturally eliminate you, the greatest threat to all beings. Conversely, should you prevail, you would undoubtedly refine the celestial body into a blood elixir to prolong your own life, thus allowing you to delay your emergence into the world for an extended period. Confronted by the malevolent celestial body, you boldly proclaimed your possession of the elixir of immortality and the divine medicine of eternal life. Yet you refrained from definitively stating that you would not incite a dark upheaval. The celestial body's expression turned somewhat grim upon receiving your response. Yet he understood that you would not instigate chaos in the million years to come, and resolutely turned away. He must suppress the surrounding forbidden zones to avert turmoil. As you observed the departing figure of the celestial body, you uttered a statement that caused him to pause momentarily in his determined stride. In a million years, the path to immortality shall unveil, and the world will witness the greatest upheaval in history. As the saint body of the human race, you would do better to witness the truth of this sovereign's promise with your own eyes than to merely believe it. As the simulation reached this juncture, the ancient tome held by the proctor suddenly trembled. What? Has someone touched upon fate? The proctor was taken aback. Any being capable of influencing destiny must be a formidable entity of divine caliber. Could it be that within his examination hall, someone is forging a pact with a divine template? This is a significant matter that must be reported. Just as the proctor began to relay the information, Lu Qi's simulation underwent a monumental transformation. Thousands of years have elapsed, and the once mighty celestial body now shows signs of waning vitality. The once magnificent dragon of blood energy now languishing in the void. From the depths of the divine tomb's forbidden zone, a figure emerges. This is a master of the imperial path, far older than you, who refers to himself as the eternal, immortal sovereign. His existence has spanned an extraordinary length of time, leading to a severe depletion of his vital essence. Thus, he must instigate a dark upheaval to prolong his life. A cataclysmic war erupted, during which the eternal immortal sovereign was repelled, yet he acquired the vital essence he so desperately sought. Observing the myriad star realms, now riddled with destruction, and the formidable barriers that remain unyielding, the perfected celestial body fell into silence. As millennia passed, the celestial body was on the brink of demise. His vitality had waned to its utmost limits, seemingly on the verge of transcending into oblivion. In this poignant moment, individuals within the forbidden zone began to stir. In their eyes, the aged celestial body still represented a tremendous source of nourishment. Then at that critical juncture, you boldly emerged. Having secluded yourself in the forbidden zone for 1,000,000 years, all presumed you were poised to seize the fruit of the celestial body. However, your actions contradicted their expectations. Throughout the 1,000,000 years, you had never wielded the elixir of immortality. Instead, you presented it before the celestial body. Confronted with your benevolence, the celestial body hesitated momentarily before opting to consume the elixir of immortality. As countless years elapsed, facing the imminent conclusion of his second existence, the celestial body approached the outskirts of Eternal Mountain. Amidst the bewildered gazes of numerous sovereigns, the celestial body entered the forbidden zone, never to return to the mortal realm. It is accomplished. El-Chi was overwhelmed with exhilaration, yearning to howl at the heavens. The first step into the boundless realm of the myriad spirits. The war against the heavens in the Forbidden Zone has been irrevocably taken. Chapter 5. In a world without great emperors. The eternal Forbidden Zone battles the sky. The new member of Eternal Mountain gazed upon the seemingly idyllic interior of the Forbidden Zone, refraining from immediately sealing himself within the celestial stone. He conveyed that his hesitation was not born from fear of his own demise, nor was it a mere desire to survive. His willingness to descend into the Forbidden Zone stemmed from a noble aspiration to contribute to the path of ascension for all beings, and moreover, to oversee you. Such sentiments, if uttered by another, would be met with derision. Yet, when spoken by the accomplished celestial body of the vast sky, they resonated with profound conviction. Thus, within Eternal Mountain, 3 supreme beings came into existence. As the simulation progressed, the ancient tome in the invigilator's hand trembled with increasing intensity. Esteemed colleagues, I bear momentous news. There is someone in my examination hall who has contracted a template of divine caliber or higher. What? What did you say? The revelation sent shockwaves through the invigilator group. Has it been reported? What extraordinary fortune has befallen you? Could it be that your examination hall harbors a straggler? Is this a case of negative fortune turning into positive? Before the invigilator overseeing El-Chi could elaborate, a communication from higher authorities arrived. The invigilator stared incredulously at the message, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. El-Chi, the one who took ages to find his examination permit, spent eons selecting his attributes, and ultimately made his own decisions as the last in line. He has actually contracted a template of divine caliber or higher. Boy, why has the chatter ceased? Could it be that the straggler was eliminated? If so, you must inform us. We have wagers at stake. As the invigilator read through the flurry of messages in the group, he could not help but exclaim, "What straggler? That is a prodigious talent." It was no surprise that the invigilator's expression shifted so rapidly. The emergence of a being with a divine caliber template within his examination hall promised unimaginable benefits. Promotion and wealth were but the tip of the iceberg. The key advantage was that those who contracted templates of divine caliber or higher represented the backbone of humanity. If friendships could be forged, the advantages were beyond imagination. Within the group, the invigilators from various locales were momentarily taken aback by the words of El-Chi's invigilator. "What are you saying? How can a straggler and a prodigy be mentioned in the same breath? Could it be that the joyous news from the examination hall? Suddenly, a bold hypothesis took root among them. Could it be that the individual contracting the divine template is none other than that straggler? Laughter erupted from the invigilator, who then closed the group chat, redirecting his full attention to El Chi. Go for it, straggler. Oh no, prodigious talent. At that moment, El Chi's simulation was on the verge of reaching a critical juncture. After many years of silence, the first generation of the great celestial saint body has re-emerged, rising to protect the world for a millennium before rejecting your invitation and ultimately transcending. In less than a millennium, the third great celestial saint body defied the heavens and arose, heralding another tumultuous era. Armed with unparalleled strength, the third generation engaged in a life-and-death struggle, ultimately forcing the supreme beings back into their forbidden realm. Yet, before reaching the pinnacle of his power, he met an untimely end, transcending amidst the ancient stars. Unbeknownst to all, perhaps cursed, the world saw no emergence of sovereign experts for an extended period. The Forbidden Realm seized this rare opportunity, shortening the intervals of turmoil, with dark upheavals occurring every few millennia. Amidst this decay, the fourth great celestial saint body emerged defiantly, taking a step further in his mastery, truly elevating the great completion to its zenith. At this juncture, yet another life-restricting zone experienced chaos, prompting the emergence of two supreme beings. Faced with such circumstances, what shall your choice be? 1. What concern is it of mine? Since the great celestial saint body has already reached its peak, what need is there for my intervention? 2. Step forth and engage the supreme beings in battle, allowing the world to sing your praises. 3. Decide for yourself. There is no need for contemplation. El Chi directly chose the second option. This was not merely an act of compassion. Primarily, he lacked tangible records of vanquishing the Dark Supreme, which would not bode well in front of the protagonist in the future, given that the current great celestial saint body rivaled the sovereign experts. A 2-on-2 confrontation was unlikely to falter. If not now, then when? On that day, the heavens darkened and blood flowed like rivers. The supreme beings emerged, annihilating several major star domains in the blink of an eye. The pinnacle great celestial saint body, breaking through barriers, proactively confronted the two supreme beings, igniting a cataclysmic battle. Within the eternal mountain, the first generation of the great celestial saint body sought to break free, but you intervened. When I was a sovereign, I safeguarded the world for a millennium. Allow me to take action now and quell the chaos. Leaving behind a resonant declaration, you surged forth, spear in hand, from the celestial stone, racing towards the battlefield of the supreme beings. Your reemergence sparked fervent discussions among the sovereigns of the Forbidden Realm, as many speculated that the Eternal Lord, having secluded himself for 1,000,000 years, sought a share of the power due to waning lifespan. Confronted with your formidable presence, the pinnacle great celestial saint body fell into despair. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed a spear that obliterated an ancient supreme being mid-air. The world proclaims me as the Emperor of the Holy Spirit, indifferent to all beings, yet as long as I am sovereign, I shall protect this realm. Your voice resonated with conviction, and the name of the Rock Emperor once again echoed through the heavens. The reconstituted Dark Supreme also bore the dignity of sovereign. He cast aside his past, yet the laws of the imperial path remained resolute. A cataclysmic battle erupted in the void of the universe, with the Dark Supreme, having been shattered by your might, choosing to undergo ultimate transcendence, seeking to reclaim that sovereign status and engage you in a true imperial confrontation. At this juncture, you remained utterly unafraid. Ultimate transcendence. 1,000,000 years later, you return once more to the realm of your past. In this moment, the heavens and earth celebrate your presence, and you seem to glimpse the echoes of what once was. As a divine spirit, your power is unparalleled. With a single, supreme maneuver, the dark sovereign that faced you was utterly extinguished. You waved your hand, refining its essence into a blood elixir, which you consumed on the spot, restoring your injuries. This act successfully quelled the ambitions of other sovereigns who wished to emerge into existence. While still within the domain of the imperial path, you hastened towards the battlefield of the perfected celestial body of supreme accomplishment. Under your formidable presence, the second Dark Sovereign was also silenced for eternity, and you similarly refined it into a blood elixir, resulting in a decline in your own cultivation from the imperial path. The cost of this profound ascension was grave. Your ample lifespan was dwindling, and you might soon need to consume the elixir of immortality, lest you face the peril of demise. The perfected celestial body of supreme accomplishment did not seize the opportunity to ambush you while you bore injuries. Instead, it escorted you back to the outskirts of Eternal Mountain. You did not hasten to return to the Forbidden Zone to take the elixir. Rather, you extended an invitation to the perfected celestial body. After a moment of contemplation, it accepted your invitation, recognizing that alone it could not quell the dark upheaval. The Dark Sovereigns possessed their own sanctuaries, and it was willing to join the Forbidden Zone to restore peace. You received the answer you sought and strode boldly into Eternal Mountain. With several 100,000 years remaining before the elixir bore fruit once more, you chose to enter a slumber and await its arrival. During your period of rest, the perfected celestial body of supreme accomplishment joined the Forbidden Zone in its later years. Subsequently, several other divine bodies emerged, and under the dual deterrence of the contemporary divine bodies and the Forbidden Zone of Eternal Mountain, the world did not witness another dark upheaval. Thus, the cosmic expanse began to echo a tale of renown. In a world devoid of great emperors, the eternal Forbidden Zone waged war against the heavens. Chapter 6. I am your guardian. The span of time for the Rock Sovereign is exceedingly long. Lucci, who has yet to become an extraordinary being, took a deep breath after a prolonged period of tension before continuing to observe. At last, within this examination hall, a candidate completed the simulation and forged a contract with a template. I have contracted a third-rate template, a golden core stage cultivator. One examinee, basking in dim light, successfully gained recognition for his template and consummated the pact. He ascended to the status of a quasi-extraordinary being, experiencing a monumental leap in his standing. Overcome with elation, he howled to the heavens, dancing with joy. This spectacle elicited envy from those candidates who, after their failures, sat despondently around the examination hall. They found it unbearable to confront such an immense disparity. Just hours prior, they were all students attending the same school, participating in the same examination. Now, one had transformed into a quasi-extraordinary being, while another was destined to be reduced to servitude, unable to resist the foreign invaders. Such a staggering gap, even with robust mental fortitude, was difficult to reconcile. Unfair. Why did I fail? How infuriating. I will not accept this. From now on, one in the heavens, one in the depths. The candidate who had contracted the third-rate template attempted to voice his grievances, yet was abruptly interrupted by the indifferent voice of the proctor. Get out. These three words, reinforced by the proctor's extraordinary power, rendered the candidate motionless in shock. Why am I being reprimanded? Did not the marketing accounts proclaim that every candidate who contracts a template would receive special attention from the teachers? Could it all be lies? Teacher, I continue to make noise, and I shall dispose of you. With a wave of his hand, the proctor expelled the candidate from the examination hall. At this moment, he had little regard for a mere third-rate template contractor. It should be noted that within the examination hall at this very moment, a student was engaged in contracting a template of divine caliber or above. Lucci is the future. If a laughable reason were to lead to a failure in his contract, it would be a tremendous loss for the great Xia. Thus, whether a student contracted a third-rate or even a first-rate template, should they cause a commotion, he would not hesitate to remove them. This minor incident did not disrupt Lucci. His simulation progressed swiftly. Time flows like water, as if separated by an age. The injuries you sustained are far more severe than you anticipated, and the days until the elixir of immortality bears fruit will be longer than you imagined. After several 100,000 years, you finally awaited the fruition of the elixir. During this time, many sovereign experts emerged in the world, suppressing all beneath them, reaching to the heavens and plunging into the abyss. Yet in the end, they could not escape the clutches of death. Some perished with a long sigh, while others resorted to self-immolation, re-entering the forbidden realm to survive. Your eternal forbidden zone mirrored this, as two supreme beings, who cared for all spirits, joined this space. However, the transcendent celestial body, having achieved absolute mastery, was ambushed during a tumultuous upheaval, staining the heavens with blood. You had no time for reflection, nor for mourning. After consuming the elixir of immortality, you fell into a deep slumber to mend your wounds. The era of comfort has long since faded, and you awaken from an indeterminate slumber at the sound of a dragon's roar. You are aware that the future heavenly emperor, Shur Fan, has arrived. Faced with this predicament, what will be your choice? 1. Exterminate the threat in advance. In this life, I shall encounter the immortals. 2. Dispatch guardians to cultivate a favorable relationship with that existence, provided it does not disrupt the greater scheme. 3. Make your own decision. Having arrived at this juncture, Lu Qi's hands trembled slightly as he resolutely eliminated the first option. What nonsense is this? Do you believe that should I choose the first option, some unspeakable entity would traverse time and space to confront the Rock Emperor, unleashing a breath that could obliterate this realm? Shur Fan, destined to achieve transcendence in the future, is far beyond the comprehension of mere imperial experts. I shall select the second option. The words from the ancient text shifted, and moments later, the simulation continued. As the sovereign of the sacred spirits, numerous sacred beings surround your forbidden zone, each possessing varying levels of prowess. You sense the cosmic tides, and unfortunately, this is the worst of times. Not even imperial experts, let alone quasi-imperial experts, can manifest in this world. With no other recourse, you chose a reasonably capable sacred spirit as Shur Fan's early guardian, vowing to protect him in secrecy. To ensure safety, you awakened the first generation of the great accomplished celestial body, recounting to him the tale of Shur Fan. Feeling the heaven suppression upon the celestial body, the first generation of the great accomplished celestial body entrusted his accumulated power and supreme abilities to the sacred spirit, advising it to choose an opportune moment to pass this knowledge to Shur Fan. As your injuries had yet to heal, you left a trace of your essence beside the sacred spirit as a safeguard for Shur Fan's life before once again entering a profound slumber. During your repose, Shur Fan was undergoing his own adventures. As a descendant of the celestial body lineage, he is not incapable of cultivation. However, the resources required are so abundant that even a grand sect could not bear the cost. In defiance of fate, Shur Fan set forth on the path of cultivation alone. In his first crisis, an aging low-level cultivator sought to refine Shur Fan into a longevity elixir, but the cultivator was swiftly dispatched by the sacred spirit guardian, turning a plethora of valuable resources into the foundation of Shur Fan's cultivation. In the second crisis, Shur Fan found himself pursued by the Changshang family due to trivial matters. Just when he was trapped with no way to ascend or descend, the sacred spirit guardian revealed a hint of its aura, frightening off the pursuers from the Changshang family. Contemplating, Shur Fan rose, preparing to venture to other regions for further cultivation. Along the way, he encountered several powerful factions intent on exploring an ancient royal tomb. With no time to evade, he was captured and used as bait. The sacred spirit guarded him in secrecy and even clashed with other entities coveting the site. During this period, Shur Fan successfully acquired a multitude of rare treasures and even experienced growth in his cultivation. After escaping from the ancient emperor's tomb, Shur Fan proceeded onward, utilizing a teleportation array to arrive at the Eternal Star Domain. Renowned as the safest celestial realm, the Eternal Star Domain flourished in a vibrant atmosphere. However, several formidable factions coveted the divine herbs nestled within the Eternal Mountain, eager to dispatch puppets to harvest them. Regrettably, Shur Fan found himself captured once more, becoming one of the puppets designated to gather herbs in the Forbidden Zone. One day, as you lay in slumber, the aura of the first-generation grand accomplishment celestial body roused you from your dreams. Upon deeper contemplation, you realized that a group of over 100 puppets, led by Shur Fan, had entered the Eternal Mountain to collect herbs, while outside, thousands of cultivators awaited to reap the rewards without effort. Faced with this predicament, what shall your choice be? 1. Ignore it. Let them have the mere divine herbs. Those no. Everything within the eternal mountain belongs to me. Such a trend must not be allowed to flourish. 3. Make your own decision. Is there even a need for contemplation? What does it mean to be supreme? In heaven and earth, I alone hold dominion. A swarm of ants, whom I have sheltered, dares to pilfer. They must be eradicated. Elchi decisively chose the third option. With swift strokes, he inscribed several bold characters, causing the ancient tome's hue to shift dramatically. A resounding hum echoed, and the very heavens trembled, inciting the wrath of the eternal mountain's forbidden zone. A colossal hand emerged from the confines of the zone, effortlessly obliterating the thousands of cultivators outside into mere dust. Imperial dignity must not be insulted. Ensure fans' horrified gaze. The puppets who had entered with him disintegrated into oblivion. Just as he prepared to leave this place, your figure materialized before him. I am your guardian. Chapter 7. High-level attention. Invasion of the Forbidden Zone from Alien Domain's Guardian? Upon hearing those words, Sher Fan did not exhibit excitement. Instead, his eyes brimmed with vigilance. He understood well that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. An ancient terror, existing for countless years, could not possibly become his guardian without reason. In response to Sher Fan's skepticism, you chose not to elaborate further, merely gesturing your departure from the scene. Observing the simulated content within the ancient tome, Elchi felt the tension in his hard ease. To garner favor in front of the protagonist without being struck down by some unknown entity signified that his scheme had succeeded significantly. Now, all that remained was to proceed with caution and execute a grand exit, ensuring that the recognition of the Rock Emperor template would naturally follow. One could only speculate the level of this Rock Emperor template. Surely it must be divine, perhaps even ancient or imperial in nature. In the capital of the Great Xia, within an ancient and charming Sihuan, several elderly men with white hair gazed calmly at the screen before them. Remarkably, there was a candidate in this year's college entrance examination who was in the process of contracting a divine template. However, one elder shifted the conversation, stating that it was yet uncertain whether success would be achieved. The mere selection of a divine template for contract indicated that this child possessed an extraordinary fate. With the interpretation of the ancient texts, the higher-ups of the Great Xia were well aware of the concept of fortune. Those with great fortune experience reversals of misfortune, while those with little fortune even struggle to drink water without choking. The elder at the helm slammed his hand on the table. If he does not succeed this time, I shall take it upon myself to grant him another opportunity. Upon hearing this, the surrounding elders nodded slightly in agreement. Although activating the ancient tome terminal required substantial resources, the potential emergence of a high-level template contractor among humanity would certainly justify the expense. Let us continue to observe. Sher Fan watched your departing silhouette, lost in contemplation. After an indeterminate amount of time, he bowed deeply towards the eternal mountain. Upon completing his reverence, he gathered his gains. This time, he acquired divine herbs and the treasured collections of thousands of cultivators, leading to a significant leap in his cultivation. Thousands ventured to the eternal mountain in search of herbs, yet only a single waste of flesh emerged alive. The inhabitants of the Eternal Star domain speculated that Sher Fan might have a special relationship with the supreme entity within the mountain. As time passed, the world became oblivious to the existence of the great, accomplished celestial body within the Eternal Mountain. Having departed from the Eternal Star domain, Sher Fan encountered several more adventures, obtaining a few secrets from the 9 mysteries of myth. By this time, he had garnered some fame among the younger generation. However, to the elder powerhouses, he remained inconsequential. It was well known that while the resources expended in the early stages of cultivating a celestial body were considerable, they could still be managed with determination. Yet, as one progressed further, those figures became burdensome, even for the longevity clan, unless they drew upon their foundational resources. Everyone believes that Sher Fan's path may come to an end before he achieves minor success. You, who have been closely observing Sher Fan, have decided to impart the profound essence of the great success Sangtian's sacred body to him ahead of time. At that moment, A previously rescued Ant God Emperor body extended its assistance to him. Witnessing this, you discreetly took note of that divine Emperor body and then withdrew your attention. After an indeterminate passage of time, Fan departed for the alien realms, and your focus shifted away from him to the aging great success Tian's sacred body. He appeared exceedingly frail. Although he still bore the visage of his youth, beneath his red hair, he was on the brink of transcending. When you introduced him to the eternal mountain hundreds of thousands of years ago, he was already in his twilight years. And after so many years without the replenishment of vitality, his survival to this day was nothing short of miraculous. Drink my royal blood and live for another 1,000 years. The great success Tian's sacred body declined your royal blood with a smile. During his prolonged stay at the Eternal Mountain, he had come to understand that the path to immortality would soon present itself, and he did not wish to jeopardize your foundation with bloodshed among the stars. As for himself, he had long resolved to perish alongside the Dark Sovereign when the time for transcendence arrived. Upon reading this, Lu Qi's expression turned solemn. Although he was uncertain whether the simulated events had genuinely transpired, he remained deeply impressed by the virtue of the great success Tian's sacred body. At the end of his lifespan, he still wished to contribute to the mortal realm. The tranquil days did not last long. One day, countless ships from the alien realms arrived in your vast universe. The eternal star domain belongs to my Tony family, the divine tomb to my Shandao family, and the upside-down sea to me. You overheard some ants discussing the division of several major forbidden zones, mistakenly believing your injuries had yet to heal. It is worth noting that even the ancestral gods of the alien realms would not dare to venture into a forbidden zone. Yet, this group of oblivious ants brazenly made such claims. Truly, it was amusing. You watched them with bemusement as they performed their clumsy act, and to your surprise, this group of ants annihilated a guarding sacred-level ant with a single strike while attacking an ancient royal family. Relying on external forces to reach such a level could be considered a different form of enlightenment. The initial success of the alien assault instilled great confidence in them. Countless barges fell upon the forbidden zones, including your Eternal Mountain. Faced with this situation, what would your choice be? 1. Annihilate them all. Mere grains of sand are beneath you. Allowing this rabble to flaunt their power before you after 1,000,000 years of existence is unacceptable. 2. Ignore them. They're just a bunch of ants. How long can their arrogance last? This is merely a trivial occurrence on your path to longevity. Why concern yourself? 3. Leave it to your own discretion. Upon reaching this point, Lu Qi nearly laughed aloud. To be candid, the assault by this group from the alien realms on the forbidden zones was akin to Xie Baoqing attacking the trisolar ants. To even liken it to moths flying into a flame would be an overestimation. I choose option 1. Lu Qi is not a bloodthirsty individual. The reason for choosing to annihilate the inhabitants of the alien domain lies in his perspective as the Rock Sovereign. As a formidable ruler of the sacred spirit lineage, the Rock Sovereign is characterized by his callousness and indifference, even regarding his kin with a degree of disdain. How could such a figure refrain from exterminating a swarm of ants daring to provoke him? Furthermore, as a master of imperial rhetoric, to remain unresponsive in the face of such affronts would render him a target of ridicule among the other sovereigns of the forbidden zones for eternity. Moreover, the contractor's desire for the contract template necessitates not only the fulfillment of his objectives, but also an acute understanding of the template's character. Ensuring that it maintains its grandeur is of paramount importance. Thus, option 1 undoubtedly emerges as the most advantageous choice. Even your ancestors would address me as a senior. How dare you act so presumptuously? Your roar reverberates across the 108 peaks of Eternal Mountain as the potent imperial laws emanate, casting a resplendent aura of ferocity throughout the forbidden zone. The motherships, vessels, and mechs of the alien domain explode like fireworks, instilling terror in the hearts of those who dare to assault Eternal Mountain. They yearn to flee, yet they are intercepted by the spirits of Eternal Mountain. This is a massacre. The formidable lords of the alien domain are rendered no more significant than weeds by the roadside. With your intervention, The sovereigns of other forbidden zones also commenced their assault. All the invaders from the alien domain were reduced to ashes, and the enraged ancient royal family even contemplated sending troops to invade the alien domain. In this instance, Fan profited immensely once again. Chapter 8. The sole hope of the great Xia, cursed be it. Yet another failure. With an exclamation of frustration, Dongfang Tai Bai, one of the 5 guardians of the great Xia, smashed the screen before him, his face a mask of fury. How am I to account for this to the people? This time, all 5 guardians had their offspring participate in the college entrance examination. Given their esteemed lineage, securing a contract template should have been a mere formality. Yet, inexplicably, only Gongsuin's son, the scion of the Liaodong Guardian, successfully forged a contract. The remaining 4 failed utterly. As if that were not enough. The template contracted by the Liaodong Guardian's son was merely of first-rate quality. While it might have been a cause for celebration in other circles, it was woefully inadequate for a guardian's progeny. In truth, had it been merely a failure in contracting or a lackluster template, it would not have been a grave concern. After all, the 5 guardians were prosperous enough to effortlessly arrange another examination for their children. However, this examination was different. Other factions on Blue Star had already succeeded in contracting divine templates, leaving the great Xia in their wake. This infuriated the fiercely competitive people of Great Xia, for they prided themselves on being the mightiest force on Blue Star. Whether it be extraordinary beings, divine weapons, or martial techniques, Great Xia excelled in all. The college entrance examination should have been no exception. Yet, this time, there were no prodigious talents among their ranks. In stark contrast, other factions brimmed with gifted candidates. With the offspring of the Guardians also failing their exams, a palpable gloom descended upon the people of Great Xia. The might of Great Xia was not merely a result of their resistance against foreign invaders, which was largely composed of their own lineage, but also stemmed from the emergence of numerous paragons following the expulsion of the invaders. With divine templates and the indomitable spirit of the Great Xia people, it was no wonder they aspired to be the strongest. It was their existence that rooted the idea of universal conquest deep within the hearts of the Great Xia. Now, with their examination overshadowed by the successes of the outsiders, the reaction of the Great Xia was predictable. No, absolutely not. The most tempestuous of the guardians from the southwest clenched his fists, flames of determination igniting in his eyes. We cannot allow ourselves to be outdone by the barbarians. This cohort of examinees included not only the offspring of the 5 guardians, but also a number of minority candidates who had joined the Great Xia. The composed guardian from the southeast stroked his chin, his gaze drifting. If all else fails, should we acknowledge the results of the minority candidates and integrate them into the Great Xia's outcomes? No, absolutely not. The guardian from the northwest swiftly dismissed the notion. These minorities, including the Koreans, the people of Jiaoji, the Japanese, and others, while currently under Great Xia's governance, had never been considered part of their own. Merging their examination results with those of Great Xia, that would be tantamount to a slap in the face. What is the situation below? Dongfang Tai Bai, the guardian from the central region, inquired of the official beside him. The official, clutching the communication in his hands, steeled himself and directly presented it to the 5 guardians. Indeed, those with ulterior motives have long since divulged the fact that other factions have already entered into contracts for divine templates. Now, the populace of the Great Xia holds its breath, eagerly awaiting news of someone from their realm securing a high-level template to restore their pride. Should no one from Great Xia achieve this feat, the blow to their confidence would be unfathomable. What to do? The commander of Liaodong, who had remained silent, finally spoke, his expression tinged with self-reproach. The 5 commanders fell into silence, all of whom were contract holders of templates above the divine level, fully aware of the formidable challenge in securing a high-level template. Should they consult the higher-ups? If all else fails, they might have to request the internal assessment results from the general's department. This would indeed be a last resort, as the military's internal evaluations are confidential and pivotal to the core strength of a faction. To expose such information would be, Commander, good news. Just as they were preoccupied with their duties and the concerns of the higher-ups, a personal guard burst in. According to reports from the examination hall in Tianxiong City, The upper echelons of Great Xia have confirmed that in the 37th examination hall, a candidate is currently contracting a template above the divine level. Is this for real? The commanders rose in unison. Despite a twinge of jealousy, they all hope for the candidate's success to elevate the prestige of Great Xia. Indeed, the higher-ups have transmitted the examination footage. Just as the guard was about to elaborate, he caught sight of the shattered screen and wisely fell silent. The crowd was left in stunned silence. At this moment, completely unaware that he had become the sole hope of the Great Xia examination, Elchi was engrossed in the simulated content of an ancient text. After a series of trials, Shurfan's holy body finally reached a minor completion, entering the ranks of the top tier among the younger generation. At this juncture, Jiang Rushue, who had developed feelings for Shurfan, was to be wed to the equally gifted young Emperor Yang Tong from the Chongqing family. In a fit of rage for his beloved, Shurfan, bearing a broken treasure, stormed into the wedding venue, intent on eliminating Yang Tong. My son Yang Tong possesses the legacy of an ancient emperor. Shurfan ignored the outcry of Yang Tong's father and focused his gaze on Jiang Rushue. Today, if you utter a single no, I shall slay him and take you away. Jiang Rushue responded loudly. I do not wish to marry him. Minor completion of a holy body versus the legacy of an ancient emperor, Shurfan, without anyone to support him, was evidently at a disadvantage. Faced with this situation, what is your choice? 1. Emerge to support Shurfan. Do not let the world belittle the holy body of Songtian. 2. What concern is it of mine? This emperor traverses heaven and earth, invincible through the ages. Where is the time to indulge in his play? 3. Decide for yourself. This requires no contemplation. Elchi waved his hand decisively, selecting the first option. When it pertains to the protagonist, unwavering support is the only course of action. Hesitating for even a second would be a disrespect to the path of ascension. Boom! Just as the Chongshang family and the Yang family, devoid of martial ethics, prepare to strike down Shurfan, the Eternal Mountain's forbidden zone erupted with a thunderous roar. You did not choose to manifest in the physical realm, but rather opted to materialize a divine embodiment through immense magical prowess. Nevertheless, the might of this embodiment remains unparalleled. The Forbidden Zone is in turmoil. The Jiang and Yang families are preoccupied with their own affairs, intent on activating the ancient imperial formations to escape this place. However, events did not unfold as they anticipated. With a single strike, you shattered the formations and descended upon the Jiang family, positioning yourself behind Shurfan. Today, the Eternal Mountain stands in support of Shurfan, allowing him to settle scores with Yang Tong on his own terms. Any interference would summon forth the chaos of darkness. Your voice resonated across the heavens and the earth, echoing throughout the mortal realm. Under your formidable backing, the Jiang and Yang families lowered their heads, permitting a fair duel between Shurfan and Yang Tong. Unsurprisingly, Yang Tong was slain by Shurfan, and due to your divine presence, his soul and corporeal form were utterly obliterated. The Jiang family, witnessing Shurfan, supported by the Eternal Mountain's Forbidden Zone, found him increasingly agreeable, regardless of the motives. Uniting Jiang Ruoxue and Shurfan through marriage would be advantageous for the Jiang family. Thus, Shurfan and Jiang Ruoxue became engaged, and you received Shurfan's recognition for the first time. It was accomplished. Elchi felt an unwavering confidence this time. With the Rock Emperor template, he was certain of a successful contract. In the examination hall, the ancient tome, terminal before the proctor, emitted a thunderous roar. This extraordinary phenomenon startled the proctor. In his decades of supervising examinations, the ancient tome terminal had never behaved in such a manner. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. Could it be that Elchi was contracting a template, far surpassing the divine level? Chapter 9. The path to ascendancy unveils amidst the greatest dark turmoil in history. How could this be possible? The proctor's heart erupted with a seismic tremor of magnitude 10. The divine template has the capacity to manifest the contracted extraordinary beings as heroic spirits within the mortal realm. Although these heroic spirits are not true life forms and lack the formidable powers of their predecessors, There are speculations among the mightiest that, as the contractor's strength escalates, these spirits may one day attain true life. Among the existing contractors, those who have engaged with templates of divine caliber or higher have historically achieved terrifying accomplishments. General Lu Jian of the Great Siam military, having contracted the divine template of the martial sage Guan Yu, once traversed 5 alien military formations on the battlefield beyond, slaying 6 humanoid extraordinary beings and returning unscathed. Smith, a high-ranking member of the Despairer Alliance across the ocean, contracted the divine template of Thor from Asgard, decimating alien humanoid beings in a single strike that shattered 1,000 troops. Count Andre of the neighboring Bear Kingdom, having contracted the ancient god template of the Slavic deity Cinnaberg, unleashed an icy tempest that froze thousands of alien beings into statues beneath the great dark heavens. Such formidable figures are beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals, yet they do not represent the most potent templates ever contracted by humanity. Legend has it that centuries ago, a peerless being in the Great Xia contracted a holy-level template, playing a monumental role in humanity's current standing. Other powers coexisting with Great Xia may not possess holy-level templates, yet they likely harbor peak imperial-level templates. However, holy-level templates are not the apex. Above them lie even more terrifying templates. As for the nature of these higher tiers, and whether anyone has ever contracted them, that remains a mystery. Once the proctor managed to regain composure, he promptly reported his conjectures to the higher-ups. "What did you say?" "The child named Lu Qi is contracting a template far exceeding the divine level." An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, trembled with excitement. He was about to dispatch his most elite guards to protect Lu Qi, but reason prevailed, cautioning him against such actions. Humanity is a peculiar race. When faced with life-and-death crises, they unite against a common foe. Yet, once the threat is alleviated, or even slightly diminished, they begin to turn on one another. This phenomenon is prevalent. The elder even suspected that during this year's examination, other factions might be meddling within the ranks of humanity in Great Xia. Thus, Lu Qi must not be treated with undue attention. His information should remain confined to the higher echelons for now. He instructed the proctor to maintain a facade of normalcy before Lu Qi and to avoid drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives, treating the situation with equanimity. With a piercing gaze, the elder issued further commands, instructing the covert operatives to discreetly set up a formation to obscure any anomalies. Should this child complete the contract, we must strive to suppress the news and remain inconspicuous. Within the examination hall, Lu Qi's simulation had reached its most critical juncture. This was also the moment of utmost tension for Lu Qi. As long as he surpassed this hurdle, contracting the Rock Emperor template would be in natural progression. Following the incident of the forced marriage, Shurfan's ascent officially commenced. With the support of the Eternal Mountain and the Jiang family, Shurfan first returned to his homeland via an ancient teleportation array of a certain dynasty. Upon learning of his parents' demise, he solidified his resolve, free from any lingering attachments. Upon his return to the mortal realm, guided by the Jiang family, Shurfan embarked upon the celestial ancient path. This path led to imperial ascendance, where countless prodigies from various star domains entered at different locations, battling their way through to the final challenge. Shurfan, unparalleled in combat prowess, surged forth from the human race's ancient path, vanquishing numerous celestial prodigies along the way, and even encountered several long-sealed princes. These princes, endowed with exceptional talents, found themselves no match for Shurfan. Indeed, several self-proclaimed exalted princes and princesses were ruthlessly subdued by him. Decades later, Shurfan's name resonated throughout the human race's ancient path. However, as he stood on the brink of the path to imperial ascendance, he chose to leave behind his illustrious name and return to the Jiang family to wed Jiang Ruxue. At this moment, your divine platform began to resonate, awakening the Xuanwu Emperor, who had slumbered for countless years. Breaking free from his stony prison, he began to refine his vital essence, striving to reach his peak condition. You understood that the path to immortality was approaching. After an eternal wait, Your grand design was nearing its conclusion. Since your transformation into a forbidden zone, over 2 million years had passed in the mortal realm. Except for those imperial experts who had entered the forbidden zone before you. You had become the oldest living entity in this world. You had witnessed countless dark upheavals, observed the birth and death of innumerable beings, and sheltered countless spirits. Sure Fan's wedding was magnificent and solemn, and you dispatched a quasi-imperial saint to preside over the Jiang family. As the ceremonies concluded, the path to immortality unveiled itself. With a resounding roar that echoed through the cosmos, a celestial pathway materialized from a great star, albeit currently merely a phantom, yet suffused with the aura of immortality. At this moment, the forbidden zone erupted in fervor. An ancient being broke free from the confines of the forbidden zone. It was he, the eternal, immortal sovereign, who once had grievances with the first generation of the supreme celestial body, cast a glance at the eternal mountain from thousands of miles away, and let out a sneer. Immediately after, beams of divine light pierced the heavens. These were the awakened sovereigns from their slumber. Some had instigated dark upheavals in the past, while others had remained dormant until now. Without exception, they all deduced that today was the day for ascension, aiming to restore themselves to their peak and venture upon the path to immortality to seize their destinies. You were no exception. You roused all sovereigns within the forbidden zone and even produced the blood elixirs refined from the slain sovereigns of Ur, distributing them among others. Boom! The path to immortality before the great star erupted in a cataclysm, truly revealing a path that reached the heavens. In an instant, 9 sovereigns emerged simultaneously, their auras shaking the heavens and the earth, 9 celestial pathways nearly shattering the entire mortal realm. It began. The 9 sovereigns launched an assault on the path to immortality. True masters of the imperial way, some of whom transcended to reclaim their former heights. This battle was devastating. The path to immortality had reached its end, leaving no way forward. They fought valiantly, using the remnants of their fleeting lifespans to assault the celestial trail. At last, one dark sovereign succumbed under the weight of their once mighty laws, shattering upon the celestial path. Shortly thereafter, a second dark sovereign followed suit, their bones and blood fulfilling a long-awaited aspiration spanning eons. Perhaps believing that this life would grant them the sight of the divine, and with 5 sovereigns revived, they too prepared themselves to the pinnacle of their power, resolutely charging into the celestial path. The fierce battle commenced. The celestial trail was obliterated, ethereal energies and celestial stones scattering, the void collapsing, and myriad paths withering. Yet, in the end, they faced defeat. At this moment and in this place, it was utterly impossible for anyone to attain immortality. Their eternal wait had been in vain. The path to ascension had vanished, yet the dark sovereigns remained. Even though several had perished along the celestial trail, 10 sovereigns still survived. Their vitality waned, seemingly on the brink of annihilation. However, their eyes were sharp. The mortal realm had not witnessed dark turmoil for many years, brimming with vigor. Having witnessed numerous tragedies in the human realm, you know that the greatest dark upheaval in history is imminent. In light of this situation, what choice will you make? 1. What does it matter to me? The insignificant should be ruthlessly trampled. 2. Rise to battle. I am the Rock Emperor, guardian of the mortal realm, spilling blood upon the battlefield. 3. The decision is yours. Chapter 10. Alone amidst turmoil, if all goes as anticipated, this marks the final battle of the simulation. The stakes are high, and the outcome will determine right from wrong. In this crucial moment, El-Chi steeled himself, abandoning all superficial attempts at deep breathing and emotional regulation, and decisively opted for choice 2. He was all in. Should Sure Fan truly attain that ineffable state in the future, then upon the death of the Rock Emperor, resurrection would undoubtedly follow. At that juncture, transcending to immortality would be mere childish play. Given the Rock Emperor's potential, it is conceivable that he might even ascend to the rank of an immortal king. The myriad beings despaired, gazing upon the 10 ancient supreme beings shrouded in demonic flames, relinquishing all resistance. The Sovereign Path Masters had reached the pinnacle of this world. Even if a new sovereign pathmaster emerged at this moment, could they possibly contend against 10 peers of equal stature? At this critical juncture, Fan, having long since acquired the complete legacy of the celestial saint body from the guardian spirit, stepped forth. He first located the grave of the unparalleled celestial saint body, awakening a fragment of indomitable consciousness from within. Subsequently, he employed the formidable divine arts he had obtained to command the body of the saint to engage in battle. Fan's audacious act of defiance successfully ignited the spirit of resistance throughout the cosmos. One by one, quasi-emperor masters borrowed imperial weapons from various immortal legacies and long-lived families to join the fray. Alas, many did not even reach the battlefield before becoming fodder for the Supremes. This time, the Eternal Mountain S domain became a hunting ground for the forces of darkness, as they were certain that no one would emerge from the Eternal Mountain. But fate had other plans. As the myriad beings of the Eternal Star domain faced impending slaughter, you were the first to emerge and suppress the cosmos. Thus, your tale began to resonate throughout the mortal realm. The Rock Emperor, a sacred spirit who had once vanquished a dark supreme in ancient history, a being of immense power who could survive even after transcending. Though the dark supremes were astonished, they harbored no fear. They sought to engage you. The Emperor of Sacred Spirits in imperial combat, even aiming to refine you into a blood elixir to prolong their own lives. Before the earth-shattering battle commenced, the four from the Xuanwu clan also appeared one after another. The mortal realm trembled. None had anticipated that 5 Supremes resided within the Eternal Mountain. More terrifying was the thought that should all 5 of you seek to purge the heavens, the entire mortal realm would face utter annihilation. In the eyes of the terrified survivors, you brandished your spear, pointing it directly at the Dark Supreme before you, igniting a cataclysmic conflict. The rumors held truth. The Supremes within the Eternal Mountain had only sacrificed themselves to quell the dark upheaval, not in pursuit of the elusive immortality. Upon reaching this point, Elchi nearly burst into laughter. In this absurd world, is there any method more expedient for achieving immortality than clinging to the protagonist's coattails, bravely perishing in battle, and being resurrected? There is none. Choice outweighs effort. Choose incorrectly, and even if one achieves immortality, they would ultimately dissolve into mere ashes amidst the calamity of existence. This is a cataclysmic battle. The other supreme beings within the Eternal Mountain have chosen not to engage the Supreme before you. Having cultivated to the level of the Emperor's Tao, they're steadfast in their belief that they are unparalleled entities. To attack in concert? Such an act is beneath their dignity. The first generation of the perfected celestial body of the heavens first sought out Fan, bestowing upon him a smile and imprinting an unparalleled divine ability exclusive to the celestial body into Fan's mind. You are still young. Retreat for now. The old era shall be buried by our kind. Eternal immortal, come forth and meet your demise. The first generation of the perfected celestial body of the heavens charged towards the eternal immortal, unleashing a tempest of blood and fury. From that moment onward, the two never again graced the world, leaving behind only a golden severed arm, buried in the void of the cosmos by future generations. The Xuanwu Emperor forged his shell into a supreme imperial weapon, deftly countering the onslaught of an ancient monarch, ultimately transcending and perishing together beneath the starry sky. The two supreme beings, each with their own strategies, ultimately took their adversaries with them, merging into eternal rest before the myriad beings. The indestructible consciousness of the perfected celestial body of the heavens severely wounded one supreme being before dissipating entirely. In the aftermath, Fan consumed all he had, controlling the corpse of the celestial body to drag that supreme being into the abyss. When you extinguished your opponent and returned, for dark supremes still remained. Faced with such dire circumstances, what will be your choice? 1. You have done your utmost. It is time to retreat to the forbidden zone for healing. No one will blame you for achieving this much. 2. I am a monarch. I shall perish before the myriad beings. Today marks my end. 3. The choice is yours. Elchi, without a moment's hesitation, dismissed options 1 and 3. Having made a choice, there is no room for retreat. A magnificent exit is in order. I choose the second option. With a grand gesture, Chi summoned the simulated content from the ancient texts, which swiftly materialized. The world knows me as the Lord of Eternity. Even if the heavens are stained with blood today, I refuse to hear the anguished cries of the masses. Your voice resonated like thunder, etching itself into the hearts of the myriad beings, as countless souls wept at your proud and unwavering figure. Return, O monarch who once safeguarded the mortal realm. Do not let the Rock Emperor face such a tragic catastrophe alone. Ancient monarchs of humanity, where are you? O sovereigns of the ancient clans, your people are being slaughtered. I implore you to manifest. The lamentations of the myriad beings did not evoke pity from the Dark Supremes. Even though they once protected the mortal realm, such memories had long since faded. Now, all they desired was to survive. Let us battle. As the Emperor of the Holy Spirits, you have consumed the elixir of immortality, living a second life, rendering you extraordinarily powerful. Yet, to quell the chaos single-handedly is an impossibility. Even attempting to contend with two Supremes simultaneously would be a formidable challenge. The four Supremes were equally aware of this. One would engage you while the other three continued their bloody rampage through the mortal realm. When one among them reaped sufficient rewards, they would replace the combatant to face you, and thus the cycle would continue. Let us fight to the utmost. In a final transcendence, you have returned to that pinnacle for the third time, adorned with unparalleled combat prowess. The innate divine laws grant you invincibility among mortals. As the golden pathway illuminates your path, shining throughout the ages, the Supreme Being, burdened by your overwhelming might, yearns to reclaim that lofty realm. If I cannot slay you within 10 strikes, I shall end my own existence. This esteemed sovereign did not anticipate the magnitude of your strength. His initial attack was of apocalyptic proportions. He could scarcely ascend before meeting his demise in the void of the cosmos. The remaining 3 supreme beings, upon witnessing this, hastily cast their royal artifacts in an attempt to impede you momentarily, hoping to precipitate your fall from the divine position. Do these trifling artifacts presume to challenge the world? Let your master come forth. Indeed, as expected, when the royal artifacts proved ineffective against you, the 3 supreme beings resolved to relinquish their honor and unite to subdue you. Your time is running out. Should you descend from this exalted position, your fate is sealed in bloodshed within the void. At that moment, some awakened royal artifacts came forth to aid you. However, they were not true masters of the royal way, proving to be but a mere drop in the ocean. Ultimately, despite sustaining grave injuries, you unleashed your wrath once more, obliterating a dark sovereign and extinguishing his soul before you began your descent. Alas, the pitiful old stone, to have fought so fiercely in this mortal realm, only to face annihilation of even the divine essence. Was it truly worth it? The sovereign speaking to you is an acquaintance. He once sought entry into the eternal mountain, but was rebuffed by you. Now, he gazes down upon you from the heights of victory, mocking your plight. Consume my royal blood and cease this slaughter. Chapter 11. Achieving recognition. The imperial template devour my royal blood. Cease the slaughter. Upon encountering these 8 words, the corners of Lu Qi's mouth could not suppress a smile. The architect of the greatest dark upheaval, once a harbinger of bloodshed, had transformed under his simulation into an existence that would perish for the sake of all beings. What an astonishing reversal of fate. However, if these supreme beings were aware that the path to immortality was so simple, they might have chosen a similar resolution. As you wish. A certain supreme being, with a cruel smile, truly intended to indulge in Lu Qi's royal blood. Yet, after quenching my thirst with your blood, I can only assure my own return to the Forbidden Zone. The fate of others is of no concern to me. He believed that Lu Qi would capitulate, perhaps even willingly offer his life. Alas, he was mistaken. The royal spear in Lu Qi's grasp had long been tainted with the blood of the Supreme, and now, infused with his own sacred blood, its striking power rivaled that of celestial beings. With a swift thrust, yet another dark Supreme fell. You harbor no regrets, nor any grievances. With sheer determination, Lu Qi had accounted for 4 Dark Supremes, fighting valiantly to protect all beings until the very last moment. It was time for the curtain to fall. Just as he contemplated transcending into oblivion, denying the Supreme before him even a trace of vitality, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Perhaps the plight of the sentient beings had been too harrowing. The relics of emperors who had quelled dark upheavals across generations awakened, momentarily granting them supreme-level combat prowess as they surged forth. The last of the Supremes was struck down in the void, yet those relics were ultimately not the emperors themselves. Regardless of the circumstances, they could not extinguish a being possessing an imperial body, the laws of the imperial path, and imperial artifacts. As the greatest dark upheaval in history teetered on the brink of resolution with but one adversary remaining, Lu Qi's unwillingness surged beyond the heavens. In light of such a scenario, what choice did he face? 1. Having fought to this extent, I harbor no regrets, even if I were to sacrifice everything. I cannot quell the upheaval. I would rather fade away. 2. No, I still possess my sacred body. If I choose to unleash everything, perhaps I might severely wound the Supreme before me. 3. The decision lies with me. Even at the precipice of conclusion, there remains a choice. Couldn't it simply end in a decisive death? Lu Qi internally scoffed, yet his hands did not linger. He resolutely selected option 2. If death were to come, let it be thorough. He must leave an indelible shock upon the protagonist, ensuring he would never forget him. All in is a form of wisdom. This time, the simulated content from the ancient texts unfolded with remarkable swiftness. Seeing that the last Dark Supreme, besieged, still possessed the will to fight, you chuckled softly and approached Shurfan. Though he had exhausted all his strength, he had not sustained fatal injuries. He remained alive, though unable to continue the battle. You gazed at Shurfan, whose face bore a tragic expression, and slowly began to speak. Young sacred body, I have grown frail and decrepit. My kin and comrades have perished in this dark upheaval. I shall expend my final essence, and from this moment forth, this world shall belong to you. You placed your unparalleled imperial weapon beside Shurfan and imparted upon him the imprint of your lifelong laws and divine techniques. Upon completing this endeavor, your eyes brimmed with a resolve akin to death itself. Henceforth, you shall be the sovereign of Eternal Mountain. My elixir of immortality and my celestial stones shall all belong to you. With this proclamation, you charged resolutely towards the final Dark Sovereign. Bang! Your sacred spirit exploded, while simultaneously, your divine soul began its transcendence. This strike rendered the sovereign bloodied, as he had never anticipated you would reach such a juncture. The rhythm of your transcendent soul exuded an aura of terror. Any contact would bring about a fatal misfortune, and the sovereign was no exception. No, the sovereign cried out in a desperate attempt to flee, yet he was ensnared by the remnants of the imperial path, utterly unable to escape your transcendent grasp. Ha ha ha! In a fit of laughter, your consciousness plummeted into darkness. As the simulation reached this point, the ancient text flickered erratically, failing to reveal the remaining words. What could be the cause of this? A sense of dread gripped El Chi's heart, and he instinctively held his breath. Could it be that Shurfan did not attain the unspeakable realm, leading to the complete demise of the Rock Emperor? If that were the case, it would spell disaster. It shouldn't be, so everything he had done seemed flawless. A protagonist like Shurfan should naturally revive the Rock Emperor. Could it be that the narrative of this world diverges from the memories he held? Did Shurfan not reach the unspeakable realm? As the ancient text continued to withhold its revelations, El Chi began to waver in uncertainty. Unbeknownst to him, inside and outside the examination hall, the invigilators had descended into chaos. The entire terminal of the ancient book was spiraling out of control. It had concentrated an overwhelming energy within this examination hall, seemingly on the brink of a cataclysmic explosion. Such an anomaly astonished all the candidates present. They yearned to escape, but upon making the slightest move, they were horrified to discover that they had been ensnared by a formation, rendering escape utterly impossible. He is about to succeed. The first-rate template contractors, covertly guarding the examination hall, widened their eyes in disbelief, murmuring to themselves, "He has truly succeeded. This template is extraordinarily powerful. Could it be an imperial-grade template? Without a moment's hesitation, the invigilators reported the situation to the higher echelons of the Great Xia. He is on the verge of success. The elder at the forefront rose to his feet, unable to suppress the smile that illuminated his face. Thankfully, we had made prior arrangements. At this juncture, several elders exchanged glances, their hearts resolute in a shared decision. Incorporating him into the military academy is the optimal choice. They had investigated L.Chi's lineage. Both of his parents had been soldiers, a family steeped in loyalty and valor. Furthermore, a contractor of such immense potential should not be relegated to a comprehensive university. However, individuals of L.Chi's caliber might possess their own aspirations. Should they make unilateral decisions on his behalf, it could engender resentment, resulting in an adverse outcome. Let the finest academies of Great Xia extend their invitations. All other universities shall be excluded. Additionally, inform the military department to extend the utmost sincerity to ensure the successful completion of this mission. In the examination hall, the other candidates had completed their tests, leaving only L.Chi in anticipation of the final outcome. Moments stretched into what felt like an eternity for him. At last, the inscriptions in the ancient tome began to shift. This was undoubtedly the conclusive result. L.Chi steadied his mind and gazed intently, uncertain of how much time had elapsed. You suddenly regained consciousness, the light returning to your vision. Before you stood the ever-youthful Sure Fan, smiling warmly as he held your accompanying royal weapon. This Sure Fan exuded an overwhelming power. Even as he endeavored to restrain his aura, the inadvertent pressure he released instilled a sense of dread within you. An immortal, or perhaps something even higher. Old Stone, do you still harbor the ambition to courageously advance and quell the chaos of darkness across the realms? Upon hearing this, you rose, your magnificent stature imposing. Surveying your surroundings, you beheld the Xuanwu Emperor, the grand celestial body of the Great Completion, and your like-minded comrades, all re-emerging into existence. In the distance, countless formidable immortals could be seen. You understood that Sure Fan must have encountered a challenge capable of overturning the very fabric of the mortal realm. Are you afraid? There is nothing to fear, for you are the Rock Emperor, the sovereign of the Holy Spirit. Young one, bring forth this Emperor's long spear. Buzz at this juncture, the text underwent a sudden transformation. You have garnered the recognition of the Rock Emperor. May I inquire whether you wish to proceed with the simulation or immediately contract the Emperor-level template, Sovereign of the Holy Spirit? Chapter 12. The Success of the Covenant. Ascending to the extraordinary, is this truly recognized? L.Chi gazed at the ancient text, lost in contemplation. If he were to continue simulating, the template of the Rock Emperor might indeed reach a height that an ordinary individual could scarcely fathom. However, as the old saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will be toppled by the wind. Having just traversed into this realm barely a day ago, who could ascertain the true nature of this place? Should his exceptional talents attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, it could spell trouble. Yet, relinquishing the simulation left him feeling somewhat reluctant. With this thought in mind, L.Chi inscribed a line in the ancient tome. If I abandon the simulation now, will I be able to continue simulating the Rock Emperor template in the future? L.Chi had already resolved that if this so-called ancient scripture terminal yielded an undesirable answer, he would press on with the simulation. Even if he were to draw the gaze of those with ill intentions, he felt confident that with a sufficiently powerful template, he could contend against those insidious threats. Yes, upon completing the covenant, this simulation will be preserved. When you wish to resume, you need only obtain permission from high-level management to continue. Excellent. L.Chi had received his answer, leaving him with no further reservations. I choose the covenant template, preserving this simulation. As he made his choice, the words in the ancient text shifted once more. Simulation summary. As a Holy Spirit, nurtured for countless eons, you have finally birthed divine consciousness, breaking free from the constraints of your stone form and transformed into the sovereign spirit. As a monarch, you soared to the heavens and delved into the depths, safeguarding the peace of the mortal realm for 10 millennia. Though you ultimately severed your own existence for certain reasons, you did not incite a dark upheaval. After transcending the Forbidden Zone, you protected a star domain, gathering several supreme beings who cared for the populace, quelling 2 dark disturbances and vanquishing dark sovereigns. In your final battle, despite your diminished form, you felled 4 adversaries and grievously wounded 1 sovereign of the imperial path, proving worthy of the title of monarch. Who says there are no great emperors in this world? In the eternal Forbidden Zone, you have battled the heavens. Undoubtedly, your future achievements are boundless. Examination score, unparalleled. As the words materialized, the ancient tome solidified from ethereal to tangible. In an instant, the heavens and the earth shifted. A figure, reminiscent of a colossal black mountain, was manifested by overwhelming energy. His expression was cold and merciless, his gaze surveying the realm with disdain. His eyes reflecting the sun, moon, and stars, and the vast universe. This was the spirit of the Rock Emperor. Though not yet a true being, he emanated the supreme aura of unparalleled majesty. The solidified tome was grasped by the Rock Emperor's massive hand, and after a cursory glance, his expression grew peculiar. After a significant pause, a technique exuding chaotic energy appeared in Elchi's grasp. Young one, you have performed admirably. This is the ancient scripture of the Emperor. Take it. With that, the Rock Emperor merged with the tome and descended into Elchi's consciousness, falling into a profound silence. The Rock Emperor, as a spirit, could not exist in the material world for an extended period. However, as Lu Qi's strength grows, he will undergo corresponding evolution, even manifesting truly in the world. Yet, with Lu Qi's current abilities, he is unable to communicate with the Rock Emperor at will. Therefore, the Rock Emperor's appearance offers Lu Qi a pathway to transcendence, but does not significantly alter the situation. Finally, it is over. I have succeeded. After a long breath of relief, Lu Qi opened the ancient scripture of the Rock Emperor. As the tome was unfurled, it transformed into the purest energy and principles, enveloping and surrounding Lu Qi. With the aid of this energy, he would cultivate the ancient scripture, transforming every aspect of his being until he transcended the ordinary. This is a gift bestowed upon every contractee, wherein the template they bind with imparts a portion of its power and cultivation methods, enabling the contractee to become extraordinary. However, there are disparities among templates. Common templates may render the contractee extraordinary, but the process is protracted and the cultivation speed is slow. In contrast, powerful templates facilitate a rapid ascent to transcendence, with cultivation speeds that are astonishingly swift, placing the contractee at a significantly higher starting point. This is also why high-level templates possess formidable combat strength and are highly valued by the upper echelons. In the examination hall where Lu Qi was situated, ordinary candidates who had completed the test had been filtered out and taken away. Now the hall was desolate, with only invigilators and a few university admissions officials exuding formidable auras remaining. They awaited Lu Qi to finalize his contract. It is hard to fathom that this student, Lu, has contracted such a powerful template. Indeed, his energy now approaches the threshold of the extraordinary first tier. Could it be that he is on the verge of becoming a true extraordinary being? Upon hearing this, the officials fell into a thoughtful silence. This is astounding. They had heard of the terrors of high-level templates, but had never witnessed them firsthand. It seems that the fearsome nature of high-level templates far exceeds their imaginations. To describe it as a meteoric rise would not be an exaggeration. In Blue Star, due to the differing cultivation systems of various templates, classifying their levels has proven challenging. To address this issue, the people of the Great Xia have, after years of research, categorized extraordinary beings into 9 tiers based on the energy levels within them. The first tier is the weakest, while the 9th tier is the strongest. Of course, there are higher realms beyond the 9th tier, but Lu Qi is currently unable to access them, and we need not elaborate further on that. After a prolonged silence, the invigilator spoke first. Ladies and gentlemen, there is something I must convey. It is a directive from above. Regardless of whether you successfully recruit Lu Qi, the events that transpire here today must remain confidential. Do you understand? Understood, they replied emphatically. They were all too aware of the importance of concealing the information about a rising star, waiting for the opportune moment to make a grand reveal. This is a consistent approach of the Great Xia's higher-ups. Rest assured, we will adhere to the regulations. With a soft murmur, Lu Qi awakened from the warm embrace of energy. At that moment, he had undergone a qualitative transformation. Is this what it means to be extraordinary? As Lu Qi opened his eyes, he had never felt so invigorated. He had once heard that upon swallowing a golden elixir, one would realize that their fate is determined by themselves, not by the heavens. In the past, he had merely dreamt of such a reality. Now, he resonated with it. The agile particles of spiritual energy dancing in the cosmos, and the surging power within him conveyed a singular truth. From this moment forth, he was no longer ordinary. With a crisp crackling sound, Lu Qi stood, as if the chains that had bound him were shattering. To break free from shackles and forge one's true self. This was the first realm of the ancient scriptures of the Rock Emperor, a manifestation of the extraordinary. Before he could further contemplate his own essence, the illusion conjured by the ancient tome dissipated, revealing his true form to the powerful figures waiting outside. Handsome, truly handsome. Yet, beyond mere appearance, the priority was to recruit him into their institution. Lu Qi had just successfully forged a contract and had already become an extraordinary being. How delightful! How commendable! Such potential in youth. Lu, I am the admissions director of the Imperial University. Our gender ratio stands at 3-7. Yet many male students dream of attending our esteemed institution. Upon hearing this, the gazes of the others turned icy. Are you playing tricks? Then do not blame us for taking action. What use are numerous females? Our Liaodong technology is renowned worldwide as a center for the forging of warriors. I see that Lu Qi still lacks magical artifacts. Bah! When it comes to resources for cultivation, we at Lingnan Academy reign supreme. Lu Qi, ex-winky face. Chapter 13. The nameless Gaokao top scholar, it has come to an end. The boy named El Qi has succeeded. The news has been confirmed, bringing immense relief to the higher-ups of the Great Xia. Splendid. Heaven bless the Great Xia. Several elders remained composed, yet the young officials surrounding them were exuberant. Dancing with joy. We must announce this news to the world. A celebration for all. El Qi has contracted an imperial grade template, which not only grants the Great Xia an additional formidable force for the future, but also allows the populace to release the pent-up frustration within their hearts. What of those mere barbarians? Even if they have contracted a divine grade template, what difference does it make? The people of Great Xia shall forever remain above them. Elders, I urge you to issue the order for the announcement. The Minister of Rights, who has contracted the divine grade template of the Wenchang Emperor, was the first to advocate for this. The populace, having endured mockery from those barbarians, now harbors a deep-seated resentment. Once we announce El Qi's contract with the imperial grade template, the cohesion of the Great Xia will reach an astonishing height. This action bears no detriment whatsoever. Indeed, the Minister of the Military, who has contracted the divine grade template of the Hans Marquis of Huayin, echoed in agreement. The barbarians from all directions believe that the Great Xia is on the verge of collapse, even harboring treasonous thoughts. We must make them aware. The illustrious Great Xia is forever beyond their reach. I second that. I second that. Most of the senior officials of the Great Xia are hardliners, adhering to a principle of settling scores immediately. Were it not for the watchful eyes of otherworldly beings, they would have already unleashed their fury. Now, having finally encountered an opportunity to stand tall and proud, how could they let those who have derided the Great Xia for nearly an hour slip away unchallenged? On the blue star, in every aspect, the Great Xia undeniably reigns supreme. Even in mockery and insults, it shall not lag behind. The leading elder nodded slightly, his gaze sharp. To become an elder of the Great Xia, he had naturally emerged from a sea of blood and corpses. In terms of temperament, he is more irritable than most present. Were it not for the numerous considerations that accompany being an elder, he would likely have agreed without a second thought. As for now, an announcement is permissible, yet El Qi's identity must remain concealed. As for whether they believe it or not, what the Great Xia proclaims is the truth. Whether they believe it or not, they must comply. After the Dark Era, when the otherworldly beings held dominion, Blue Star once again developed a network. Consequently, some social media re-emerged in the world. Their role here is even more significant, serving as a vessel for the common people of Blue Star to alleviate their emotions and vent their frustrations. After all, laboring in the flesh and blood factories during the day is exhausting. If there's no outlet to release their pent-up emotions after work, it can lead to significant problems. I told you, the Great Xia cannot remain invincible forever. This time, in the Gaokao, our Despair Alliance has already contracted a divine grade template. In the future, Blue Star shall be led by our Despair Alliance. In truth, our Bear Kingdom is not lacking. This time, not only do we possess the existence of a god-level template under contract, but we also boast hundreds of thousands of prodigies who have contracted elite templates. We can claim a position in the Great Xia. The Holy Roman Empire of the West cannot accept this. Among our electors, there exists someone who has also contracted a god-level template. Why should the King of the Blue Star not be one of us? Apologies. Someone in our federation is currently in the process of contracting an ancient god-level template, and success is imminent. Such news sends ripples through the community. The ancient god-level template far surpasses the god-level template, serving as the absolute backbone of all factions. When imperial levels do not emerge, the ancient gods reign supreme. How could a mere federation claim to have someone contracting such a template? Just as doubts began to arise regarding its authenticity, a disparaging comment redirected all eyes towards the Great Xia. Why are the people of Great Xia silent? Is it because they choose not to speak? Once this comment surfaced, the entire social media landscape was inundated. Why are the people of Great Xia not vocal? Is it truly their desire for silence? Those lurking in the shadows of Great Xia were suddenly ignited with fury. These barbarians, they would rather evade danger on the outer battlefield, with many even turning traitor. Now, merely having a temporary lead in the college entrance examinations, they leap to boast? Truly, they are uncivilized and deserving of no compassion. Yet anger aside, it is a fact that our own performance in this examination was lackluster. Out of pride, the people of Great Xia refrained from displaying past achievements to boast. Otherwise, they would have already outshone this barbarian horde countless times. As the people of Great Xia remained silent, others from various factions grew bolder, and even some minority groups within Great Xia emerged with their snide remarks. It is a pity that we, the Koreans, have never received the respect we deserve. Otherwise, we could have brought glory to our nation. Furthermore, the founders of Great Xia were indeed Koreans. In fact, we, the people of Jiaoji, have long held sovereignty over the Lingnan region of Great Xia, and this time our candidates performed admirably, strongly recommending that Great Xia cede Lingnan to us as an autonomous region. The Japanese assert that Great Xia should afford us the same treatment as its own citizens, allowing us equal access to education. What absurdity is this? The people of Great Xia clench their fists. Is this merely an examination? How can these individuals concoct such nonsense? Have they lost their minds? Do they not fear a backlash from Great Xia? Or worse, their utter annihilation? Just as the people of Great Xia reach their breaking point, preparing to disregard the facts, a piece of joyous news suddenly flooded the screens. A champion has emerged from Great Xia. An unknown candidate successfully contracted an imperial-level template, bringing nationwide jubilation. Upon seeing this news, the citizens of Great Xia first rubbed their eyes to confirm they were not mistaken, and a wave of exhilaration surged from their spines to the crown of their heads. An imperial-level template? Is it the one that, once matured, can suppress all realms? After so many years, Great Xia has produced another imperial-level template? This is extraordinary. Heaven bless Great Xia. After calming his emotions, the people of the Great Xia turned their attention to the raucous barbarians on social media. How dare they speak out? Speak up. By heavens, you raucous lot. I demand you all to voice your thoughts. Where are you? Weren't you just questioning why we remained silent? Now that I have arrived, where are you? A divine template? What a ludicrous concept. The Great Xia has no regard for such trivialities. Do you comprehend what an imperial template is? Look at my words. Do they not resemble the essence of an imperial template? The League of Despair. I hear you are elated about having contracted a divine template. In the face of the overwhelming tide from the Great Xia, A few barbarians began to challenge the official announcements made by the Great Xia. Deceivers. If the Great Xia has indeed contracted an imperial template, why do they not present substantial evidence? Surely, they must feel insecure. Present evidence. Upon hearing this, the people of the Great Xia regarded those across the internet as fools. Why should the Great Xia produce evidence? What the Great Xia asserts is itself evidence. If the Great Xia claims existence, then it undeniably exists. If the Great Xia claims non-existence, then even existence is rendered void, commanded by the people. May longevity and prosperity endure. The Great Xia stands as the benchmark of humanity, a beacon of civilization. Why should we prove a fact to you? Should anyone be dissatisfied, you are welcome to come and witness for yourselves. The people of the Great Xia do not lie, nor do they deign to do so, dominating the world, unparalleled in existence, such as the Great Xia. Chapter 14. Selected universities. The fervor of the Great Xia people on the internet gradually became overwhelmingly one-sided. After all, the barbarian tongues are rather limited, making it truly challenging to contend with the Great Xia. However, Lu Qi, situated within the examination hall, remained impervious to these external distractions, for the events unfolding before him were infinitely more captivating than anything online. Initially, the admissions directors from several prestigious universities merely extolled the virtues of their respective institutions. However, the discourse quickly escalated into a fierce competition over who could offer Lu Qi the most resources. In the end, the rivalry reached a boiling point, with each university summoning its regional protector to bolster their claims. It is noteworthy that the territory of the Great Xia is divided into 5 major regions: Liaodong, Central, Southwest, Northwest, and Southeast. Coincidentally, the universities vying for Lu Qi's favor were situated within these very regions. The 5 regional protectors were thus bestowed with honorary professor titles by these institutions. While such titles may seem inconsequential in everyday matters, they wield considerable influence during recruitment. With the 5 protectors making their grand entrance, decorum was quickly abandoned, and they began to engage in mutual attacks. "It appears you have become quite arrogant," exclaimed Gong Sun Chu, the protector of Liaodong, as he rose forcefully. "In terms of military merit, I have led the White Horse Brigade in campaigns against foreign tribes, wielding my weapons to carve a path from west to east. As for strength, I am a formidable 9th-tier warrior with a divine template sword Saint Dugu Jian. With a single strike, I can command the winds and clouds. Young friend Lu Qi, you must join my Liaodong technology. I shall personally guide you." "Ha!" interrupted Nangong Wentian, the protector of Southeast, unable to contain himself. "9th-tier warrior? Who isn't a 9th-tier warrior? With my divine template great being Nangong Zheng, I can slay foreign foes with a single question to the immortals." He continued, "Moreover, Lingnan University boasts a robust faculty and abundant resources. Should young friend Lu Qi choose to join Lingnan, even if he ultimately achieves nothing, he could still live a carefree life." "Do you even know how to speak?" retorted Beidang Longshao, the protector of Northwest, cutting off Nangong Wentian's words. "Young friend Lu Qi is not only handsome, but also possesses extraordinary talent. In merely half an hour, he has transcended to the sage realm. How could he possibly amount to nothing? Instead of joining your Lingnan University, he would be better off entering my Guanzhong Gongya." It is known throughout the Great Xia that Guanzhong Gongya ranks 2nd in martial arts heritage. Who dares to claim the first? We are undoubtedly the strongest. If the young friend joins us, I will personally ensure he receives high-level martial techniques, enabling him to vanquish foreign foes with ease. What a boastful wind you blow. The protector of Central, Dongfang Zhongxin, could no longer restrain himself. "Beitang Longshao, are you not afraid of overreaching your claims? Young friend Lu Qi, our Jingshi University has advantages beyond just the gender ratio. We also excel in the study of the ancient book. It is this divine artifact that has enabled the entire Blue Star to contract templates. Should you choose to join Jingshi University, I can grant you the title of researcher on their behalf. Not only can one enjoy special allowances, but one can also delve into ancient tomes at any time, acquiring invaluable first-hand intelligence. You have the potential to forge a contract with an imperial grade template, suggesting a profound destiny. Once your cultivation ascends, the opportunity to contract a second template will be at your fingertips. Truly, the rewards offered by the Central Defense are substantial. The status of a researcher is nearly equivalent to that of an official, not to mention the chance to contract a second template. After humanity transcends into the extraordinary, every 2 levels gain grants another opportunity to contract a template. However, the challenge of securing a second template is considerably greater, resulting in most individual second contracts being of a far lower grade than the first. Nevertheless, there are instances where the first template is of a lower grade while the second soars to great heights. Regardless, the compensation presented by the Central Defense is currently unparalleled. At present, only Shiman Changhai of the Southwestern Defense remains silent. It is not that he lacks the desire to speak, but rather that the competitive edge of his region pales in comparison to others, leaving him to seek alternative avenues. In the Southwest, we possess national treasures. Perhaps you would find them appealing. Before he could elaborate further, a tall figure entered from outside the examination hall. Han Feng, a 9th-tier powerhouse who is contracted with the Divine Grade template. The Great Han Huayin Marquis also serves as the minister of the Great Xia military. Upon hearing his footsteps, the 5 great defenders and their accompanying personnel stood at attention, their expressions solemn. Their respect for Han Feng is not merely due to his high position, but stems from his past orchestration of a grand ambush plan that skillfully eliminated millions of alien combatants. With such tangible military achievements, Han Feng rapidly established an exalted reputation within the army, ascending to the esteemed position of minister, wielding significant power, and becoming a pivotal figure in the Great Xia, earning the heartfelt respect of all. Minister, the 5 defenders greeted in unison, instinctively stepping back. Lu Qi also rose to his feet, maintaining the respect due to a true soldier at all times. Well done, lad. You've made your parents proud. Han Feng clapped Lu Qi on the shoulder, a sincere smile gracing his face. In the battle of the Grand Ambush, your parents were also among my ranks. By the way, it wouldn't be inappropriate for you to call me Uncle Han. Shameless. The 5 defenders silently scoffed, recalling that anyone capable of fighting had been sent to the battlefield, and it was hardly surprising that they were under his command. Han Feng anticipated that Lu Qi would be moved to tears or would readily accept his esteemed uncle's title. However, the young man before him displayed no reaction whatsoever. Observing Lu Qi's calm demeanor, Han Feng could not help but reflect on the extraordinary temperament of this unparalleled prodigy who had contracted an imperial grade template. In truth, Han Feng had misjudged the situation. As a recent transmigrant, Lu Qi held no emotional connection to the original's parents. Lu Qi, take a look at this. Han Feng, maintaining his composure, directly produced an open envelope from his pocket and presented it. Inside was an unsigned acceptance letter. Dear classmate Lu Qi, on behalf of the Dashia Military Academy, I sincerely extend an invitation for you to join us. Lu Qi took the envelope, deep in thought. A military academy? This seems to be an excellent choice. Within the memories of his former self, it is known that students of military academies are destined for the battlefield. With no wealth, no parents, and no connections, he finds himself disinterested in the intrigues of society. Compared to entering a comprehensive university, the allure of a pure military academy is far more appealing. Having contracted an imperial-level template and being a dark sovereign, thriving on the battlefield appears to be his true calling. Perhaps there are indeed second-generation heirs there, but on the battlefield, one's lineage holds no significance. If anyone were to conspire against him, then the intrigue in Lu Qi's expression did not escape the notice of others. Moreover, it seems he is yet unaware that he is the top scorer of the college entrance examination. Am I truly the top scorer of the college entrance examination? Lu Qi was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this news from several guardians of the realm. However, upon reflection, he soon found solace in the thought. After all, having contracted an imperial-level template, it would indeed be strange if he were not a top scorer. As for bringing glory to the Great Xia, that was trivial. He would not take pride in such matters. Ha ha! As he watched the minister of the army and the 5 great guardians depart, Lu Qi gazed at the admission letter bearing his name, his eyes flickering with myriad emotions. From this moment forth, his life would be distinctly different. Achieving the extraordinary was merely the first step. His future self aspired to attain the utmost heights. For now, however, it was imperative to familiarize himself with this world. Subsequently, he would sever all ties with the past of his body, becoming his true self. In a lower city, Lu Qi tidied his belongings and departed quietly. As a transmigrator, the knowledge within his mind was his greatest asset in achieving greatness. The original inhabitant had resided here for many years, and the surrounding relatives and neighbors were well acquainted with him. To avoid unnecessary complications, it was best to leave swiftly and forget this place, lest something regrettable transpire. As for where to go next, naturally, the library. Regardless of location, books are the finest means to comprehend a world. Although the contents may be a mixture of truth and falsehood, acquiring some information was still feasible. Without hesitation, Lu Qi set off toward the Tianxiong City Library with his few belongings. Ever since the expulsion of the foreign races from Blue Star, the human race had established national libraries in major cities to foster confidence in a new generation. These libraries not only chronicled the poignant history of humanity's resistance against alien invaders, but also contained remarkable ancient histories derived from ancient tomes. It was these so-called illustrious ancient histories that Lu Qi yearned to delve into. Indeed, it was just as he had anticipated. After spending over 20 consecutive days in the library, Lu Qi's confidence had soared. This place felt like a paradise crafted specifically for him. As long as he continued to tread this path step by step, he would surely achieve greatness. Closing the book, Lu Qi stretched languidly. With only a month between the college entrance examination and university registration, merely a few days remained until the start of the semester. Having grasped what he needed to know, he decided to move on. The librarian, watching Lu Qi's retreating figure, let out a long sigh of relief. Good heavens! This person had been engrossed in books for over 20 days without food or drink. He genuinely feared that the young man might collapse from exhaustion right there. As for whether he could be an extraordinary being, what a joke! How could someone so young possibly be extraordinary? Was he truly the top scorer of the college entrance examination? The Great Siam Military Academy was situated near the capital, over 1,000 kilometers away from Tianxiong City. As both the top scorer and an extraordinary being, Lu Qi was entitled to certain hidden privileges. However, to be prudent, he declined them. He chose not to take the exclusive VIP passage reserved for extraordinary individuals, but instead opted to travel by high-speed train like an ordinary university student. At the station entrance, Lu Qi, who had just purchased a half-price ticket with his admission notice, was about to enter the waiting hall when several individuals of similar age intentionally or unintentionally blocked his path. Lu Qi, you, the bottom of the class, are actually going to university. Is there some mistake? You managed to contract a template? Tell us, is it the template of a dung collector or a vagrant? Ha ha, perhaps with a large teapot. In ancient texts, there exists an immense variety of templates, aside from those possessing extraordinary combat prowess. There is a chance for ordinary individuals, occasionally mentioned in illustrious history, to generate templates. However, these templates are predominantly linked to lowly professions, including but not limited to dung collectors, brothel madams, tenant farmers, and large teapots. Nevertheless, in this world where templates reign supreme, even those who contract such lowly profession templates can find their place. Comprehensive universities exist for this very purpose. Faced with the provocations of these new students, Lu Qi furrowed his brow and halted his steps. Was he encountering the legendary bullying? As a possessor of an imperial-level template, Lu Qi, upon completing his contract, gained the innate ability to perceive the template levels of others. A sweep of his extraordinary power revealed one individual with a second-rate template, 3 with third-rate templates, and 1 with a subpar template. How dare they bully others with such meager capabilities? Hey, Lou the Large Teapot, why are you silent? Is it hard to speak? Forget it, just a bottom-tier student. The university that accepted you is probably not a good one. What poor eyesight they must have. Public humiliation? As a time traveler of great stature, it would be strange to endure such treatment. Get out of my way. Lu Qi's voice, though not loud, was distinctly heard by the group. What did you just say? The leader, who had contracted a second-rate template, erupted in anger. As a consistently top-performing student, he had never been insulted so openly before. Say that again. Say it again. Lu Qi cast a disdainful glance at them and turned to leave. I am not your father. Why should I cater to your demands? Stop right there. The new student with the second-rate template strode forward, attempting to grasp Lu Qi's shoulder. Yet, just as his hand was about to make contact, an overwhelming terror descended upon him. He felt as if the figure before him had transformed into a primordial beast. He had an instinctive fear that if his hand touched Lu Qi, something dreadful would surely occur. An emperor must not be insulted. Lu Qi turned his head, his gaze cold and devoid of mercy, akin to that of a person observing an insignificant ant. What constitutes an imperial-level template? Only those capable of achieving the utmost combat strength in a world deserve the title of imperial. The Rock Emperor, as the sovereign of spirits, inherently disregarded the masses and held himself in high esteem. As his contractor, Lu Qi would not easily allow an ant to touch him, for such an act would be an affront to the emperor. The newcomer instinctively took a few steps back, feeling as though struck by a heavy blow. Why was he, who had clearly contracted a second-rate nascent soul template, intimidated by a mere underachiever? This was inconceivable. He turned around and discovered that his lackeys were equally paralyzed by an unknown aura, resembling frightened jesters. With a thud, one of the lackeys, who had contracted a subpar template, collapsed to the ground, evidently on the verge of losing control. Lu Qi paid no heed to these insignificant ants and departed from the scene. Mere grains of sand, unworthy of my attention. To spare them a glance would be an affront to my dignity. After an indeterminate period, the newcomer, who had contracted the second-rate template, finally emerged from his stupor. How infuriating. He clenched his fists, his gaze filled with venomous resolve. A gentleman does not leave a vendetta unavenged. He kicked a few of his lackeys before lifting them up and directing his gaze toward the direction in which Lu Qi had vanished. Investigate. I demand to know which university Lu Qi has attended. I shall ensure he finds no peace. In a fit of rage, he and several lackeys approached the ticket checkpoint, prepared to present their tickets. The opportunity to attend university was a chance to defy fate, and although he was the scion of an official from Tianxiong City, he would not relinquish it lightly. However, what did you say? Our tickets have been canceled? Who is responsible for this? Just wait. I will call my father and ensure you are left jobless. As he reached for his phone to make the call, a powerful hand seized his arm. Go and find your father in the Dark Guard prison. Chapter 16. Entrance examination. As the top scorer of the National College entrance examination and the possessor of an imperial grade template, it was only natural for the higher-ups of the Great Xia to dispatch individuals to discreetly guard him. These guardians were tasked with subtly addressing any potential threats to Lu Qi. Among those at the station seeking to confront Lu Qi were included in this category. Compared to Lu Qi, the son of an official bound to a second-rate template, while somewhat useful, was not particularly significant. Second-rate templates were as common as carp crossing a river, and on the battlefield beyond the domain, they amounted to little more than a squad leader. Their presence often deemed dispensable. Furthermore, given that his father had a rather mediocre reputation, it was advantageous to eliminate him altogether, alleviating Lu Qi of any lingering concerns. As for the others, they were even less valuable and could be dealt with simultaneously. Unbeknownst to Lu Qi, he remained entirely unaware of the events unfolding at the station after his departure. In truth, even if he had known, it would not have garnered his attention. Would a dragon concern itself with the threats posed by ants? Certainly not. The journey from Tianxiong City to the capital, spanning 1,000 miles, was completed in a mere half-hour. Upon disembarking from the high-speed train, Lu Qi waved down a taxi. As he settled into the vehicle, he gazed out at the rapidly retreating scenery, reflecting on the myriad emotions swirling within him. One could not deny that, aside from the ever-watchful external foes, much of this world bore a striking resemblance to his previous life. However, he remained curious about the nature of these so-called external adversaries. Are you an accepted student of the military academy? The taxi driver, perhaps finding the journey too monotonous, initiated a conversation with Lu Qi. Yes, Lu Qi replied, engaging in casual banter with the driver. Upon reaching his destination, the driver adamantly refused to accept payment. Left with no choice, Lu Qi utilized a modicum of extraordinary power to discreetly place the fair in a concealed corner. It appeared that this world held great respect for soldiers battling in external theaters, extending such courtesy even to prospective military personnel like himself. This led to a discussion of the unique conscription system of the Great Xia. Every contract holder, upon completing their university education, will be categorized into combat or logistics roles to serve on the battlefield beyond the domain. During this period, they enjoyed vacations, could marry and start families, receive special allowances, and were accorded societal treatment far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. After 50 years of service, those who survived would transition to the reserves, retiring from frontline duties and being granted official positions by the higher-ups of the Great Xia. They would only be called back into service in the face of apocalyptic-level calamities. Of course, military academy students were an exception to this rule. Those who entered military academies began at a higher starting point, yet they were also bound to pay a corresponding price. This included a longer duration of service compared to other contract holders, as well as greater responsibilities. Military academies served as the cradle of officers, and every graduate would inevitably become an officer. The battlefield was unlike any other. A single misstep could plunge an entire unit into irreversible peril. Thus, military academy students were truly the cream of the crop. As Lu Qi stood before the grand and imposing entrance of the military academy, he felt a fleeting sense of nostalgia before stepping inside. At the registration area, several upperclassmen sat upright, embodying the essence of discipline and decorum. As elites, they have consistently held themselves to rigorous standards. The notion of idly playing with their phones does not exist in their world. At most, they might steal a few glances at passing girls. "Hello, fellow student. Please present your admission notice." As Lu Qi approached, a senior with an inscrutable expression rose to greet him. Observing the senior's well-defined musculature, Lu Qi handed over his admission notice. The senior gazed at the handwritten signature of Han Feng on Lu Qi's notice, his eyebrows slightly raised in surprise. It is well known that every admission notice bears the principal's handwritten signature and seal, yet these are typically printed or mechanically stamped. After all, the principal, burdened with countless responsibilities, hardly has the time to personally sign thousands of admission notices. However, the signature on this particular notice was indeed penned by Han Feng, the principal of the Great Siam Military Academy. This junior is impressive. After entering Lu Qi's information into the system and receiving the military academy's arrangements, the brawny senior displayed a smile that was more grotesque than one of sorrow. "Junior, I shall escort you to your dormitory." Without waiting for Lu Qi's consent, he extended his enormous hand, akin to a fan, and hoisted Lu Qi's luggage, striding forward with confidence. "I would prefer to be guided by senior sister." Lu Qi shook his head and hurried to keep pace with the gorilla-like senior. Along the way, the senior did not walk in silence. He took on the responsibility of familiarizing the new student with the campus. "Junior, over there is the Great Xia Hero Monument." The senior gestured towards the towering monument in the distance, his tone solemn. "The names of countless martyrs from the Blue Star human race are inscribed upon it. Perhaps that will be my final resting place." After a moment of reverence for the fallen heroes, the senior continued onward. "This area is the cafeteria, where 3 meals are provided free of charge. The staple foods and dishes are beneficial for extraordinary individuals, serving as one of the military academy's perks. Over there is the library, containing martial arts techniques and insights from the seniors. However, these are not particularly profound, far inferior to the innate martial skills that one possesses. To the left is the training ground, where our practical training and veteran classes take place. As a newcomer, it is advisable to refrain from venturing there to avoid injury. To the right is the teaching building, where strategic simulations and character education are conducted. It was there that Principal Han Feng unearthed his own talents and rose to prominence. The military academy occupies an expansive area. The two walked for a full half-hour before arriving at the dormitory district. "We have arrived." The senior pulled out his phone to check which dormitory Lu Qi would be assigned to. Upon receiving the results, he nearly crushed his phone in disbelief. "You are assigned to a single dormitory." The dormitories of the military academy resemble those in barracks, with most being shared accommodations. and only a select few single rooms available. Noticing the expression on the senior's face, Lu Qi felt a chill run down his spine. Senior, what is wrong with a single dormitory? And nothing at all. A glimmer of intrigue flashed across the gaze of the senior, who was known as the gorilla. His eyes turned curious as they fell upon Lu Qi. It is important to note that within both the military and military academies, prowess reigns supreme. For freshmen to occupy a single dormitory upon enrollment, it could either signify the pact with a high-grade template, destined to become a pillar of strength, or it may indicate some extraordinary talent. Regardless of the circumstances, this newcomer undoubtedly merits attention. After assisting Lu Qi with the relocation of his belongings into the dormitory, the senior, Zhao Hu, solemnly introduced himself. Junior Lu Qi, I am Zhao Hu, the contractor of the first-rate template primeval giant ape and a formal member of the Melee Club. Should you wish to join the club in the future, I will be pleased to recommend you. At this moment, Lu Qi had not yet contemplated the idea of joining a club, so he merely acknowledged Zhao Hu's overture with minimal engagement. Zhao Hu, not wishing to press the matter further, cast an envious glance at the amenities within the single dormitory, the gym, swimming pool, recreation room, and training area, before reluctantly proceeding to brief Lu Qi on the matters pertaining to new students. Junior Lu Qi, upon the official commencement of classes, there will be an entrance examination designed to assess the psychological resilience and combat aptitude of the freshmen. It will be observed by several veterans and seasoned military personnel, presenting a splendid opportunity for newcomers to shine. Following the entrance test, military training will ensue. By the way, you may wish to note down my contact information. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out. After exchanging contact details, Zhao Hu discreetly exited the nearly 300-square-foot single dormitory. Watching him depart, Lu Qi sank into the couch fashioned from the hides of exotic creatures. The Entrance Examination. Chapter 17. The unimaginable spectators. It must be said that having a single dormitory is indeed a delightful experience. Everything here is of the finest quality available in the grand city of Daxia. After a brief tidying up, Lu Qi plunged into the training room. The freshman orientation lasts 3 days, and once this period has elapsed, the so-called entrance examination will commence. During this time, he can familiarize himself with his own strength, striving to achieve an impressive score in the test. After all, in this military academy, any honor and resources must be earned through one's own efforts. Thus, there is no need for pretentious displays of humility. In a place that exudes flamboyance, one must simply take action. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and all the freshmen had completed their registration. On that early morning, the newly admitted students, having received notification of the test, gradually concluded their night of meditative practice. After a quick refresh, they made their way to the training grounds. Lu Qi was no exception. However, his circumstances seemed to differ from those of others. Upon exiting the dormitory, Lu Qi noticed that the other freshmen were whispering and pointing at him, their gazes filled with competitive spirit. He was the one who had secured a single dormitory right upon enrollment. Indeed, it was rumored that Senior Zhao Hu had even invited him to join the close combat club, although he had declined. What audacity for a freshman! Who was he? Which noble family did he hail from? It was unclear. He certainly wasn't from the capital elite, nor from the Liaodong circle. Yet who cared? When the test commenced, his true caliber would be revealed. It turned out to be a group of envious freshmen who were resentful of his single dormitory. Lu Qi chose not to dwell on their opinions. He would let actions speak for themselves. With only 10 minutes remaining until the freshman test at 8 o'clock, the training ground was already bustling with groups of military academy newcomers gathering together. In the surrounding stands, upperclassmen from 3 different cohorts observed the freshmen below with keen interest. They were not only spectators of the entrance examination, but also participants in assessing the newcomer's resilience under pressure. This is a tradition of the military academy. Each freshman test unfolds under the scrutiny of the masses. If a newcomer cannot withstand this pressure, then, regrettably, they are destined to be sent packing. In one section of the stands, a group of muscular men engaged in conversation. Tiger, which of these newcomers do you have your eye on? When asked, Zhao Hu immediately began scanning the crowd of newcomers. However, compared to the composed upperclassmen in the stands, The ungrouped freshman in the center of the training ground appeared overly disorganized, making Zhao Hu's search rather challenging. Forget it, we'll see once the exams begin. The questioner quickly halted Zhao Hu's search. In truth, he did not expect Lu Qi to be particularly formidable. Since he couldn't find him, it was of no consequence. After all, it was merely a casual inquiry. How strong could a freshman really be? Amidst the cacophony, the clock struck 8. The once empty podium was suddenly filled with numerous figures. Silence. A resonant voice, akin to the sound of a great bell, reverberated through the air almost instantaneously upon the arrival of the crowd. This utterance carried with it a formidable energy, an overwhelming pressure that engulfed the entire training ground. In the next moment, all present, including the senior students in the stands, fell into a profound silence. The atmosphere was one of utter stillness. Time seemed to stand still. Each individual felt ensnared in a quagmire, where even the slightest movement was an unattainable luxury. Yet, there was one exception. Upon the moment the pressure grazed Qi, it was instantly obliterated by the spirit of the Rock Emperor residing within him. The notion of royal dignity was not mere rhetoric. Any form of affront was intolerable. Were it not for the fact that the Rock Emperor had not yet fully materialized, this alone would have been sufficient to provoke a life-and-death conflict. On the podium, the man who had just spoken appeared to have recognized this reality. After casting a penetrating glance toward Qi's position, he turned to survey those behind him. There, a multitude of figures emanating an immensely powerful aura sat quietly, their postures exuding an intimidating strength. Upon receiving a nod of acknowledgement from one among them, he turned back once more. Attention! At the sound of his command, the new students promptly sprang into action. With a flurry of footsteps, the formation of the new students began to take on a semblance of order. Excellent. The man nodded slightly, a hint of relief washing over his countenance. I am Li Yunlong, the Director of Instruction at the Great Siam Military Academy, a transcendent of the 6th tier, and the supervising officer for this new student evaluation. Behind me are the observers for this assessment. Let's give them a warm welcome. As applause erupted, the figures on the podium revealed their true identities. Gasps of astonishment swept through the crowd as they recognized the individuals. My heavens, the principal has actually come. Han Feng, the minister of the Great Siam Military Department and the principal of the academy, was indeed an esteemed figure rarely seen during new student evaluations. The fact that he personally attended this time was indeed astonishing. However, even more surprising revelations awaited. Keen-eyed students noted that several figures beside Han Feng appeared strikingly familiar, as if they had seen them on television. Next to the principal were the ministers of the other 5 departments of the Great Xia. Beyond the military department, there were the departments of rights, personnel, works, revenue, and justice, with these 6 ministers representing divine archetypes. The presence of all 6 ministers at the military academy's new student evaluation was an unprecedented occurrence. How could this be possible? Before the crowd could ponder this mystery further, more identities were unveiled. Look over there. Those are the 5 great guardians of the Great Xia. And here are the generals currently engaged on the outer battlefield, along with directors from other schools. What is happening? As the identities of the individuals on the podium were revealed, all the military academy students stood in stunned silence. The array of observers for this evaluation was nothing short of terrifying and utterly incomprehensible. While Han Feng's presence could be justified, the attendance of the 5 ministers was also within reason. But what was the significance of these other individuals? Could it be that among this year's freshmen, there exists an illegitimate child of the elite? Or perhaps, a top scorer from the college entrance examination has enrolled in a military academy? The more the newcomers ponder, the more convinced they become that an extraordinary individual is concealed among them. Otherwise, why would the higher-ups mobilize so significantly? But who could this person be? Gradually, attention has begun to shift towards Lu Qi. Having entered the academy, he occupies a single dormitory, elusive as a dragon, rarely seen. By all accounts, he certainly embodies that enigmatic presence. However, Li Yunlong has no intention of allowing the freshmen to continue their pursuit of this remarkable figure. As the applause subsides, he promptly raises his voice, resonating with authority. Esteemed freshmen, The Great Siam Military Academy, since its establishment, has endured through centuries, cultivating countless formidable warriors for the Blue Planet. Here, generations of military students uphold the unyielding belief of safeguarding our humanity and striving for self-improvement, stepping onto the battlegrounds beyond our realm. Through their blood and sacrifice, they have forged the Great Wall that defends the Blue Planet. Li Yunlong spoke passionately for half an hour. Even those seated on the podium began to exhibit signs of impatience. At last, after once more extolling the achievements of the Great Xia leadership, Li Yunlong concluded his address. Next, the floor was granted to Han Feng, the minister of the Great Xia Military, president of the Great Xia Military Academy, and a contract holder of the legendary Dahanhuayin Marquis, who had once annihilated countless alien warriors in battle, to address the students. Han Feng rose and approached Li Yunlong, casting him a disapproving glare before sweeping his hand dramatically. The freshman assessment begins now. Chapter 18. The newcomer test begins with a brief yet thunderous shout from Han Feng. The entire martial arts arena underwent a dramatic transformation. The center of the arena, where the newcomer stood, seemed to be manipulated by unseen hands, instantly expanding into an expansive realm. Concurrently, countless scenes of ruins, dense forests, and sand dunes emerged, collectively forming a vast and intricate secret realm. Remarkably, the surrounding stands remained unaffected, and from their perspective, the newcomers appear to have diminished in size. They resembled deities gazing down upon the myriad beings of the mortal world. Each manifestation of the Sumer mustard seed technique evoked profound astonishment. This group of newcomers seemed utterly mesmerized, rendered speechless by the overwhelming power of high-level warriors who could so effortlessly manipulate space. To enhance the viewing experience for the spectators, Li Yunlong compassionately employed the mirage technique above the arena. Thousands of mirrors materialized, each displaying different newcomers. Within this secret realm, the newcomers would not suffer genuine harm. Should they be eliminated or complete their tests, they could simply emerge from within. As for their test scores, dedicated instructors would oversee the evaluation process. Following the assessments, the strategists of the Daxia Military Academy would analyze the newcomers' performances to identify their shortcomings, subsequently devising specialized courses to address these deficiencies. Inside the secret realm, the newcomers were indeed in a state of panic. This was a natural reaction. No one would dare mock them. After all, their previous decade of compulsory education had not prepared them for such experiences. Yet, the newcomer test would not be halted due to their trepidation. As Li Yunlong's voice resonated, the newcomers momentarily settled into silence. Listen carefully. I shall speak only once. If you do not heed my words, you will pay with your lives. This is a secret realm designated for the testing of newcomers. Within the ruins before you lie various weapons. Seize them, survive here, and endure until the end. A friendly reminder, the low-level alien beings you encounter here are what you will face on the outer battlefield in the future. Now, the test begins. With Li Yunlong's voice fading, the secret realm was enveloped in the urgent breaths of the newcomers. What did Director Li's words mean? Was there truly a risk to life in this newcomer test? Was this reasonable? We have all contracted powerful templates, ensuring our long lifespans. To perish here would be an unimaginable loss. Elchi glanced at the immobile newcomers around him, scoffing before striding towards the feeble ones ahead. Oi, what are you doing? Called out a newcomer standing beside Elchi. Even if you have some strength, don't wander off recklessly. It's dangerous here. We should band together for warmth. Did you hear me? Band together for warmth? Elchi's steps did not falter in the slightest. Only the weak cling together. The strong always believe in themselves. How infuriating. The newly arrived student, overlooked by Lu Qi, spat on the ground. His concern was not for Lu Qi's life or death, but rather the fear that the alien creatures might be disturbed and turn violent. What should we do? We must fight. With so many powerful observers present, we cannot afford to lose face. Life and death are trivial. We must act. Let us go. A few first-year students, having contracted first-rate templates, watched as Lu Qi vanished from their sight, their resolve solidifying. They too stepped towards the ruins. Inspired by their lead, more freshmen began to mobilize. Eventually, Only 200 or 300 students remained, those with weaker fighting spirits who hesitated to act alone. However, as a few formed teams and departed, the remaining students' eyes brightened, and they too began to group together. On the podium, several formidable figures nodded slightly. Lu Qi, the top scorer of this entrance examination, indeed acted decisively. He was a promising talent. The others, though slower in their actions, managed to scrape through. After a brief evaluation of the newcomers, the powerful beings turned their attention back to Lu Qi. Others were mere supporting characters. He was the true protagonist. All the esteemed figures eagerly anticipated Lu Qi's performance. It had been a long time since an imperial-level template had emerged. Whether Lu Qi's contracted template was combat-oriented or supportive remained an enigma. While logistical support templates were undoubtedly strong, they could not rival the prowess of combat-oriented ones. Han Feng fixated on the water screen, displaying Lu Qi's progress, silently praying. May the Daxia bless him. It must be combat-oriented. As for why the powerful figures did not inquire about Lu Qi's template, the reason was straightforward. The higher-ups of Daxia forbade it. Imperial-level templates were formidable, but not invincible. If someone inadvertently leaked information, revealing a weakness to opposing forces, it would be tantamount to self-sabotage. Thus, the specific simulation details and the name of the contracted template were known to only a select few within Daxia. Would there be any risk of exposing information during the freshman's test? Please, he was merely at the first tier of the extraordinary. What could he possibly reveal? Furthermore, even if he did expose something, it would not matter. Surely, no one would believe that spies could infiltrate the Daxia Military Academy, where shadowy guardians with special contracts were perpetually on alert. Attempting to place a spy, that would be like an ant trying to shake a tree. As long as control was maintained, no outsider would learn of the happenings within the academy. Moreover, how could one be certain that the higher-ups of Daxia had not implemented means to ensure the silence of academy students? This was a world of advanced martial arts. Anything was possible. In the secret realm, Lu Qi had arrived at the ruins. Indeed, it was as Li Yunlong had described. Weapons and equipment were strewn about in every nook and cranny. After casually picking up a long spear, Lu Qi stretched his body slightly. In the next instant, he vanished from his original position. Such agility astonished the observing senior students. Was this the first tier of the extraordinary? It seemed he had been here for more than just a day or two. At least a pinnacle of excellence, if not even stronger. On the podium, the hearts of the mightiest beings were finally at ease. Splendid. It is a combat-oriented template. May the heavens bless Daxia. As the technique of Mirage once again manifested the figure of El Qi, he found himself outside a dense forest. This place appeared flawless. Yet a lack of flaws can often be the greatest flaw of all. Observing El Qi ambling leisurely within the water curtain, several formidable beings exchanged glances. Young man, do not let your head swell. Should arrogance lead to a downfall, it would indeed be a most regrettable spectacle. Within the secret realm, El Qi narrowed his eyes. The tranquility of this forest was unnaturally profound. Recognizing the potential for danger, he decided against entering. Having said that, he turned to leave. This action left the powerful beings on the podium utterly astounded. The lad was indeed not arrogant, but was he perhaps being overly cautious? In other words, was he not being a bit too timid? Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. It is widely known that turning one's back reveals a vulnerability, and exposing a weakness invites peril. From within the forest, a shadow suddenly surged forth. It swung its arms like cleavers, aiming to strike El Qi. This was a low-tier alien life form, a battle insect, possessing strength akin to the first tier of the extraordinary. Apart from its somewhat fearsome arms, it posed little threat. El Qi did not turn around, seemingly oblivious to the danger. This left both the spectators on the podium and the candidates in the stands sorely disappointed. Is this it? This is far too. Just then, El Qi cast aside his spear and abruptly pivoted. In the bewildered gaze of the onlookers, he seized the insect's arms with his bare hands. Following that, he tore it apart, bathed in blood and frenzy. Chapter 19, Annihilation. It's all annihilation. My goodness. It was only when Lu Qi cast aside the battle insect's severed arms and delivered a powerful kick that shattered it, that the onlookers finally came to their senses. This freshman is exceedingly brutal. ISNT. It is important to note that the low-level alien life forms used to assess the freshman's endurance are typically fearsome in appearance, but lack formidable strength. As a newcomer, one would expect to be startled upon encountering such creatures for the first time, yet he has torn one apart without hesitation. On the podium, Han Feng wore a peculiar expression. Ladies and gentlemen, this young man possesses a keen mind, acts decisively, and exhibits no reluctance in his actions. He has a heart of courage. He is a promising talent. The other observers nodded slightly in agreement. As seasoned warriors, their discerning eyes quickly recognized that Lu Qi had already detected the battle insect concealed within the dense forest. His abrupt turn was a deliberate tactic to lure the insect into an ambush, only to execute a swift counterattack. However, youth often brings with it a certain naivety. How could he be certain that only one battle insect would attempt to ambush him? Just as these powerful figures had surmised, as Lu Qi bent to retrieve the spear, a multitude of rustling sounds erupted from his surroundings. At least 7 or 8 battle insects surged toward him from various angles. Come at me. Lu Qi's eyes gleamed with fearlessness, or rather, he had anticipated this very scenario. As the most rudimentary of alien life forms, battle insects often operate in swarms. This has its advantages and disadvantages. While they can coordinate effectively, they are also susceptible to being wiped out en masse. With the first battle insect closing in, Lu Qi forcefully stomped the ground, abandoning the spear, and instead unleashed a powerful punch at the insect. The ancient scripture of the Rock Sovereign is a sacred text belonging to the spirit of the holy, which, upon cultivation, allows practitioners to transform toward the supreme physique of the holy lineage, rendering their physical form unmatched. After all, just as the Holy Spirit and the celestial body can rival the strongest of emperors upon reaching full maturity, the founder of the ancient scripture, the Rock Sovereign, had leapt from the realm of the holy to that of the emperor. Lu Qi's innate holy physique is already unparalleled, and combined with the enhancements of an imperial body, the strength of his physical form transcends mere arithmetic. This was vividly manifested in Lu Qi himself. With a single punch, he obliterated the battle insect's arms and, with relentless momentum, drove his fist straight into its head. One more. After sending the headless carcass of the insect flying with a kick, Lu Qi advanced with powerful strides, exuding an aura of invincibility. In the face of Lu Qi's overwhelming ferocity, the battle insects charged forward without a trace of fear. As low-level alien life forms, they possessed no intelligence, relying solely on instinct. The slaughter commenced. In the stands, Zhao Hu, brimming with excitement, seized the arm of the muscular man beside him. "Brother Wang," he asked the freshman, "tell me, is he not a promising future ahead?" The man called Brother Wang, the very one who had initially inquired about Zhao Hu, now gazed at Lu Qi on the water screen as though he were beholding a gleaming piece of gold. A raw gem. Indeed, a raw gem. Behold the valiant figure of the battle-worn warrior, his physique sculpted to perfection, coupled with an expression of serene composure. He is indeed a born champion of close combat. Could it be that he has forged a pact with a body-refining practitioner? Regardless, we must extend an invitation for him to join our melee society. The muscular men seated beside Wang nodded in unison, a rare moment of consensus among them. In the depths of the secret realm, the corpses of battle insects lay strewn across the ground, none surviving the encounter. After completing this grim task, Elchi shook off the green viscous substance clinging to his fists, hoisted his spear onto his shoulder, and strode purposefully into the dense forest. A few minutes later, several new students arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the multitude of insect carcasses, they retched violently, expelling the remnants of their breakfast. Once they had emptied their stomachs, the leader spoke slowly. "It appears that another group has already blazed a trail. We shall follow in their wake." The others nodded in agreement, cautiously circumventing the insect remains. They activated the techniques inherent to their templates, vanishing in a series of swift movements into the fringes of the forest. Mere seconds later, a chorus of anguished cries erupted. Upon opening their eyes again, the group found themselves transported out of the secret realm, standing beneath the viewing platform of the training arena. Bewildered, they gazed upwards to see a throng of older students, their expressions mocking, and a stoic fifth-tier extraordinary instructor, surveying their surroundings. The faces of the newcomers flushed crimson with embarrassment. It was at this moment that even the dimmest among them realized the gravity of their predicament. They had become the jesters of the crowd, their dignity nearly reduced to tatters. Yet, the true humiliation lay ahead. The impassive instructor, while retrieving their information, announced their dismal performance aloud. Opportunistic behavior, carelessness, lack of combat spirit, and no drive for improvement. Grade C-, C-. Ha ha. The laughter of the older students rang out, a sound mingled with derision. The newcomers longed for a chasm to swallow them whole. The disgrace was unbearable. Alas, faced with the expressionless instructor and the unabashed mockery of the older students, the confidence of these newcomers shattered. They could only bow their heads in shame as they exited the arena. What a pity. The instructor shook his head slightly, inscribing their C- grade on their report cards. Had they retained even a flicker of determination upon learning their score, acknowledging their shame, and vowing to improve, the instructor might have regarded them with a modicum of respect, perhaps even elevating their grade to C or B-. After all, a student's performance is one aspect, while their mindset is another. If either were commendable, they would still be worthy of cultivation. As it stands, these newcomers seem utterly ineffectual. Even upon graduation, they would likely be relegated to the lowly ranks of squad leaders, excluded from the list of those earmarked for significant development. Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, El-Chi sat contentedly by a pond, tending to his own cleansing rituals. Throughout his journey, he had already slain dozens of lowly alien beings, and the blood of these creatures clung to him in abundance. If he did not cleanse himself soon, it would become rather distasteful. Just as El-Chi was donning his gear and preparing to set forth once more, a voice called out to him. With foresight, El-Chi turned to face the source of the sound, where a slender silhouette stood. The newcomer resembled the author in appearance, and judging by her solitary state, she possessed a modicum of confidence in her own abilities. However, her subsequent words shattered El-Chi's initial impression. "Shall we form a team?" The girl clearly noted El-Chi's demeanor. "I have contracted a first-rate reconnaissance template that can sense alien life within a radius of 1 mile. Together, we would achieve much with little effort." Upon hearing this, El-Chi turned on his heel and walked away without a word. "Oi, what do you mean? Get lost." El-Chi swung his spear, positioning it directly at the girl's neck. As a transmigrator, El-Chi felt little sense of belonging in this world. His sole desire was to rely on the knowledge within his mind to ascend to greatness, gaining the ability to protect himself. During this journey, if he could lend a hand to humanity, he would not refuse. However, if it required sacrificing himself to save the world, he would decline without hesitation. As for the notion of forging bonds, he would not even entertain such thoughts. Such concepts were mere stumbling blocks on the path, and in critical moments, they could prove fatal. The girl was evidently startled, instinctively retreating 2 steps. "You!" Silence. With those 2 words, El-Chi departed without looking back. Chapter 20. The familiar alien life form. This child exhibits a strong sense of vigilance. On the podium, Han Feng, viewing El-Chi through tinted glasses, smiled slightly, raising his evaluation of El-Chi further. Not easily blinded by feminine allure. Impressive. Indeed, the others echoed in agreement. On the battlefield beyond the realm, those high-ranking alien beings had largely attained human forms. Maintaining a constant state of suspicion is a fundamental quality of a true warrior. El-Chi remains remarkably composed, not all resembling an 18-year-old youth, but rather an 80-year-old seasoned veteran. Let's continue observing. Have all the situations been recorded? Ensure they are organized. After the new student assessment, we must present them for higher scrutiny. Within the secret realm, a freshman who had contracted a first-rate template was engaged in a fierce battle with an alien life form of approximately first-tier strength. Huffing and puffing. Though the freshman exhibited considerable strength, he was still merely a newly minted first-tier extraordinary being, rendering the struggle somewhat laborious. Smack! At last, He was caught off guard and struck by the alien's tail. The blow was powerful, and the freshman felt as if his ribs had shattered. Seizing the opportunity, the alien opened its gaping maw, aiming for the freshman's throat, and lunged forward to bite down. "It's over." The freshman despairingly shut his eyes, wondering if his journey was to end here. How utterly unjust. Suddenly, a splatter echoed, contrary to his expectations of excruciating pain. He was instead doused in a searing liquid that cascaded over him like a deluge. Instinctively, he reached up to touch his face, only to be overwhelmed by a nauseating stench. After hastily wiping his face with the vibrant green blood of the alien, the freshman opened his eyes. Before him, a long spear had been driven through the menacing alien, piercing its body. Staring blankly, the freshman blinked, and before he could react, a hand as smooth as jade grasped the spear's shaft and withdrew it. It was that freshman residing in the single dormitory. How could he be so formidable? With a single strike, he dispatched a first-tier extraordinary being. The freshman wished to utter something, yet Elchi strode away without a backward glance, vanishing from sight. Clenching his fists, the feeling of being overlooked was truly infuriating, yet he felt powerless. Nevertheless, instead of succumbing to despair, a desire to become strong began to blossom within him. Elchi, having effortlessly slain a low-tier alien life form, cared little for the thoughts of the weak. His intervention was merely due to the alien obstructing his path. Having already eliminated so many low-tier beings, why had he yet to complete the assessment? As Elchi pondered, he advanced further ahead. The director had not specified how to fulfill the testing criteria. If victory were not contingent on quantity, it must surely hinge on quality. Perhaps, within this secret realm, there resided an alien life form exceeding first-tier strength. Slaying it should suffice to complete the test. With this thought, Elchi expanded his range of perception while diminishing his presence. In order to conserve his strength, he deliberately avoided the newly arrived students who were engaged in combat with the alien beings. In the training arena, an increasing number of newcomers completed their assessments for various reasons and were transported out by the secret realm. The senior students and instructors waiting outside bestowed upon them the same treatment as the first batch of those who had been teleported out. Amidst jeers, the instructor began to announce their scores. Reckless and unyielding, lacking adaptability, relying solely on brute force, courageous yet devoid of strategy. Grade C, indecisive, watching teammates perish without offering assistance, selfish and self-serving. Grade D, cunning yet cowardly, suitable for advisory roles, but their plans still lacked maturity. Grade B, exceptional in strategy, perceptive and adept in handling matters. Grade A, as the instructor continued to deliver scores, fewer and fewer newcomers remained in the training arena. Those who had completed their assessments would be divided into several classes according to their strengths under the guidance of military school instructors. Meanwhile, those whose will and strength were relatively weak would not be expelled. They would have their own designated class, colloquially known as the cannon fodder class. As the last newcomer to complete the assessment was assigned to a class, all eyes turned towards the water screens of the secret realm. Originally, there were thousands of screens, but now fewer than 100 remained. The newcomers still within the secret realm, barring unforeseen circumstances, were to be the elite nurtured this year. At this moment, from the outside looking in, the trajectory of this group of newcomers had shifted unbeknownst to them as they moved toward the specific location. There, an alien life form far beyond their current level awaited, a second-tier extraordinary being, a construction variant of the alien species. Bang, bang, bang. Something was amiss. With his perception heightened, Lu Qi detected the battle ahead, sensing a presence that surpassed a first-tier alien life form. Engaged in combat with it were at least 10 individuals. Quickly consolidating his magical energy, Lu Qi stealthily approached the battlefield. This boss was as good as dead. Having reflected on the situation, he understood the significance of this newcomer assessment. Besides testing the potential and will of the newcomers, it also served to solidify their foundational skills. He couldn't speak for others, but he himself had firmly established his footing at the extraordinary first tier, manipulating it with ease. So, if he were to slay this boss, would there be additional benefits? On the battlefield, several newcomers were cooperating with one another. Damn it, What exactly is this creature? Are we supposed to face this thing in combat? A newcomer who had contracted a defensive template stood in front of several others, grumbling as he did his utmost to fend off the construction variant with its streamlined body, sharp tail, and grotesque mouthparts. However, this creature was incredibly swift, disappearing in an instant if a strike missed, proving to be quite troublesome. Don't get distracted. Just moments ago, several classmates had fallen beneath its tail. A newcomer who had contracted a perception-oriented template was shielded in the center by several of his peers. He is the eyes of this team. Without him, the remaining students would be utterly at the mercy of their foes. Be cautious. It lurks at the 12 o'clock position. The perceptive student shouted, and the defensive students immediately assumed a protective stance toward that direction. Simultaneously, several offensive students prepare to strike against the worker alien. It approaches. Before the warning could fully escape his lips, the defensive student felt an immense force crash into him. Attack! Kill! Observing the situation, the offensive students unleashed their inherent abilities and surged forward. No! Come back! The perceptive student abruptly sensed something amiss, but it was already too late. A dark shadow plummeted from the sky, and the perceptive student had no time to react before being struck down by the worker alien. In an instant, the alien pinned him down with its claws, exposing its gaping maw, slick with viscous slime. Within, a foul, gnashing mouthpiece awaited. No! The perceptive student could only utter this single word before being obliterated. Damn it! Cursed be it! The defensive and offensive students, now alert, swiftly turned their focus to the worker alien and launched an assault. However, its speed was astonishing. Before their strikes could land, it vanished from sight. An alien? Concealed in the shadows, Lucci witnessed the entire scene. Compared to the gruesome sight of the student's demise, he was far more intrigued by whether that entity was indeed an alien. If so, then those so-called alien life forms would certainly prove to be fascinating. Chapter 21, A Piercing Shot That Beast Severed Its Own Tail. As the smoke cleared, the defensive newcomer picked up a severed limb that had attacked him moments before. Damn it! Is this creature capable of such brutality just to destroy our vision? After uttering this, the defensive newcomer hurled the limb fiercely to the ground and, in a fit of rage, kicked it twice more. Hurry! We must! A combat-oriented newcomer suddenly conceived a possibility and immediately voiced a warning. However, before he could finish, the engineer alien launched its assault. The severed limb sprang to life, lunging towards the chest of the defensive newcomer. With a sickening thrust, the sharp limb pierced through his chest, leaving him in a state of disbelief. The searing pain compelled him to utter something. I. Another sound of flesh being pierced echoed as the engineer alien, appearing from nowhere, shattered the defensive newcomer's skull with its horrifying mandibles. Blood, both red and white, rained down upon the remaining combat-oriented newcomers. This chilling scene rendered them utterly speechless, momentarily frozen in place. Hiss! Hiss! After taunting the newcomers with a couple of hisses, the severed limb returned to the alien's tail, restored to its original state. Back to back. Leave no blind spots. The first combat-oriented newcomer to regain composure quickly organized the others to form a defensive line. This accursed beast was more terrifying than they had imagined. It was an extraordinary second-tier entity, possessing formidable regenerative capabilities. Moreover, it was exceedingly cunning, born for slaughter. Hiss! With another roar, the engineer alien vanished once again, plunging the surroundings into silence. What shall we do? It must be said that these newcomers were indeed the elite of their cohort. Even in such dire circumstances, they maintained their composure. Retreat. The leader of the combat-oriented newcomers fixed a wary gaze ahead, fearful of the beast's reappearance. We cannot defeat it. We must withdraw. Damn it! One newcomer, gazing at the lifeless body on the ground, slammed his thigh in frustration. Ah! Before he could complete his sentence, calamity struck. His ankle was ensnared by a claw that erupted from the earth, and with a scream, he was yanked into the ground. Following this, agonizing wails echoed from the depths of the soil. What the hell? The remaining newcomers crumbled in despair, wildly attacking everything around them in an attempt to vent their terror. Yet, this frenzy only provided the engineer alien with the opportunity to eliminate them. Utilizing the cover of dust and smoke, the engineer alien unleashed relentless targeted strikes upon the remaining newcomers. This beast seemed to possess a peculiar penchant for torturing humans. After each kill, it would often refrain from immediately striking the next, patiently waiting for them to collapse before indulging in further carnage. Such events ignited a fury among the newcomers watching from the sidelines. What the hell, you alien scum? I will tear you apart piece by piece. Damn it, this infuriates me. The air was thick with curses as the recently teleported freshmen emerged from the secret realm, their faces pale with fury. They were acutely aware that their ordeal had been witnessed by others, and the knowledge that they might have shown a semblance of dignity had they known they were not doomed only fueled their anger. Their humiliation was palpable. What was that individual doing? Why did he not intervene? Gradually, it became evident that Lu Qi was merely observing, with no intention of taking action. This behavior incited disdain among the group of young adults in their 20s. How selfish could one be to watch their classmates perish without lifting a finger? Cowardly and timid, unworthy of a military academy. Contrasting sharply with the students were the formidable figures on the podium, the youngest of whom was nearing a century in age, having long outgrown the fervor and reckless bravado of youth. To them, the completion of the mission outweighed the importance of the process itself. When Han Feng devised the ambush plan, he had used himself and thousands of elite soldiers as bait, believing that the sacrifice of a few was justified for a greater victory. Lu Qi's composure was remarkable for someone of his age. It seemed he would emerge as the top performer in this assessment. However, his cold-heartedness suggested he might not be suitable for leading large troops, leaving Han Feng without a successor. It would be prudent to transfer this young man to our Lingnan University for personal guidance in special operations. After all, we in Liaodong are not lacking in expertise. As two of the guardians prepare to argue again, Han Feng cleared his throat. Silence. Let us continue watching. In the secret realm, the final freshman bore the heaviest burden. He witnessed his comrades being ruthlessly slaughtered by the engineer alien, their bodies left in disarray. The terror he felt could only be described as that of a startled bird. Come out, you beast! He gripped his sword tightly, swinging it wildly in all directions. Beast, I will kill you. I will kill you. The engineer alien reveled in the hunt, occasionally making noise yet refraining from striking. Come out, show yourself. Ah! At last, the engineer alien grew bored and materialized before the last freshman, seizing him tightly. With a sickening pop, it ended his life. After completing its grim task, the engineer alien surveyed the surroundings and vanished. In the shadows, Lu Qi had already discerned the creature's abilities. Besides its remarkable speed and some regenerative capacity, it exhibited cunning, the ability to burrow, and possessed exceptionally keen senses along with a talent for concealing its presence. Furthermore, it seemed the creature had long since detected him. Lu Qi was certain of this because the creature was right behind him. As the fierce wind surged, he instinctively ducked and simultaneously swept his spear outward. With a resounding metallic clash, Lu Qi was propelled forward several meters by a tremendous force. What incredible strength this creature possesses! Once he regained his composure, Lu Qi heightened his perception to its utmost capacity. The beast's ability to conceal its aura was quite remarkable, revealing only a hint of its presence at the moment of attack. Furthermore, being a formidable being of the second tier of the extraordinary, he could not afford to be careless. Whoosh! A shadow darted past Lu Qi, yet he harbored no intention of striking. This maneuver had become a mere glitch for the creature, and Lu Qi was far too astute to fall for it. Here it comes. As the shadow zipped by him once more, he suddenly channeled all his magical energy into his spear and thrust it downwards. This unorthodox action caused the spectators outside to instinctively hold their breath. Though they had their reservations about Lu Qi's apparent indifference to danger, being members of the human race, they naturally wished for his victory. However, his actions were perplexing. The aberration had just swept past him. Why attack the ground beneath him? Was he losing his sanity? Or perhaps he was merely a fa-ade of strength, a mere fool? Just as everyone anticipated that Lu Qi would be vanquished by the creature in the next heartbeat. The scene within the water curtain left them utterly astonished. Hiss! The ground beneath Lu Qi surged, and the creature that had slaughtered dozens of newcomers was indeed pierced through, emitting a wretched howl of agony. "Come out!" Lu Qi gripped his spear tightly, resolutely lifting the creature from the earth. Chapter 22. Why should I save them? Death. With a furious roar from Lu Qi, his spear momentarily radiated an aura akin to that of an ancient imperial weapon, exuding an unparalleled might. Boom! The aberration pierced by the spear was instantly obliterated into mere dust, vanishing without a trace. Splendid. What a relief. Well done. The training ground erupted with fervor. In that instant, everyone clapped wholeheartedly. The alien races deserved their fate. As long as it involved slaying the alien beings, it was commendable. Although the aberrations were mere constructs simulated by the strong in the secret realm, the enmity of humanity towards these beings ran deep into their bones. Irrespective of their authenticity, the imperative was to eliminate them. Bang! With the death of the construction worker aberration, the entire new realm of the secret mission fulfilled its purpose and collapsed. Lu Qi, along with several other newcomers engaged in slaying aliens elsewhere in the realm, were teleported out. Indeed, having slain the boss, the test had come to an end. Lu Qi shook his hands, stretching his limbs. This new student assessment, while not exhausting, was primarily marked by a rather vigorous final blow. Lu Qi suddenly sensed something amiss in his surroundings. Why did this group of seniors regard him with such peculiar gazes? Before he could ponder further, the instructor positioned above him began to read out his evaluation loudly. Courageous and cunning, possessing both intelligence and bravery, striking fiercely and decisively. Endowed with keen observational skills and a composed heart, he was a crucial asset for executing missions. In the face of unknown alien life, he maintained his composure and remained unperturbed by external distractions. Ultimately, he even succeeded in overcoming foes of a higher tier. Outstanding performance. Rating A. As the instructor's words echoed, the crowd gasped. Down, down, standing upon the shoulders of his comrades, forging his own glory from the blood of his classmates. Bah, such honor, I would rather forsake. Lu Qi furrowed his brow. Was this also a part of the new student assessment? Otherwise, how could these individuals utter such nonsense? Among the seniors in the stands, not everyone believed Lu Qi had acted wrongly. A portion of them reflected and realized that Lu Qi's ability to swiftly defeat the construction worker aberration was largely due to his meticulous observation. If one were to consider slaying the aberration as a task, those new students who perished were merely necessary sacrifices within that mission. So, why cast blame upon Lu Qi for his indifference to their demise? Hadn't everyone already come to such an understanding? Another group was purely awed by Lu Qi's prowess. In a world of martial strength, power always reigned supreme. A newcomer capable of defeating foes beyond his level was indeed deserving of respect. Together, these two factions comprised nearly 80% of the seniors. As for the remaining few who jeered and hurled insults, they were mere cannon fodder, incapable of grasping such matters. However, the newcomers, untouched by the harsh realities of society, held an entirely different perspective, with 80% believing Lu Qi had acted incorrectly. Among them, a strikingly beautiful girl, reminiscent of the author, boldly approached Lu Qi. You cold-blooded creature, you merely stand by as your classmates are mercilessly slaughtered. Truly, truly. After much contemplation, she could not find the words to chastise Lu Qi, and in frustration, she stamped her foot, seething with anger. Lu Qi cast a glance her way, disinterested in her plight. Yet, in an effort to avoid unnecessary trouble, he resolved to circumvent this self-righteous individual, wishing to remain untainted by her presence. Oi, having done such a thing, do you not intend to offer an explanation? The girl, noticing Lu Qi's disregard, hastily stepped in front of him once more. Explanation? Lu Qi halted, his tone frigid. What is there to explain? Why should I explain? You. The girl flinched at the sharpness of his voice, but recalling the thousands of classmates behind her, she regained her confidence. Lu Qi, why do you watch as your classmates are killed? With your immense power, you should intervene and save them. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Qi had already lost interest. It was merely moral coercion. He had heard such nonsense far too often in his past life. The adage that with great power comes great responsibility, that those capable should do more, that wealth obligates one to donate. All of it was utter nonsense. In this world, where strength is paramount, no one would dare to impose their moral judgments upon him. If he wished to save, he would. If not, he would abstain. With this thought, Lu Qi regarded the incessantly chattering girl with a look of disdain. Why should I save them? The girl was momentarily taken aback by his gaze. Yet the courage bestowed upon her by her friend still compelled her to voice her thoughts. Because your strength makes saving lives merely a trivial effort for you. Preposterous. Lu Qi swiftly closed the distance, standing directly before the now pale-faced girl. He enunciated each word with deliberate clarity. Listen closely. The freshman assessment is not a game. It is warfare. If you do not possess the resolve to face death, what business do you have on the battlefield? Should I encounter a similar situation in the future, I shall remain a bystander. As long as I can eliminate my target, even if they perish en masse, I will not bat an eye nor be swayed by sentiment. Moreover, let all others hear me. Lu Qi lifted his gaze to the surrounding freshmen, who were too intimidated to speak out. Everything relies on oneself. If you are slaughtered by foreign entities, it is solely because of your inadequacy. Do not place the blame upon me. Seeking salvation from the powerful? Abandon that hope now. With that, Lu Qi disregarded whether the freshman comprehended his words and returned to his position. Well said, the scoring officer murmured, nodding slightly, mentally commending Lu Qi. To be frank, the caliber of recent freshmen had indeed declined compared to previous years. Perhaps it was due to the excessive protection afforded to them. If only they were aware of the true plight of humanity, perhaps their mindset would differ. On the podium, Han Feng exchanged glances with his colleagues, choosing not to elaborate further. While they acknowledged Lu Qi's reasoning, they also recognized that, from a broader perspective, it could undermine unity. Nonetheless, they could comprehend his situation. After all, Lu Qi had endured a decade of being at the bottom, often subjected to the ridicule of others. A child of the orphanage, accustomed to the warmth of humanity, suddenly emerging as the top scorer in the college entrance examination. It's understandable that he trusts no one but himself. Furthermore, this is not necessarily a negative trait. Having self-confidence is an essential prerequisite for becoming a formidable individual. At worst, they could simply refrain from allowing Lu Qi to lead the troops in the future. After all, he had contracted an imperial template, making it feasible for him to command an army single-handedly. With this realization, Han Feng turned his gaze towards the formidable individuals who showed no inclination to depart. Esteemed guests, having witnessed the new student assessment, you are all aware of young friend Lu Qi's exceptional talent. Now, should we not take our leave? After all, the matters that remain pertain to the internal affairs of our great Siam Military Academy. It would be inappropriate for you to meddle, would it not? Those powerful figures, who initially intended to linger and engage in private discussions with Lu Qi, upon hearing Han Feng's dismissal, exchanged awkward chuckles before utilizing their magical abilities to vacate the premises of the great Siam Military Academy. Why is this Han so petty? Could it be that he fears we might whisk Lu Qi away? As the dignitaries departed from the podium, this new student assessment reached its conclusion. Thousands of new students were organized into classes, standing in an orderly fashion at the center of the training ground, which had returned to its original state. Only around Lu Qi was there a noticeable emptiness, as if he were a being of extraordinary distinction. Lu Qi remained unfazed by this. Li Yunlong, the director of instruction at the Great Siam Military Academy, observed the newly matured students and smiled. As per tradition, he was to deliver a summary. However, with Han Feng present, such a public address naturally fell to the leader. Han Feng wasted no time, striding confidently to the podium and waving his hand decisively. The new student assessment is concluded. You are dismissed. Chapter 23. The first lesson the freshman assessment has concluded, and all newcomers have emerged with a sense of accomplishment, at least superficially shedding their naivety. As for the deeper layers of innocence and gullibility, it seems they must endure military training before they can truly dissipate. Upon receiving notification of the formal classes commencing tomorrow, El Chi ambled out with the dispersing crowd. As the top performer in the freshman assessment, He was unsurprisingly assigned to the elite combat class. The students in this class are groomed as the sharpest blades of the Great Xia, and only those who rank within the top 100 in each year's assessment are selected. This class has produced numerous guardians and generals, and even several formidable figures renowned as divine generals have emerged from its ranks, making it a veritable cradle of renowned warriors. Most significantly, this class does not prioritize the contractual template levels of its students. As long as one ranks within the top 100 in the freshman assessment, admission is granted. On the way back to the dormitory, countless freshmen pointed and whispered about El Chi. Is he really the top scorer of the entrance exam? I reckon he must be close. Who cares? Let us keep our distance from such a person. Who knows when he might use us as mere tools? What a pity. I initially thought about challenging him to secure a single dormitory. Dream on. He is capable of single-handedly defeating second-tier extraordinary beings. El Chi, with keen ears and sharp eyes, naturally overheard their discussions. He held no objections to their remarks. The strong tend to walk alone, while only the weak seek solace in numbers. Upon returning to his dormitory, El Chi adhered to his past habits and took a thorough bath. After washing away the dust of the day, he settled into the spacious training room of several dozen square meters to practice the ancient scriptures of the Rock Emperor. Following the freshman assessment, El Chi had gained considerable insights. At the very least, without any guidance, he had firmly established himself at the first tier of the extraordinary. If assessed in terms of early, mid, and late stages, he would now be regarded as having just entered the mid-stage. At this stage, an extraordinary individual can survive without food or drink, relying solely on the absorption of the spiritual energy particles from the environment. Moreover, through the enhancement of these spiritual energy particles, their memory, spirit, and physicality surpass those of ordinary individuals, making it effortless to take on 1,000 foes. However, the first tier of the extraordinary is not yet the pinnacle of transcendence. Upon reaching the second tier, extraordinary beings can acquire formidable regenerative abilities. Though not on par with those wretched extraordinary life forms, they can gradually recover from injuries as long as they are not fatal. Of course, those bound to templates of divine grade or higher possess an additional hidden benefit. Upon ascending to the second tier, their heroic spirits can awaken for a brief period each day. One must not underestimate this brief moment, as the supremacy of divine grade templates over lower ones largely stems from this ability. After all, the cultivation methods of the contract holders are derived from the template, while the revived heroic spirits serve as personal mentors, guiding the practitioners toward more efficient cultivation. It is akin to having an unfair advantage. The prospect of the heroic spirits awakening at the second tier. El Chi's gaze sharpened. As one's cultivation progresses, what heights can a heroic spirit attain? Manifestation. Or perhaps, seizing the original host. As a seasoned bibliophile of 10 years, El Chi has encountered myriad tropes. The contract templates, the cultivation methodologies birthed from these templates, the awakening of heroic spirits. Regardless of perspective, those who have contracted God-tier templates seem to be transitioning towards becoming vessels for heroic spirits. After a long pause, El Chi let out a gentle sigh. Well, when the cart reaches the mountain, a path will surely emerge. Even if you wish to usurp my body, it remains to be seen whether you possess the capability. Moreover, it's not certain yet. I hope I am merely being overly anxious. The night swiftly passed. At dawn, the wake-up call resonated. The new students concluded a night of cultivation and rose to embark on a new chapter of their lives in their respective classes. The classroom for the elite combat class is situated on the top floor of the teaching building. Here, one can overlook the entire de Siam Military Academy, imparting a sense of having the world's affairs firmly in hand. When El Chi arrived at the classroom, only a handful of individuals were present. After casually selecting a seat, the remaining new students trickled in. Unsurprisingly, a small vacuum of space formed around El Chi. This is a comprehensive classroom. At the front, besides a massive display screen, there is also a spacious training area. At the back, where El Chi and his fellow new students were seated, rows of chairs were arranged. Quite early, everyone, as the clock's hour hand pointed to 8, a figure abruptly appeared at the podium. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yun Fei, a fifth-tier extraordinary who has contracted a first-rate template, and I'm also the homeroom teacher of the elite combat class. A first-rate template? The homeroom teacher? The new students who had similarly contracted first-rate templates wore expressions of disdain. What a joke. What qualifications does someone who has contracted a first-rate template have to be our homeroom teacher? Is there anyone here who isn't also a first-rate temple holder? Do we need your guidance? As for being a fifth-tier extraordinary, even if strong, what does it matter? If we follow our training diligently, we too can attain such levels. Among all present, only El Chi remained unaffected. He cared little for what kind of template the homeroom teacher had contracted, focusing instead on whether this teacher could facilitate his own advancement. Observing the expressions on the faces of the new students, how could Yun Fei not perceive their thoughts? Empathy dictates that he had once been in their shoes. However, that was inconsequential. One simply grows stronger following the trials of society. Seeing the looks on their faces, it appeared they were not entirely convinced of his capabilities. A smirk crept onto Yun Fei's lips as he gestured invitingly. Who among you is unconvinced? Step forward. I will engage in a spar with you using my first-tier extraordinary prowess, if you can win. You shall be exempt from any future class activities and can graduate smoothly. Upon hearing this, several new students, who had harbored frustrations during the entrance assessments, immediately felt a surge of excitement. However, they did not rush to the stage. After some deliberation among themselves, one individual raised their hand to pose a question that piqued everyone's curiosity. Teacher, are you saying that we need not participate in any activities, including military training and going to the battlefield? Naturally, we do. Yun Fei set aside his belongings and began to stretch his limbs. So, who among you wishes to take a chance? I shall. A newly admitted student, eager for battle, could no longer contain himself and swiftly appeared on the training ground. He had contracted with a top-tier template divine sword cultivator, possessing formidable offensive capabilities. Although he had been swiftly eliminated by a bizarre engineering foe during the freshman assessment, his displayed prowess was commendable. Striking a pose that exuded the aura of a seasoned expert, the newcomer provocatively directed his gaze at Yun Fei. Please enlighten me. Enlighten you? No, no, no. Yun Fei's expression shifted to one of fierce intensity, and an overwhelming aura belonging to a fifth-tier transcendent being surged forth from him, laced with a hint of bloodlust. You? A warning bell rang in the new student's mind as an unsettling premonition took hold. Observing Yun Fei's demeanor, it was clear he had no intention of concealing his own power. Wasn't this a breach of martial ethics? This is the first lesson I impart to you. Yun Fei stepped forward, his aura pressing down on the newcomer, rendering him breathless. Do not trust anyone, nor should you harbor the illusion that fairness exists in this world. On the battlefield, deceit and carelessness can lead to death. As his words echoed, Yun Fei intensified his aura to its peak. The newly arrived student, caught in the tempest of this overwhelming force, lost control and fainted. Is there anyone else who wishes to try? I assure you, my words still hold weight. Chapter 24. The universe has disappeared. The crowd murmured in disbelief. Are you kidding? We won't fall for that. The homeroom teacher had no good intentions. If they dared to step forward again, it would only result in chaos. As the new students secretly disparaged Yun Fei, they also retracted their previous disdain for him. Regardless of the circumstances, a fist remained the most effective means of resolving issues. Noticing the prolonged silence among the crowd, Yun Fei smirked. Since no one wished to test their luck again, from this day forth, this classroom would heed only my commands. Do you understand? Understood. The new students' voices were rather feeble, likely due to the nauseating odor emanating from fellow students sprawled on the floor. Yun Fei, however, would not show leniency. Haven't you eaten? Speak up. Understood. This time, their response was markedly louder, yet Yun Fei remained dissatisfied. I can't hear you. Understood. We understand. This thundering reply finally met Yun Fei's expectations. Excellent. Full of spirit. You. Take him away, clean him up, and return. After lightly punishing a few eager newcomers, Yun Fei turned his attention to the others. Now, let us have some self-introductions to get acquainted, starting from the front row. The girl called Lin Huahua promptly stood up. Hello, everyone. My name is Lin Huahua, a first-tier sensory template contractor. Hello everyone, I am Wei Lai, a first-tier combat template contractor. Elchi listened attentively to the self-introductions of the newcomers. The caliber of this year's intake was, indeed, quite poor. Besides the majority being first-tier templates, a few second-tier templates had somehow slipped through. This was truly disappointing. I am Elchi, a combat template contractor. Once Elchi finished his introduction, Yun Fei nodded with a smile. All right, I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. Let me discuss the military training segment, which is crucial for you. Pay close attention. At this, all the new students straightened in their seats. The military training at the Great Siam Military Academy was far more formidable than the entrance test. It would lead them to the battlefield. Moreover, it boasted a staggering 30% mortality rate. In other words, out of the 100 new students present, it was highly probable that only 70 would remain after the training, or even fewer. This was harsh, yet remained the sole path to swiftly becoming a formidable force. Observing the newcomers' reactions, Yun Fei nodded in satisfaction, then grasped a remote control from the podium and pressed a few buttons. First, let us familiarize ourselves with the extraterrestrial battlefield. As his words fell, the large screen at the front of the classroom suddenly illuminated, revealing a magnificent image. At the center lay the sun, surrounded by a vast network of colossal cities forming 3 serpentine walls that stretched for countless miles. These 3 walls resembled 3 cosmic rings, encircling the solar system in a closed loop, with 6 intersecting points housing 6 immense city fortresses. Beyond the Great Wall lies not the familiar cosmos that Lu Qi knows, but rather a desolate expanse of dark red land. Upon witnessing this sight, Lu Qi abruptly raised his gaze to the heavens. Is there truly no universe in this realm? Is the solar system encased within a colossal dark red shell? Thus, is that dark red land an alien world that has invaded here? At the podium, Yin Fei's voice grew somber. Students, this dark red land is the battlefield beyond our domain. The towering fortresses that form our defense serve as a great wall, protecting us from the incursions of foreign tribes. According to the ancient accounts passed down by our forebears, the place where this land now lies was once a vast cosmic expanse. Yet, we have lost all knowledge of what that universe truly resembles. In the days when our people were still subjugated, that land was perilously close to our blue star. Had it not been for the founders of our great Xia dynasty, who rose from the ashes, Blue Star might have long since ceased to exist. The transformation of that land into its current state is also the result of the efforts of our ancestral heroes. They wielded the power of templates to wage war on the battlefield beyond, carving out this sanctuary for us. It is now our duty to inherit their will and eradicate the alien tribes. We shall obliterate the battlefield beyond and restore the cosmic expanse. At this juncture, a freshman raised his hand. Teacher, is it truly possible for us to achieve this? Yun Fei gazed deeply at the student, nodded slightly, then shook his head. It is possible, and yet it is not. Such words left the freshman perplexed. Yun Fei, however, did not keep them in suspense. He pressed a few buttons, and the images on the screen began to shift. They revealed scenes of Blue Star's warriors battling fiercely, evidently from the so-called battlefield beyond. I say it is possible because you are the new generation of our people. Though young, as you participate in battles and enhance your strength, you will inevitably become the backbone of our assault on the battlefield beyond. I say it is not possible because you have yet to endure the crucible of war. Your thoughts and values remain those of ordinary individuals. However, I believe you will soon undergo a transformation. Upon hearing this, another freshman raised his hand. Teacher, the Great Wall is so grand and magnificent. How many armies are stationed upon it? At this inquiry, a flicker of reminiscence passed through Yun Fei's eyes. How many armies, you ask? Let me put it this way. Countless valiant souls have graduated from the major academies of Blue Star over the centuries, embarking upon the battlefield beyond. Veteran soldiers, fresh recruits, and those whose bodies have perished, leaving only loyal puppets of their former selves. The entire Great Wall defense line comprises at least trillions of our warriors. Such a multitude? The freshman gasped in astonishment, but soon one raised a hand to inquire further. Teacher, I have heard that soldiers can apply for retirement after serving 50 years, transitioning to reserve status while being granted local official positions. What you say is indeed correct, Yun Fei replied, gesturing for the freshman to settle down. However, since the issuance of this decree, the number of veterans applying for discharge has been alarmingly sparse. Even among those who returned to Blue Star and were granted official positions, the majority were forcibly discharged. Do you know why? Why? Elchi's first thought was that the casualty rate was too high, but upon further reflection, that did not quite add up. Even with high casualties, the cumulative number of discharged individuals should not be insignificant. Could it be? Indeed, Yun Fei directly articulated the answer. It is because they are unwilling. As extraordinary veteran warriors, if they retire, who will confront the alien races? Rely on young individuals like you? If one veteran steps down today, several young lives might be sacrificed tomorrow. They strive to become towering trees, shielding their juniors from the storm. Veterans who have served on the battlefield for a century. Even two are abundant. There are even those elite soldiers who have survived since the inception of the army. They are magnificent. They are glorious. I share this not to urge you to sacrifice yourselves. I merely wish for you to remember one truth. In the face of great adversity, only responsibility endures. Clap, clap, clap. Well said. The new recruits were profoundly moved, with a few overly sentimental ones shedding tears. Elchi applauded while feeling a surge of emotion. The rhetoric was noble and grand, yet privately, the reality might be quite different. The human species may never truly harbor individuals who selflessly forsake their homes for their country. But there will undoubtedly be those who disrupt the harmony. Veterans endowed with extraordinary abilities are reluctant to retire. Perhaps it is more accurate to say they are unable to retire. Chapter 25. A month of leisure military training commences now. What I am about to convey is of utmost importance, and you must pay close attention. As Yun Fei observed the emotional fervor reaching its peak, he continued his discourse. The location of our military training is none other than the extraterrestrial battlefield. Upon hearing this proclamation, the new students, still immersed in the valor of veteran soldiers, failed to perceive any impropriety. At this moment, they felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility, eager to rush to the battlefield and defend Blue Star. This sentiment and scene perfectly aligned with the expectations of Yun Fei and the higher echelons of the military academy. The earlier motivational speech was deliberately designed to prepare the newcomers, for the impending military training would be akin to hell for them. The inspiration they derived from the speech would imbue them with a fearless spirit. This fervor would effectively counterbalance their trepidation. However, once they arrived at the site of the military training, their mindset would swiftly transform. By that point, their ability to retreat or advance would be beyond their control. To survive, they would have no choice but to grow stronger. In a bid to utterly annihilate the extraterrestrial battlefield and expel the life forms from other realms, the formidable beings of humanity established countless strongholds on that dark crimson continent. These strongholds were strategically located in relatively safe areas, serving the purpose of monitoring the movements of alien entities and ensuring the successful construction of the great city. At this juncture, another new student raised a hand to inquire. Teacher, why must we protect the establishment of the great city? A pertinent question. Yun Fei adjusted the large screen, revealing an image of the Great Wall. The great city is a vital component of the Great Wall, its materials sourced from the extraterrestrial battlefield. Once established, the most powerful beings of humanity would connect it to the Great Wall itself, thereby integrating it into the structure and extending the defensive line of humanity. This initiative not only expands our defensive perimeter, but also reduces the scope of the extraterrestrial battlefield. This is the rationale behind safeguarding the great city. The reason humanity possesses this sacred land is that we have consistently diminished the influence of other worlds and expanded our defenses. Understanding dawned upon Elchi. This strategy bears a striking resemblance to the ancient practice of extending the Great Wall to the borders of nomadic tribes. The difference lies in the fact that ancient civilizations lacked the manpower and resources, as well as formidable military strength. In stark contrast, This world possesses both human and material resources, coupled with immense military power. However, could it be that these alien races simply observe as humanity constructs the Great Wall? How many alien lives must inhabit such a vast expanse of land? They likely outnumber humanity significantly. Why do they not intervene? Having keenly observed L-Chi's contemplations, Yun Fei seemed to discern his doubts. He paused briefly before continuing. Some of you may wonder, are those alien races truly oblivious? Why do they not thwart our efforts? The truth is, they're incapable of doing so. The most powerful beings of humanity have paid a significant price to secure the invincible entities of the alien races in places unspeakable. Without the suppression of their invincible figures, the alien races devolve into disorganized factions, lacking any real threat. Lu Qi appeared contemplative, while the other freshmen were entirely absorbed in the grandiloquence of Yun Fei's words. Our human race stands invincible across the world. Sooner or later, we shall eradicate the alien races completely. With that, Yun Fei raised his hand to check the time. Quite satisfactory. It was time to conclude the class. If he continued speaking, it would lead to hasty conclusions. Today's lesson is at an end, and our military training is scheduled for a month from now. During this interval, you must devote yourselves to rigorous practice to ensure you can fully establish yourselves at the first tier of the extraordinary level by the time of training. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to visit my office. Lu Qi, stay behind. The rest may leave. Yes, the new students began to depart in groups. Yet they couldn't resist casting glances and whispering as they passed Lu Qi. Lu Qi. After all the freshmen had exited, Yun Fei approached with a beaming smile. Principal Han Feng has informed me about your situation, and I have a few questions to clarify with you. Please proceed. Lu Qi's tone remained neutral, revealing little deference towards Yun Fei. Ah, sharp lad indeed. No wonder you excelled in the college entrance examination. You certainly possess a distinctive character, Yun Fei remarked, unperturbed, even offering a compliment. After all, in the world of adults, only benefits matter. Lu Qi, as a prospective powerhouse, could forge a significant connection with him. Disregarding respect was trivial. My first question, Lu Qi, do you utilize a spear as your weapon in your contract template? Yes. My second question, with a month until military training, do you have any special arrangements or someone imparting combat techniques to you? Lu Qi hesitated briefly, then replied no. Excellent. Yun Fei's expression shifted, joy evident in his eyes. In that case, I possess some insights on spear techniques acquired from the battlefield. Would you be willing to learn? Upon hearing this, Lu Qi understood Yun Fei's intent. He was offering him exclusive guidance. However, if memory served correctly, the techniques passed down through the template were not meant for casual dissemination. Was Yun Fei truly prepared to share his life or death skills from the battlefield? Did he intend for Lu Qi to owe him a favor, thereby ensuring future assistance for himself or his descendants? Are you unwilling to learn? Yun Fei observed Lu Qi's contemplative demeanor, feeling a surge of apprehension. As a first-rate template contractor, his limit capped at the 5th or 6th tier of the extraordinary level. Yet, the individual before him, a sovereign-level template contractor, held boundless potential for the future. Not to mention, he could surpass even the 9th tier with ease. This opportunity to offer Lu Qi personalized training was a significant favor earned by saving Han Feng's life on the battlefield. It was a means to secure a stronghold for his own descendants. If Lu Qi's pride prevented him from accepting the offer, it would be unfortunate indeed. I am willing. After much deliberation, Lu Qi finally assented. Although he had practiced the ancient scriptures of the Rock Emperor, he certainly lacked combat skills until he advanced to the 2nd tier of the extraordinary level and received guidance from the Rock Emperor himself. Since Yun Fei is willing to teach, I naturally feel grateful. In the future, when the opportunity arises, I shall surely look after him and his descendants. Splendid, Yun Fei exclaimed with excitement. Throwing a punch in the air, he then produced the long spear he had wielded on the battlefield. Lu Qi, from this day forth, you are to come here every afternoon to receive my instruction. Is that agreeable? Absolutely. The two swiftly reached a consensus and commenced their training. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the group of freshmen preparing for military training did not remain idle. Some joined various clubs for intensive training, while others sought out senior students from their hometowns to inquire about detailed intelligence on the outer battlefields. Moreover, the military academy provided ideological education every morning and evening, and in the afternoons, they focused on reinforcing the freshmen's deficiencies as revealed in their assessments. At this point, one could say that these freshmen were brimming with motivational energy, charging into battle without a hint of hesitation. In the advanced combat classes classroom, a resounding crash echoed as Lu Qi and Yun Fei engaged in a fierce exchange before instantly separating. "You little rascal, in just a month's time, you've mastered moves that took me over a century of service to acquire. Truly deserving of being an imperial-level template contractor." Yun Fei's words were not mere flattery. They were heartfelt. The prowess of an imperial-level template contractor is indeed formidable, a level of talent and skill beyond the imagination of even a first-rate template contractor. In their recent clash, he had even utilized a hint of the power of a second-tier extraordinary being. "Thank you, Teacher Yun." Lu Qi gathered his spear and bowed deeply to Yun Fei, feeling a newfound sense of recognition for this world. "You, mischievous lad, prepare for military training." Chapter 26. Departure indeed, Teacher Yun. LV Qi glanced at the time. The sun was nearing the horizon. Tomorrow marked the commencement of military training, and it was imperative that he return to prepare himself. "Wait." As he turned to leave, Yun Fei called out to him once more. "What?" LV Qi barely turned around when a long spear soared towards him. With a sudden movement, he grasped the spear in his right hand, its weight almost causing him to lose grip. "Kid, this spear was earned through my own merits in battle. Now that I have become an instructor at the military academy, I no longer require it. Take it. Do not allow it to be disgraced." Gifting both skills and equipment, LV Qi began to suspect he might indeed be the protagonist of this world. No, not just suspect, but certain. He was the main character. Given this realization, there must surely be some extraordinary task awaiting him. Yet, with his current meager strength, it was not the time to ponder such matters. He needed to focus on the task at hand. After performing a couple of elegant spins with the spear, LV Qi clasped his hands in salute. "Teacher Yun, I shall not let this spear be disgraced. Get lost, you little rascal." The following morning, thousands of new students at the Daxiao Military Academy gathered once more at the training grounds. This time, they donned military uniforms. The black attire was remarkably resilient, providing formidable protection while ensuring comfort. Once assembled, the academy staff distributed nameplates engraved with their names. After the new students donned these nameplates, they were photographed. Finally, they were presented with a specialized recording device and a sheet of paper. This left some of the newcomers baffled. However, it was not long before the Academy's Director of Instruction, Li Yunlong, provided clarity. "Students, the photographs taken moments ago may very well serve as your last portraits. That nameplate is a crucial identification token. Imagine this. Should you find yourself grievously wounded on the battlefield, how will your comrades identify your remains?" Precisely. It is the nameplate. As for this device and paper, they may very well be the final testament of your existence in this world. Cherish them. As Li Yunlong concluded, a pin-drop silence enveloped the crowd. For the first time, they felt the imminent reality of the battlefield, and the proximity of death weighed heavily upon them. This realization swiftly extinguished the motivational rhetoric they had consumed over the past month. Li Yunlong, along with the various class instructors, refrained from further uplifting speeches. For at this moment, no amount of encouragement would suffice. Suddenly, a usually jovial newcomer broke the tension, calling out loudly, "Hey, why the long faces? The mortality rate during military training is only 30%. I certainly won TB among that 30%. Who is afraid of whom?" His words acted as a spark, igniting laughter throughout the assembly. They were all young, and the previous silence had merely been a momentary lapse in mindset. In the wake of this new awakening, an exuberant spirit surged forth among the youth. Life and death are but trifles. If one is unwilling, let them face the challenge head-on. Indeed, I have been impatiently awaiting the opportunity to vanquish our foes. Is it not merely stepping onto the battlefield? Let us proceed without hesitation. There is no room for doubt. We, the people of Liaodong, shall not bring shame to our homeland. Oof. Let us see whose prowess prevails, whether it is we, the Southeast, or you, the Liaodong, who claim more victories. The enthusiastic chants invigorated the atmosphere among the newcomers. On the dais, Li Yunlong and the class mentors exchanged glances, their faces betraying a rare expression of satisfaction. Regardless of the quality of this year's Newcomers Covenant templates, their mindset and fervor are undoubtedly on par with their predecessors. Now, they need only to complete the final step before this cohort embarks on their journey to the outer battlefields for military training. All newcomers, please collect your weaponry and equipment in an orderly fashion according to your templates. For an ordinary soldier, weapons are of paramount importance. This holds true even for the extraordinary. Surrounding the training grounds, the logistical personnel of the Great Xi'an Military Academy were busily transporting an array of diverse weaponry. From cold weapons like swords and clubs to hot weapons such as energy firearms, everything was meticulously prepared. This assortment was specifically assembled by the Academy over the past month in accordance with the Newcomers Covenant templates. After half an hour, the newcomers had chosen their preferred weapons and were poised for action. These weapons, crafted with exquisite durability, are made from materials capable of withstanding attacks from third-tier alien life forms. Fellow students, as per tradition, the Director of Education, Li Yunlong, was to deliver a speech. However, this time, he uttered but a few words. Complete your mission and return alive. A resounding yes echoed from the newcomers in response, as dozens of aircraft descended from the sky. These were transport vessels engineered by a genius from Blue Star who had contracted with a god-level scientific template, capable of traversing the solar system at remarkable speeds. Aboard the vessels, while the class mentors would not personally partake in the military training, they would form a rapid response team in the nearest giant city to each training point, ready to rescue any newcomers in dire straits. The sound of synchronized footsteps filled the air as Lu Qi followed his classmates from the elite combat class onto the aircraft. Depart. With a grand gesture, Li Yunlong signaled, and dozens of aircraft took flight, heading towards 6 different war fortresses. Only when the aircraft vanished from sight did Li Yunlong lower his arm. The newcomers have departed, and the returning students must not remain idle. The grace period is over. Return immediately to the Great Wall, find your positions, and prepare your soldiers. Depart. Yes. The aircraft traveled swiftly, piercing through the aura layer surrounding Blue Star in mere minutes, arriving in space. Let us refer to this expanse as space, despite its dark crimson hue. Look, one newcomer gazed through the window at the celestial body nearest to Blue Star, the moon. At this moment, the moon had long been transformed into a fortress guarding Blue Star. Upon this expanse, there exists not only a formidable army of extraordinary beings, but also an innumerable array of energy weapons, exuding unparalleled power. Truly, it is a spectacle to behold. In this moment, Lu Qi is profoundly moved. However, what lies ahead is even more astonishing. The aircraft continues its forward journey, and the onlookers behold a Mars shattered into countless fragments. This is the very site where the venerable sages of Blue Star once clashed with otherworldly beings. 2 unparalleled powerhouses, on the brink of transcending the 9th tier, engaged in a fierce confrontation, shattering the stars in their wake. Yun Fei assumes the role of the narrator, elucidating to the new students the events that transpired amidst this celestial expanse. As they pass Mars, the group is greeted by the sight of the inferno that is Jupiter. This realm serves as a graveyard, housing the remains of a human champion who had forged a covenant with a godly fire attribute template. On that fateful day, 3 9th-tier extraordinary beings infiltrated the solar system, and he single-handedly faced them, igniting himself in a blaze, and thus perished in a mutual destruction. Just as Yun Fei's words resonate in the air, the aircraft performs several maneuvers, a tribute to the hero. Subsequently, the newcomers witness the frozen Saturn, the half-diminished Uranus, and the dwarf planet Pluto, which lies beneath the colossal corpse of an extraordinary being. All of these sites narrate the tale of the cataclysmic battles that once erupted within the solar system. As they soar past Pluto, the group finally arrives at their destination, one of the 6 war fortresses, specifically Shanghai Pass. Classmates, this is the final stop of the safe zone. Yunfei announces as he opens the aircraft's cabin door. We must transfer to another mode of transport to proceed. Beyond Shanghai Pass lies the territory of the alien life forms. Step down. Chapter 27. The Wall of Humanity and the Blue Star People Hurry. Watch your step. With Yunfei's urging, 100 new recruits from the advanced combat class swiftly leapt from the flying vessel. With a thud, Lu Qi's feet landed on the ground. The material here was indeed as Yunfei had described, derived from the battlefield beyond, solid yet desolate. After stretching his somewhat stiff body, Lu Qi raised his gaze ahead. Goodness! They found themselves at the gates of Shanhaiguan, but the height of this gate was truly astonishing. A full 100 zhang. Compared to it, humans resembled mere insects next to a colossal elephant. Above them, countless figures and flying vessels were bustling in and out of Shanhaiguan, appearing both industrious and orderly. Isn't it magnificent? Yunfei remarked as he produced an electronic pass and led the way forward. When I first arrived here, I was nearly terrified, taking a full tea break to regain my composure. Compared to your current demeanor, I must have seemed like a clown. Yunfei's self-deprecating humor successfully eased the tension among the new recruits. After encouraging one another, they followed closely behind him. Lu Qi gradually positioned himself at the end of the line, meticulously observing his surroundings. Shanhaiguan resembled a confluence of ancient and modern elements. The building materials were rammed earth from the battlefield beyond, yet the exterior had been transformed into a fortress by the human defenders, adorned with various energy weapons and military outposts. Inside Shanhaiguan, the throngs of people created a cacophony of noise. Soldiers clad in combat uniforms hurried by, while logistics personnel, drenched in sweat, transported supplies. Beyond these extraordinary individuals, there were even traces of ordinary humans. Distinct from the Blue Star people, they seemed unfazed by the grand spectacle, as if they were indigenous to this place. Some of them even pointed and whispered about Lu Qi and his companions. Are these individuals also from Blue Star? What is Blue Star? It is our ancestral home. But if Blue Star is our homeland, why are we not allowed to return for a visit? Furthermore, why have those blessed children been dispatched to the battlefield beyond when they have yet to reach maturity? Such musings may have triggered a taboo. For a patrolling soldier abruptly interrupted their whispers. Are you all idling about? Get back to your business. As his words echoed, the crowd immediately dispersed, vanishing into the surroundings. The patrolling soldier retrieved a communicator, gesturing towards the direction in which someone had departed. After a brief moment, several shadows darted towards that area. Teacher Yunfei, a new recruit with a strategic mindset, pondered why. Sure. Yunfei scanned the area, making a gesture for silence. This action ignited a wave of curiosity among the new recruits. What is the meaning of this? Are mortals permitted within the war fortress? Only Lu Qi appeared contemplative. Those at the back, hurry up and keep up. Ahead lies the checkpoint. Upon completion of the inspection, we shall proceed to the station of the Great Siam Military Academy. Stay alert. Do not engage in idle chatter. Yunfei's words interrupted Lu Qi's contemplation, prompting him to quicken his pace to catch up with his fellow students. Having passed the inspection without incident, they boarded a battle-damaged aircraft, hurtling towards an undisclosed destination. The Shanhaiguan is vast, its length nearly equivalent to that of Mars. The city gate they entered is several thousand kilometers away from the exit gate, necessitating a traverse across the entirety of Shanhaiguan. The Great Siam Military Academy holds a position of considerable distinction, its station naturally situated in the heart of Shanhaiguan. After flying for over an hour, the aircraft finally delivered the group to the station of the Great Siam Military Academy. Upon arrival, the new students exhaled deeply, their tension alleviated. The scenery and humanity they encountered along the way diverged significantly from their expectations. Within Shanhaiguan, in addition to patrolling extraordinary beings, there existed billions of ordinary people, who seemed to harbor some discontent towards those hailing for Blue Star. Upon reaching the camp, the new students immediately surrounded Yunfei, their gazes earnest as they posed their inquiries. What truly is the situation here? Yunfei, unreserved, invited everyone to sit and began to narrate the facts that would not be found in textbooks or news reports. The ordinary people here are the descendants of extraordinary beings who originated from Blue Star. They are referred to as the Great Wall ethnicity. The Great Wall ethnicity. Then what are we, the Blue Star ethnicity? Teacher, why is their attitude towards us so unfavorable? The student with a strategic inclination was the first to inquire, though many already harbored suspicions, uncertain of their correctness. Yun Fei sighed, slowly recounting the tale. Centuries ago, our human technology was far inferior to what it is today. After pushing the front lines against alien races to the edge of the solar system, the extraordinary beings who had made pacts with templates voluntarily remained at the borders to guard, while Blue Star was tasked with nurturing the next generation of contractors, continuously sending them to the frontiers. However, those extraordinary beings rooted at the borders were still human, possessing emotions and desires. Thus, some offspring were born at the cosmic frontiers, constituting the first generation of the Great Wall ethnicity. Initially, the higher-ups of Blue Star endeavored to guide these individuals back to their homeland. Yet, as Blue Star remained free of conflict for an extended period, its population swelled. At this juncture, some new students began to grasp the implications. As their own children multiplied, the illegitimate offspring outside naturally lost their right to return home. Consequently, the attitude of the ethnic group here towards them was understandably less than cordial. Things were manageable at first, as the borders were harsh and these ordinary people lacked the longevity and robust physiques of contractors, often not living beyond 50 years. However, with the establishment of grand cities, the living conditions for these people underwent a dramatic transformation. And thus, before Yun Fei could finish his words, Elchi abruptly stood up. Are we to serve as officers upon graduation? Upon the utterance of these words, the newcomers felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. So this is how it is. Suddenly, so many things began to make sense. Why those extraordinary beings were reluctant to return. Why there existed a multitude of ninth-tier powerhouses on Blue Star, and why only students trained in military academies could assume the role of officers. Ultimately, it all revolved around the struggle for control over the cosmic frontier. Were it not for the threat of alien races looming like a blade at their throats, the human race would have likely descended into civil war long ago. It turns out that the knowledge presented in books has been artfully embellished. This world is far from the idyllic realm they had envisioned. Armed with formidable weapons, the seeds of malice naturally sprout. When an individual possesses extraordinary power, ambition inevitably burgeons. If this individual is not held in check by someone more formidable, the outcome is all too predictable. The first generation of extraordinary beings rooted in the frontier has now ascended to a status akin to that of ancient feudal lords. For them, does Blue Star still feel like home? Observing the somber atmosphere, Yun Fei suddenly erupted into laughter. Classmates, do not let your imaginations run wild. Our great Xia is no barbaric nation. The scenarios you envision will not come to pass. I am utterly convinced of this. However, when it came to other factions, Yun Fei refrained from elaborating further. In any realm, the level of civilization in Great Xia far surpasses that of other forces. Even here, it remains no exception. The high-ranking officials of Great Xia possess the means to ensure that the frontiers they control remain firmly within their grasp. Yet, the Despair Alliance and similar factions of humanity cannot be counted upon with the same certainty. Emerging from the ranks of barbarians, even with extraordinary powers, they remain fundamentally uncivilized. Barbarians, by their very nature, adhere to ancient traditions. They grant you a fief, and then, except for collecting taxes, all power resides with you. The consequences of such an arrangement are all too apparent. Chapter 28, Outpost No. 37L. Qi harbored no doubts regarding the Great Xia's mastery over the control of border regions. Whether through conspiracy or straightforward tactics, the Great Xia's grasp on power was, without a doubt, impeccable. He even suspected that the contingency measures they possessed could leave others utterly astonished. However, this was juxtaposed with the methods employed to manage the barbarian tribes. During the initial resistance against foreign domination, the Great Xia, constrained by insufficient manpower, reluctantly opted to share the template of the contracts with the black and white tribes. This decision was born out of necessity and represented the best possible solution under the circumstances. After all, they were all members of the human race and were unlikely to betray their own kin. Yet, once the foreign invaders were repelled, the drawbacks of this decision became evident. Once these tribes settled down, they devolved into infighting, and after bestowing authority upon the strong, they abandoned the borders, retaining only the so-called rights to tax and lordship. Was this not a breeding ground for rebellion? In this regard, the great Xia excelled, nurturing military talents from the Blue Star to command military power and consolidate strength to maintain absolute martial prowess. And what about teacher Yun Fei? What is the purpose of this throng beyond the Great Wall? A newcomer peered through the gaps in the camp and beheld a multitude outside. These individuals, roughly the same age as the newcomer, possessed bright eyes and a remarkable bearing. They had come to partake in what was deemed a divine bestowal, akin to the college entrance examination of our Blue Star. Upon hearing this, El Chi mentally applauded the audacity of the great Xia's leadership. Teacher Yun Fei, do the higher-ups not fear that these contract holders, armed with the templates, might harbor unwarranted ambitions? The question stemmed from a newcomer inclined toward strategy. I am pleased to see such thoughts arise. Yun Fei initially expressed his approval of the newcomer, but then his tone shifted. However, there are some matters I prefer not to clarify too explicitly. In due time, you shall understand. For now, focus on your responsibilities and prepare for military training. Upon sensing Yun Fei's stern demeanor, the newcomers fell silent, exchanging glances before closing their eyes to rest. El Chi, however, was the exception. Following a subtle cue from Yun Fei, he stepped outside. Let's proceed. The two ascended to a vantage point, where they could observe the line of individuals from the Great Wall awaiting the so-called divine bestowal. El Chi, do you know why these people will not rebel? Because they do not wish to, nor can they rebel. Upon hearing El Chi's response, Yun Fei raised an eyebrow. Elaborate on the specifics. El Chi's gaze shifted to the crowd below. Their attire and behavioral habits bore slight differences from the Blue Star populace, yet their appearances were largely indistinguishable. I assert they do not wish to rebel because, in this world, only through the contract template can one attain extraordinary power. Should they incite chaos, that power would inevitably dissipate. Any rational individual would not forfeit such an opportunity to alter their fate. Yun Fei's eyes sparkled with interest. Continue. After a brief pause, Lu Qi organized his thoughts. I stated my refusal because they still embody the noble virtues of the great Xia people, treating this place as their home. No one wishes for their home to be destroyed, not even oneself. Furthermore, having contracted the template, they are obliged to join the military, where the commanders possess significantly higher prowess than they do, being graduates of the Blue Star military academies. Moreover, that's enough. Yun Fei interjected, interrupting Lu Qi. Certain matters should not be further elaborated upon, lest one treads upon taboos. With your understanding, I can rest assured. As a contract holder of the imperial level template, you are destined to rise to a prominent position. Thus, it is imperative to see through matters without speaking them aloud, and certainly do not emulate that certain someone. The certain someone Yun Fei referred to was a new student who was overly inquisitive about strategies, often leading to unfavorable outcomes. Indeed, Lu Qi replied, and the two descended the mountain, one following the other. Before long, orders regarding the military training for the new students were conveyed. Upon receiving the command, Yun Fei promptly activated the large screen in the camp. Students, your military training location is at the newly established number 37 outpost outside Ningyuan City. As the three-dimensional map unfolded on the screen, everyone beheld the appearance of the number 37 outpost, constructed with materials from the otherworldly battlefield. This outpost is manned year-round by 100 elite soldiers. It is situated 3,000 miles from the under-construction Ningyuan City, surrounded by numerous outposts of varying sizes. The actual situation will require thorough exploration once we set off. However, Yun Fei turned off the screen. I will not be accompanying you. This time, you must rely on yourselves. In accordance with tradition, your high-end combat class will temporarily form a team of 100, appointing one leader and 2 deputy leaders for management. Zhuge Tao, present. The individual called was the new student who had contracted a strategy-oriented template, hailing from the Zhuge family in Langya city of the Great Xia, where most of his elders had similarly contracted strategy-oriented templates and served in the Great Xia General Staff for generations. You will assume the temporary leadership position, and you shall relinquish it after the training. Yes. Zhuge Tao, being young, displayed a glimmer of joy on his face. In truth, Yun Fei believed that Lu Qi was the best candidate for the temporary leadership role, but when he inquired earlier, Lu Qi expressed his disinterest in managing affairs. Nevertheless, as a formidable individual, one must bear responsibilities. How could he allow you to enjoy leisure? Lu Qi Weilai. Present. Lu Qi felt somewhat helpless, yet he still honored Yun Fei's request. You two will serve as the temporary deputy leaders, and you shall relinquish your positions after the training. Yes. After the two took their seats, Yun Fei continued. This military training will last between 1 to 3 months. Your training will only be deemed complete once the next team of 100 takes over. Do you understand? Understood. Remember, do not show mercy when encountering foreign races. Moreover, no matter the circumstances, you must survive. The Great Xia and the human race require your assistance. The new recruits rose in unison, saluting both Yun Fei and the towering banner of the Great Xia. With a commanding voice, the order was given to depart. 100 new recruits boarded the meticulously prepared aircraft outside the camp. As the smoke cleared, several dark figures soared from the Shanhaiguan, pursuing the aircraft. Assassins. The presence of formidable human warriors within the Shanhaiguan was unmistakable, and the unusual movements of the shadows did not go unnoticed. However, upon realizing they were assassins, the warriors extinguished their desire to investigate further. On board the aircraft, the elite combat class of new recruits fell into a contemplative silence. Having departed from the Shanhaiguan, they were now poised to enter the extraterrestrial battlefield. Stepping onto the territory of alien races, their fates were no longer their own. After military training, it remained uncertain how many of those present would survive. So many were set to undergo military training before the gates of the Shanhaiguan had even closed. Hundreds of aircraft had already taken to the skies within the city. Various military academies from Blue Star had dispatched personnel for training, and these aircraft belonged to a multitude of factions. All aboard, the soldiers of the Great Xia, piloting the aircraft, suddenly ignited a competitive spirit in every aspect. The Great Xia aimed for supremacy, and speed of flight was no exception. In the blink of an eye, the aircraft piloted by L. Qi surged to the forefront, bursting forth from the gates. Once beyond the Shanhaiguan, the presence of humanity faded into nothingness. Between the fortress and the dark red extraterrestrial battlefield lay an abyss of darkness. This was not only a buffer zone, but also a battleground rife with peril. Chapter 29. Arrival at the destination in such a perilous place. Lingering for even a second could spell disaster. The pilot of the spacecraft pushed the speed to its utmost limit, daring not to pause for breath. Half an hour had elapsed, and the vast, dark red battlefield loomed ominously ahead. If all went as expected, calamity was imminent. Look over there. Inside the cabin, a newcomer pointed at an expanse of emptiness. A spacecraft had just been obliterated in mid-air. The assailants were alien insectoid life, forms capable of traversing the void of space. These creatures attacked with their numerous tentacles that spanned the cosmos, boasting immense size and formidable defenses. They were a common sight at the periphery of the extraterrestrial battlefield. Damn it, the pilot cursed under his breath, immediately initiating evasive maneuvers. Where there was one, there would surely be another. These creatures were akin to the wasps of Blue Star, appearing in swarms. Indeed, as the spacecraft shifted position, a tentacle emerged from the unknown, brushing perilously close to the vessel's hull. The newcomers in the cabin could even see the repulsive appendages of the tentacle, glistening with viscous slime. This sight sent shivers down the spines of both the pilot and the co-pilot. What in the world was happening? The route had been designated by the higher-ups. Why were they ambushed by these aliens? The pilot retrieved a communicator, hoping to send a message to the defending troops within the mountain sea pass, only to be met with a cacophony of static. Something was amiss. The pilot, disregarding further contemplation, knew that immediate descent was crucial. Otherwise, their prolonged defense would inevitably fail, leading to the demise of the elite crew aboard this vessel. They had to risk it. The pilot was an extraordinary individual who had contracted a support-type driving template, which predetermined their cultivation level would not be particularly high. However, every disadvantage bore its own advantage, and their focus and operational prowess far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Under his command, the spacecraft maneuvered like a nimble loach, evading the onslaught of the insectoid tentacles with frenzied agility. However, the newcomers in the cabin were not so fortunate. Amidst the chaotic twisting and turning, many succumbed to nausea. Though they were all first-tier, extraordinary beings, the relentless acceleration and deceleration proved overwhelming. At long last, after what felt like an eternity, they broke free from the alien assault and entered the territory of the human race. Here lay the transport vessel No. 1 of the Great Siam Military Academy of Blue Star. Calling Ming Yuan City. The pilot, the first to break through, had no time to catch his breath and immediately grasped the communication device to reach out to Ning Yuan City. Ning Yuan City received. Quickly, dispatch strong individuals to the X-23 space zone. The Blue Star military training transport fleet is under attack by alien floating insects. Ning Yuan City received. For some inexplicable reason, the pilot felt that the voice of the Ning Yuan City communicator sounded peculiar. Nevertheless, he dismissed it, since Ning Yuan City had acknowledged his message. He trusted that human experts would soon intervene. Now, his priority was to transport the newcomers to the training grounds. Inside the cabin, Lu Qi gazed at the spacecraft that had managed to break through the encirclement, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Surely, nothing untoward would occur during this military training, would it? I sincerely hope not. The vast expanse of the outer battlefield is not teeming with alien life. In fact, even where it exists, it comprises merely a handful of first- and second-tier creatures. The truly formidable extraterrestrial beings remain concealed within the depths of the battlefield, emerging only when summoned by stronger entities or provoked. The autopilot has been activated. As the flight path had long been predetermined, the pilot, still recovering from the earlier turbulence, promptly engaged the autopilot and closed his eyes to rejuvenate his energy. Here lies the outer battlefield. The newly arrived, having recently survived a life-threatening ordeal, have come to accept their presence in this realm, their faces now reflecting curiosity as they gaze out the window. However, the view outside is monotonous. A desolate landscape of dark red earth stretching endlessly, devoid of human presence. Soon, the newcomers found their enthusiasm waning, losing interest in the scenery. After 2 hours, the aircraft finally arrived at the location of Outpost 37. Nestled between two colossal mountains, a broad road leads to the unfinished city of Ningyuan. The outpost itself is a small fortress bristling with energy weapons, constructed from local materials, with only minor reinforcements of alloys in vulnerable areas. At last, reinforcements have arrived. Before the aircraft could even touch down, a figure burst forth from within the outpost. Judging by his somewhat tattered and blood-stained combat uniform, he was a seasoned veteran. With anticipation gleaming in his eyes, he watched as the aircraft, carrying 100 elite recruits from the Dasham Military Academy, descended slowly. The first to leap from the craft was Zhuge Tao, striding confidently to meet the veteran and glancing at his insignia. He was a squad leader, ranked second to last among junior officers, with a corporal beneath him. The veteran clearly noticed the 100-man insignia on Zhuge Tao's combat attire, although marked with a temporary designation. It did not exempt him from acknowledging the hierarchy of age and rank. With a sharp salute, the veteran paid his respects. Squad Leader Bergen of Outpost 37. I have the honor of meeting you. Bergen. Zhuge Tao's smile vanished, and his gaze lost a measure of respect. You are Japanese? Ah, indeed, sir. Upon receiving the affirmative response, Zhuge Tao quickly returned the salute. Zhuge Tao, temporary 100-man of the elite combat class at Dasham Military Academy. The elite combat class. Bergen's eyes brightened instantly. This class represents the CRME de la CRME of each Dasham Military Academy cohort, entering the military at the rank of 100-man, far superior to the likes of those from his humble background. Honored to meet you, esteemed officers. I shall summon the other brothers to greet you. The obsequiousness of Bergen only deepened Zhuge Tao's disdain. No need for that. He waved dismissively and chose a random spot to sit. While my classmates disembark, you will provide me with a thorough account of the situation here. Certainly, sir. In the village of Borgenjing, amidst the murmurs of agreement, one individual rummaged through his tattered garments, ultimately producing a solitary cigarette. Adult smoking? Unthinkable. Zhuge Tao coldly dismissed the notion, urging him to forego such trivialities and instead provide an update on recent developments. Yes. Borgenjing, with a bowed head and hunched posture, carefully stowed away the cigarette and began his report to Zhuge Tao. Sir, at the 37th outpost, there are 103 troops stationed, including one head officer, 2 deputy officers, and 100 soldiers. Aside from the head and deputy officers, the remaining personnel are minority soldiers transferred from Jiangwen. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Tao sensed something amiss. If that is the case, why have we not seen the head and deputy officers here? At this, a flicker of sorrow crossed Borgenjing's face. Sir, a month ago, the head officer and deputy officer detected unusual activity from foreign entities and led 8 squads to investigate, but tragically, the entire force was lost. What? Zhuge Tao sprang to his feet, his gaze piercing. Such a grave matter. Why was it not reported? His reaction was not unwarranted. Logically, after such a catastrophic defeat, it was unwise to send new recruits for military training in this region. After all, while military training is fraught with risk, it is not intended to be a death sentence for the newcomers. Given such adversity, it would be challenging even for seasoned veterans to manage the situation. With a thud, Borgenjing fell to his knees. Sir, it is not that we did not wish to report, but rather that we were unable to do so. Communication was severed a month ago. Chapter 30. The rainy night assault. The communication was severed. Zhuge Tao, who had keenly detected the anomaly in the strategic template, fixated intently on the Borgenjing village, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. Under these circumstances, it is indeed not your fault. Call forth the remaining individuals. After all, we are in a state of rotation. Once the handover is complete, you shall depart via the aerial vehicle. Upon hearing this, a hint of sorrow flashed in Borgenjing village's gaze. My lord, I implore you on behalf of the remaining 19 brothers, do not compel us to leave. We yearn for vengeance for Lord Baihu and Deputy Qianhu. After speaking, perhaps fearing Zhuge Tao's refusal, Borgenjing village bowed deeply several times. You wish to stay? Zhuge Tao pondered for a long while before shaking his head. No, as soldiers, we must obey the orders of our superiors. I have no authority to allow you to remain. My lord, tears glistened in Borgenjing village's eyes as he clenched his fists. If you insist on our retreat, we shall stain the outpost with our blood. Is this a threat? Zhuge Tao narrowed his eyes, his tone turning icy. The military values obedience. For a squad leader to utter such words before Lord Baihu, it would not be unjust to execute him. Not to mention, this person is one of the Woku. I would not dare. Borgenjing village unsheathed his dagger and solemnly placed it at Zhuge Tao's feet. If my lord allows the other brothers to stay, you may take my life. Zhuge Tao picked up Borgenjing village's dagger, scrutinized it briefly, then tossed it back. Rise. We have already lost contact with Ningyuan City. If you wish to remain, then stay. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Borgenjing village's eyes sparkled with joy, as if he had received a monumental blessing. Deputy Baihu this. Witnessing the entire exchange, Deputy Baihu Wei Lai wished to interject, but was restrained by the equally observant El Chi. Less heed Zhuge Tao. Seeing El Chi's agreement, Wei Lai swallowed his words. Bring forth your men, so that I may familiarize myself with them, and also describe the sentry arrangements here to avoid any confusion later. As El Chi conversed with Borgenjing village, he cast a knowing glance at Zhuge Tao. The latter understood and nodded slightly. Yes, my lord, I shall summon them immediately. Borgenjing village turned and departed swiftly. In the span of a tea session, the 20 soldiers from Outpost 37 gathered together. Greetings, esteemed lords. Zhuge Tao and El Chi scrutinized these individuals closely. Among them were Woku, Koreans, and Annamese. Now, Please inform us about the number of visible and concealed sentries at Outpost 37, the timing of the handover, the distribution of structures above and below ground, and how to establish communication with other outposts. Yes. Just as Burgunjing village began to respond, Elchi raised his hand to interrupt him. Allow them to speak. Burgunjing village was pushed aside, and the remaining 19 oddballs began to chatter among themselves. After they finished, Zhuge Tao posed further inquiries. What type of contractors are you? Which university do you attend? When did you enlist? And what is the duration of your service? Speak up. Following another round of animated discussion, Wei Lai approached with several newcomers. Today, we are responsible for vigilance, so you all should take a good rest. Yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Brother, we shall take our leave. The battlefield beyond the realm was devoid of day and night, perpetually shrouded in a dim crimson hue. Once the pilot of the aircraft regained their energy and confirmed that these 20 oddballs were not returning, they piloted the craft away from Outpost 37. Their primary task was to report the situation back to Ningyuan City, striving to restore communication as soon as possible. Lu Qi gazed at the aircraft vanishing into the horizon, his expression contemplative. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, their next encounter would involve them bringing another 100-man team for a changeover. In the event of an accident, that would be a different matter. After a brief respite, check the time. At the command, the newcomers promptly began verifying the time. Once completed, Zhuge Tao transmitted a series of data to each newcomer's terminal. According to this time and location, divide into 3 teams. I, Lu Qi, and Wei Lai will each lead a team, rotating every 8 hours. Furthermore, now that we are on the battlefield beyond the realm, we must exercise utmost caution. We cannot allow any foreign entities to slip away from under our noses. Do you understand? The newcomers responded with a crisp salute. Understood. Good. Zhuge Tao nodded. First team. Follow me. Sir. Sir. Just as the newcomers formed their ranks and prepared to assume defense of the outpost, Burgunjing village approached with several seasoned veterans. We, with our extensive experience, request your permission to continue the defense of the outpost. You? Zhuge Tao raised an eyebrow, his tone slightly displeased. Perhaps another time. Let you join the defense after a few days. Burgunjing village wished to say more, but Zhuge Tao, uninterested, waved them off and led his team away. 8 hours swiftly passed, and Lu Qi's second team successfully took over the defense. Zhuge Tao did not accompany the newcomers to rest, but sought out Lu Qi. Has there been any unusual activity at the outpost? Not yet. Let the bullets fly a while longer. Thus, the outpost endured 3 days of frequent rotations. On the 4th day, Burgunjing village sought out Zhuge Tao once more. This time, Zhuge Tao agreed without refusal. During the first watch, he encountered no unforeseen events. After handing over the defense to Lu Qi, the previously dry and scorching weather of the battlefield beyond the realm suddenly transformed. As the mountain rain approaches, a fierce determination flickers in Elchi's gaze. These blundering fools have clearly acted out of desperation. Initially, he had intended to continue their charade, to discern their true intentions. However, it appears they have cast aside all pretense, revealing that their sole objective is to annihilate this group of newcomers, rather than targeting him specifically. This simplifies matters considerably. Deputy Commander, he calls out, and a few seasoned soldiers emerge before the crowd. Their demeanor has shifted, though their expressions remain vacant. Their movements are swift. Why have they not waited for their comrades to regroup? As he muses this, the veterans have already positioned themselves behind Elchi's team. Are they concerned that we may not give our all? Certainly not. Elchi replies with a wry smile, primarily fearing that you will be overly earnest in your goodwill towards us. By the way, what is it that you Koreans cherish the most? I seem to have forgotten. Why has the deputy commander posed such a question? The veterans draw ever closer to Elchi, and he can see his defenseless back turned toward them. Indeed, we Koreans have a fondness for kimchi. Although we may have forgotten much of our ancient history, our craving for this sacred dish is ingrained in our very bones. Upon hearing this, Elchi chuckles. Do you know why you have exposed yourselves? What? The old soldier's expressions shift from vacant to astonished. One of them signals to his comrades before unsheathing his dagger and lunging toward Elchi. It is because what Koreans cherish most is thievery. Chapter 31. Brainworms in an instant. The veteran assailant questioned the authenticity of the memories he had pilfered. Within the recollections of this Goryeo soldier, the fondness for kimchi was apparent, yet the individual before him spoke of theft. Clang! A long spear manifested in El-Chi's hand, blocking the ambush while simultaneously delivering a swift kick to the assailant's groin. What El-Chi found astonishing was that despite the chaos surrounding him, the veteran's expression remained unchanged. After a brief pause, he launched another attack. "How did you discover us?" The veteran's voice was peculiar, lacking the warmth of humanity, reminiscent of two frayed vocal cords rasping against each other. "How did I discover you? Go ask your grandfather in the afterlife." El-Chi dismissed any notion of responding to this alien being. To him, the adage that villains perish due to their verbosity applied equally to the righteous. "I'm not your father. Why should I answer you?" The veteran appeared incensed, his strikes with the blade becoming increasingly rapid. During the skirmish, El-Chi cast a glance around. The prepared newcomers were entangled with this detestable group of aliens. The veteran, under the control of an unknown entity, possessed strength akin to a second-tier warrior. In ordinary circumstances, this group of newcomers would struggle to withstand even a few blows. Thankfully, they were currently in human form. Compared to the formidable physique of the alien beings, the human body, though small and nimble, was somewhat frail, excluding those who had contracted with the body-tempering template. Especially at the lower tiers, where the gap had not yet fully established, the second-tier physique, while astonishingly resilient, offered no other advantages. This provided the newcomers with a chance to challenge those of higher rank. Another factor was that most of the high-tier combat class newcomers had contracted with top-tier templates. In contrast, even the surviving veterans were merely contracted with second- or third-tier templates, creating a qualitative disparity between the two. "Look at them. Those clever humans perish." The alien fighting El-Chi bellowed, and with a flourish, his blade seemed to hum with vitality. "Oomph." El-Chi averted his gaze. The entity controlling the veterans was an enigma, and to uncover the truth, he would have to dismantle them piece by piece for thorough examination. Resolute in his decision, El-Chi strode forward, unleashing first-tier extraordinary power. The long spear in his hand seemed to resonate with El-Chi's battle intent, emanating a dark crimson glow. To the veteran, this display appeared as futile as a mantis attempting to block a chariot. Puff! The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed as El-Chi's spear, swift as lightning, pierced through the veteran's chest. Before the veteran could react, El-Chi yanked the spear free, and with a flurry of strikes, he reduced the veteran to mere fragments. Gazing into the veteran's hollow eyes, El-Chi felt no sense of relief. Considering the emergence of the engineer abomination during the freshman test, it is likely that the entity controlling the veteran's body is something reminiscent of creatures that have previously appeared in films or novels. For instance, whoosh! Suddenly, a dark shadow violently burst through the veteran's skull and charged towards Liu Qi. Anticipating this, Liu Qi brandished his spear and impaled it directly. Observing the small, clawing insectoid on the spear's tip, a shadow of unease flickered in Liu Qi's heart. His suspicions were not unfounded. The entity controlling the veteran was indeed a diminutive and frail insectoid, the brainworm. This creature can burrow into a person's mouth, replacing the human brain and seizing control of the body. However, detecting such a creature is not particularly difficult. After all, a bug is a bug. Even if it can access human memories, it cannot perfectly replicate human habits. Moreover, any human settlement is equipped with devices to detect such entities. The challenge for the brainworm to silently take over a body is akin to a mortal trying to ascend to the heavens. Unless, of course, someone is providing them with cover. Furthermore, this person likely holds a position of considerable influence. Liu Qi felt as though he had stumbled upon a grand conspiracy. Yet this was not the moment for contemplation. With a fierce thrust, Liu Qi dispatched the brainworm. "Be cautious. This creature is controlled by a small insect. Do not allow it to parasitize you." After warning his subordinates, Liu Qi swung his spear and joined the fray. With Liu Qi, a contractor capable of effortlessly eliminating second-tier engineer abominations, the battle swiftly turned in their favor. The remaining veterans were swiftly dismembered, their skulls shattered by Lu Qi's spear. To ensure that no remnants escaped, Lu Qi even arranged for fire element classmates to incinerate the corpses. Only after they were reduced to ashes did he lead the freshmen to assist Zhuge Tao's team. The two groups were not far apart, within a short span of time. Lu Qi spotted Zhuge Tao and his companions engaged in fierce combat with the veterans. As a strategist-oriented contractor, Zhuge Tao was effectively utilizing the strengths of his subordinates to encircle and suppress a few veterans. Zhuge Tao, these individuals are controlled by brainworms. Upon hearing Lu Qi's shout, Zhuge Tao, who had diligently studied his family's records since childhood, became even more cautious. Stay vigilant. Protect your mouths and noses. Do not fall prey to parasitism. With Lu Qi's reinforcements, the already disadvantaged veterans met their doom. Following their previous method, they were thoroughly obliterated and turned to dust. Lu Qi and Zhuge Tao then promptly set off towards the outpost, where over 30 individuals were led by the combat-oriented contractor Wei Lai. Though valiant, Wei Lai was highly susceptible to being controlled by the brainworms within the veterans' bodies without accurate intelligence. Quick, increase your pace. All were first-tier, extraordinary contractors, and under full effort, they reached the 37th outpost in no time. It was eerily quiet. Stay alert. Lu Qi instructed the nearby freshmen, cautiously advancing with a spear. They formed groups of 3, cooperating closely, vigilant against any ambushes. Though the newcomers were novices on the battlefield, the rigorous training they underwent prior to military exercises bore fruit, as they formed their ranks with commendable discipline, embodying the spirit of elite soldiers. There is something over there. A perceptive freshman pointed towards a corner, his tone heavy with foreboding. El Qi, leading the way, approached with determination, only to discover the lifeless body of a fellow student. Damn it! Though they had all steeled themselves for the possibility of casualties, the sudden sight of a classmate's corpse filled them with profound sorrow. Focus on your tasks. Conduct yourselves like soldiers, not like cowards. El Qi barked, then bent down to examine the body. However, as his right hand was about to make contact, an alarm blared in his mind. This was the proactive warning from the spirit of the Rock Emperor. Get back. Without a moment's hesitation, El Qi shouted and leaped aside. In that instant, a shadow darted forward. A bewildered freshman felt a foreign object invade his mouth, plunging him into eternal darkness. It was a brain bug. It had taken residence within the deceased freshman's body. Amidst the fearful gazes of the onlookers, the student who had been infected began to convulse violently, his eyes rolling back. What are you waiting for? El Qi stood tall, brandishing his spear towards the infected newcomer. You are committing murder. He still has a chance. Don't do this. The pleas of the other freshmen fell on deaf ears as Zhuge Tao unsheathed his dagger, pointing it at them. El Qi was justified in his actions. Once a brain bug took hold, survival was no longer an option. The only recourse was to kill. As his words echoed, El Qi's spear swept across the infected student's head. With a resounding crack, blood and remnants of the brain bug splattered into the air. Chapter 32. Terrifying Speculations. Advancing towards other outposts, how much longer will this indecision persist? El Qi was weary of explaining himself to this group of self-righteous individuals. At this juncture, the priority was to ascertain whether any lives remained within the outpost. First team, disperse for reconnaissance. If you encounter any corpses or similar entities, incinerate them immediately. Second team, follow me as we advance. Everyone, signal at the slightest hint of abnormality. Having issued his commands, El Qi did not linger to see if anyone heeded him. He set forth with resolute determination. His new recruits exchanged glances, then resolutely followed suit. Through their time spent together, they had been thoroughly impressed by El Qi's formidable prowess. Furthermore, he was undeniably correct. Extraordinary circumstances necessitate extraordinary measures. Prolonged hesitation would lead to their demise. They would heed El Qi's counsel. Zhuge Tao was astute. He understood well how he had attained his temporary position of authority. Given the current circumstances, following El Qi was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. The remaining recruits, being elite in their own right, adjusted their mindsets, and promptly commenced their tasks. Half an hour passed. The eastern side of the outpost appeared normal. The western side of the outpost also seemed normal. The first level had been cleared, resulting in the incineration of 10 corpses and 2 brainworms. Upon receiving the report from the recruits, Zhuge Tao and El Qi exchanged a knowing glance. It was over. It seemed that Wei Lai had most likely suffered total annihilation. With heavy hearts, they stealthily made their way to the second level. This area was equally dark and silent. The second level was considerably smaller than the first, and within a mere quarter of an hour, dozens of recruits had thoroughly searched the premises. After incinerating several more corpses, they proceeded to the final level. This was the officers' quarters of the 37th outpost, the highest point of the entire installation. You have finally arrived. A voice echoed from the darkness. I have waited for you for so long. It was Wei Lai. No, more accurately, it was Wei Lai, now parasitized by a brainworm. One must admit, humanity is a remarkably clever species, yet it is plagued by excessive selfishness and desire. A figure emerged from the shadows, one hand gripping a corpse and the other wielding Wei Lai's long knife. When I killed him, I was curious how you discovered us. After the parasitism, I understood. It turns out that within the Daxia army, there exists a custom wherein Daxia officers are slain alongside their fallen minority soldiers. Yet, you did not inform the minority troops of this practice. It appears your human race is inferior to our insect race. Every minority soldier in Daxia, upon enlistment, has a restriction placed within them by the military. Should their commanding officer lose life information, they too will be consigned to death. This measure is intended to prevent betrayal. For this reason, upon hearing the news of the deaths of the leaders from Borjingjing village, Zhuge Tao had already concluded that the entities present were not of the human race, but rather of an alien origin. El Qi shared this sentiment. Why are you still wasting words? El Qi had lost all interest in listening to the brainworm's incessant chatter. With determined strides, he advanced, his spear aimed menacingly at Wei Lai. Killing you would serve as a tribute to my fallen classmates. So come forth. The brainworm residing within Wei Lai had already resigned itself to death, lingering only to buy time. Wei Lai flung the corpse towards El Qi with a sweeping motion. Bang! El Qi refused to grant the body proximity, swiftly swinging his spear to obliterate its head. As anticipated, a brainworm was nestled within the corpse's skull. Utterly revolting, El Qi flicked his spear and cast a disdainful glance at the smug expression on Wei Lai's face. Your visage is far more repugnant. Is that so? Wei Lai stepped forward, challenging, then come and see if you can kill me. With that, he charged at El Qi wielding a blade. Based on his understanding of humanity, he was convinced that this individual named El Qi would engage in an epic battle lasting 300 rounds, allowing him to fulfill his task of buying time. However, he had misjudged El Qi. As a seasoned bookworm, he had no intention of engaging in foolish duels. With dozens of allies at his back, each capable of annihilating you with a mere flick, a one-on-one fight? Dream on. What are you waiting for? Everyone together. Let us reduce this pestilence that bears Wei Lai's face to dust. Under El Qi's command, Wei Lai was overwhelmed by a flurry of attacks, vanishing entirely. Once the dust settled, the outpost fell into a profound silence. In just 3 days, over 30 of the 100 elite combat class freshmen had permanently remained on the battlefield. Before the new students could regain their composure, a panicked voice shattered the stillness. El Qi, one brainworm is missing. A pale-faced Zhuge Tao hurried to El Qi's side. I've counted it several times, and no matter how I calculate it, one is still unaccounted for. What about the other areas of the outpost? Have you searched them? I searched personally. There's nothing. Zhuge Tao's voice was laced with palpable panic. The disappearance of a brainworm implied either it had taken control of someone present or had ventured off to alert its kind. If it were the former, it could be manageable. A careful investigation would surely reveal its whereabouts. But if it were the latter, that would spell dire consequences. This indicated that not only had the 37th outpost been infiltrated, but others might also be compromised. Perhaps even worse. All personnel, assemble. El Qi decisively issued the gathering order. He needed to scrutinize the new students to ascertain the nature of the situation. Half an hour later, Elchi and Zhuge Tao wore grim expressions. None of those present had been parasitized, and the situation was evolving into the worst possible scenario. Elchi, what should we do? Despite Zhuge Tao's intelligence, faced with this troubling situation, he could only implore Elchi for guidance. Elchi's mood was dismal. The fact that he was the top scorer in the college entrance examination was an open secret within the elite combat class and the entire Great Siam Military Academy. In other words, Wei Lai and his companions are highly confident, possessing an 80% assurance that they're the top scorers of the college entrance examination. Encountering ordinary alien races would pose no significant threat. However, the dire predicament arises from their encounter with the cerebral insect, a being capable of probing memories. A contractee of imperial caliber would undoubtedly take decisive action to eliminate such a threat. It now becomes evident that Wei Lai's earlier actions were a deliberate ruse to buy time, creating an opportunity for the cerebral insect to escape. It is imperative that I eliminate the fleeing insect to eradicate any future peril. Alas, suddenly, Lu Qi recalled an even graver possibility. Merely killing this one cerebral insect may prove futile. If there are indeed traitors among the higher-ups, then the other outposts may have already fallen under the insect's control. Should any of them successfully parasitize a new student from the Great Siam Military Academy, my intelligence would undoubtedly be compromised. I find myself in an almost certain death scenario. At this juncture, the matters at hand seem beyond our capability to resolve. Lu Qi's tone turned somber, mirroring the despondency of the other new recruits. We must evacuate at once, Zhuge Tao exclaimed, only to realize a crucial oversight. Today marks the 4th day since the departure of the spacecraft. I had previously made an agreement with the pilot, who was to seek reinforcements ending Yuan City and return within 3 days. Yet now, before he could finish, the answer loomed ominously. The spacecraft must have encountered a mishap. Our chances of retreat are almost non-existent. As for enduring 3 months to await the next rotation, that is utterly impossible. What shall we do? Faced with the bewilderment of the group, Lu Qi resolved to take a bold step forward. We shall move to another outpost. Chapter 33. The Other Outposts. All are bloodied to other outposts. The newcomers exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what Lu Qi meant. Do you not comprehend that this is a battlefield beyond our realm? This is the lair of alien beings, and the number of their lurking lives underground is unfathomable. To venture to other outposts with merely a handful of us is akin to courting death. Lu Qi, what do you mean by this? A newcomer stepped forward, challenging him. Are you aware of the situation outside? We are the elite combat class of this generation, having emerged from millions of contractees. Should we perish, it would be a tremendous loss for the Great Xia and the Great Wall defense. Can you bear the consequences of such an outcome? Though his words bore a hint of arrogance, they were a true reflection of the sentiments harbored by the group. Why should I bear the burden? I am here to save you. Lu Qi's genuine thoughts remained unshared, and he could only strive to persuade them. Staying here is merely awaiting death. Although the brainworm's whereabouts are unknown, it is certain that it will relay our situation to other alien entities. If we do not depart now, is it difficult to surmise what fate awaits us? Lu Qi's assertions were not without merit, and the previously dissatisfied newcomers began to waver. He is right. Remaining here guarantees only death. Zhuge Tao stepped out of the crowd, resolute in his conviction. If we step outside, we may face death. Yet there is a significant chance we might survive. It is up to you to decide whether to remain here as cowards or venture forth in search of a path to life. Zhuge Tao, another newcomer, emerged from the throng. Even if we escape, can we assuredly return to the Great Wall defense to Blue Star? Can you guarantee that? I cannot guarantee it, Zhuge Tao replied, shaking his head, his tone neither mournful nor elated. Thus, I do not impose upon you to follow us. If you choose to stay, so be it. I will not hinder you, nor will Lu Qi. Those willing to accompany us, prepare your gear and check for any usable supplies. We depart in half an hour. Lu Qi, come here for a moment. Having conveyed everything, Zhuge Tao led the way outside. Lu Qi furrowed his brow and followed. Zhuge Tao's pace was swift, and it was only when they reached a secluded area that he abruptly turned back. Lu Qi, I understand your intention. What are you saying? Lu Qi was taken aback by Zhuge Tao's demeanor. "I merely wish for everyone to survive. There is no ulterior motive." Zhuge Tao shook his head. "You should be aware that your status as the top scorer in the college entrance examination, while not officially acknowledged by the school, has essentially become an open secret. We know, the brainworm knows, and once the brainworm knows, it is only a matter of time before the alien races become aware as well. You fervently persuade everyone to seek refuge at alternative outposts, merely in hopes of finding more expendable souls, pondering whether you might establish a connection with Shanhaguan or Blue Star to enhance your own chances of survival." "Oh." El Chi cast a piercing gaze at Zhuge Tao, his eyes suddenly sharp. This lad, true to the illustrious surname of Zhuge, possesses remarkable intelligence. What do you mean by such words? Are you attempting to coerce me? Or is there something else at play? El Chi did not deny his intentions. As a contractee of the Emperor-level template, he held no contempt for fabricating lies before a weaker individual. "I harbor no ulterior motives." Zhuge Tao perceived a hint of murderous intent in El Chi's tone, yet he remained unfazed, unwaveringly locking his gaze onto El Chi's eyes. "I merely wish to convey that, if the opportunity arises, I would willingly sacrifice my life for you." Such a declaration left El Chi momentarily speechless, irrespective of any insinuations. He primarily believed himself devoid of such charisma that would compel another to lay down their life for him. "Are you astonished?" Zhuge Tao revealed a smile. "You are an Emperor-level template contractee. Should you ascend in strength, even 100,000 strategists of my caliber would pale in comparison to your singular might. If my demise could guarantee your survival, I would embrace it wholeheartedly." El Chi remained silent, his gaze fixed on Zhuge Tao, his mind brimming with disbelief. "What is your true objective?" "Objective?" Zhuge Tao shook his head. "If I were to claim that my aim is to ensure the prosperity of humanity, would you believe me?" Without waiting for El Chi's response, Zhuge Tao anticipated the answer. "You likely would not, but it matters not. I merely wish to impart that while humanity often displays selfishness, there exist those willing to forsake everything for ethereal dreams." At this juncture, a trace of nostalgia graced Zhuge Tao's visage. After a brief pause, he continued, "You may find this hard to believe, but within my family, there exists a legend. The ancestors of the Zhuge clan toiled relentlessly and devoted themselves to an unrealistic dream for the sake of another. Though the ultimate outcome was failure, their legacy endures, immortalized in history and celebrated through the ages." "Enough. I believe you." Without allowing Zhuge Tao to conclude, El Chi had already chosen to place his faith in him. He understood precisely who that individual was. As scions of the illustrious Zhuge family, their trustworthiness was assured. "Why? You clearly." Zhuge Tao was taken aback, astonished that El Chi would believe him based solely on one matter. El Chi offered no explanation, softly reciting a verse. "Before the campaign's success, one perishes. Thus, heroes weep, their garments soaked with tears. Zhuge Tao, El Chi, will not allow others to die for me. You and the rest must strive to survive. If death is inevitable, let's embark on that journey together." At this moment, El Chi was overtaken by emotion. "With the honor you bestow upon me, I shall repay it with equal valor." In terms of moral integrity, El Chi, having received modern education, was only slightly self-serving, yet his virtues were no less than others. Let us proceed. In their hearts, both harbored their own thoughts. Upon returning to the outpost, they awaited for half an hour. Unexpectedly, everyone chose to abandon the outpost. "Well done," Zhuge Tao casually praised before opening the terminal to inspect the map. The nearest outpost was the 17th outpost of Ningyuan City, approximately 50 kilometers away. With their pace, they could reach it in less than half an hour. "Let us set off." With a command, the freshmen, equipped with various gear, moved towards the 17th outpost as indicated on the map. The journey was uneventful, and Lu Qi's group did not encounter any alien life forms. Likewise, upon arriving at the 17th outpost, they found no living human recruits. All had perished with no survivors. Observing the newcomers lying on the beds, their throats slit, Zhuge Tao's gaze remained indifferent, his tone desolate. This was grim news, confirming the invasion of other outposts by alien life while plunging the group's spirits into despair. How could these freshmen be so careless? They had been slain in their slumber. Where were those accursed aliens? Why had they vanished without a trace? With questions lingering, the elite combat class students removed the nameplates from the deceased newcomers. The bodies were certainly beyond retrieval, but taking their nameplates could provide some closure for their families. At least they had not suffered in their final moments. After Zhuge Tao spoke, he reopened the terminal. The next outpost was... All subsequent outposts revealed no survivors. Lu Qi restrained Zhuge Tao, who was eager to proceed to the next outpost. There was little significance in going to another outpost now. We should head directly to Ningyuan City. However, everyone must be prepared. Perhaps it had already become a hellish landscape. Chapter 34. No living souls left in Ningyuan City at the military academy of the Great Xia, stationed at Shanhaiguan. A shocking revelation left the instructors in disbelief. What did you say? Just as they prepared to head toward Ningyuan City, they learned that the new recruits had gone missing. What on earth are they doing? Yun Fei exclaimed, shaking off the soldiers beside him, ready to charge out. Yun Fei, do not act impulsively. The veteran instructors of the Great Siam Military Academy swiftly restrained him. This matter is beyond our capacity to resolve. We must report immediately. By the way, can we still establish contact with Ningyuan City? A soldier, having picked himself up from the ground and shaking off his confusion, began to explain, My lord, we can indeed reach Ningyuan City, but they insist there are no abnormalities. How can you be certain that the new recruits are missing? The soldier continued. One of the vice commander's offspring is part of this training contingent. Just before leaving the fortress, the vice commander secretly provided his child with a communication device. Upon hearing this, the instructors understood the situation. The vice commander, longing for his child, realized something was amiss only when he was unable to make contact. Enough. This is not the time to hold the vice commander accountable. Yun Fei shook off the grasp of the veteran instructor and sat down, frustration welling within him. You must be aware of my class's circumstances. Lu Qi is the future of our race and must not be placed in peril. Calm yourself. The senior instructors were well aware of Lu Qi, the unparalleled prodigy bound to the imperial level template, being protected by shadow guards. Do you not trust that he will be safe? Shadow guards are not infallible. How can you be certain they will not encounter difficulties? Yun Fei's brows furrowed, anxiety gnawing at him. No, I cannot simply wait idly. As instructors of the Great Siam Military Academy, we cannot allow our students to come to harm. Who will accompany me to Ningyuan City? Yun Fei's sentiments were valid. The team of instructors was indeed formed to address emergencies. However, this was Shanhaiguan, and under normal circumstances, it should be the responsibility of the garrison commander to take action. Yun Fei, we should first visit the garrison commander and request additional support before proceeding. My lord, that may not be feasible. Before Yun Fei could respond, the soldier who had remained silent interjected. The garrison commander left 3 days ago to attend a banquet with the commander of Jiyong Pass and will not return for another 4 days. Moreover, he will not come back based solely on a conjecture. What? The instructors of the Great Siam Military Academy were astounded. They understood that the entire Great Wall defense line had adopted a certain laxity, but they never anticipated it could reach such an extent. A garrison commander abandoning his post so casually? If the enemy were to launch an attack at this moment, what would become of Shanhaiguan? Realizing the gravity of the situation, the senior instructor quickly assigned tasks. We will split into 2 groups. Yun Fei, you take a few instructors to Ningyuan City to investigate. I will take a few instructors to find the garrison commander. Simultaneously, we shall report to the Blue Star. Move immediately. Yes. In a location several hundred miles from Ningyuan City, a contingent of several dozen individuals advanced, led by El Qi and Zhuge Tao. For 2 days, they had encountered no living souls at the outposts. Zhuge Tao glanced at his terminal, mentally preparing for the worst. If my conjectures are correct, the foreign tribes must have congregated at Ningyuan City. They likely harbor some unspeakable secrets. Brothers, if the opportunity arises, we must relay this intelligence, even at the cost of our lives. Do you understand? Zhuge Tao's words were unambiguous. The new recruits had come to terms with life and death over these past 2 days. Yin Fei's declaration that in times of great peril, only responsibility remains, echoed in their minds. As prospective officers, it was time for them to make sacrifices. Understood. The new recruits nodded in unison. However, how shall we transmit the information? Look, Zhuge Tao produced his terminal. As a temporary captain, his privileges were somewhat elevated. Every great city possesses a signal tower for relaying messages. And even if these foreign tribes stealthily seize control of Ningyuan City, they would not destroy the signal tower. Such an act would prematurely unveil their plans. Nevertheless, this also presents us with an opportunity. If we can infiltrate the city and gain access to the signal tower, we can dispatch an urgent message. Naturally, the Shanghai Pass will learn of the events unfolding here. What do you think? The new recruits exchange glances. What do you mean, what do we think? Surely, it's not a favorable prospect. The mortality rate is nearly 99%. However, we must act. After all, even if we do nothing, these extraordinary first-level ants would not survive long on the battlefield beyond. Since death is inevitable, we might as well die with fervor. Let's not be too disheartened. Perhaps the situation in Ningyuan City is not as dire as we imagine. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere lightened as the new recruits unexpectedly burst into laughter. Indeed, as one of the colossal cities under construction, Ningyuan City is guarded by formidable beings of extraordinary fifth-level strength. Those despicable foreign tribes cannot stir up much trouble. Quite right. Perhaps our comrades in Ningyuan City have prepared sumptuous feasts, eagerly awaiting our arrival. Ha ha! Let us hasten to the banquet. As the newly spirited recruits laughed heartily, Zhuge Tao discreetly tugged at El Chi's sleeve. If Ningyuan City truly becomes a desolate wasteland, do not follow us inside. With your talents, you can survive even on the battlefield beyond. As long as you can await the arrival of new human allies, you will eventually find a way out. El Chi remained silent, slowly shaking his head. The Emperor cannot be dishonored. He intends to survive, but not as a mere dog. He is the protagonist of his own story and will encounter fortune amidst adversity. Moreover, even in the face of unforeseen circumstances, he possesses a trump card. The ancient scripture of the Rock Emperor not only enables a practitioner's physique to transform into that of a Holy Spirit, but can also, at the cost of abandoning everything, allow one to become a true Holy Spirit. Though the cost of such actions is considerable, they are essential for survival. Once I attain great strength in the future, I shall undoubtedly settle the scores of today. A gentleman avenges himself. 1,000,000 years is not too late. Brothers, conceal yourselves. The proximity to Ningyuan City grows ever closer. The surrounding scene becomes increasingly astonishing. The ground is strewn with corpses, both of foreign and human origin. The construction of Ningyuan City has long since been cloaked in darkness, rendering it silent. No, to be precise, it has merely lost its sound, yet the work continues unabated. Some mind-controlled zombies labor tirelessly, devoid of any noise, creating an atmosphere akin to a silent hell. Something approaches. Just as the newly awakened sensed this, a staggering figure emerged. It searched the area briefly before halting before a seemingly intact corpse. In the terrified gaze of the newcomer, the zombie gaped open its mouth, from which a brain worm wriggled forth. In this chilling moment, the newcomer could no longer contain his murderous intent and prepare to strike it down. Do not act. Zhuge Tao tightly grasped the newcomer's hand and covered his mouth to stifle any sound. Once the brain worm had acquired its new corporeal form, it left with satisfaction before continuing towards Ningyuan City. These creatures likely harbor significant ambitions. Lu Chi's gaze sharpened, realizing that they were still at least 20 miles from Ningyuan City. The brain worm, having changed its flesh, was already on its way here. What does that imply? Within Ningyuan City, it is feared that not a single soul remains alive. Chapter 35. Infiltration Zhuge Tao. It seems there are no living souls left in Ningyuan City. As Lu Chi's words echoed in the air, the new recruit, previously under Zhuge Tao's control, broke free. Zhuge Tao, what do you mean by this? The alien is right before us, and you allow him to toy with the corpses of our compatriots. You are truly cowardly. Wasn't the plan to charge in? Have you lost your nerve? The recruit's words poured forth like a rapid-fire barrage. leaving no opportunity for Zhuge Tao to respond. Silence. Lu Qi was not one to tolerate insolence. With just 2 words, the recruit promptly fell silent. Fellow students, listen to me. Zhuge Tao surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no aliens were present before articulating his strategy. This is a battlefield. We must not act out of emotion. These compatriots are already dead. We cannot allow their fate to jeopardize our mission. Do you see that signal tower in the city? Our immediate objective is to infiltrate and use it to send a signal. The best way to achieve this is, an hour later, yet another mind-controlled zombie staggered into view. It glanced around, finally stopping in front of a remarkably fresh corpse. It scrutinized the body for what seemed like an eternity before deeming it safe. Fresh, flesh, splendid. With a voice more grating than sandpaper, the zombie uttered a phrase. A brain worm struggled to emerge from its mouth, but before it could burrow into the fresh body, the corpse suddenly opened its eyes wide. Creak! The brain worm, having lost its host, was rendered speechless, letting out a shrill cry before being obliterated mid-air by the corpse. This disguised body was none other than Lu Qi. Having cultivated the ancient techniques of the Rock Emperor, he masked part of his human presence, transforming into a mere corpse with ease. After signaling an okay gesture towards Zhuge Tao, Lu Qi began to move slowly into Ningyuan City. This was Zhuge Tao's plan, to disguise as a corpse, eliminate the brain worm, and then impersonate it for infiltration. Simple, yet effective. Lu Qi was chosen as the first infiltrator precisely because he could disguise himself as a corpse most convincingly. Once the brain worm was dealt with, he could masquerade as a host, acting as a scout to discern whether the aliens had any means to detect if humans were being parasitized. The journey to Ningyuan City proved to be the most arduous path Lu Qi had ever traversed. The number of fallen humans was overwhelming. The closer he approached Ningyuan City, the more gruesome the corpses became. Among the remains lay the wreckage of several aircraft, including the one that had transported them. Lu Qi was now entirely convinced that there were traitors among the high ranks of the Great Wall's defense. Otherwise, the aliens could not have silently turned Ningyuan City into a ghost realm. It is worth noting that the defenses here change every 3 months. Even if the aliens dispatched expert infiltrators, they could not completely conceal their true nature. Furthermore, the fact that brain worms could evade detection by instruments meant to uncover parasitized bodies spoke volumes. Yet, why does this group of alien beings persist in the construction of Ningyuan City? Are they intent on infiltrating the defenses beyond the Great Wall for a grand assault? With a heart full of trepidation, Lu Qi approached the incomplete gates of Ningyuan City. To his surprise, he encountered several centaur-like figures guarding the entrance. They wielded bludgeons adorned with sharp spikes and donned iron armor. Perhaps Lu Qi's disguise was particularly convincing. Or perhaps these third-tier aliens held no interest in the lesser beings of the first and second tiers. The centaurs paid him no mind and allowed him entry without hesitation. It appeared that a sense of relaxation was not exclusive to humanity. The aliens shared it as well. After a moment of reflection, Lu Qi followed behind a few corpses controlled by brain worms, making his way toward the city walls. The area was teeming with the reanimated dead, still engaged in their former tasks, employing various techniques to construct the massive city. The brain worms, being of low status among the aliens, could access the memories of their hosts, masquerading as humans. Consequently, they became natural laborers, fulfilling the role of builders in the ongoing construction of Ningyuan City. Given the lax surveillance here, Lu Qi seized the opportunity, discreetly damaging the bodies of several corpses while the brain worms were distracted. Attention! Once the brain worms took control of a human body, they lost the ability to communicate through interspecies signals and could only converse in human language, albeit with a rather unpleasant voice. Lu Qi chose not to engage and limped away. The corpses, seeing that he ignored them, could only stagger down for the towering city and move toward the outside. Indeed, the communication methods of the worm species differed entirely from those of humanity. Even in silence, no worm would harbor suspicion. With this understanding, Lu Qi set his sights on more of the reanimated dead. Time passed, and Lu Qi had yet to return. According to their prior agreement, This indicated that the aliens had not devised any means to probe whether humanity had been parasitized, allowing others to continue their actions. Quickly, more of you should go. After Zhuge Tao's remark, several newly awakened individuals skilled in disguise stepped forward. Selecting a random spot, they lay among a heap of human corpses. In no time, several corpses approached. Thus, under the coordinated efforts of Lu Qi and Zhuge Tao, dozens of new arrivals successfully replaced the reanimated dead, infiltrating the ghostly realm of Ningyuan City. The work of the brain worms was tedious and monotonous. They would toil endlessly until higher-tier alien life forms commanded them to cease. However, Lu Qi and his companions were not genuinely there to aid the aliens in construction or assume the role of laborers. Their true aim was to relay the occurrences here back to the defenses of the Great Wall. On a massive city, Lu Qi and Zhuge Tao crossed paths momentarily while working. It was in that fleeting instant that they conceived an escape plan. Crack! Lu Qi pretended to falter, deliberately allowing a massive stone to crush his arm. He possessed an unparalleled physique. Had he not covertly employed the magical energy within his body, he would have been unable to shatter his arm solely with the boulder. The purpose of this endeavor was to feign a body exchange as a pretext for departing from the towering city. Lurching down the steps of the colossal metropolis, Lu Qi encountered no impediments, though he harbored no intention of genuinely leaving to exchange his corporeal form. Seizing the opportunity in the absence of onlookers, Lu Qi made his way to a nearby barracks, the closest to the great city. Once the bustling hub of activity during the city's construction, it now lay desolate, stained with darkened blood and the remnants of decayed limbs. The movements of Lu Qi were observed in their entirety by the elite combat units stationed within the grand city. Upon confirming the viability of this method, they resolutely severed one of their own limbs. Having undergone the crucible of blood and fire, they were no longer the inexperienced neophytes of mere days prior. Although they might still have a considerable distance to traverse before achieving the status of seasoned warriors, they could undoubtedly be regarded as true fighters. Severing one's limb, a mere act of will. Once they had successfully gathered, those with medical expertise among the newcomers began to tend to the wounds of their comrades. In the meantime, Zhuge Tao and Lu Qi conferred on how to infiltrate beneath the signal tower to accomplish this perilous mission. A frontal assault. The first notion that sprang to the minds of the group was often the simplest and most crude, yet also the least feasible. The entrance alone was guarded by extraordinary beings of the third tier. What might lurk within the city? Surely, there were more formidable foes. Should they continue to masquerade as mind-worms, inching closer to the signal tower? Absolutely not. This proposal was similarly dismissed by Zhuge Tao, for the mind-worms were of a lower order. Even if their presence went unnoticed, such unusual behavior would inevitably attract attention. So what do you suggest? Lu Qi and Zhuge Tao exchanged glances, and a bold plan gradually took shape in their minds. We shall traverse underground. Chapter 36. The arrival of alien powers. Shall we proceed underground? The newcomer glanced down at the solid earth beneath his feet and instinctively stamped his feet. How do we get there? Dig a tunnel. Indeed, the city is teeming with alien beings. They would never conceive that someone might excavate a tunnel directly to the signal tower. No, that is not right. The stronghold of the aliens lies underground. Wouldn't we be walking directly into a trap? A newcomer, having posed what he believed to be a clever question, soon found himself the target of incredulous stares from his peers. What are you saying? Are you foolish? Every towering city is fortified by a ninth-tier expert who establishes isolation arrays underground, specifically to prevent alien powers from launching surprise attacks from below. This is basic knowledge from our textbooks. How could you not know this? Faced with the explanation, the newcomer's face flushed, yet driven by a contrarian instinct. He attempted to argue back. Then we definitely cannot proceed underground. If a ninth-tier expert has set up the array, how could we possibly breach it? Furthermore, if a ninth-tier expert can arrange defenses underground, why not in the city itself? Since Ningxue City has already fallen, how can you be certain the underground arrays remain intact? Sighing, Zhuge Tao raised a hand to halt the newcomer's relentless argument. Li Tu, if we manage to return to school alive, you must dedicate yourself to your studies. Although the surface defense arrays of each great city are established by ninth-tier experts, they are not the ones controlling them. Consider this. If brainworms infiltrated Ningxue City, wouldn't the individual managing the array be among the first to be parasitized? Moreover, the underground arrays are permanent, designed to thwart alien invasions. Yet they do not prevent human access. Can you imagine if the underground array is triggered? Would the human powers not detect the anomaly and come rushing in? The contrarian newcomer remained unconvinced, pondering for a moment before finally uncovering a flaw in the argument. Zhuge Tao, you mentioned that the one controlling the array is not a ninth-tier expert. How can you be sure the underground array still exists? Enough. Elchi could no longer tolerate such obstinacy. He felt an overwhelming urge to flatten the newcomer with a swift strike, simply to silence him. Pay attention. No more arguments. Elchi lifted the obstinate newcomer off the ground and seized a nearby iron shovel, plunging it forcefully into the earth. The shovel penetrated the ground as effortlessly as if it were slicing through tofu. Do you see any aliens? And no. With a resolute demeanor and an air of invincibility that discouraged any approach, Elchi left the newcomer with no room for further debate. Do you think the aliens would dwell at a depth of around 10 meters? And no, they wouldn't. Then what are you arguing about? Elchi released the newcomer, tossing the iron shovel at his feet. You shall be the first to work. If you dare to argue again, you know the consequences. Do you understand? The newcomer nodded vigorously, as if pecking at grains of rice, hastily getting to work. Zhuge Tao, remember this for next time. When faced with a contrarian, is the fist that carries the weight of reason. Elchi then grabbed several more iron shovels and tossed them into Zhuge Tao's arms. Your team will commence first, followed by mine. Ensure that the excavation is not too shallow, approximately 10 meters deep. Furthermore, do not make it excessively wide. We shall work in shifts, striving to complete the passage within a day. Remember to pinpoint the location accurately. Do not dig askew. Begin. No one disregarded Lu Chi's commands. The newcomers eagerly seized their shovels and commenced the digging. All were first-tier extraordinary beings, expending their energy without hesitation. Those whose vitality waned would take a moment to meditate and recuperate. The labor was relentless. Clang! Lu Chi's shovel struck something, jarring it from his grip. Stop! The tunnel was narrow, accommodating only two individuals side by side, while behind them, others reinforced the tunnel and transported debris. Upon hearing Lu Chi's voice, everyone instinctively halted. Panting, Lu Chi directed his breath toward the source of the noise, revealing a foundation constructed of a peculiar material. Observing this, Lu Chi's tense demeanor relaxed slightly. We've arrived. The plan is progressing remarkably well. If all goes as expected, this is where the signal tower will be. Quickly inform Zhuge Tao to send his team in to continue the excavation while we reinforce the tunnel. Understood. Zhuge Tao's face lit up with joy upon receiving the good news. If the trend continued, their chances of survival would significantly increase. Truly, fortune favored them. With newfound hope, their spirits soared, and even their labor became noticeably swifter. However, as the saying goes, misfortune often accompanies good fortune. Just as the elite combat unit was fervently digging, the sky over Ningyuan City transformed. The once normal heavens began to shroud under a layer of smoke emanating a sulfurous odor. The smoke writhed and surged, suggesting that some unknown entity was descending upon their world, radiating an unsettling aura. But that was not all. Beside the swirling smoke, a space twisted and contorted, as a portal gradually formed. Two formidable alien beings were about to arrive. Within the grand city, regardless of whether it was the centaur sentinels, the patrolling worker aberrations, or the laboring brain worms, they all knelt in reverence, as if in the presence of their sovereign. Unbeknownst to Lu Chi and his companions, a sudden thud echoed. Two bodies clad in black, belonging to human shadow guards, plummeted from the sky like meteors, creating two deep craters upon impact. The presence of human dark sentinels here suggested they were not without their merits. Their instincts were quite keen. The swirling smoke was entirely consumed by a gaping abyssal maw. And shortly thereafter, a cloven hoof landed upon the solid ground of Ningyuan City. A fearsome demon, adorned with two ram's horns, stood approximately 5 meters tall, its crimson eyes glistening with bloodlust. As its cavernous mouth opened and closed, scorching magma dripped to the earth, sending plumes of dust into the air. The dark guardians of the human race typically undertake protective missions. Did you not observe how the guardian insectoid creatures of the starry expanse were vanquished by them? It appears that an extraordinary individual has arrived at this location. A deep voice resonated as a spatial portal opened, revealing a figure shrouded in a black cloak. Hovering like a specter, has the brainworm relayed any valuable information? Yes, indeed. A lavishly adorned zombie approached, with the brainworm that had escaped from the 37th outpost trailing behind. It returned from a distant human outpost, bearing tidings of unparalleled human prodigies. Oh, even a lowly brainworm can have its day of merit. The voice of the humanoid figure became ethereal, reminiscent of echoes from the netherworld. However, you are unworthy of engaging in discourse with beings such as us. I shall come forth personally. No sooner had the words left his lips than the humanoid extended a hand, resembling a gnarled branch, seizing the zombie controlled by the brainworm. With a resounding crack, the zombie's head burst open, leaving only the brainworm ensnared between the figure's claws. Such a delightful little creature. With a swift motion, the brainworm was crushed, releasing a torrent of viscous fluid. Yet, rather than splattering in all directions, the thick essence was drawn by an unseen force into the humanoid's mouth. After a few breaths, the being acquired what it sought. To bind a human of imperial caliber to a contract. This is indeed beyond my expectations. What are we waiting for? I shall retrieve them forthwith. As the fearsome demon prepared to depart, the humanoid figure grasped him firmly. Do not be hasty. There are still little worms here that require my attention. Chapter 37. Release your filthy hands. In contrast to the insignificant brainworms, humanity is far more intriguing. As the humanoid creature's words echoed, a staff fashioned from vertebrae and human skulls materialized in its gnarled hand. This staff, crafted from the remains of a ninth-tier human, was a treasure I had beseeched the esteemed one for a century to acquire. Today, using it to capture a paragon of humanity shall indeed justify its purpose. Upon finishing its declaration, the staff in the creature's grasp emanated a sinister luminescence. The aspiring excavators of the communication tower within the tunnel felt the ground tremble violently. Subsequently, the entire tunnel, along with its inhabitants and the military encampment, was uprooted as though an unseen hand had forcefully yanked them from the earth. This is disastrous. In that moment of upheaval, Lu Qi summoned all the strength within him, striving to carve an escape route. However, such efforts were futile, for the force surrounding them was overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond their capacity to withstand. Steady yourselves. Do not panic. Zhuge Tao fought to maintain his composure, though his pallor betrayed a deep-seated despair. It appeared that today would mark their end. He tugged at Lu Qi's side, his tone laced with reproach. I warned you against entering. You insisted. Now look where we are. Our fates may not matter. There are countless first-tier templates. Death is merely an inconvenience. But you are the future of humanity. Zhuge Tao, Lu Qi wished to articulate his thoughts, yet Zhuge Tao silenced him. Do not speak. Stay hidden behind. Let's hope that our actions may afford you a little more time to live. As his words fell, the group emerged from the tunnel. Before them stood two formidable beings of a race that eclipsed all others in both presence and appearance, their eyes keenly observing them with morbid curiosity. So many. The eyes of the fearsome demon glowed an even deeper crimson, infused with avarice and brutality. The molten rock dripping from its maw threatened to form a continuous stream. Which one shall I devour first? Or perhaps, shall I torture them first, then indulge? No. The humanoid creature pointed towards the black-clad remnants in the pit. With so many insignificant creatures, it would be a waste to consume them directly. Look, there are two human warriors over there. Feast upon them first. Once I obtain what I desire, I shall allow you to partake as well. Them? A flicker of disdain crossed the demon's eyes. Not delectable. However, my time is plentiful. I can wait. After all, only souls that have endured torment are truly savory. Very well. The humanoid creature chuckled darkly and casually waved its bone staff. In an instant, An irresistible force enveloped one of the new arrivals, yanking him forth. Little insect, reveal your identity. The ensnared new arrival's eyes brimmed with terror. Facing an entity far superior in strength, its mere aura instilling dread. Yet, fear may grip him, but surrender was out of the question. As an elite of the Dasham Military Academy, one would never bow down to foreign tribes. Suppressing the fear within, the new student felt no trace of trepidation. I am your father. Ha ha ha. Upon uttering these words, the captured newcomers erupted into raucous laughter. Well done. No loss of dignity. Truly commendable. Indeed, there is nothing to fear. The humanoid creature was unfazed. It neither understood nor cared for the meaning of the phrase, I am your father. At present, it merely sought to torment this human insect who dared to utter such words. Your father, such an amusing title. However, you are not the one I desire. With a gentle wave of its hand, the newcomer's right arm was instantly reduced to mere bone, the flesh swirling in the air before transforming into a liquid state, which then flew into the creature's mouth. Excellent. Young and fresh, quite delectable. At that moment, the newcomer had yet to grasp the situation, until the excruciating pain radiated from his right arm, prompting him to raise it. Oh! A piercing scream reverberated throughout the venue. Beads of sweat dotting the newcomer's forehead. Yet, despite the agony he bravely endured, glaring defiantly at the humanoid creature, his eyes betraying no hint of retreat. Speak, among you, who is Lu Qi? After savoring the delicacy, the creature's voice turned harsh and menacing. I don't know. The newcomer gritted his teeth, summoning his formidable willpower to withstand the pain. Oh, a tough human, are we? The creature let out a sinister chuckle, waving the bone wand in its hand. Bang! The newcomer's eyes exploded, showering his face with blood and fragments of white. Speak. Who is Lu Qi? Reveal it, and I shall grant you a swift end. I don't know. The newcomer's response remained unwaveringly brief. Ha ha, quite resilient. If all humans were like you little insects, that would indeed be fascinating. The humanoid, losing interest, casually waved its hand, sending the mutilated newcomer flying towards the demon of fear. He is yours. The demon of fear narrowed its eyes, grasping the newcomer with one hand before tossing him directly into its mouth. Not tasty. There was no fear in him. This scene left the newcomers in the cage aghast. One new student was devoured alive, only to receive the critique of being not tasty. Damn it, you bastard. Bring on. I curse your mother. In response to the newcomer's furious tirades, the humanoid creature chuckled ominously. What's the hurry? Let us bring in another woman. No sooner had the words left its lips than a female student was seized from the group. Now tell me, who is Lu Qi? I am. The girl replied with unwavering conviction, without a hint of hesitation. In truth, the captured girl had a connection to Lu Qi during the newcomer assessment. She had once invited Lu Qi to form a team, only to be dismissed with a harsh rebuke. You're? Though the crowd could not see the humanoid's face, its voice conveyed disbelief. When did Lu Qi transform into a woman? Could it be that you underwent a sex change? The voice was as cold as ice. Yet the girl captured showed no fear. Yes, and so what? Very well. The humanoid creature lost its desire to interrogate the girl, casually waving its hand, sending her flying toward the demon of fear. Stop. At this moment, Lu Qi could no longer concern himself with anything else. How could a man allow a woman to stand in front of him? I am Lu Qi. The other newcomers believed the humanoid creature would relent, but they underestimated the brutality of the otherworldly beings. The humanoid creature acted as if it had not heard, and the girl continued her flight toward the demon of fear. I said, I am Lu Qi. Did you not hear me? Lu Qi's eyes widened in despair, wanting to assist but feeling utterly powerless. A sudden sound. The girl did not even let out a scream as she was consumed by the demon of fear. I heard it, but what of it? Delicious. Yet her emotion was not fear, but rather nostalgia. Truly a peculiar human. This scene pierced Lu Qi's heart deeply. What the hell? Ignoring the restraints binding him, he struggled with all his might. Even if his body were to tear apart, he was determined to break free and slay the two beasts before him. What's the hurry? The humanoid creature extended its other gnarled hand. Let me see. Are you really Lu? A piercing sound. Before the humanoid finished speaking, a flash of cold light surged forth. Suddenly, several figures fell like meteors. Release your filthy hands. Chapter 38. Yun Fei unleashes his full power. Teacher Yun Fei, Teacher Wang, Teacher Yang. As the dust settled, three silhouettes stood tall and resolute. They were the esteemed instructors from the Great Siam Military Academy, having fought their way through Shanhaiguan. The bloodstained garments they donned bore witness to the hardships they had endured to arrive here. With a decisive strike, the entity's arm was severed, shattering the cage that bound the new students. Although their physical shackles were broken, their spirits remained taut with anxiety. Teacher Yun Fei, Zhang Peng, and Yin Yao are all dead. I understand now. Yun Fei remained vigilant against the alien beings before him, scanning the crowd until he spotted Lu Qi, unharmed, and exhaled a sigh of relief. Lu Qi, Zhuge Tao, how are the students in our class? With a 9-ringed broadsword in hand, Teacher Yang exuded a formidable aura of fifth-tier transcendence, instilling fear in the nearby alien entities who dared not stir. They're all dead. Every student training here has perished. Zhuge Tao revealed a pouch of nameplates from his bosom, the only testament to the existence of their fallen classmates. I see. Teacher Yang's voice was laden with sorrow, a sentiment echoed by his companion. Then, as their teachers, we shall avenge them. Yun Fei, take these children and flee. We will hold off these bastards. Flee. The severed entity had already begun to mend its wounds, its voice resonating from beneath a dark hood, low and hollow. None of you will escape. A mere 5th-tier insect dares to flee before our 6th-tier might. Such delusions. With a heavy breath, the fearsome demon exhaled, molten lava dripping from its maw at an alarming rate. The dark guards of Great Xia have been slain. You 3 shall not be exceptions. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Yun Fei and his companions darkened as they beheld the corpses of the Dark Guards in the pit. To become a member of the Dark Guards required at least 6th-tier strength, and the alien beings capable of slaying them were undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the 6th tier. The trio, being merely at the peak of the 5th tier, found themselves at a significant disadvantage. This difference in tier represented the chasm between strength and weakness. 6th-tier transcendence had brushed against certain taboos. Ascending to the next level would place them on the threshold of unparalleled power. Lu Qi. Yun Fei fixed his gaze on the 2 alien beings ahead, his tone resolute. The higher-ups of Great Xia are already aware of our situation. The strongest are en route. I will fight with all my strength shortly. You must escape as best you can. If possible, please look after my family. Teacher Yun Fei. Lu Qi's voice trembled. Truthfully, after the days spent together and the sacrifices made by the 2 new students, he had begun to perceive this world differently. With Yun Fei's words resonating in his heart, he felt a growing sense of belonging. Yet the cost was too great. Teacher Yang, Teacher Wang, take them and go. I will activate the 2nd template. I will fight with all my might. Upon hearing these words, both Teacher Yang and Teacher Wang exchanged a glance of admiration. Yun Fei, enough with the delay. If you continue to dawdle, no one will escape. The aura surrounding Yun Fei shifted, emanating a sense of unwavering determination. Very well. The 2 teachers ceased their hesitation, using their powers to safeguard Lu Qi and others, preparing to soar into the skies. Trying to flee, with a wave of the humanoid creature's bone wand. The entire space of Ningyuan City was locked down, making escape as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Since you've arrived, you shall remain. My little ones have yet to be fed. That shall not be permitted. Just as the humanoid creature was about to strike, Yun Fei erupted with fervor. In the year 897 of the new calendar, having served for 101 years, he had claimed the lives of 100,043 alien beings. As the first-rate template gold inlaid spear high petitioner, Yun Fei declared, "Who dares to challenge me?" With his words, Lu Qi's spear flew back into Yun Fei's grasp. Gently caressing the spear, Yun Fei turned to Lu Qi. "Young man, though my words may bear the hint of imitation, I feel compelled to say this." With his hair flowing like silk, Yun Fei silently summoned his 2nd template. This template, albeit of a 3rd-rate caliber and possessing alarmingly low combat power, held a technique that could unleash his full potential, a move that guaranteed his demise upon use. Upon activating it quietly, a smile graced Yun Fei's face. "This strike shall be magnificent. Grant me destruction." With both hands raised high, he swung the spear forward with great force. Crack! The sealed space of Ningyuan City shattered instantly, and seizing this opportunity, teachers Wang and Yang ascended into the sky. "You shall not escape." The fearsome demon exhaled a thick cloud of sulphurous smoke, preparing to pursue them, only to be struck by a streak of light. It was Yun Fei. Having activated his full potential, he had reached the 6th tier, possessing the strength to contend with 2 alien beings. Ants, the fearsome demon, with its toughened skin and thick flesh, would not succumb to a single blow. Its surrounding black smoke intensified, and the searing heat engulfed the area, incinerating several brainworms. As the words left its mouth, the fearsome demon appeared before Yun Fei, towering 5 meters high like a black volcano. Its menacing claws aimed squarely at Yun Fei's head. Kulme. The fearsome demon excelled in close combat and lava magic, while the High Petitioner favored brute strength to vanquish foes. Clang, clang, clang. The incessant metallic clashes reverberated, threatening to collapse the entirety of Ningyuan City, while countless lower-tier alien beings met their demise. The humanoid creature did not engage in direct combat. It wielded its bone wand, attempting to open a spatial portal to pursue teachers Wang and Yang. However, just as it was about to complete its incantation, Yun Fei hurled his spear, thwarting its efforts. Ant, the humanoid creature, incensed, declared, "I shall kill you and fashion your bones into a magical artifact." A dense black fog enveloped it, and a chilling glimmer flashed from the bone wand in its grasp. With a sudden thrust, Yun Fei's speed, though remarkable, could not evade this strike. His back was torn asunder, a ghastly wound extending from the upper right to the lower left. However, Yun Fei, who had long since come to terms with life and death, felt not a twinge of pain. With a sweeping motion of his hand, his spear surged forth like a dragon, aimed at the humanoid creature. Yet, alas, the alien life, form-wielding spatial powers, was exceedingly formidable. The spear, swift as the wind, struck nothing but air, taking with it countless lowly extraterrestrial beings behind him. Such insects, he could slay as many as he wished. The figure of the humanoid creature appeared ominously at Yun Fei's side, its bony staff once again raising to unleash another flash of cold light. Yun Fei was struck heavily once more. Seizing the moment of his affliction, the demon of fear grinned wickedly, extending its colossal claws, intent on tearing Yun Fei apart, reveling in bloodshed. Challenge accepted. Yun Fei, filled with fighting spirit, reclaimed his spear, twisting his form to deliver a powerful downward strike, meeting the demon of fear head-on, unflinching. Boom! The demon's monstrous claws clashed violently against Yun Fei's spear, the immense force radiating outward from their clash, fracturing the ground and space around them, dust soaring into the air. Countless low-tier extraterrestrials perished beneath the weight of this collision. He was faltering. The humanoid creature discerned Yun Fei's weakness. Merely after a few exchanges, the flame of life within this human was on the verge of extinguishment. If all went as anticipated, within 3 moves, this man would meet his demise. "Human, your courage is commendable. Surrender, and I shall present you before my master, granting you eternal life." Eternal life. Yun Fei, spear in hand, braced his shattered body. Come forth and fight. Chapter 39. The arrival of the most powerful human beings. What a true hero. The feared demon praised loudly, yet did not hesitate in its actions. Its enormous iron claw descended upon Yun Fei once more, imbued with searing heat and brutality. Death! Just as the gigantic claw was about to strike, Yun Fei bellowed and leapt upwards with great force. The spear in his hand transformed once again into a golden bolt of lightning, aimed directly at the chest of the feared demon. Boom! The energy wave generated from this collision was even more intense than before, centered around the 2 combatants. A visible shock wave radiated outward, obliterating the surrounding structures constructed from the sands of the battlefield. The ground beneath them erupted, creating a vast crater, with dust swirling and lingering in the air. Thud! Yun Fei was hurled backwards by the force of the impact, crashing heavily to the ground. He skidded across the terrain, leaving a long trail of blood in his wake. After colliding with a crumbling wall, he lay motionless on the ground. His body was riddled with wounds, blood slowly saturating the earth around him, yet his fingers remained tightly clenched around the spear, unwilling to let go. The fear demon fared little better. A massive, gaping wound marred its chest, through which molten lava flowed incessantly, hissing as it dripped onto the ground. Teacher Yun Fei, Lu Qi, who was desperately fleeing towards the Shanghai Pass, witnessed the entire scene unfold. They had not flown far and could still faintly see the brutal battle below. "Don't look back. Hurry!" The two teachers, Wang and Yang, shouted as they pushed their speed to the limit. However, they were still not free from peril. "Just mere ants. Do you think you can escape?" The humanoid creature paid no mind to Yun Fei, who lay helplessly on the ground, and instead raised its human bone staff once more. With a flourish of the staff, a dense mass of black mist coalesced into countless sharp arrows, hurtling towards the direction of Wang and Yang. "Be careful," Yang shouted, swinging his 9-looped broadsword with sudden ferocity, creating a dazzling arc of light that shattered the black arrows one by one. However, after executing this feat, Yang's face turned pale, clearly exhausted. "Old Wang, take them and go. I will hold them off." Yang's voice was resolute. He understood that if things continued this way, none would escape. Yun Fei had already done his part. He could not lag behind. "Old Yang, Wang's voice trembled, but he refrained from saying more, merely nodding in silence. He recognized this was the only course of action. If Yang could not hold them back, he would be next. As a seasoned soldier and a teacher at the Dachau Military Academy, it was their duty to perish before their students. As long as these seeds could be preserved, even death was a trivial matter. Teacher Yang, witnessing the selfless sacrifice of Yang, Lu Qi was once again profoundly shaken. Any passionate young man, upon witnessing another sacrifice oneself, cannot help but be moved. Even the ambitious Lu Qi is not an exception. This world may be shrouded in countless shadows, yet there exists a flicker of light. Do not act rashly. The sacrifice of Yun Fei must not be in vain. Teacher Wang halted Lu Qi's actions, his voice deep and resolute. Yet his eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "If old Yang falls, I shall continue to bear the weight. At that moment, none shall impede you." With that, Teacher Wang summoned his inner energy, accelerating his already peak speed even further. Behind them, Teacher Yang, wielding the 9-ring broadsword, confronted the humanoid creature. "Ant, your struggles are futile." The voice of the humanoid echoed as its form materialized like a specter before Teacher Yang, the bone staff pointing menacingly at his throat. "Come, let us battle." Teacher Yang bellowed, swinging the 9-ringed broadsword down with tremendous force. Those who wield the 9-ring broadsword are unparalleled warriors of extraordinary prowess. Teacher Yang, having contracted the elite template of the northern hero Ouyang Chun, was among the finest. The blade descended with a radiant arc, embodying the power to cleave through all. Yet, the humanoid merely flicked its staff, dissipating Yang's assault into nothingness. "How dare a mere 5th tier challenge me?" The contempt in the creature's voice was palpable as it swung its staff once more, conjuring a massive hand from the swirling black mist that descended upon Teacher Yang with lethal intent. A casual strike from a peak 6th-tier being is sufficient to obliterate any entity below that rank. Despite Teacher Yang's valor, he remained a 5th-tier instructor, his secondary template being a worthless one, rendering him incapable of withstanding such an onslaught. "Old Wang, it's up to you." Teacher Yang could only shout this before blood sprayed across the sky. In mere moments, 2 educators perished for their students. Such valor is both lamentable and commendable. With a deep breath, Teacher Wang infused most of his magical energy into a protective shield for his students, pushing it towards the Great Wall's defensive line. This act may seem like a drop in the ocean, but what if? What if it allows them to survive? With a heart resigned to fate, Teacher Wang turned to face the humanoid creature. On this day, before he could fully fortify his resolve, he suddenly noticed the creature had halted, its body trembling as if it had glimpsed something terrifying. Could it be that it was frightened? Impossible. Such alien beings tremble only when confronted by those stronger than themselves. And once they attain greater power, they revel in the quaking of the weak. To draw an analogy, they resemble the Japanese, feigning submission while harboring treachery, and once successful, they revel in the downfall of their former masters. What do you fear? Teacher Wang stepped forward, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. It fears our human race. A gentle yet authoritative voice resonated behind Teacher Wang, immediately followed by the sound of air being sliced through. Teacher Wang turned around, and behind him stood hundreds of formidable human warriors, each at least at the 6th tier of strength. At the forefront was a figure clad in resplendent golden and silver armor, wielding a chilling, saw-like weapon. With striking phoenix-like eyes and elegantly arched eyebrows, he exuded an air of majesty and authority. You are the divine General Lu Jian. This was a true paragon of humanity, renowned for his astonishing battlefield achievements. With a single blade, he regarded the lives of countless alien beings as inconsequential, having shattered 5 alien military formations and slain 6 generals in his wake. It is I, Lu Jian declared, gripping his sword with one hand while the other caressed his long beard. Now, I shall take charge, protect the students, and escort them home. With this command, several formidable generals radiating an aura of supreme power promptly encircled the protective barrier, ensuring its security before returning to their formation. Lu Jian inclined his head slightly to Teacher Wang, signaling him to return to the main formation, then cast his gaze across the desolate landscape. His eyes fell upon the fallen Yun Fei, the lifeless body of the hidden guard in the deep pit, the disintegrated remains of Teacher Yang, and the numerous new students who had perished in ambushes. A flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes, swiftly replaced by an overwhelming thirst for vengeance. The chilling saw in his hand glimmered with a sanguine light, heralding the onset of a massacre. Those who offend humanity shall face annihilation, no matter the distance. As a voice thundered like a tempest, the hundreds of warriors behind Lu Jian erupted with a tremendous force. The very fabric of the cosmos seemed to tremble, conjuring an invisible pressure that bore down on the humanoid creature. This rare entity, a master of spatial abilities, attempted to wield its bone wand to escape, but overestimated its own capabilities. It managed to utter a single word before being obliterated in midair, reduced to ash. Kill. Leave none alive. Chapter 40. Transformation and Return. This is a massacre, centered around the yet-to-be-established grand city of Ningyuan. The surrounding area for 1,000 miles has become a hunting ground for the human race's formidable warriors. They will slay any alien beings they encounter and obliterate the nests of lower-tier extraterrestrials. Within the grand city, the fear demon has relinquished any hope of escape. He is doomed for failing to complete the task assigned by his master, resulting in the death of a spatial alien who was destined to ascend to the pinnacle of their kind. Among the extraterrestrials, those resembling humans hold the highest status. The humanoid creature in question was the progeny of a certain alien lord, born with a semblance of humanity and heralded as the future of that lineage. This fear demon was specifically appointed as the guardian and slave of that alien noble. Now, the humanoid has perished, yet he remains alive. This is an unforgivable crime, warranting death as atonement. You have no idea what kind of entity you have provoked. Faced with the executioner, his master, the fear demon, having lost his will to resist, did not even dare to glance at him for a single second. His gaze was fixed firmly upon Lu Jian in the sky, wishing to etch the memory of such a formidable being into his mind. What manner of existence have I dared to antagonize? Lu Jian gradually descended, his overwhelming aura rendering the feared demon incapable of lifting his head. A so-called supreme being is one at the pinnacle of the 9th tier. With just one more step forward, he could become an unrivaled, invincible force. Ha ha ha. Even as he is pressed down, the feared demon continues to laugh maniacally. A mere 9th tier human, even among my kind, is but one among the masses. You can never fathom the greatness of my race. Kill me if you dare. Even if you are unafraid, your descendants will live in perpetual fear. Suddenly, the fear demon's words were abruptly silenced as his master severed his head with a single stroke. Lu Jian gazed solemnly at the fear demon, whose eyes remained wide in death. Indeed, the humans are as this creature claimed. Their advanced combat prowess pales in comparison to that of the extraterrestrials. Were it not for those who sacrificed themselves to hold back the strongest forces of the alien race, humanity would not have enjoyed these few hundred years of respite. Nevertheless, the belief that man can triumph over heaven remains the enduring creed of the great Xia. Even in defeat, one must extract a piece of flesh from the extraterrestrials. Convey my orders for 1,000 miles around. Dig 3 feet deep. Any alien encountered shall not be spared. Not even a chicken or dog. The phrase dig 3 feet deep does not imply literal excavation, but rather the discovery of pathways leading to alien clans, uprooting their very foundations. Hundreds of human warriors above the 6th tier are sufficient to annihilate a small alien faction. Blood debts can only be repaid in blood. Humanity has suffered unprecedented losses this time. If a powerful response is not made, the extraterrestrials will perceive humanity as weak and vulnerable. As for internal matters, they will naturally be addressed by others. El Chi and the other new recruits were shielded by powerful warriors as they witnessed these events unfold. Yet, their spirits remained unrelieved. When immersed in the chaos, one feels little. However, once distanced from it, all emotions surge forth. El Chi's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation until a powerful figure approached him. Classmate Lu Chi, Teacher Yun Fei wishes to impart his final words to you. Kulme. Yun Fei has not entirely succumbed to death. To be precise, he has passed, yet his formidable willpower sustains a lingering fragment of his consciousness. Only by fulfilling his final thoughts will he truly depart. Teacher Yun Fei, I have arrived. Is there anything you wish to convey? Please, speak freely. To be candid, for Lu Chi, Yun Fei was the first person he truly knew, the first who generously imparted knowledge to him. Although Lu Chi sought something in return for his future, a gentleman focuses on actions rather than intentions, and Yun Fei indeed treated Lu Chi with great kindness. Lu Chi, you have come. The spark returned to Yun Fei's eyes. Despite the cessation of his breath, he still patted Lu Chi's shoulder. The final shot was not impressive enough. I have disappointed you. Hearing this, Lu Chi fell silent, his eyes reddening. Teacher Yun Fei, you are truly impressive. Yun Fei nodded slightly, a trace of a comforting smile gracing his lips. Good child. His icy palm clasped Lu Chi's hand. You are the contract holder of an imperial-level template. Your future shall undoubtedly be extraordinary. I am aware you disdain moral coercion, but humanity requires young souls like you. Forgive me for uttering such coercive sentiments. If possible, please place humanity second. Lu Chi nodded in agreement. All right, excellent. Yun Fei's gaze gradually lost its focus, his voice weakening. And, beware the alien races. Their might exceeds your imagination. Do not underestimate them. Lu Chi continued to nod. Unwilling to disturb a dying man, he silently listened. When you are able, please look after my wife and daughter. Ensure she enlists in the military. At this juncture, Yun Fei's breath had waned to the point of near invisibility. Yet, he summoned his final strength, gripping Lu Chi's hand tightly. Lu Chi, promise me. You must survive, lead humanity to victory. I promise you. Teacher Yun Fei. Upon hearing these words, the last glimmer in Yun Fei's eyes finally faded. His hands slowly loosened, and his body completely lost its vitality. The surrounding strong and the new generation silently observed this scene, none uttering a word. They understood this was Yun Fei's final wish, and his hopes for the future of humanity. After a considerable time, Lu Chi gradually rose to his feet. In that moment, his gaze became resolutely steadfast, as if he had undergone a profound transformation. Salute. Out of respect for a hero, all present, including the newcomers and Lu Chi, rendered a military salute to Yun Fei. Even Lu Jian, suspended high in the sky, was no exception. After some time had passed, the vast area around had been reduced to dust. The strong of humanity obliterated countless alien nests, slaughtering innumerable lower-tier alien lives. Young ones of humanity, Just as Lu Jian was about to unleash further wrath, a voice resonated. The anger has been vented, and the foes have been vanquished. Do you still refuse to retreat? Do you truly wish to provoke the emergence of the unparalleled warriors of my clan? This is a formidable alien presence concealed deep within the extraterritorial battlefield. For reasons unbeknownst to us, they cannot manifest. Yet this does not imply they will permit Lu Jian and his ilk to act with impunity. There is an ancient saying among the human race: those who understand the times are the true heroes. You have already regained your dignity by slaying so many of my kin. As for the matters concerning that young scion of the Spirit Clan, I have no desire to interfere or entangle myself with them. Withdraw now, and let us coexist peacefully, shall we? No. Lu Jian, with his chilling blade, pointed unwaveringly toward the extraterritorial battlefield. You have obliterated the new generation of our kind. A great city has perished, claiming the lives of 1,000,000 souls. To think that you could simply slay a few lesser beings of the alien race and expect my withdrawal, such delusions are laughable. The audacity of the younger generation knows no bounds. The being lurking deep underground seemed incensed, causing the entire extraterritorial realm to tremble. This matter does not concern me. It is the doing of another clan. If you seek vengeance, direct it elsewhere, not at my doorstep. My clan will at most turn a blind eye, and that is a transgression in itself. In truth, Lu Jian had no genuine desire for war. He merely adhered to the ancient traditions of the Great Xia, demanding an explanation, provide compensation. Otherwise, we shall engage in battle. If it comes to that, we shall raise this entire extraterritorial battlefield. As his words resonated, a towering figure emerged behind Lu Jian. This was the true form of the heroic spirit Guan Yu, a manifestation of divine power wielded by ninth-tier warriors, capable of transcending the heavens and earth. The younger generation has gone too far. The entity in the depths of the battlefield merely shouted in frustration, yet refrained from taking action. Take this and then be gone. An object soared from the subterranean depths, which Lu Jian caught and subsequently stowed away his extraordinary power. Aliens, prepare to face the annihilation of my great Xia. Your fate shall be held in abeyance for a few days. Retreat. Return home. Chapter 41. The guilty shall die. The meritorious shall be rewarded. What absurdity! In a certain part of the capital of the Great Xia, dozens of the human race's stalwarts gathered in a grand assembly. The speaker was a renowned general of Great Xia, a paragon who had ascended to the 7th tier of extraordinary life using a first-rate template. He was none other than Zhang Lei, the contract holder of Duke Jinyang, Zhang Liao. At this moment, his face was ashen, veins prominently bulging. The news was utterly appalling. A colossal city under construction and its surrounding outposts had all been infested by the alien brainworms. Who would believe such a tale? Who could possibly accept it? Has our great Xia fallen so low that even the smallest of brainworms could evade our detection? Moreover, over 2,000 military academy freshmen have perished. Throughout history, when has our great Xia ever endured such catastrophic losses? While we can recover our lost dignity, can we reclaim our future stalwarts? With a resounding thud, he slammed his fist on the table. An investigation must be conducted, particularly regarding the commander at Shanhaiguan. As Zhang Lei finished venting his ire, an elder seated at the head of the table gently rapped the surface. Sit down. The elder's voice, though not loud, exuded an undeniable authority. Under his watchful gaze, Zhang Lei suppressed his fury and took his seat. Now let us discuss the specifics of our losses. Yes, as a minister of military affairs, Han Feng rose, his expression grim. Gentlemen, in the Ningyuan city area, there were a total of 120,000 logistical personnel from the Great Xia military and 30,000 combat troops, all of whom perished without exception. Among the surrounding outposts, there were 50,000 soldiers from minority ethnic groups, also with no survivors. The Great Xia Military Academy had 753 trainees, of which only 67 survived. The rest perished. Other comprehensive universities had military trainees as well, all of whom met the same fate. Of the 3 instructors sent to support the military academy, 2 were killed, leaving only 1 alive. A total of 317 military transport aircraft were destroyed, with 634 pilots lost, all without exception. Wait, interrupted an official from the general staff, who had contracted a strategic template. Minister Han, what are the other factions? Did they not encounter any issues? No. In fact, aside from the Shanhaiguan side, our other military trainees and the ongoing construction of colossal cities elsewhere have encountered no problems. Upon hearing this, a group of fiery-tempered generals cast their gazes toward a certain individual in the corner. This person was none other than the commander of Shanhaiguan, a sixth-tier extraordinary being who had contracted the first-rate template of the king of Pingxi, Wu Sangui, Wu Jingzhong. Scoundrel, I knew it was you. Who would have thought that a traitor lurked beside me? Truly, it is an eye-opening revelation. What more do you have to say for yourself? How could I have considered you a friend, only to discover that you colluded with the aliens, jeopardizing the future of our great Xia? Execute him! Execute him! Wu Jingzhong's face flushed crimson as he clenched his fists, yearning to defend himself. However, he has little to argue. When the incident occurred in Ningyuan City, he was absent from Shanhaiguan. Even when the instructors from the Great Siam Military Academy rushed to rescue, he was still not present. Ultimately, even the divine General Liu Jian was mobilized, yet he remained absent from Shanhaiguan. No matter how one scrutinizes the situation, he appears to be culpable. Moreover, even if he bears no direct fault, the mere negligence of duty is sufficient to condemn him. After all, with such a grave incident, it is inevitable to seek a scapegoat to quell public outrage. Silence. The elder spoke again, and the conference room fell silent once more. Wu Jingzhong, do you have anything to say? Elder. Wu Jingzhong rose in anger, but upon recalling the souls lying on the battlefield, his fury was instantly quelled. Why do I have to be angry? I acknowledge my negligence and abandonment of duty, but betrayal of the great Xia and the human race, that I cannot accept. Such an act would bring eternal disgrace. Take him away. The elder waved his hand, and several shadow guards approached to restrain Wu Jingzhong. Release me. I can walk by myself. Wu Jingzhong shook off the guard's hands, standing tall and walking down. The elder observed Wu Jingzhong's departure, a flicker of brilliance crossing his gaze. Soon after, his voice turned stern. Ministry of Internal Affairs, shadow guards, heed my command. Investigate. Conduct a thorough inquiry from top to bottom, from the Great Xia capital to the Great Wall defense line. No matter who is involved or which faction is implicated, all shall be punished. Elder, the head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs rose, his voice ominous. If we take action, the entire Great Xia might be thrown into chaos. Irrelevant, the elder replied decisively. I not only want upheaval within the Great Xia, but I also desire turmoil among other factions. Inform them that anyone who obstructs our thorough investigation will be deemed an enemy of the Great Xia, and there shall be no mercy. A moment of turmoil is preferable to the annihilation of the human race. If we cannot bear this minimal cost, what right do we have to protect this land? Indeed, the head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the leader of the Shadow Guards exchanged glances, a resolve forming in their hearts. Han Feng, please continue. Han Feng nodded, opening the documents in his hands. Elder, this time, in addition to the loss of personnel, the construction of Ningyuan City has suffered a catastrophic blow. All ongoing defensive works, material reserves, and unfinished core facilities of the Grand City have been destroyed. If we continue to build Ningyuan City, it is likely that we in the Elder Council have already devised a plan regarding this matter. The Elder interrupted Han Feng with a wave of his hand. The entire area of Ningyuan City is to be abandoned. All ongoing construction of the Grand City is to be halted, troops recalled, and a comprehensive investigation initiated from top to bottom. It is time to thoroughly cleanse the Great Wall defense line. Understood. Han Feng turned to the last page of the document, which contained a list of survivors. Elder, how shall we handle the survivors this time? In truth, this is a duet performed between Han Feng and the Council of Elders. The group, led by El Chi, comprising several dozen individuals, bore witness to the fierce rivalry among powerful beings at the first stage of transcendence without succumbing to despair. This is sufficient to establish them as the backbone of humanity, potentially enabling them to break through their limitations and progress even further. Therefore, it is imperative to provide them with additional resources to expedite their growth. Do they possess any merits? Indeed, Han Feng closed the document in his hand, reciting their accomplishments with the familiarity of an expert. The recent survivors are all freshmen from the elite combat class of the Great Siam Military Academy, most of whom are scions of military families. Their training location was the 37th outpost, where they encountered anomalies upon arrival. After a fierce battle, they successfully eradicated the brainworms. Subsequently, in order to report their intelligence to the higher-ups, they journeyed 3,000 miles to Ningyuan City. Along the way, they collected the remains of their fallen classmates, bringing back their nameplates. Upon reaching Ningyuan City, they disguised themselves as corpses to infiltrate the ranks of the brainworms, being merely a step away from successfully transmitting their intelligence. Regrettably, they ultimately confronted two peak 6-tier extraterrestrial beings, thwarting their efforts. Nevertheless, even in the face of such adversity, classmates Zhang Peng and Yin Yao remained unyielding, sacrificing themselves for the Great Xia. I asked the elders and esteemed members, do such students not merit recognition? Are they not worthy of cultivation? Undoubtedly they are. The elder rose, his eyes filled with both admiration and sorrow. These children are deserving of Great Xia's expectations and the future of humanity. Their courage and intellect command our utmost respect. Let the order be disseminated. This cohort of freshmen at the Great Siam Military Academy shall not require supplementation. Resources will be allocated according to the original headcount. Those who excel will receive additional rewards. Chapter 42. The Funeral, a Special Reward. Ding, ding, ding. As the knock echoed through the single dormitory, Lu Qi awakened from his meditative state. It had been nearly half a month since his return to Blue Star. He had been wholly engrossed in his cultivation, with the singular aim of swiftly ascending to the second tier of the extraordinary, thereby enhancing his strength under the tutelage of the Rock Emperor. One day, he would return to the outer battlefield for vengeance. Teacher Wang. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by none other than Teacher Wang, the very individual who had saved their lives. Lu Qi, have you been cultivating for yet another day and night? Observing Lu Qi's somewhat wan demeanor, Teacher Wang's gaze bore a hint of exasperation. Even for an extraordinary being, relentless cultivation is not advisable. A balance of work and rest is essential. Otherwise, a fragile foundation can lead to dire consequences. Lu Qi nodded slightly, managing a strained smile. Is there something you wish to discuss, Teacher Wang? Ah, you see. Teacher Wang sighed softly and handed Lu Qi an item. The loss this time has been tremendous. The Great Xia Military Academy is preparing to hold a grand state funeral. All of you who survived are required to attend. It is a harsh reality, yet it is a necessary step on your journey to becoming formidable. Furthermore, the higher-ups of Great Xia have decided that this cohort of the military academy will neither recruit new students nor reduce cultivation resources. This means that the 67 of you will enjoy the cultivation resources intended for nearly 3,000 individuals. Do you comprehend the significance of this? Lu Qi nodded, deeply moved by the audacity of the Great Xia leadership. This is an investment that serves a dual purpose. Not only does it secure the resources for this promising group of new elites, but it also sends a powerful message to the outside world. The Great Xia Military Academy will not falter. It will emerge even stronger. Regardless, this debt of gratitude must be honored. I understand, he replied. Teacher Wang's tone remained gentle. You, along with Zhuge Tao, will receive additional rewards. After the funeral concludes, a designated person will reach out to you. As Teacher Wang prepared to leave, he glanced at Lu Qi's state and could not help but offer one final reminder. Lu Qi, remember, while hatred can propel you forward, it must not consume you entirely. Great Xia is a beautiful place, worthy of your exploration. After bidding farewell to Teacher Wang, Lu Qi fell into contemplation. Soon, the day of the state funeral arrived. On this solemn occasion, the atmosphere across the capital grew profoundly somber. Although it was early autumn, the leaves, as if weeping, had turned a desolate yellow. Millions of citizens instinctively took to the streets, standing in silent tribute along both sides of the thoroughfare. Their eyes brimmed with sorrow and respect, quietly awaiting the arrival of the funeral procession. For heroes and martyrs, The people of Great Xia have always offered the utmost reverence. A heavy ambience enveloped the capital, as though even the winds had ceased their flow. The world collectively mourned for the fallen heroes. With a resonant and mournful cry, a grand procession began to move slowly before the square of the highest authority of Great Xia. Seated within these vehicles are the representatives of the families of fallen soldiers, whose fathers, sons, grandfathers, and even great-grandfathers perished in the Battle of Ningyuan City. These individuals, after decades of service, are left with nothing but a plaque and a monochrome photograph of their youthful selves. Concurrently, a grand state funeral is being held in their hometowns, enveloping the nation in collective sorrow. Behind the representatives of the military families are the relatives of the students from the Great Xia Military Academy who sacrificed their lives. Most of these individuals are military officers, with the least among them being a lieutenant, while a few hold the rank of general. In contrast to the families of those who served for many years before their demise, these newcomers bear the deepest grief. Just days ago, they were vibrant lives, and now they have not even returned as corpses. Only a photograph, a recording, and a plaque remain. Following them is a special vehicle carrying the coffins of Yun Fei and Teacher Yang, draped with the Great Xia military flag, flanked by their family members. Lastly, the funeral procession is led by Han Feng, the principal of the Great Xia Military Academy, followed by other high-ranking officials and the 67 surviving freshmen from this military training, with representatives from various sectors of the capital bringing up the rear. Among the new students, Lu Qi is clad in black attire, adorned with a white paper flower on his chest, echoed by similar somber garments worn by his peers. As part of the funeral procession, they do not ride in vehicles but quietly follow behind the hearse, proceeding at a measured pace. As the procession moves farther away, the crowds lining the streets bow their heads in reverence. They are all aware of the recent tragedies, yet as mere mortals, they feel powerless, only able to shed silent tears or stifle soft sobs, casting the entire capital into a profound, unspoken mourning. After an indeterminate length of time, the procession finally arrives at the Great Xia Memorial Park. This site is even more magnificent than the memorial within the Great Xia Military Academy, with countless tombstones erect, each inscribed with the names of martyrs and adorned with the Great Xia military flag. Beneath these tombstones, 90% remain unoccupied, for it is rare for Great Xia soldiers to leave behind complete remains. Standing beside Lu Qi, Zhuge Tao softly speaks and lays down a bouquet of white flowers, a gesture of respect for the fallen heroes. To die for one's country on the battlefield is noble. There is no need for a body to be wrapped in horsehide. Lu Qi gently recites these words before placing the white flowers down. The state funeral continues, but this group of newcomers has fulfilled their duty and may now depart. Lu Qi gazes at the graves of Yun Fei and Teacher Yang, imprinting their memory in his heart before following Zhuge Tao away from the Great Xia Memorial Park. The journey back to the desolate freshman dormitory is marked by silence, with neither speaking for some time. Just as the silence threatens to linger, Han Feng, having concluded the state funeral, returns. You two, stop acting like delicate flowers. Lift your heads. Stand tall. His words seem imbued with a magical quality, instantly uplifting their spirits. Observing their renewed vigor, Han Feng produces 2 small boxes. This task was not meant to fall upon me, yet to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, it is I, a 9th-tier powerhouse, who must deliver these to you. The 2 individuals have already gleaned a modicum of understanding regarding the might of a 9th-tier powerhouse. Although the figure before them, Han Feng, is not a combat-oriented contractor, upon reaching the 9th tier, all paths converge, and his presence is formidable nonetheless. Do you recall the compensation that Lu Jian secured from the hands of the alien nobility? It was a rare treasure, only found in the extraterrestrial battlefield, capable of elevating a transcendent being below the 5th tier by a minor level, a prize of immeasurable value. As leaders among this cohort of newcomers, you two have indeed accomplished a significant feat. Each of you shall receive a share, and do not underestimate its worth. Many are vying for such an item. Upon concluding his words, Han Feng placed a small box into their hands. Furthermore, as the president of the Dasham Military Academy, I am willing to grant you a modest request, provided it is not overly extravagant. The box, weighing considerably, is enveloped in a special protective layer, accessible only to select individuals. President Han, may I pose a question? The first to speak was Zhuge Tao, his expression tinged with a hint of conflict. Ask away. How many times can a single person consume this? Without a moment's hesitation, Han Feng responded, no more than twice. Furthermore, the effects of the second consumption are significantly diminished compared to the first. Then, may I present my request any time? Of course. And you, Lu Qi? Do you wish to reserve your request for later? No. Lu Qi had already formulated his request upon hearing Han Feng's explanation. I wish for President Han to escort me as I continue the previous simulation. Chapter 43. Entering the extraordinary second level, what did you say? When Han Feng heard those words, he was initially taken aback, followed swiftly by an overwhelming joy. Are you implying that your previous simulation remains unfinished? Indeed, Elchi's proposal stemmed from careful consideration. Although he was uncertain of the consequences of continuing the simulation, having someone to safeguard him was certainly preferable to solitude. Is it troublesome, Han Shangshu? No, not at all. Han Feng forcibly suppressed his urge to let out a jubilant roar and promptly established a barrier to ensure their conversation remained unheard. LQE, what I am about to say is of utmost importance. I must share it with you. And only after you have listened will you decide whether to proceed with the simulation. Zhuge Tao instinctively took a couple of steps back, observing Han Feng's serious demeanor. He had no desire to be silenced for knowing too much. Do not be afraid. Han Feng gestured, anchoring Zhuge Tao in place. If you are to remain by Elchi's side, knowing this will be of little consequence, it is not a matter of great secrecy, considering your lineage makes such knowledge easily accessible. After a brief explanation, Han Feng repressed his excitement and continued. Elchi, if I am not mistaken, during your college entrance examination, you completely altered the outcome of the contracted template, did you not? This question left Elchi at a loss, as it pertained to his most significant secret, one he could never disclose to outsiders. It is all right. You need not answer that question. Han Feng, being quite understanding, refrained from probing further into Elchi's affairs, nor would he ever seek to dissect the pillar of the Great Xia, for that would be akin to self-sabotage. Regardless of whether you have altered the template's outcome, it does not diminish the significance of what I am about to convey, nor does it change the fact that you have already contracted an imperial-level template. Elchi, if possible, I sincerely hope you succeed in completing the simulation. For once you elevate the contracted template to a new pinnacle, it will not only undergo evolution, but will also receive a gift from the ancient book. What gift? Elchi and Zhuge Tao perked up, their eyes brimming with curiosity. How intriguing. This was the first time they had heard of any gifts associated with the ancient book. A chance for template evolution. Template evolution? Could it be? Elchi suddenly contemplated a possibility. Before he could inquire further, Han Feng continued. Elchi, do not misunderstand. This opportunity for evolution cannot be utilized by you. However, it can be designated for a template not exceeding the divine level. In other words, should you succeed, not only will your template experience evolution, but there is also a chance to grant the Great Xia an additional divine-level template. No wonder old Han is so elated. A divine-level template is nearly tantamount to a pinnacle 9th-tier powerhouse. Elchi nodded slightly. Since there was an opportunity to assist the Great Xia, he felt it was his duty to embrace it without hesitation. Han Feng also noticed the change in Lu Qi's expression. Sensing that he might be burdened with psychological pressure, he quickly spoke up. My boy, I assure you that I have placed no pressure upon you. You may commence the simulation at your convenience. Furthermore, should you succeed, I shall personally grant you the opportunity to select your designated template for evolution. No need for further discourse. Old Han, oh no, Principal Han. Lu Qi felt an immense surge of confidence. As a time traveler and a seasoned reader, he inherently understood the path that the future of the Rock Emperor would take. Elevating him to a new pinnacle would be a trivial endeavor. If possible, I implore you, Principal Han, to be my protector right now. Now, Han Feng was somewhat taken aback by Lu Qi's decisiveness. However, upon reflection, he understood. As the minister of the military of the Great Xia, his time was perpetually consumed with affairs of state. Once this opportunity passed, it might never return. Yet, Lu Qi, while I am inclined to protect you, there is a stringent requirement that you have yet to fulfill. Since you have already signed a contract with the template, proceeding with the simulation necessitates the template's assistance. And in order to receive such aid, you must ascend to the second tier of the extraordinary realm. I observe your solid cultivation. Having only been an extraordinary being for 3 months, you have already firmly established yourself in the mid-stage of the first tier. However, you still lack a substantial half-tier to reach the second tier. Even with your pace of advancement, it would likely take you 2 months. Perhaps we should conduct the simulation in 2 months' time? Lu Qi hesitated, but eventually nodded. There was indeed no other alternative. Thus, he declared, Principal Han, I have a solution. After listening attentively, Zhuge Tao finally spoke, and his words were nothing short of a game-changer. I possess celestial treasures that can enhance minor levels. Just as you do, if I were to share my portion. No. Lu Qi promptly rejected the idea. What nonsense! Such celestial treasures are rare and precious. With Zhuge Tao's luck as a supporting character, he may only encounter such an opportunity once in his lifetime. If I were to take it, what would that mean for him? Hear me out. Zhuge Tao seemed to have anticipated Lu Qi's refusal and articulated his decision made upon acquiring the small box. Your template's level exceeds mine, and your potential is far greater. You are in greater need of such items to enhance your cultivation. As for me, I am merely a tactical template of first-rate quality. Rather than allowing it to languish with me, it is far better suited for your use. At worst, when you acquire something that can elevate your strength in the future, you can return it to me. Zhuge Tao, Lu Qi wished to express more, but Zhuge Tao had already made up his mind. Take it. If you refuse, I shall dispose of it. Though reluctant, Zhuge Tao placed the small box into Lu Qi's hands. No more evasion, Lu Qi. I ask you, have you forgotten the grand scheme to eradicate the alien race and avenge our teacher? Have you forgotten Yin Yao and Zhang Peng, who sacrificed their lives for you? If you haven't forgotten, then why pretend? Just consume it. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi no longer hesitated. Zhuge Tao was indeed right. Self-consumption offered the highest cost-effectiveness. Moreover, he had the opportunity to compensate him. With that in mind, there was no need to wait any longer. Zhuge Tao, I shall accept this item. I am certain I can complete the simulation. I will repay you doubly. Enough of the idle chatter. Zhuge Tao laughed and scolded, urging him to quickly retreat to his spacious single dormitory and enter seclusion while Principal Han was still present. Let us proceed together. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lu Qi retrieved the extraordinary treasure from the small box. It was a gelatinous substance, resembling something unpleasantly expelled from somewhere, and it appeared somewhat repulsive. Principal Han, what on earth is this? A shiver ran through Lu Qi. He felt that this substance was not meant for consumption. You little rascal. The nature of this item is irrelevant. What matters is that it can enhance your strength. Han Feng did not directly answer Lu Qi's inquiry, fearing that if he revealed the name of this substance, Lu Qi would hesitate to use it. Principal Han, then how should this be used? Can't you figure that out yourself? Han Feng raised an eyebrow. Just consume it. Consume it. Lu Qi felt a wave of nausea just by looking at it. Moreover, judging by the quality of this substance seemed substantial. If it tasted unpleasant. Lu Qi, are you not afraid, are you? Afraid? What a ridiculous notion. As long as it can enhance my strength, I would consume this, or even worse. He decided to down it in one gulp. Surprisingly, it did not taste bad at all. Chapter 44. Simulation continues. The effects of this extraordinary treasure are remarkable. Merely an hour later, the flushed Lu Qi stepped into the pinnacle of the first tier of the extraordinary realm. With just a slight nudge, he could directly ascend to the second tier. Seizing the moment, Lu Qi boldly consumed the slime mucus. Upon swallowing the contents from Zhuge Tao's small box, he suddenly realized, Principal Han, what did you just say? This stuff is mucus. Before he could voice his complaints further, the slime mucus he had ingested erupted within him, unleashing a surge of energy that forcefully propelled him past the barrier between the first and second tiers. Half an hour later, Lu Qi stood up. Following a series of crackling sounds, he officially entered the second tier of the extraordinary realm. However, the first thing he did after leveling up was to vigorously clear his throat. There was no remedy. The mere thought of having ascended by consuming slime mucus made him nauseous. After thoroughly clearing his throat for a good while, Lu Qi finally felt considerably better. At that moment, Zhuge Tao approached, a strange smile dancing in his eyes. "Silence!" Lu Qi exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Zhuge Tao's neck, effectively stifling the words he had yet to utter. "We have serious matters to attend to." With that, he disregarded Zhuge Tao and walked directly toward Han Feng. "Principalan, I beseech you to protect me and activate the ancient book for simulation." "Impudent brat, don't come at me with that." Han Feng hooked it, scolding him playfully as he retrieved the terminal for the ancient book. Lu Qi's previous simulation was still stored within the terminal. To continue, he required higher management consent and a connection to the ancient book. Fortunately, the Daxiang Military Academy's single dormitory had everything one could need, including a link to the ancient book. "Lu Qi, I shall ask you one last time. Are you prepared? Once I initiate this, there will be no turning back." Upon hearing this, Lu Qi took a deep breath. "Principal Han, I am ready. Let's begin. As you wish." Han Feng connected the terminal to the ancient book and handed it to Lu Qi. The moment the terminal came into contact with Lu Qi, it seemed to be activated, instantly radiating a spectrum of colors. Detected that the candidate has an incomplete simulation. Would you like to continue? Friendly reminder, this simulation will not alter established facts. However, should the simulation fail, the candidate will not receive the gifts of the ancient book. Do you wish to proceed? There was no hesitation. Continue. Please awaken the heroic spirit to confirm identity. If you have not reached the second tier of the extraordinary realm, this simulation will terminate and will not be reopened. Principal Han, I kindly ask for your assistance in awakening the heroic spirit. Having never awakened a heroic spirit before, Lu Qi made the most heartfelt choice, seeking Han Feng's help. "Impudent brat, Han Xian, arise. To awaken a slumbering heroic spirit, one must summon another heroic spirit to do so. They possess a unique mode of communication, distinct from that of humans." As Han Feng's words resonated, a majestic and imposing figure, a refined deity of war, materialized from his being, towering over the ordinary man. A ninth-tier supreme being can indeed allow their spirit to traverse the world in its true form, albeit for a fleeting moment. Han Xian gazed at Qi for a brief moment before turning back to Han Feng, his tone laden with conflict. "Han Feng, the entity residing within this child is extraordinarily powerful. Do you truly wish for me to awaken him? Is this real?" Han Feng, oblivious to the turmoil etched on Han Xian's face, waved his hand dismissively. "I made a promise to Qi. Thus, I must adhere to it. Hurry. Do not let me lose face." "Very well," Han Xian replied with a hint of resignation, fearing that once awakened, Han Feng's embarrassment might only amplify. Yet, as a spirit, he could not defy the reasonable request of his contractor. "I, the younger Han Xian of Huayin, implore you, esteemed elder, to awaken." With a voice infused with the essence of spirits, the atmosphere within the solitary dormitory abruptly shifted into a realm of taboo. The surroundings seemed to dissolve, enveloping the space in an eerie silence, with all eyes fixated on the increasingly formidable Qi. Han Feng understood that it was not Qi who had become terrifying, but rather the being within him that was awakening. If such power could be unleashed merely through awakening, how incomprehensibly potent would Qi become when able to walk the earth? "Younger generation," a deep voice resounded, as the invincible rock sovereign stirred from slumber. "You have ascended to the second tier so swiftly." Before finishing, a palpable aura of menace descended, including Han Xian. Both men and the spirit felt as though they were under the gaze of an ancient beast, as if the very fabric of existence might collapse upon them at any moment. "How dare outsiders intrude? Are you coercing this Emperor's junior? Mere ants, how dare you?" The pressure enveloping the trio intensified, and Zhuge Tao could no longer bear it, collapsing to the ground. Han Feng, a ninth-tier supreme being, attempted to summon his internal energy for resistance, but Han Xian's gaze halted him. The imperial template is unparalleled. Though not the strongest, it possesses many wonders. Should we rashly confront it, the consequences could spiral beyond control, endangering the entire Great Xia. Such an outcome is utterly unacceptable. With this in mind, Han Feng, under immense pressure, forced himself to explain. Esteemed elder, the younger generation is not coercing. Rather, I am here at El Chi's invitation to safeguard his path. Oof. A cold snort echoed, and the pressure diminished abruptly. In that case, proceed with your duty. Should you harbor ill intentions, your fate shall not be yours to command. The Rock Sovereign was well aware of Han Feng's intentions. His actions were merely to bolster El Chi's standing. A contractor of the invincible must also be regarded as invincible, deserving of utmost respect, regardless of their status as a teacher. Young one, your cultivation is lacking. I cannot remain awake for long. What is it that you require of me? After the Rock Sovereign finished speaking, El Chi finally found his voice. Moments ago, the Rock Sovereign had exerted control over his body, leaving him both astounded and compelled to revise certain assumptions. Senior, I must continue to simulate your future. Please confirm your identity before the ancient tome. The ancient tome? The Rock Sovereign seemed to be scrutinizing the manifestation of his essence. After a few breaths, he finally spoke. But, as his words fell, the terminal of the ancient tome also illuminated. Candidate identity confirmed. Shall we proceed with the simulation immediately? El Chi hesitated to respond, seizing the opportunity while the Rock Sovereign was still able to answer questions. Senior, do you have any wishes? Remember this, young one. The Sovereign is invincible. My desires and aspirations were fulfilled in the last simulation. Do not concern yourself with me. All is in your hands. However, one thing must remain unchanged. My style of conduct. Please elaborate, Senior. That is my manner of acting. My approach must exude unparalleled dominance. The majesty of the Sovereign of Sacred Spirits must not be diminished. Do you understand? Of course, I comprehend. El Chi nearly chuckled, amused by the old stone's unwavering need to maintain his grandeur. Rest assured, Senior, I am well aware. With that settled, I have no further matters. As the Rock Sovereign fell into silence, El Chi cast an apologetic glance at Han Feng and Zhuge Tao. I truly apologize. There is no need for such apologies. Han Feng waved his hand dismissively, clearly unconcerned about the incident. Your immediate priority is to initiate the simulation. Spare us the superfluous chatter. Han Xin, arrange the formation. Seal off the aura from his place. Chapter 45. The tale following the death of the Rock Sovereign upon hearing Han Feng's command. Han Xin let out a soft sigh. Each journey through this world felt like a service to the contractor, a debt owed from a previous life. Tenfold ambush arise. As Han Xin uttered these words softly, an invisible array enveloped Lu Chi's single dormitory, ensuring that no one could scrutinize its contents for at least a day. This formation was a divine array laid down by Han Feng during the obliteration of the alien war warriors in bygone days. However, this was merely a miniature version. The complete divine array could isolate a vast expanse of space, only dissolving once all entities within had perished, a true manifestation of a legendary formation. Lu Chi, you may simulate with peace of mind. Zhuge Tao, observe closely what it means to be a peerless prodigy. A flash of radiant light surged forth as the ancient tome's terminal conjured an illusion once more, bringing forth the chronicle of the Rock Sovereign's life, and the simulation continued. Please indicate whether you wish to resume the simulation for where you left off last time. Yes, there was no alternative to choose. Lu Chi exuded confidence. The previous simulation during the entrance examination had been his utmost effort. Even if granted another opportunity, he could not assure a performance surpassing that of the last. Old Stone, do you still possess the ambition to bravely advance and quell the dark turmoil of myriad realms? You know, Sure Fan must have encountered profoundly transformative challenges in the mortal realm. Are you afraid? There is nothing to fear, for you are the Rock Sovereign, the Emperor of the Holy Spirits. Young one, fetch this Emperor's long spear. Your unparalleled royal weapon still radiates a sanguine glow. It has feasted on supreme blood and is nearing evolution into a celestial weapon. As you caressed the imposing black gold dragon-patterned spear, which had withstood countless epochs yet still emanated an overwhelming presence, you raise your head to behold the formidable Sure Fan. The youthful holy body had already ascended to a kingly level of existence, mere steps away from achieving the utmost pinnacle. You must be suffering greatly, lacking allies by your side. These days cannot have been easy. Why not share your thoughts with me? As a guiding light on Fan's path, you were naturally regarded as a mentor and friend. He slowly began to recount the events that transpired following your demise. Since your passing, the most significant dark turmoil in history has been quelled. The world sings of your unparalleled might, and even the Holy Spirit clan has garnered the respect of myriad beings. You can truly be regarded as the Emperor of the Holy Spirits, having dramatically altered the perception of your lineage. Subsequently, the Holy Body Fan, as the principal contributor to the pacification of the dark turmoil, established a celestial court for humanity upon the eternal mountain. However, beings among the myriad spirits yearning for transcendence did not relent due to your grand achievements. They challenged Fan time and again. Yet, Fan had become an invincible entity among his peers, with none capable of matching his prowess. At last, Fan pierced through the ancient paths of humanity and even ventured into the ancient paths of other races, astonishing the myriad spirits. During this time, Fan encountered numerous fortuitous events, leveraging the unparalleled divine abilities and resources left by you and the fully realized celestial holy body. He soared forward, attaining the quasi-imperial realm in a mere 300 years. But the outstanding tree in the forest will inevitably attract the wind's wrath, drawing the attention of the supreme beings in the Forbidden Zone. Fortunately, Fan had previously befriended two ancient beings on the verge of enlightenment, who were willing to suppress worldly chaos for a century, granting him a fleeting opportunity for ultimate success. A century swiftly passed, and Fan emerged from his seclusion, his aura approaching perfection, just a hair's breadth away from transcending to the 9th layer of quasi-emperor, achieving true greatness. The younger generation may rest assured during their tribulation. None shall dare to disturb you. Under the protection of the two impending enlightened ones, Fan commenced his tribulation. Yet this momentous event attracted an entity harboring a grudge against the formidable celestial body of great accomplishment. Within the ancient graveyard of the divine, two primordial titans took residence, embodying a peerless physique that exists solely among myriad spirits, not within humanity. Now, they aim to slay Fan, to savor the divine blood, and to restore their imperial legacy. The thunderous tribulation descended, and the two primordial titans similarly emerged, fiercely interfering with the tribulation, seeking to inflict grievous harm upon Fan. However, how could Fan's magnificent prowess be rivaled by mere titans who had lost their invincible edge? He forcefully shattered the tribulation, leaping into greatness. Though Fan emerged unscathed, he required a measure of time to truly solidify his newfound power. This interval marked his most perilous moment. The two primordial titans and several supreme beings, having manifested their avatars, launched a concerted assault, with the absence of the Eternal Mountain's supreme protector. The two impending enlightened ones were also detained, leaving Fan to confront his gravest danger. Having evaded countless pursuits and weathered life-and-death crises for 10 days and nights, Fan finally established his footing in greatness. A celestial body of great accomplishment had survived. Unsurprisingly, after vanquishing the two primordial titans, Fan held the Forbidden Zone accountable and acquired numerous treasures of immeasurable worth. Upon his triumphant return to the Eternal Mountain's heavenly court, after centuries of absence, a supreme presence once again took residence in the Forbidden Zone, breathing new life into it. The Eternal Mountain, now the new ancestral land of the Sacred Spirit clan, naturally attracted many extraordinarily gifted sacred beings. Under your influence, although they remained indifferent towards other beings, they took pride in safeguarding the Eternal Star Domain. As time flowed on, a century after Fan subdued the world, yet another path to immortality was unveiled. This was a genuine celestial pathway, as 6 supreme beings awakened from the Forbidden Zone, eager to contend for ascendance. Seizing this opportunity, Fan extended a golden path from the Eternal Mountain's heavenly court, reaching directly to the divine graveyard. This place bore a blood feud against Shur Fan and was also the nemesis of the celestial body of great accomplishment. Only by vanquishing it could he avenge his grievances. At this moment, no supreme being was attentive to Shur Fan's actions, presenting him with his finest opportunity. An earth-shattering battle commenced, and within the divine graveyard, two unparalleled existences, who had attained enlightenment in ancient times, remained. They were aged, yet brimming with the confidence of invincibility. In their era, they too had once safeguarded all creation and dominated the universe. As the celestial body of great accomplishment, Shur Fan, bearing the supreme legacy of the sacred spirit lineage, remained invincible even without having achieved enlightenment. After a surge of bloodlight, the God Tomb, Forbidden Zone, was utterly annihilated, marking the end of a calamity that had plagued the region for countless millennia. The six supreme beings continued their assault on the path to immortality, while Shur Fan pondered deeply before descending upon the next Forbidden Zone. Here, only one supreme being resided, yet he hailed from the Sacred Spirit clan. Much like your former self, he possessed formidable strength, nearly causing Shur Fan to spill blood among the stars. However, in comparison to the vigorous sacred body, he was ultimately too aged. Following an intense clash, Shur Fan executed a reverse strike against the Sacred Spirit Emperor, subsequently eradicating another life Forbidden Zone. At this juncture on the path to immortality, two Dark Supremes had already shed blood, while four others bore grievous injuries. Seizing this rare opportunity, Shur Fan unleashed his unparalleled divine abilities, engaging in a blood-soaked battle with the four ancient Supremes. In a single confrontation, he obliterated them entirely, staining the heavens with blood. Faced with the imminent path to immortality, Shur Fan refrained from entering. Instead, he took on the role of guardian. In this poignant moment, several Supremes who had never instigated dark upheavals awakened. Among them were the Emperor of Humans, the Beast Emperor, and some ancient Supremes long forgotten by name. In the presence of these powerful beings, Shur Fan yielded, allowing them passage into the path to immortality. Their departure was mutually beneficial. Yet should they fail in their quest for ascendance, Shur Fan would ensure they perished eternally on this path. Thus, until the path to immortality was completely sealed, no ancient supreme returned. The second iteration of the path to immortality fell into desolation, with only Shur Fan remaining, gazing for an extended period before ultimately returning to the Eternal Mountain's heavenly court. Chapter 46. Ascending to immortality, the world laments that the accomplished celestial saint body possesses unparalleled virtue, preferring to safeguard humanity rather than embrace solitary immortality. In this battle, Shur Fan annihilated two life-restricting zones, vanquishing nearly 10 ancient supremes with unparalleled might. The Eternal Mountain's heavenly court has flourished for an eternity, remaining vibrant for 10,000 years. Swiftly, Shur Fan's first life draws to a close. The blood energy spanning the universe within the Eternal Mountain begins to wither, and the golden paths of light cease to manifest, leaving only the radiant holy light of the Eternal Mountain to illuminate the heavens day and night. Supremes from the restricted zones stir restlessly but have yet to make a move. After nearly a century of waiting, Shur Fan consumed the elixir of immortality and embarked upon his second life. This time, he took a step further, successfully embedding half of his being into the imperial realm, transcending to a level indistinguishable from a true monarch, achieving the zenith attainable by the celestial saint body. With such a transformation, he grew even more formidable, rightfully deemed among the most powerful beings throughout history. 2 millennia have passed, and Shur Fan now faces his twilight years. During these 2,000 years, Shur Fan continuously obliterated several minor restricted zones. Only 2 concealed zones remain, lurking in the shadows of the world, observing all living beings. At last, seizing the opportunity of Shur Fan's advanced age, the last 5 supremes of the mortal realm converged. Shur Fan, today marks your demise. A thunderous cry reverberated across the cosmos. This is the battle of monarchs. They have relinquished their aspirations for immortality. Now, they have all ascended to their former peak, reclaiming their absolute power. They aimed solely to impart upon Shurfan the truth that a sovereign must not be dishonored. A cataclysmic battle erupted. 6 monarchs clashed in the mortal realm, a terrifying spectacle never before witnessed. 6 imperial artifacts collided as their wielders fought valiantly. Such unparalleled beings are rare, emerging only once every several millennia. Now there are 6. The heavens trembled, and the mortal realm teetered on the brink of obliteration. Finally, the clash of the 6 monarchs' imperial laws sparked terrifying flames. An unknown passageway was unveiled, seemingly piercing through the barriers of this world, revealing a path to another realm. It was a shattered world, yet it harbored the essence of longevity. Though scarce, it undeniably existed. This presented an unimaginable opportunity. Countless exceptional talents in this world lament their fleeting lifespans, possessing brilliance yet succumbing to despair. Now, with the human saint body, all may embrace longevity. The 6 of us shall endure eternally, even achieving realms previously deemed inconceivable. Let us cease hostilities. United, we shall become unparalleled sovereigns, governing the future of all beings. In the face of such circumstances, Shurfan resolutely chose to fight to the death. Those ancient supremes, who had yet to instigate dark upheavals, had vanished during the previous path to immortality. What remained were the orchestrators of the past chaos. If such entities were to seize the essence of longevity, it would spell disaster. The 5 supreme beings were perplexed by Shurfan's actions. However, their desire to eliminate him was fueled by the prospect of seizing greater authority, and thus the battle raged on. Initially resolved to face death, their spirits wavered under the influence of the life essence, leading to their demise in a place closest to immortality. After vanquishing the last 5 supreme beings of this realm, Shurfan relocated the heavenly court to this world, establishing that cultivators who reached a certain level could ascend to the heavenly realm and partake in eternal life. Yet, the life essence of this world was ultimately finite, incapable of granting immortality to all. In pursuit of a solution, Shurfan traversed this realm and uncovered the ancient secrets of a bygone era. The celestial domain had long since crumbled. What remained was merely a fragment of its former self. Only by reaching the true pinnacle of immortality could one transcend this realm and access the genuine celestial domain. Determined to exist perpetually, Shurfan practiced diligently in this unconstrained world. As a being of unparalleled talent, liberated from the constraints of the Tao, he ascended to true immortality in merely a millennium. A further 10 millennia passed, and Shurfan reached the zenith of the immortal domain. Beyond this point lay the potential to become a king among immortals. Yet, he sensed that he had not yet attained the true pinnacle of immortality. There existed an ultimate realm between the immortal king and the divine. Thus, Shurfan severed his Tao fruit, reverting to the path of the sovereign. At last, as his royal lifespan waned, he grasped a flicker of indomitable brilliance and, through his exceptional prowess, lived a second life. Upon witnessing this, Lu Qi could not help but marvel at Shurfan's audacity. Who could bear to forsake a cultivation so close to kingship? Only a true invincible being could harbor such ambition, as Shurfan felt the distinct energy coursing through his body. Unlike that of ordinary sovereign cultivators, he finally discerned his path forward. The ultimate truth of the universe lay in experiencing 9 lives in the mortal realm to become a true immortal. Only through this could he reach the pinnacle of immortality. Thus, Shurfan devoted 500,000 years to living these 9 lives, ultimately achieving the apex of immortality. With his formidable power, he shattered the barriers of this world and entered the celestial domain. There, he encountered indigenous beings, some of whom were on the verge of kingship. They did not express hostility towards Shurfan and his companions. Rather, they extended an invitation to collaboratively restore the celestial domain, striving to revive the glory of this world and reintroduce the immortals of the past. Shurfan readily agreed. Yet he found no trace of the ancient supreme beings who once battled for the path of immortality. Perhaps they had long since perished in some distant place. As hundreds of thousands of years passed and the celestial domain was mended, an inexplicable aura began to unsettle the beings of this world. Finally, one day, a corpse exuding unparalleled majesty broke through the barriers of reality and fell from the void. Shurfan and several beings of near-king status approached to investigate. It was a corpse of a once king, immensely powerful, now lying inert in this realm. Everything indicates that the myriad realms are far from tranquil. Thus, Shurfan, solitary and resolute, leaped forth from the barrier that had been shattered by the corpse of the sealed king. In the realms beyond, he uncovered a wealth of hidden truths, realizing that the myriad worlds were shrouded in darkness. He found himself in dire need of assistance, companions whose talents and gifts matched his own. After paying an exorbitant price, Shurfan acquired a method capable of resurrecting both himself and the supreme being of Eternal Mountain. Decades passed, and Shurfan ascended to the level of an immortal being of the sealed king, while you were revived. Faced with this circumstance, what will be your choice? 1. This is no longer a matter in which I can involve myself. Rather than sacrificing everything for the myriad beings and probing the source of darkness, I would prefer to quietly attain immortality and enjoy a life of peace. 2. I, the sovereign, am unrivaled through the ages. Though I am aged, I am no less formidable than anyone. I shall attain immortality and seal my kingship. I will shine anew in the realm of immortals. 3. The decision lies with me. Is there any need for contemplation? What is the purpose of this simulation if not to shatter the shackles of the Rock Emperor and allow him to reach his utmost potential? Even if I cannot become a supreme being, achieving the status of a sealed king would suffice. I choose option 2. Shurfan, I too shall defy the heavens and attain immortality across 9 lifetimes. Your voice resonates with conviction. This choice stems from your understanding that ordinary beings cannot aid Shurfan, not even those at the level of a sealed king. To truly make a difference, one must at least be a being of supreme caliber. Chapter 47. Even in the celestial realm, darkness-bruised Shurfan was moved by your ambition and departed the celestial realm with several esteemed beings from Eternity Mountain who had already ascended. He sought to traverse the myriad worlds, elevating these souls to the status of celestial kings. With Shurfan's absence, tranquility once again enveloped the entire celestial realm. As you were resurrected, you prepared to behold the splendid landscapes and, as best as you could, sought to uncover the gaps in this world's history, aiming to gather more detailed information through your explorations. This marked your first life after resurrection. Being a sacred spirit, you were cherished by the heavens in any realm you inhabited. Moreover, your innate talents were unparalleled, and within just a few days, you had attained significant mastery, nearing the threshold of imperial realms. This time, you sensed the original cultivation methods of this world. The path before you diverged entirely from that of your previous realm. According to your calculations, the culmination of this path once housed a being of unparalleled caliber, yet its whereabouts had inexplicably vanished. In light of this situation, what course of action shall you choose? 1. I, the Emperor, possess talents that rival all. Rather than practicing the methods of others, I shall forge my own path and become a progenitor, reaching the ultimate destination. 2. I shall re-establish the ancient methods of the celestial realm. Perhaps this will lead to the utmost pinnacle, allowing me to aid Shurfan in countering the encroaching darkness. 3. The choice is mine to make. Gazing at the ancient texts, Lu Qi stroked his chin. What a conundrum. To be frank, I find myself entirely reliant on simulating the future of the Rock Sovereign. After all, in my previous life, the author of this narrative was a notorious plot weaver, leaving only fragmentary hints regarding what transpired post-Shurfan's ascension. Most of the remaining narrative was filled in by the imaginations of readers. Furthermore, the Rock Sovereign had long perished in the annals of ancient history, leaving me to rely solely on conjecture. If the Rock Sovereign were a protagonist-level archetype, I would unhesitatingly select option 1. However, therein lies the crux of the matter. He is not. While some may claim that masters of the imperial path are protagonists in other tales, I regard such assertions as mere hyperbole. After all, to utter something as audacious as sinking a novel website, if I were to heed their advice and choose the first option, only to result in a failed creation of my own, then this simulation would become a farce. After much contemplation, Lu Qi prudently opted for the second option. It is not that I lack faith in the rock sovereign's capabilities. Rather, I possess the self-awareness to recognize that supporting characters will always remain, as such, devoid of the fortune that befits a protagonist. In this simulation, I aim to ensure the rock sovereign secures at least a throne, aspiring towards the supreme. You resolved firmly to re-establish the methods of the celestial realm. Leveraging Shurfan's formidable reputation, you successfully acquired the ancient cultivation methods from venerable practitioners. This method harmonized with the celestial realm, yielding extraordinary results in your training. In merely a century, you ascended to the pinnacle of humanity, nearly matching your previous life as prowess, demonstrating commendable combat abilities. Thanks to the life-extending essence of this realm, your lifespan was exceedingly ample. However, this also rendered you incapable of reversing the cycle of 9 lives. In light of this predicament, what shall be your choice? 1. Allow nature to take its course. It is not easy to live against the tide for 9 lifetimes, and there is no need to torment oneself. 2. No. If one does not defy the cycle of 9 lives, one cannot obtain the ticket to become invincible. I have already fallen behind significantly. If I do not strive forward, I shall become a mere pawn. Severing my lifespan forces me into a desperate situation. 3. The decision is mine. The ancient tome seems aware of my precarious position. It seeks to challenge me, does it? After merely a few sentences, why must I choose again? Sigh after taking a deep breath and suppressing the urge to curse. Lu Qi decisively selected option 2. In truth, Lu Qi believed that in a realm such as the celestial domain, one should be able to achieve the pinnacle of immortality without defying the cycle of 9 lives. Yet, since the ancient tome presented options, why not choose? Without hesitation, you severed 1,000,000 years from your lifespan, leaving only 10,000 years, thus thrusting yourself into a dire predicament. As 10,000 years swiftly passed, you arrived at the end of your lifespan. Should you fail to live out a second life, you would naturally decay, fading into the annals of history. At this moment, you comprehended the sacred mysteries of your being, condensing an indomitable light unique to the sacred spirit, successfully manifesting your second life. This instilled you with immense confidence, prompting you to sever another 1,000,000 years from your lifespan, retaining only 10,000 years of imperial mandate. In the twilight of your second life, the indomitable light within you could not sustain a third life. In desperation, you opted to consume the elixir of immortality. This time, you distinctly sensed the indestructible essence within the elixir, greatly enhancing your confidence, igniting hopes of living a fourth life. Following the same method of severing your lifespan, you reached the twilight of your third life. This time, you prepare to take a gamble. You allowed your body to decay and your spirit to fade, relying solely on a fraction of the indestructible essence to safeguard a sliver of your consciousness. At last, just as you believed you were destined for eternal silence, that fragment of indomitable consciousness resurrected you from annihilation, transforming you into a true immortal being. Time can no longer leave its mark upon you. Even if you wish to sever your lifespan, it would be impossible. It appears that living against the tide for 4 lifetimes has reached your limit. You relinquish the notion of defying the cycle of 9 lives and resolve to cultivate to the pinnacle of immortality in your current transcendent state. After countless eons, you have discerned the zenith of immortality, even discovering a small realm between kingship and immortality, the quasi-kingdom. At that moment, a being shattered the barriers of the celestial domain and descended into this realm. This entity, tainted by an ominous aura, appeared to have willingly succumbed to a certain state, resembling a puppet controlled by a bizarre force. How delectable this world is! It truly belongs in the hands of a sovereign. A dark and frenzied voice resonated throughout the celestial domain, and you realize that this being sought to obliterate the world, offering all lives as a sacrificial tribute. He aims to unleash chaos upon the celestial domain. Faced with this predicament, what shall your choice be? 1. Embrace the duty of the celestial domain and guard it. There is no need for hesitation. Let us act decisively. 2. What concern is it of mine? After all, I have finally attained the opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle. How could I forsake it because of the inhabitants of the celestial realm? If need be, I shall withdraw from this world. 3. The decision lies within oneself. A being exuding an ominous aura. This must be a descendant of the ancient dark hand from that world. Such entities, having been enhanced by their sinister energy, possess significantly greater combat prowess than ordinary beings. Some of those who receive special attention can even be reborn after death, rendering them exceedingly troublesome. To engage or not to engage. Should I choose to fight, the risk of defeat looms large. Should I falter, the consequence would be the end of the simulation. And given the current cultivation level of the Rock Sovereign, it is likely insufficient to support the evolution of the template. Yet to abstain from battle. Would that not tarnish the esteemed reputation of the Rock Sovereign? After much contemplation, Lu Qi ultimately resolved to fight, rather than retreat and lose my indomitable spirit. It is far better to confront the challenge head-on. Every step of progress is a gain. I choose option 1. Who dares to question the world like an insignificant insect? Summon your elder. Your voice undoubtedly stirs the hearts of all within the celestial domain. Your legend has echoed across this continent, and some holy spirits even revere you as their king. However, the ominous celestial regards you with disdain, as a subordinate of a supreme existence. Your mere status as a quasi-king holds no significance in his eyes. I shall not kill you. Instead, I intend to make you kneel before me, witnessing the blood sacrifice of all beings. With that, the ominous celestial unleashed a cataclysmic battle against you. Chapter 48. Traversing Eternity. Witnessing supreme beings, you are the emperor of the sacred spirits who has defied fate across 4 lifetimes. No, to be precise, you are on the verge of becoming the sacred spirit immortal king, attaining true immortality. On the other hand, stands the ominous immortal who has sacrificed countless miniature worlds, a formidable force rivaling that of the average quasi-king. The clash between the two of you is terrifying enough to annihilate the very essence of a grand realm. The black gold dragon-patterned spear in your grasp has long transcended to a true celestial artifact, each movement wielding immense power. The ominous immortal, lacking any soldiers of war, relies solely on the peculiar aura that envelopes him, capable of corroding the myriad realms. All beings within the celestial domain await your triumph over the ominous immortal, yearning for the resurgence of light within the realm. After exchanging several rounds of combat, you have discerned the depths of the ominous immortal's abilities. He is indeed powerful, yet he is not invincible among the immortals. His strange aura may be troublesome, but if severed, you possess the potential to vanquish him within 3 strikes. Ponder your options. You resolve to take a bold gamble. That technique, which once felled a supreme being, is summoned once more, though its might now eclipses its former grandeur. Carrying your path and laws, this strike is sufficient to leave a mark upon beings of the kingly level. The ominous immortal dares not confront it head-on, instead enveloping it with his enigmatic aura, attempting to disintegrate it. Yet this act reveals a vulnerability. Do you truly believe that such a technique can be employed just once? As your voice resonates, another supreme technique is unleashed, and its ferocity surpasses the previous strike. The ominous immortal, now somewhat flustered, once again releases his strange aura to disassemble and encircle your second attack. Merely a native. To have forced me to this extent is a testament to your unparalleled talent throughout the ages. I shall corrupt you, perhaps in the future. We could fight side by side. Though the ominous immortal's words are laced with arrogance, he perceives this as a favor to you. Little does he realize that you have long transcended your past, creating a law of unparalleled might. Behind him, your sacred spirit form materializes, a manifestation of your essence akin to another self. Regardless of the wounds you may sustain, as long as either your true self or your avatar endures, resurrection is within your grasp. This is the sacred spirit law you crafted, inspired by the constitution and gifts of the sacred spirit lineage. Embrace your demise. Your sacred spirit form unleashes the unparalleled divine technique once more. The ominous immortal is grievously wounded, yet he remains convinced of his survival. You, a mere frog in a well, will never fathom our true power. You discern his contingency for revival, yet remain unperturbed, resolved not to allow his escape. Releasing a tiger back into the mountains is not your style. You firmly believe in uprooting the threat entirely. Thus, even if obliteration proves elusive, you shall forever confine him, ensuring he does not depart this world. Moreover, you are confident in your ability to extinguish him. You withdraw your sacred spirit form, transforming your hands into two grinding wheels, resolutely grasping the ominous immortal, intent on obliterating him. This action has provided the ominous celestial being with an opportunity, as he instantaneously unleashed a peculiar aura intended to lead you astray. In light of this situation, what is your choice? 1. Attempt to refine the peculiar aura. Should you succeed, you will gain the confidence to confront other ominous celestial beings. 2. Succumbing may not be so detrimental, provided it allows you to step into the supreme realm. Even if it means descending into the realm of the bizarre, it matters not to me. 3. The decision rests solely with you. To be candid, at this juncture in the simulation, Lu Qi's mind has begun to expand. He realizes he has been somewhat biased, viewing others through a tinted lens. The Rock Emperor in the simulation, having defied death across 4 lifetimes, may not rival those protagonist-level entities. Yet he stands as a significant supporting character. Ascending to kingship is not his ultimate goal, while he may not reach the pinnacle of levels. Becoming a supreme being and charting his own path should not pose a considerable challenge. Therefore, I choose the first option. Faced with the invasion of the peculiar aura, you do not panic. Rather, you hasten your efforts to suppress the ominous celestial being. Ultimately, under your relentless efforts, the aura of the ominous celestial being wanes to its utmost despondency. However, you find yourself devoid of the strength to continue the suppression, for the encroachment of the peculiar aura is far too rapid, leaving you no choice but to subdue the ominous celestial being and then fully confront the peculiar aura. Thus, you once again transform into a supreme spirit, commencing the suppression of the peculiar aura. These energies are excessively potent, even you cannot truly refine them. You must advance further, genuinely transcending to the kingship level. Only then will you have the opportunity to refine it. Yet, with your current capabilities, it seems implausible to refine the peculiar aura while simultaneously navigating the tribulations of ascending to kingship. If only a supreme being were present to assist you at this moment. Old Stone, I come aid you. Just as you prepare to stake everything and leap into the realm of kingship, Sure Fan returns. At this moment, he has genuinely become a forbidden existence, breaking through the kingship realm and becoming a supreme being. Without a word, Sure Fan directly leads you into the river of time. This is a realm accessible solely to supreme beings, where you can stroll upstream and downstream, witnessing the bygone events of the world. However, without great magical power, nothing can be altered. Old Stone, I will invoke the temporal essence here, stabilizing your physical state at the moment it was untainted by the peculiar aura. However, you must understand that the peculiar aura will not truly vanish. Once you successfully ascend to kingship, it will continue to erode you. You nod vigorously, filled with immense confidence. Once you attain kingship, you can refine the peculiar aura and perhaps, through this essence, carve out your unique path. Seeing your preparedness, Sure Fan employs Supreme means to restore your body to the moment it was untainted. This action causes the river of time to ripple. Yet, as nothing substantial has been altered, tranquility soon returns to the flow of time. In that fleeting moment of turbulence, you caught a glimpse of the Supreme being amidst the vast river of time. It was an entity of unparalleled strength, a mere glance at which sent shivers coursing through your entire being. This Supreme Being, also known as the ultimate life form, has traversed the path of evolution to its very end, establishing a new system of cultivation and successfully defying fate. At this exalted level, they have transcended the ages, achieving immortality. Every word and action resonates with divine authority, capable of turning the cosmos upside down with a mere gesture. Your fleeting gaze did not go unnoticed. The Supreme Being acknowledged your presence with a silent glance before turning away. It was this very moment that facilitated your ascension to the rank of a sovereign being, allowing you to reach the highest realm attainable by the holy lineage, bestowing upon you a new title, the Stone King. Upon witnessing the emergence of the supreme being, Lu Qi instinctively held his breath. In the previous life of this narrative, only a handful of beings achieved such supremacy, each one a true prodigy whose talents eclipsed all of history. An entire epic might not yield even a single one. The only possible benefactor capable of aiding the Rock Emperor with a mere glance could very well be the future Shurfan. Perhaps he had reversed the currents of fate for some reason and lent a helping hand to the Rock Emperor during their encounter. After all, at the pinnacle of supremacy, the inversion of cause and effect is astonishingly simple. Suddenly, a bold thought struck Lu Qi. Is there a possibility that the Rock Emperor's future actions might exceed his expectations? Otherwise, why would Shurfan extend such assistance? Chapter 49. A classic rebirth. This is indeed a distinct possibility. However, it delves into the realm of supreme laws. Although the ancient tome is wondrous, it is unlikely that a mere terminal could replicate the feats of those invincible beings from antiquity and modernity who have transcended into the unutterable domain. Let us not dwell on that. The pressing matter at hand is to swiftly complete the simulation, allowing the evolution of the Rock Monarch template, and conveniently seize that trial opportunity. As for everything else, it can wait until I reach that level. Suppressing my errant thoughts, Lu Qi resumed his study of the ancient texts. Upon ascending to the rank of a sovereign being, you inquired of Shurfan whether he had encountered a supreme entity. He was utterly perplexed and provided you with a negative response. In light of this, you refrained from further idle speculation, for the strange aura surrounding you began to erode your very essence. If not refined, soon you might become the first unfortunate soul to fall immediately after ascending to sovereignty. Exiting the river of time, you returned to the celestial domain. You declined Shurfan's generous offer to assist in refining the strange aura, confining yourself within a self-imposed boundary, and commenced a battle against the anomaly. As time flowed on, countless eons passed. At last, you succeeded in refining that peculiar aura through sheer will. This aura was immensely powerful. It seemed connected to some transcendent being, and you, in your current state, could not hope to contend with it. As you broke through, all beings within the celestial domain rejoiced in your honor. You were the Stone Monarch, an immortal among beings, the everlasting king of the sacred spirits. Yet, you found little joy in this. There was a flaw in your cultivation of the celestial domain's laws. After your ascension, you witnessed a horrifying scene. The supreme being at the pinnacle of the celestial domain's laws faced grave issues. It had become tainted, and the entire path of evolution was no longer sacred, but rather inclined towards corruption. This predicament bore no consequence for those beneath the sovereign level, for they were mere pawns, lacking even the qualification to be considered pieces in the game. Faced with such a circumstance, what would be your choice? 1. Venture beyond the realms to assist Shurfan in battle, seeking sovereigns who practice the same laws as you, to collectively explore solutions to the pollution issue. 2. Pay it no mind. Having refined the strange aura, you could continue your research along this path, perhaps discovering a means to break through the sovereign realm. For this, even if it leads to your downfall, it would matter not. 3. The decision is yours. Issues have arisen with the supreme beings. Could this be the dark upheaval of blood sacrifices to the myriad realms that Shurfan encountered? Lu Qi vaguely recalled that the world where the Rock Monarch resided resembled a box, with beings such as they enclosed within it. Yet outside the box loomed a terrifying force, periodically igniting the blood sacrifice turmoil, offering all sovereign beings as tributes in exchange for power. The emergence of issues along the path of the supreme being signifies the onset of blood sacrifices, with problems plaguing the laws of the celestial domain and the ominous celestial appearing within it. The reality that blood sacrifices are set to commence in this era becomes almost indisputable. If I am not mistaken, Shurfan has ascended to the pinnacle of existence through this blood sacrifice, only to later choose the path of the irretrievable bridge of life and death. orchestrating a grand scheme that spans eternity. It appears that the journey of the Rock Emperor is nearing its conclusion. Lu Qi sighed softly. The Rock Emperor, after all, does not fit the archetype of the protagonist, and in the impending cataclysmic battle, he will likely serve merely as a pawn. The fate of a pawn, naturally, is to become but a wisp among countless ashes. Even should he be resurrected in the future, it would be improbable that the terminal force could replicate his essence. Given this, Lu Qi's gaze grew resolute. Let us strive to elevate the Rock Emperor beyond the King's realm, into the echelon of the supreme beings. Perhaps, in doing so, the Rock Emperor archetype might leap from imperial to sacred level. I choose option 1. Sure Fan. I have already been reborn through fire, and can offer you my aid. With a thunderous shout, you brandished the black gold dragon-patterned spear, breaching the barriers of the celestial realm to stand before Sure Fan, who is valiantly resisting the encroaching darkness. This is a battle of monumental proportions, one that you could scarcely fathom from afar in the celestial realm. Only upon understanding the situation did you realize that Sure Fan's return to assist you in refining the strange energies was undertaken under immense pressure. Here, numerous supreme beings from myriad realms stood resolutely at the forefront, leading thousands of king-level beings, while behind them lay countless celestial beings. Before them stood terrifyingly peculiar entities. Shrouded in ominous energies, their combat prowess formidable. Were it not for the unparalleled techniques wielded by the beings from the myriad realms, blood would surely have flowed freely by now. The ominous celestial you had subdued was but an ant that had slipped through a gap in the defensive line, and entities like that ominous celestial were numerous on the opposing side. In comparison, the previous dark turmoil seems almost laughable, akin to children playing house. Stone King, hold the line. Someone called your name, and without a moment to ponder, you unleashed your own techniques, fortifying a corner of the defense. A breath of your essence inadvertently escaped, drawing the attention of the peculiar monarch across the battlefield. It was evident that the subdued, ominous celestial had a king-level peculiar being backing it. Old Stone, what have you done with my progeny? The peculiar monarch inquired directly. Inciting your fury. As a legendary hero, you feared no challenge. I killed him. What can you do about it? The peculiar monarch was enraged, seeking to settle the score in a life-or-death struggle. Faced with this circumstance, what shall be your choice? 1. If you wish to fight, then let us engage. I fear nothing. 2. There is no need. I must reinforce the defenses of the myriad realms. Engaging in a one-on-one battle with a peculiar monarch is too trivial compared to the myriad spirits behind me. 3. Decide for yourself. Is there any doubt? Those who attain king-level status possess great confidence. To disregard the provocation of a peculiar monarch would surely tarnish the heart of invincibility. I choose the first option. Come forth. Mere peculiar monarch, let us battle. Facing the bizarre and formidable monarch, you fearlessly chose to engage him in battle. Even if I bear the weight of the heavens and must single-handedly establish a defense across myriad realms, I, the Rock Emperor, remain invincible in this world. A king must not be insulted. Accompanied by your bold declarations, the black gold dragon-patterned spear manifested in your right hand, while your left hand summoned an immortal shield forged from your sacred spirit, accentuating your unparalleled might. With the black gold spear and the immortal shield, you shall vanquish the celestial kings and annihilate the heavens. At the pinnacle of divinity, I stand proud. With me, the Rock Emperor, the heavens shall exist. The clash between you and the bizarre monarch erupted. Upon witnessing this, Lu Qi exclaimed in awe. 666. The ancient tome has depicted this Rock Emperor in an astonishing manner, has it not? Is this not a classic reenactment? Yet, one cannot deny that these words, when uttered from the lips of the Rock Emperor, resonate with no sense of incongruity. The bizarre monarch is indeed immensely powerful, yet you are equally formidable. As you proclaimed, your strength is truly unparalleled. After just a few exchanges, the opposing bizarre monarch finds himself in peril of falling. This is entirely reasonable. Lu Qi nodded slightly. The Rock Emperor is a sacred spirit and has thrived through 4 lifetimes. Though not on par with the protagonist, he is nonetheless a standout among beings of the kingly tier. Do not be misled by his recent ascension to the king realm. In terms of combat prowess, even ordinary king-level giants would falter before him. As anticipated, the bizarre monarch was intimidated by your overwhelming strength. He initially sought to establish his authority by confronting this newly crowned king, but found himself the subject of intimidation instead. In this moment, he was consumed by rage. Yet, you offered him no chance to flee, directly tearing him apart in the realm's ocean, drenched in blood and frenzy. Chapter 50. The curtain falls. Simulation concludes splendid. Your remarkable feat has stirred the realms. A newly crowned sovereign has torn apart a peculiar duke, an unprecedented achievement. None are more delighted than Sher Fan. He has watched you grow and nurtured you, forming a bond that is both mentor and friend. Now, witnessing your unmatched prowess and the revival of your former glory, he yearns to vanquish a host of anomalies in celebration of your triumph. Alas, Lu Qi foresaw the conclusion. Though the myriad realms appeared to hold the upper hand at present, it was merely because the anomalous clan had yet to unleash their full might. They were currently locked in confrontation with a formidable being back in their homeland. Once this adversary was dealt with, a blood sacrifice would swiftly ensue. The standoff provided a brief respite for the myriad realms, courtesy of that towering entity. Should another being surpass the supreme level emerge as an ally, the outcome would remain unchanged. For the anomalous clan was not the ultimate foe. The true antagonist lurked beyond the confines of the box, observing the struggles of the myriad realms as if watching a performance. The defenses have stabilized, and Sher Fan has found you, accompanied by the supremes of the Eternal Mountain. They have attained the quasi-king realm, mere moments away from achieving kingship. Eager to avoid lengthy reunions with old friends, Sher Fan approached you with a troubled expression. Old Stone, I have stood in the realm of the unparalleled for quite some time, just a step away from becoming a true supreme being. Yet that step cannot be taken through the methods of predecessors. Only by forging a new path to invincibility can I advance. In this world, besides my biological parents, you are the only one who has offered me genuine sincerity. Will you lend me your strength? Faced with this dilemma, what will be your choice? 1. Eagerly agree. Feeling duty-bound to assist in the creation of a method that can suppress the anomalous dukes upon achieving kingship. 2. Politely decline, as you have already transitioned to the celestial domain's methods. Resolving the source of the encroachment may suffice for you to attain the unparalleled, rendering the creation of a new method unnecessary. 3. Decide for yourself. Create the invincible method. Lu Qi held his breath, overwhelmed by the gravity of this pivotal moment. This was a most crucial step toward becoming a being of the ultimate level. To advance further upon the path laid by predecessors and to forge a method of invincibility unique to oneself was the only way to dispel the mists and break free from the unparalleled realm, establishing oneself at the road's end. Moreover, those participating in the creation of the method would reap immense rewards, potentially ascending to the unparalleled and becoming quasi-supreme beings. I choose the first option. Youth remains too youthful. This sovereign is willing to lend you a hand. Your agreement filled Sher Fan with exuberance, as if the ominous clouds hanging over the myriad realms had dissipated significantly. Sher Fan eagerly engaged you in discourse, unveiling his principles and methods. He integrated the laws of the sacred spirit and the celestial body, consolidating immense power within himself. He was both a singular entity and the pinnacle of strength. Well done, young lad. No wonder you sought me out. After a moment of reflection, you articulated your speculation. Your extraordinary intellect surpasses that of past and present, pushing the supreme powers of the Holy Spirit and the unparalleled techniques of the celestial body to their utmost limits. However, you are still not the true Holy Spirit. You have yet to traverse the path from the tangible to the intangible, from lifeless matter to sentient being, thus lacking true comprehension. Your words stirred profound waves within Sher Fan, awakening him to enlightenment. Since embarking on his journey of cultivation, he has dominated all, finding few opponents even within the same realm, and has even slain beings several tiers above him. Yet, this relentless pursuit of invincibility has deprived him of experiencing genuine despair. To truly integrate wisdom, one must embrace the path from death to life. Fan bowed respectfully to you, and after ensuring the safety of his followers from Eternal Mountain Celestial Court, he launched a desperate assault against the formidable foes. The supreme beings of the celestial realms were taken aback. There were 4 of these enigmatic entities opposing Fan. Was it not akin to striking a stone with an egg for him to confront them alone? Even more astonishing was his refusal of their assistance, choosing instead to face the 4 supreme beings of the enigmatic clan single-handedly. This was tantamount to courting death. "You have lost your mind," they exclaimed, but Fan left them with an imposing silhouette, a testament to his resolve. He charged forth, proclaiming that no one in the world dares to claim supremacy. With that thunderous declaration, he unleashed his fists, exuding an unparalleled force that reverberated across the heavens. As Fan charged into battle, the 4 supreme beings of the enigmatic clan grinned wickedly, stepping out to annihilate the audacious Fan. The clash commenced. Their every utterance and action was a testament to their overwhelming might, having pushed their evolutionary path to its limits, establishing themselves in an almost invincible domain. After 3 centuries of conflict, Fan had obliterated the enigmatic supremes multiple times, yet he lacked the time to extinguish them completely. A millennium passed, and the 5 were still embroiled in this cataclysmic battle, though Fan, having received no replenishment, was beginning to tire. 5 millennia later, his body bore the scars of the Great Path, his blood nearly depleted. After 10 millennia, he was on the brink of exhaustion. Yet 2 of the enigmatic supremes lay dead, never to revive. Fan, in the realm of the supreme, faced almost no one stronger than himself. But what did it matter? The feeble cannot hope to shake the heavens. Today marks your demise. Upon uttering these words, the supreme beings of the myriad realms could no longer restrain themselves, yearning to rescue Fan. Yet an inexplicable aura descended, rendering them all immobile. They could only watch helplessly as Fan was struck at his core by 2 enigmatic supremes, obliterating his soul. And so it was. You silently screamed in your heart, and as you predicted, an indomitable radiance suddenly enveloped Fan. In that fleeting moment, the figure you had witnessed in the river of time merged with Fan. He succeeded. In that moment of near death, he grasped the eternal truth that could only be born from the transformation of lifelessness into liveliness. His path and law transcended the utmost realm, leaping into the echelon of the supreme beings. Countless timelines converged into one, and he utterly detached from the constraints of time and space, becoming the progenitor of a new path, following the unexpected annihilation of 2 enigmatic supreme entities. Fan appeared to sense something profound. This blood sacrifice momentarily paused, yet did not cease entirely. After bidding farewell to you and the denizens of the Eternal Mountain's celestial court, Fan embarked on the quest to confront the source of the anomalies. You gazed at his retreating figure, remaining silent for a considerable time. Because of your involvement in Fan's creation of the law, 1,000,000 years hence, you ascended to the realm of the Supreme. However, before you could fully comprehend this, the blood sacrifice from the myriad realms descended once more. This time, it was the supreme beings who initiated the assault. Unable to thwart this blood sacrifice, just as you prepared to fight with all your might, darkness enveloped you. Energy depleted. Simulation could not continue. This simulation has concluded. Congratulations to the candidate for successfully enabling the template to transcend its original fate. Upon receiving the rewards, the template may attain 1 promotion. Simulation rewards. 1 trial opportunity for templates below the divine level. 1 black gold dragon pattern spear damaged. Is it over? Chi felt somewhat bewildered. Is this what they call the perspective of an ant? Even the Rock Emperor did not witness the actions of the Supreme Being before its complete downfall. Is this the nature of the Supreme Realm? Truly terrifying. Chapter 51. The Divine Template and the Results of Military Training. For a fleeting moment, Chi found himself momentarily bewildered, only to quickly attain clarity. In an astonishing turn of events, the Rock Emperor, once a shadowy manipulator amidst chaos, had ascended to become a paragon among realms under Chi's simulation. It was even conceivable that he might evolve into the protagonist's most trusted ally, destined to enjoy eternal peace upon resurrection. Wasn't this a cause for pride? Now, all that remained was to await the manifestation of his rewards through the ancient book's terminal, thereby concluding this simulation. In Lu Qi's solitary dormitory, Han Feng, Han, Xian, and Zhuge Tao exchange perplexed glances. Principal Han, why is Lu Qi so silent? Zhuge Tao's inquiry echoed Han Feng's own unvoiced concerns. Compared to the energy fluctuations Lu Qi exhibited during the college entrance examination, this simulation seemed remarkably subdued. However, as an elder, Han Feng knew he must not reveal his uncertainty. Even if he had to fabricate an explanation, he would. Cough, cough, Zhuge Tao. Do you understand where you differ from Lu Qi? Zhuge Tao shook his head, instinctively sensing something amiss. The principal's opening remark bore an uncanny resemblance to the behavior of his father when attempting to obscure the truth. Before Zhuge Tao could articulate further thoughts, Han Feng had already assumed an authoritative stance. The disparity between you and Lu Qi, a prodigy of unparalleled caliber, lies within your temperament. Have you ever heard the saying, "Great skill is achieved through simplicity, and the mighty sword is without a blade"? Not everything must be adorned with ostentatious appearances or dazzling effects. Just like Lu Qi's current simulation, perhaps he is already. Before he could finish, the ancient book's terminal enveloping Lu Qi erupted in an exquisite radiance. A spear, exuding an aura of supreme power, materialized before the two men and the heroic spirit. The spear radiated an overwhelming ferocity. Had it not been for the intricate ambush array laid by Han Xian, the entire capital might have been shaken. Principal Han, Zhuge Tao gaped, his finger pointing at the spear in a daze. Is this what you mean by the mighty sword is without a blade and great skill is achieved through simplicity? Han Feng's complexion flushed slightly. Zhuge Tao, once Lu Qi completes his simulation, you shall transcribe the new student regulations 100 times. Zhuge Tao X winky face. Principal I. 200 times. This simulation has successfully elevated the contracted template to its pinnacle. Evaluation, unmatched in the world. This simulation has concluded. All rewards have been distributed. As the words from the ancient tome materialized, a small orb of light floated forth from the text. This orb represented the reward for completing the simulation, a trial sphere that could be used to elevate the template's level. Lu Qi had already determined who would receive it, none other than Zhuge Tao. As the simulation came to an end, the small illusion created by the terminal dissipated. In the excited gaze of Han Feng and the beleaguered expression of Zhuge Tao, Lu Qi reemerged, grasping the orb of light. Lu Qi, have you succeeded? As Han Feng was about to stride forward and envelop Lu Qi in a warm embrace, he was suddenly subdued by an overwhelming and terrifying pressure, rendering him immobile. It was the Rock Emperor. He had once again manifested. No, this was not merely a revival. He was on the verge of ascension, poised to transcend the imperial level template and step into the most formidable echelon known to exist, the saint level. This was astonishing, yet perilous. A saint-level template could attract the mightiest beings of other races, even invincible entities, seeking to breach the threshold. Young one, you have done well to conceal your brilliance. At some point, the Rock Emperor, resembling a colossal black mountain, reappeared in the mortal realm. He reached for the ancient tome and began to peruse its contents meticulously. With each passing moment, his astonishment grew deeper. It was as though he had lived through these events. Or perhaps he was observing another version of himself from an outsider's perspective. After a considerable time, he let out a gentle sigh. So this is how it is. To seal the king, to attain the supreme, the exalted, and even realms beyond. Young one, thank you for allowing me to witness all of this. Upon concluding his words, the ancient tome integrated into his being. I am the emperor, not the Rock Emperor contained within these pages. Young one, your wariness is excessive, yet it is a good thing. As the Rock Emperor spoke, an astounding transformation occurred within him. He returned to his primal essence. Although he no longer exuded the aura of an invincible being, his inner strength had undergone a dramatic metamorphosis. To be a saint, one must possess the capital for transcendence. Despite the Rock Emperor only barely achieving the saint-level template, he was no longer comparable to ordinary templates. Even the lowest tier of saints was still a saint. Before Han Feng could assess the energy level of the Rock Emperor, a feeble voice broke the silence. Senior, I implore you to return swiftly. The speaker was Han Xin. This heroic spirit, capable of traversing the mortal realm, now appeared ephemeral, on the verge of disintegrating. Junior, I truly cannot bear this. Although Han Xin was a divine-level spirit, the disparity in levels between him and the Rock Emperor was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Were the Rock Emperor not to materialize, he might have managed to maintain the 10-sided ambush formation with his strength. However, with the Rock Emperor not only materialized but also ascended, the pressure on him was immense. No, it was beyond immense. He felt akin to a leaf adrift in a vast ocean, perhaps destined to vanish entirely in the next moment. Oof. The Rock Emperor naturally paid no heed to this insignificant being, but for the sake of Lu Qi's future, and considering that his revival time had also come to an end, he opted for a return. Young one, I shall awaken at this hour every day henceforth, and I will guide you on the Rock Emperor's ancient scriptures. With that parting message, the Rock Emperor lapsed back into silence. In the single dormitory, only 3 individuals and 1 spirit remained, enveloped in a profound daze. They had just witnessed the birth of a saint-level template. After a long while, Han Xin was the first to break the silence. Han Feng, this time I have incurred a great loss. How will you compensate for this? You must think carefully. I understand. Let us wrap this up quickly. I must convey this joyous news to the Elder Council. Hurry. The Minister of War, Han Feng, could no longer contain his excitement. A saint-level template. This was indeed a saint-level template. Alas, Han Xin sighed softly. He first glanced at his somewhat ethereal form, then confirmed that no residual aura remained before dissolving the ambush array. Let us depart. With a grand sweep of his hand, Han Feng drew Han Xin back within himself. Lu Qi, do not stray from this place for the time being. You are of utmost importance, do you understand? I understand. After issuing a few more instructions, Han Feng hurriedly took his leave. In the grand capital of the Great Xia, the quaint courtyard remained unchanged. Elder, here is the investigation report from the Shadow Guards and the Internal Affairs Department for your perusal. A Shadow Guard presented a document with both hands before the Elder. First, share it with the others. Let everyone be aware of the current state of our Great Xia. The Elder's words were laced with an overwhelming aura of menace, causing even the adept assassins of a Shadow Guard to tremble slightly. After handing over the prepared materials to the officials below, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped the entire courtyard. Damn it! Present were the principal figures from various sectors of Great Xia, all trusted pillars of the nation. Yet, upon reviewing the investigation results, their expressions turned ashen. The gravest issue arose from a vice-general at the Shanghai Pass. How could this be possible? The brain parasite had invaded. A colossal city under construction had fallen entirely, hundreds of thousands of troops had perished, and thousands of new recruits from the Great Xia Military Academy had been slaughtered. And you tell me that all these calamities stem from a mere subordinate at the Shanghai Pass. Who would believe this? Who would dare to believe it? After a moment of calming their tumultuous emotions, all eyes turned towards the composed Elder. The most hot-tempered commander from Liaodong made a gesture across his throat. Elder, we must act decisively from top to bottom. Chapter 52. Can the barbarians truly engage in friendly exchanges with the scholars of the Great Xia? A fool's scheme. With a single statement from the Grand Elder, the garrison of Liaodong was silenced. Do you comprehend the multitude of unjust cases that would arise if we were to cleanse from top to bottom, as you suggest? Those valiant men who guard the borders for the Blue Star, is this how you choose to treat them? By acting in this manner. Before the foreign tribes even launch an attack, the Great Xia will have already descended into chaos. Bring forth another document. At the Grand Elder's signal, yet another document was passed to the officials and military generals. As they gazed upon the names inscribed upon it, confusion spread among them. Grand Elder, these individuals are mid-ranking commanders along the Great Wall's defense line, serving for no less than a century. What is the significance of their enumeration? These figures are scattered across the defense lines of our Great Xia. Could it be? Wait, they are all leaders of minority ethnic groups. The Japanese, the Koreans, the people of Jiaoji. Could it be? An officer from the general staff suddenly stood up, disbelief etched upon his face. Are they conspiring together, seeking independence? Would they even go so far as to collude with foreign tribes? Upon utterance of this statement, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the courtyard. Through the interpretation of ancient texts, the descriptions of these minority groups therein are predominantly negative, particularly concerning the Japanese. While substantial evidence remains elusive, it seems they have committed unspeakable atrocities against the people of Great Xia in the past. Next, the Koreans, who appear to take pride in thievery and exude an air of self-importance, as if they were the sovereigns of the universe. Grand Elder, this matter encompasses far-reaching implications. Is there any substantial evidence? The Minister of the General Staff, who is also the head of the Zhuge family, gripped the list in his hands tightly, his tone grave. The people of Great Xia value reason and evidence in their dealings, never resorting to brute force and plunder. Even if we aim to eradicate these hidden dangers, we must procure irrefutable proof. In truth, the Grand Elder's assertions were not baseless. Once an act is committed, there will inevitably be flaws. In this world, no lie is perfect, especially in a realm teeming with wondrous templates of martial prowess. Look here. Upon the unveiling of the third document, several military leaders had already clenched their fists. The roster of troops stationed at the outer sentry of Ningyuan City revealed that, apart from a scant few soldiers of Great Xia and the captains and vice-captains of various 100-man squads, the remainder were all minority soldiers dispatched from Jiong Pass. If the brainworms seek to invade, their protectors must occupy high positions. The garrison commander of Jiong Pass is our valiant general, Li Chunwang, who has made a pact with the divine template military marquis Zhang Hongfan. He has no reason to betray Great Xia. The chief of the general staff made a valid point. Great Xia maintains formidable control over its borders. As a Great Xia citizen, the garrison commander possesses no motive for treachery. However, what if he is not a citizen of Great Xia? Not a citizen of Great Xia? How could this be? Every military recruit is subjected to thorough scrutiny of their ancestry. There can be no oversight, unless a singular possibility dawned upon the assembly, their thoughts sinking into a profound silence. If this is indeed the case, then the Li Chunwang family, or rather this clan, is truly a treacherous wolf that cannot be nurtured. The Grand Elder's gaze was sharp, exuding an aura that dominated the entire assembly. Look here. A document materialized before the eyes of the assembly, detailing the intricate history of the Li Chunwang family. As expected, generations ago, this family hailed from Goryeo and had participated in the subjugation of the human race alongside the alien slave army, firmly establishing themselves as loyal henchmen. Everything aligns perfectly. Only the Li family, having been part of the alien slave army, would conspire and collude with the otherworldly beings in pursuit of their so-called independence. They have committed such heinous crimes. They deserve execution. Of course, the Great Xia also bears responsibility. How could such a person be allowed to serve as a border commander? This is a grave oversight. Grand Elder, please issue the command to annihilate the Li family. A general from the military rose, his eyes fierce. The best way to reclaim dignity is to utterly obliterate those who have caused its loss. I assure you, I shall not harm a single soldier of the Great Xia. No. The Grand Elder shook his head. Li Chunwang has been entrenched in Jiong Pass for nearly a century, with roots that are deeply intertwined. Moreover, any rash actions may incite dissatisfaction among the people of the Great Wall. If a significant upheaval occurs, it would be beyond the capacity of the Great Xia to endure. Grand Elder, some veteran generals in the military grew anxious. Shall we simply disregard him? My hundreds of thousands of soldiers' grievances, the enmity of the newly enlisted, will they go unavenged? Arrogance. Sit down. Silence. Several officials immediately rebuked the veteran general, for his words had crossed the line. Should he provoke the displeasure of the Elder Council, he would surely face severe punishment. Never mind, do not speak in vain. The Grand Elder waved his hand dismissively. He himself hailed from a military background and appreciated the straightforward temperament of the generals. There are matters I prefer not to discuss at this time, but I can assure you that the vengeance for our soldiers will be exacted, and the grievances of the new recruits will also be avenged. Furthermore, I shall demand retribution 100-fold, 1,000-fold, For now, I only hope you can maintain your composure. A gentleman avenges, but it is never too late, and the great Xia will exact vengeance, even if it takes more than a year. Within 6 months, I will ensure that Li Chunwang and the alien forces pay the price. I guarantee it. Such a guarantee was met with unanimous conviction from those present, for the decrees of the Elder Council had never been broken to date. In that case, we can rest assured. When the time for reckoning arrives, we implore the Elder to allow us to participate in battle. The heads of the aliens and Li Chunwang shall be mine. Just as everyone had vented their emotions and prepared to attend to their own affairs, the Minister of Rights stepped forward. Elder, esteemed colleagues, there is a matter which in ordinary times might not be deemed significant, but given the current delicate situation, I beseech you to assist this old man in making a decision. The assembly was taken aback. The Ministry of Rights had matters to discuss here? Was this not an idle concern? Speak. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's assent, the Minister of Rights discreetly cast a glance at the relaxed expressions of those present before producing several colorful diplomatic letters. The Alliance of Despair, the Bear Kingdom, the Holy Roman Empire of the West, the Federation, the Mixed Blood Nation, the City of Sinners, as well as the Japanese, the Kachin Chinese, and the Koreans within the realm of Great Xia, all expressed their desire to send their most promising newcomers to our Great Xia Military Academy for a friendly competition. As these words echoed through the hall, an eerie silence ensued. It was the sound of a pin dropping, with no one daring to utter a word. This was also the calm before the storm. Truly, it seems that any riffraff dares to challenge us in Great Xia. The Grand Elder's voice shattered the stillness. Beneath the seemingly mocking tone lay a tempestuous undercurrent. Do they think our students in Great Xia are incapable? The Chief of Staff spoke up, despite his grim countenance. Still considering the welfare of the Great Xia Military Academy, we can refuse. There are only 67 students left in the academy, and we cannot afford any more setbacks. The barbarians harbor ill intentions. There is no need to stoop to their level. We of Great Xia have never known fear. The Grand Elder slammed the table, but, taking the current state of the academy into account, could only let out a deep sigh. Alas, these children are the pillars of our future. We must not. Grand Elder! Just as the Grand Elder was poised to decline this challenge, Han Feng burst in with great fervor. Joyous news. A momentous occasion. What kind of decorum is this for a minister? Seeing Han Feng's exuberance, the Grand Elder, in a foul mood, chose to reprimand him directly. Grand Elder, that boy Lu Qi, he has ascended to become a saint-level template contractor. Chapter 53. Communication is possible, but be prepared for death, even if he ascends to the saint level. The Elder, unable to voice his thoughts, swallowed hard. What did you say? Repeat that for me. Not only the Elder, but everyone else fixed their intense gazes upon Han Feng. Esteemed Elders, colleagues, Han Feng reiterated with fervor. That child, Lu Qi, has ascended to become a saint-level template contractor. Heaven blessed is Xia. Having blazed a Xia. The normally composed Elder suddenly rose, even overturning the chair beneath him. Where did young friend Lu Qi ascend, and why were we completely unaware of it? Elder, I had set up 10 ambushes. Before Han Feng could finish, the Elder interrupted. This is splendid news. A saint-level template. Our invincible protectors of the Xia have relied on the saint-level template to hold back the invincible foes from other races, granting us a moment of respite. Now that young friend Lu Qi has also ascended to a saint-level template contractor, this is truly monumental news. Come forth. With a command from the Elder, several shadow guards appeared within the courtyard. Reinforce the personnel discreetly. We must ensure that young friend Lu Qi remains safe. Understood. The shadow guards complied and withdrew. The Elder then turned his gaze to everyone present. Erase all information concerning young friend Lu Qi. No trace should remain that could be uncovered. All of you present, for the safety of young friend Lu Qi, must refrain from seeking him out casually. Do you understand? Moreover, establish a cadre of death warriors. This matter will be entrusted to the Internal Affairs Department. We must ensure Lu Qi's safety on his path to growth. At this moment, competitions are of no importance. Lu Qi is our utmost priority. Elder, the Chief of Staff spoke again. Young friend Lu Qi is a combat-oriented template. Only by fighting can he truly excel. If we merely shield him from all adversity, he will never grow. Remember, concern breeds chaos. Indeed, you speak truthfully. The elder, momentarily disoriented by excitement, quickly regained his composure. Suppressing his fervent emotions, the elder slowly sat down. The other elders, witnessing this, also tempered their spirits. For a moment, the entire courtyard fell silent once more. After a lengthy pause, an elder broke the silence. Given the prior military training, to be frank, we elders no longer dare to allow a prodigy like Lu Qi to venture out for trials. Precisely. Until Lu Qi reaches the third tier and contracts a second template, it would be best for him to remain on Blue Star. Another elder spoke with a pained expression, fully aware that flowers nurtured in a greenhouse cannot be compared to those weathered by storms. Yet the harsh reality is that they dare not let Lu Qi face the tempests of life. Perhaps we can utilize the secret realm to provide young friend Lu Qi with the experience he so desperately needs. This is a rather desperate measure, for the upper echelons of the Great Xia are somewhat traumatized, having been bitten by a snake and now fearing the ropes of the well for a decade. Lu Qi embodies the future of Great Xia, and this is no mere platitude. Yet, precisely for this reason, the leadership harbors reservations. Why should he be allowed to venture out for training? He could hone his skills within Great Xia just as well. Is there not an opportune moment presenting itself now? I am uncertain who first uttered the thought, but the eyes of everyone in the courtyard brightened instantly. You cannot deny it. These several factions are visiting the Great Xia Military Academy for friendly exchanges. Does that not equate to delivering heads on a platter for young friend Lu Qi? What is the essence of training? It lies in facing equally matched opponents, in the ultimate struggle of life and death, and moreover, the thrill of acquiring splendid gear. And these very conditions can be perfectly met by that group. The Chief of Staff's eyes sparkled with excitement. What do you think? If we were to impose certain conditions on this friendly exchange, would it frighten them away? For instance, a life-and-death agreement? This statement opened a new realm of possibilities for the others. It seems these people harbor ulterior motives. Why not add some stakes to the mix? The treasures of the Despair Alliance might prove quite beneficial for us. Perhaps we could limit the participants in the competition, ensuring that only those above the divine level are allowed to compete, as anything less would not suffice for young friend Lu Qi to dispatch. Ahem. Observing that the atmosphere of the courtyard was veering off course, the elder quickly cleared his throat to interrupt this scheming assembly of Great Xia's elite. How unbecoming it is for the esteemed elite of Great Xia to utter such words. However, what you say does carry some merit. Minister of Rights, please draft a response for those individuals. Inform them that, in the spirit of friendly cooperation and mutual development, we consent to their dispatch of students to Great Xia for martial practice. Nevertheless, to ensure the best training for our new recruits, it shall be stated that life and death will not be considered on the training grounds. Of course, Great Xia will not truly abandon their new recruits to peril, provided they offer the necessary resources. Their lives may be spared. Yet, this is contingent upon the victor's agreement. Additionally, let them know that if they lack the courage to accept such modest conditions, they ought to relinquish any inappropriate thoughts and diligently guard their own defenses. Do they wish to flip the table? They are far too late for that. Do they aspire to assert dominance over the new recruits of Great Xia? They must be prepared to face death. Upon these words, the entire assembly erupted in cheers. Among the most exhilarated was the Minister of Rights, who had initially expected to decline the overtures of those barbaric factions, only to find himself invigorated by the emergence of Lu Qi. This lad, I wonder if he has a partner. In stark contrast to the cunning of Great Xia, those barbaric factions found themselves utterly bewildered upon receiving the reply. In a clandestine chamber at a certain secret location, representatives of the major factions gathered. What does Great Xia mean by this? Could there possibly be some hidden card yet to be revealed? It is inconceivable. The losses they incurred this time are evident for all to see, and it can be said that the new generation is nearly severed from the competition, lacking the capital to contend with our newcomers. Why then are their words so confident? At this juncture, the representative of the Woke rose. I wonder if you have ever heard the idiom, strong on the outside, weak on the inside? The representatives of the several major factions retorted, if we were truly cultured, we would not be labeled as barbarians. Thick-skinned crab, you wretched woku swine. Do not presume that by trailing behind the great Xia and learning for a few days, you can pose as superior before us. You filthy, despicable groundhog, an orphan that no one desires. The representative of the woku flushed with anger, his disdain for these barbarians deepening. A savage of barbarian lineage, even cloaked in the garb of civilization, resorts only to violence and plunder. Enough. Listen to me. The representative of the woku gently interjected, proceeding to elucidate. The reason for the great Xia's seemingly unwavering stance is rooted in their own insecurities. In simpler terms, they are attempting to intimidate us with their former authority, hoping we will retreat in the face of difficulty. So, it is. The representatives of the various barbarian factions exchanged glances, a decision forming in their minds. Should we proceed with this endeavor? The representative of the woku, upon noticing their intent, immediately comprehended their meaning. They merely seek assistance in making a resolution. In light of this, the representative of the woku spoke with poise. Naturally, we must continue. To speak candidly, the current strength of the great Xia is indeed unparalleled. Even if given time, we would be unable to catch up. However, the great Xia is not a monolith. No matter how powerful a force may be, internal strife can lead to its disintegration. My intention with this trial is to dismantle the fears harbored within the hearts of the youth and shatter the myth of the great Xia's invincibility. Chapter 54. I alone am enough. Well said. The representatives of the League of the Desperate, led by the Coalition of the Hopeless, rose in unison, their hands raised high. Yes, the great Xia is our fear. We shall ensure that the next generation shall never fear the great Xia again. Defeat the great Xia. For freedom. Freedom. Long live the League of the Desperate. The Duchy of Fluffy Bears shall never surrender. The Federation shall endure forever. The Japanese shall never be slaves. The venue inexplicably ignited with fervor. However, at that moment, a person from Jiaoji stood up and doused the assembly with a bucket of cold water. Gentlemen, have you forgotten that someone has contracted an imperial grade template this time with the great Xia? At this proclamation, the heated atmosphere of the venue instantly chilled. Yet, merely a few breaths later, a voice, cold and laced with disdain, echoed through the space. An imperial grade template is hardly worth mentioning. The speaker, seated in a corner, exuded an aura of aloofness. If you trust me, then allow this substance to be administered to your new recruits for the martial arts competition. Upon finishing his statement, dozens of small vials appeared on the table before him. I assure you, they will thereby break through their limits and attain the level of imperial-grade contractors. Koryo. The brows of several barbarian representatives furrowed. In Blue Star, the reputation of the Koryo people is nothing short of infamous. Although they are a minority ethnic group of the great Xia, they incessantly fantasize about their past as celestial beings of the great Xia. They even consider ancient texts to be their ancestral treasures, with some claiming that the people of the great Xia possess Koryo blood. For this reason, can what he provides truly be trusted? Contemplating this, Anthony, a representative of the League of the Desperate, stood and approached the Koryo individual. What is this? The Koryo glanced at the towering barbarian of the League with a look of disdain. It is a celestial treasure that can enhance templates. The origin is of no concern to you. Upon hearing this, Anthony picked up a vial for closer inspection. If this item can elevate template levels, why not allow the Koryo to utilize it themselves? Why offer it to us? Of course, it is due to the master's task. However, the Koryo would never openly admit this, for in his eyes, these barbarians would become the future slaves under the master as dominion, who would converse amicably with their own slaves. At this thought, the contempt on the Koryo's face deepened. With an exalted existence backing him, he felt no fear. Why do you speak so much? This is a gift. Use it if you wish. Just remember, if you lose. Silence. Anthony could no longer tolerate the insufferable Koryo. He seized him by the neck and lifted him high. Who bestowed upon you such audacity? How dare you put on airs before me? The one who has contracted the divine template of the Sakura God Axe, Washington. You. cannot kill me. If you do, someone will seek your life." The Korean trembled with fear. He had not anticipated that Anthony would truly dare to strike him down. Had he known, he would never have been so audacious. "Who would seek my life? The other races?" Anthony tightened his grip further. "They are, after all, the enemies of our proud Antsa people. Is it not natural for them to desire my demise? You cannot possibly think that our defeat of the Great Xia was to serve as dog for the other races, can you?" With a sharp crack, the Korean's neck was forcefully snapped by Anthony. Such a life was destined to be that of a dog, forever unable to become a true human. Spitting a thick loogie onto the Korean's face, Anthony then took several vials of an unknown liquid and tucked them into his cloak. "This substance, since it can assist us in vanquishing the Great Xia, will be utilized regardless of its origin." The straightforward nature of the barbarian was vividly embodied in Anthony. Observing this, the other barbarians also seized their vials. As for the lifeless Korean body on the ground, no one spared it even a glance. Such traitors to their own race deserve death. The collaboration with them was merely a scheme by several great tribes to ascend as the rulers of the Blue Planet. As for serving the other races, apologies aside from the Koreans or the Japanese, the rest have never even considered it. They are merely allies for the time being. Once the Great Xia is toppled, they will remain foes. A response to the Great Xia. 3 days hence, we, the several great powers, shall bring forth a new generation to challenge the Great Xia. In the dormitory of the new student area at the Great Xia Military Academy. "Zhuge Tao, you must get your act together." Lu Qi, observing Zhuge Tao with his eyes closed in meditation, jested while absorbing the spiritual energy. "If you do not advance to the second tier, how will you unlock the template trial? Without unlocking the template trial, you shall wander the world as an ant with a first-rate template contract." Lu Qi. Zhuge Tao was exasperated by Lu Qi's incessant taunts. "Do not speak so casually. There are hardly any like you in the Blue Planet who stumble upon such fortune. 10 years of mediocrity, and then suddenly a genius." All right. Lu Qi stifled a laugh and resumed his own practice. After the Rock Emperor ascended to the holy level template, Lu Qi's cultivation speed accelerated further. Now, in order to avoid a shallow foundation, he no longer pursued the utmost speed in cultivation, but rather began to refine the contents of the ancient scriptures of the Rock Emperor. In contrast, Zhuge Tao's experience was purely one of hardship in cultivation. After all, the template he had contracted was not of high rank and was strategy-oriented, providing techniques that were, to put it mildly, lackluster. His cultivation speed could only be described as tortoise-like. "Lu Qi, I have good news." Just as the two were engaged in their contrasting paces of cultivation, Teacher Wang knocked on the door of the dormitory. "Good news? What good news could there possibly be at this time, when everyone is still engulfed in sorrow?" Lu Qi furrowed his brow and opened the door. "Come in, Teacher Wang." Teacher Wang, whose real name is Wang Lin, is a first-rate template contractor. Before his retirement, he served as a personal guard to Han Feng, much like Yun Fei. He strode into the room, nodded at Zhuge Tao, and plopped down onto the cushion. Without further ado, he announced, "I have just received news from above. Several factions from Blue Star are preparing to send their outstanding newcomers to the Daxian Military Academy for an exchange. Principal Han Feng has instructed me to inform you to prepare for the martial arts demonstration. You will use them as a sharpening stone. This is indeed monumental news for you. After all, you have contracted an imperial-level template and represent the future of Daxia. However, after the military training incident, the higher-ups are now hesitant to let you leave Blue Star freely. Those barbaric geniuses will surely forge your unparalleled renown and elevate our national prestige." Teacher Wang perceived only the advantageous aspects for Lu Qi, oblivious to the sinister motives of the barbaric factions. Yet, Lu Qi, possessing remarkable intelligence, instantly discerned that this was an audacious attempt by the four corners of barbarism to test Daxia. Or perhaps, it was intended to allow their geniuses to confront their inner demons. "Teacher Wang." Lu Qi interrupted Wang Lin, his expression unusually grave. "Do we, the Daxia Military Academy, possess the capability to respond?" "Indeed," Wang Lin affirmed with a nod. "Though only 67 of you remain this session, should we contest against the barbarians? Even if it comes down to 6 or 7, our Daxiao Military Academy shall not falter. We are prepared to sacrifice our lives if necessary. Sacrifice our lives? Lu Qi's gaze sharpened. Teacher Wang, does this situation truly involve life and death? Upon hearing Lu Qi's inquiry, Wang Lin realized he had misspoken and quickly sought to clarify. While it does pertain to life and death, it can be redeemed through resources after his explanation. Lu Qi astutely sensed that the higher-ups in Daxia were laying a trap. Their intention, naturally, was to teach a lesson to this arrogant group of barbarians. Given this, I shall be the sole combatant for Daxia. Chapter 55. The Citizens of the Great Xia. Valued above the rulers of the barbarians, are you truly going to face them alone? Wang Lin did not believe that El Qi was merely boasting. Rather, he feared that exposing his template might incite the barbarians to violence. El Qi, aware of Wang Lin's concerns, reassured him, but I have now achieved the saint-level template. Once I acquire the second template of the extraordinary third-tier contract, I will possess sufficient means to protect myself. At that point, who would dare to challenge me? With this thought in mind, El Qi solemnly declared, Teacher Wang, a mere imperial-level template? If it is to be exposed, so be it. After all, there is no such thing as a thief who can evade detection forever. Moreover, in the Great Xia, who would harbor ill intentions towards me? Who would dare to do so? Wang Lin nodded slightly. Although El Qi's words were not without merit, he could not acquiesce to the request for him to battle alone. El Qi, I understand your reasoning. However, Principal Han wishes for others to gain experience as well. You cannot be the sole star in this endeavor. Furthermore, should the barbarians possess any hidden tactics, it would be prudent to prepare for them in advance. Do you comprehend? Indeed, I understand all too well. It is merely a matter of fearing that the adversary may have some underhanded tricks, prompting others to assist in testing the waters. Then I shall heed the school's directive. 3 days swiftly passed. On this day, several factions arrived in the capital of the Great Xia. However, the Great Xia had no intention of welcoming them. The higher-ups regarded these barbarians' arrival as a form of tribute. Given this perspective, there was no need for the esteemed Celestial Empire to extend a greeting. After all, when has a powerful entity ever welcomed the weak? To put it bluntly, merely providing them with complimentary accommodations was already a tremendous favor. Among the groups, the most distorted in mentality were the teams formed by the 3 young masters of the Great Xia. Logically, they should not have qualified to assemble a team. Yet, due to the necessity of a buffer zone at the borders with other factions, they were stationed there as a protective barrier. Additionally, since the Great Xia's college entrance examinations did not recognize them and universities refused their admission, they naturally established their own institution in their gathered locale to cultivate template contractors. However, the lack of quality teaching resources and educational standards rendered their instruction subpar, which was a primary reason their soldiers could only serve as cannon fodder on the battlefield beyond their borders. Nevertheless, this very circumstance enabled them to form a training squad under the banner of the Great Xia's 3 young masters. The citizens of the Great Xia remained as proud as ever. A Korean, observing the indifference of the Great Xia populace towards them, felt a surge of indignation. In the Korean enclave, he was considered a prominent figure, a true prodigy. Yet now, these mere mortals of the Great Xia dared to disregard him, utterly shattering his pride. We are divine beings. Our every word and deed can determine the fates of countless mortals. These ignorant Great Xia commoners truly deserve their fate. The Korean's anger escalated, and his eyes burned with fury as he contemplated randomly seizing a citizen of the Great Xia for cruel retribution. Senior Park, this is not Goryeo. If you lay a hand on the commoners of Daxia, you shall be met with instant retribution. A newcomer attempted to block the path of the Goryeo man, only to receive 2 resounding slaps in return. Slap! Slap! What do you think you're doing, senior? You have no right to intervene. Do you not understand? Or are you attempting to instruct me? I dare not. The beaten freshman lowered his head, despite his higher rank and strength compared to Senior Park. He still refrained from retaliating. This is the culture of seniority among the Goryeo people. Anyone who dares to challenge, it will face the wrath of all Goryeo individuals. After striking the newcomer, Senior Park felt a twisted sense of relief. Remember this next time. You must maintain humility before your seniors. Otherwise, do not expect to have a peaceful life until I graduate. Yes, yes. The freshman nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains, his fists clenched tightly. Seeing this, Senior Park scoffed and prepared to head towards the residence of the third young Master S group. However, their actions caught the attention of the Daxia people. After all, the peculiar language and instantly recognizable appearance were synonymous with disgrace. Two Daxia workers, just off their shifts, smoked their cigarettes while whispering amongst themselves. Goryeo people? TSK, TSK. Truly deserving of the label barbaric scum. Although we are not contract holders, I can tell that the one who was struck seems quite capable. Why is he so spineless? What a useless fool. Hey, haven't you heard? One of the Daxia men made a gesture with his thumb and forefinger, accompanied by a mischievous grin. It's nearly the same. Isn't it quite normal to be spineless? The rest of Senior Park S group pretended not to hear. But the combination of that gesture and remark ignited his fury with the same ferocity as a provocation from a fat boy. What hierarchy of elder and younger? All that is now forgotten, as he only desires to eradicate these two insignificant insects before him. Insects, how dare you slander the exalted deity? You seek death. Senior Park, having contracted with the third-rate template of the infamous Takagi, possessed strength at the initial stage of the second tier. His rage, to the two Daxia men, was akin to a cataclysm. However, there was not a trace of fear in their eyes. Instead, they bore a hint of excitement. To attack a Daxia person on behalf of the third young master was nearly tantamount to treason. Those who perish at the hands of a traitor would not only receive special attention from the nation, but their families might also have the opportunity to obtain a template and become contract holders. This was the source of their thrill. Alas, their aspirations were doomed to remain unfulfilled. For Lu Qi, Zhuge Tao, and Teacher Wang happened to pass by and witness the entire scene. This scene of utter defiance ignited Lu Qi's fury. He had long harbored disdain for the Goryeo people, and here it was only intensified. To dare to strike a Daxia person in the capital of Daxia, what audacity! Lu Qi unleashed his second-tier extraordinary aura, an overwhelming pressure that pinned Senior Park in place. Kneel and apologize. Could an extraordinary being deign to apologize to two mere mortals? Senior Park's countenance darkened as he struggled against the mounting pressure, ultimately conceding. Yet, the words that escaped his lips would lead him to utter ruin. My lord, they are but ants, not of our echelon. There is no need to jeopardize our camaraderie for their sake. The moment those words were uttered, the others in the ranks of the third young master recoiled a few steps. Senior Park had sealed his own fate. How audacious of him to proclaim that his status surpassed that of the commoners of the Great Xia. Had he never heard the saying that the people of Great Xia are more esteemed than the rulers of barbarous lands? As anticipated, Mr. Wang, who had been following Lu Qi, was immediately incensed upon hearing this. Impudent. The aura of a fifth-tier extraordinary being enveloped the scene, rendering all present motionless. Indeed, there were formidable individuals within the third young Master S group, some even far surpassing Mr. Wang, yet none dared to confront him. After all, to avoid confrontation meant losing face, but to engage would mean risking one's life. Since you are ignorant of the rules, you shall no longer exist in this world. Mr. Wang's words pronounced a death sentence upon Senior Park. No, you cannot do this. Senior Park attempted to resist, but Lu Qi was already advancing towards him. I was wrong. I apologize. It is my fault. Forgive me, two mortals, no, two fathers. You do not truly grasp your error. In Lu Qi's hand appeared the fragmented black-gold dragon-patterned spear. You merely recognize your impending demise. Alas, the first life claimed by this spear shall be yours, you wretched creature. Chapter 56, The Center of Attention Tick. The lifeless head of Senior Park, his eyes wide open in death, and the blood dripping from the black-gold dragon-patterned spear struck the hearts of all members of the third young Master S team like a heavy hammer. This young man, no older than they, displayed such ruthless decisiveness, slaying without a flicker of hesitation. Truly terrifying. Who else wishes to avenge him? Lu Qi raised a spear, pointing directly at the third young Master S team. Come, Test your mettle. I am Lu Qi, a freshman from the Great Siam Military Academy. With his words, silence enveloped the scene. Since none of you wish to try, take this dog away and cleanse the land of Great Xia. With that, Lu Qi and his companions left without a backward glance, leaving the third young Master S team and a crowd of onlookers from Great Xia in their wake. What a pity. Until Lu Qi and his companions vanished from sight, two Great Xia workers shook their heads, expressions tinged with regret. What is fated must come to pass. It seems our family is destined to be without a contractee. The Great Xia workers cast one last glance at the third young Master S team and the body on the ground before strutting away, sighing as if escaping death were the greatest misfortune. Suddenly, a furious Korean freshman, unable to contain himself, uttered a single word before being pinned to the ground by a spear. Now you have yet another dog to take away. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Qi and his companions reappeared before the third young Master S team. The barbaric folk only know how to gossip behind backs. Speak another word, and this will be your fate. Lu Qi gestured grandly, his spear flying back into his grasp. We shall meet in the training arena. With that, the trio vanished in an instant. This time, no one from the third young Master S team dared to utter a sound. After a few breaths, under the gaze of their leader, the Koreans swiftly collected the bodies. Once done, they hurried back to their quarters, resembling frightened rats scurrying away. The third young Master S team had utterly lost face, though no one else seemed to care. The report detailing Lu Qi's public execution of two Korean students quickly reached the upper echelons of Great Xia. The leader glanced at it and tossed it into the trash. The deaths of a few barbarians were as inconsequential as drops of water in a vast ocean. The higher-ups were only concerned with whether Lu Qi would gain sufficient experience from this trial. Are our combat personnel prepared? Someone inquired, looking towards Han Feng, who understood and produced a list. For this training exercise, our team consists of 5 members, including Lu Qi and Zhuge Tao, along with 3 defensive freshmen. The higher-ups nodded slightly, but then recalled something. What about the barbarian participants? Are there any troublesome presences? There are indeed a few. Han Feng produced another list. This contains the combatants from the 6 major factions. Please take a look. The higher-up accepted the list, glanced through the information, and let out a derisive snort. These barbarian tribes have truly invested substantial resources. Each team is indeed accompanied by a contract holder of divine caliber. Is this a display of power? Or do they intend for their prodigies to bolster their confidence by defeating us, the Great Xia? The speaker's voice was laced with derision. These buffoons are rather amusing. It is said that the major factions are vigorously promoting this exhibition within their territories, boldly proclaiming the rise of the barbarians. In any case, they are making quite a spectacle. Should we consider initiating a live broadcast nationwide? After pondering for a moment, a senior official stroked his long beard and nodded slightly. Then let us proceed. The repercussions of the previous military training incident have been quite severe, and public morale has dipped. If we can use this exhibition to reaffirm the invincibility of the Great Xia, it would be splendid. However, we must ensure the protection of Lu Qi. He must not suffer even the slightest harm. Should those foreign tribes harbor ill intentions, we shall crush them mercilessly. Indeed, with the directive from the higher-ups, a wave of excitement quickly surged within the Great Xia. Across social media and in the streets, discussions about the exhibition of the 7 major factions erupted. Soon, it became apparent that this exhibition was unlike any other, with undercurrents of tension brewing. The Despair Alliance, the Bear Kingdom, the Inner Federation, the City of Sin, the Mixed Blood Nation, and the Holy Roman Empire of the West. These 6 barbaric factions were one thing. But what is this 3 young masters team? When did these minorities residing in our Great Xia form an exhibition team? Do they aspire for independence? Moreover, why did they choose this precise moment to appear? Waiting until our military academy's new students faced an incident? Their intentions are clearly suspicious. What is there to fear? Reports indicate that our imperial-grade contract holders will also make an appearance at this exhibition, and he shall undoubtedly shine. Indeed, yet, can he truly vanquish so many barbarian prodigies? One must realize that the education these barbarians receive for their elites is not inferior to that of our ordinary universities. There is no doubt we must have faith in our talents. Tomorrow marks the official exhibition, and our factories have already issued notices that shifts can be rotated to allow for viewing. We too shall partake, given that this is an order from the higher echelons. The factories across the land have refrained from their usual relentless two-shift schedules and have instead implemented a rare rotation of rest. For the workers of Great Xia, who have endured 365 days without a holiday, this is indeed a rare indulgence. Consequently, the attention surrounding this exhibition is unprecedented throughout the Great Xia. This sentiment is acutely felt by the 6 major factions resting in a certain location within the capital. They feel utterly stifled. While the atmosphere within their resting area remains relatively orderly, with the Great Xia citizens refraining from mocking them, once they step outside, they are bombarded with scorn and provocation. As esteemed contract holders, how have they ever endured such humiliation? However, this was during the Great Xia, and they could only suppress their indignation. They dared not lash out and could only endure their fury, preparing to unleash it fiercely during the martial demonstration. Hey, young man, seeing that the anger of our team has reached a boiling point, the cherry blossom goddess Axe, Anthony, approached. Do you wish to trample the Great Xia beneath your feet? Yes, I dream of it. Anthony smiled faintly and produced several small vials. Here lies our secret weapon for victory. Consume this. You young men shall surely crush the new generation of the Great Xia. Indeed, even annihilating them will be effortless. General Anthony, this is cheating. Among the newcomers, Davis, regarded as a member of the Alliance of the Despairing, had directly rejected the offer. Having contracted with the God-class magnetic blast infantry, Tesla, I desired to defeat the talents of the Great Xia with my own strength. Foolishness. Anthony seized Davis by the neck. Their foreheads pressed together. Do you understand? The distinction between an imperial template and a divine template is akin to that between a first-tier extraordinary and a ninth-tier extraordinary. You stand no chance of victory. Cast aside your damned competitiveness and pride, and listen to me. Drink this wretched concoction. Brace yourself for a super evolution, and prepare to shatter that imperial template of the Great Xia with a single punch. Do you hear me? Davis felt dazed by the words, his mind in turmoil. Such a scene unfolded frantically within the ranks of the 6 great powers. Chapter 57. The commencement of the martial arts exhibition. The first battle of the Wheel War in the blink of an eye. The day of the martial arts exhibition had arrived. This time, the venue was set at the Great Xia People's Martial Arts Arena, located just outside the capital. The arena was fortified with formations laid down by the mightiest of Great Xia, enhanced by the technique of the Shumi mustard seed. Though it appeared modest in size, the internal space spanned a remarkable 100 square kilometers, ample enough for this assembly of new students, whose highest cultivation barely reached the second tier of the extraordinary, to engage in combat. As the host, the higher-ups of Great Xia, despite their scorn for the barbarian factions, still dispatch Han Feng as their representative to observe the proceedings. In stark contrast to the aloofness of the elite, the populace of Great Xia exhibited an exuberant fervor for the exhibition. They had fervently engaged in heated exchanges on social media with the citizens of other factions. Indeed, there was an omnipresent sentiment. In every aspect, Great Xia claimed superiority, and insults were no exception. Under the relentless barrage of criticism from the people of Great Xia, the citizens of the 6 major factions found themselves unable to hold their heads high, resorting to drawing circles to curse the realm. Thus, the current scenario unfolded. The barbarian participants sharpened their blades, eager to tread upon the heads of Great Xia's new students to forge their own glory. Meanwhile, the barbarian populace back home endured their grievances, awaiting the triumph of their esteemed champions to reclaim honor, subsequently unleashing their vengeance upon Great Xia through social media. Atop the high platform of the martial arts arena, Han Feng led a dozen formidable figures from Great Xia, their expressions serious yet their hearts at ease. With just 15 minutes remaining before the exhibition commenced, a messenger from Great Xia stealthily ascended the platform. Minister Han Feng, the representative of the Despair Alliance, Anthony, requests permission for the representatives of the 6 major factions to take their seats on the platform. Before Han Feng could respond, several seasoned generals from the military expressed their discontent. How dare these mere barbarians, who can barely speak our tongue, presumed to occupy such esteemed seats. Their very presence carries an unpleasant odor. To share a platform with them would invite mockery from our peers. Let them be gone. To grant them a place at the martial arts arena is already a tremendous favor. They should not overreach. Wait, Han Feng, unlike these simple-minded generals, understood the need for decorum. Though he was reluctant to share space with the barbarians, it was, after all, a martial arts exhibition involving several factions. It would be unreasonable to deny them a place. Let us designate a few seats in a corner for them. They may send 2 representatives each to witness the exhibition. Understood. Naturally, the military personnel did not dare to contest Han Feng's decision. Shortly thereafter, a contingent from the 6 major factions, guided by Great Xia soldiers, ascended to the platform. After exchanging formal greetings with Han Feng, they proceeded toward their designated positions, visibly displeased. Hold on. Just as the trio from the 3rd faction attempted to move forward, Han Feng's icy voice rang out. What do you intend to do? The leader of the 3rd faction, a man of Goryeo descent, momentarily faltered at Han Feng's words, caught off guard. Minister Han, we seek to take our seats over there. Huh. Upon sighting the Goryeo individuals, Han Feng could not restrain his murderous aura, which erupted momentarily, startling the Goryeo folks into silence. That area is designated for esteemed guests. Do you think you are worthy to sit there? Step aside and stand quietly. No one is permitted to utter a sound without my command. This is an insult. A grave insult. Despite their fear of Han Feng, the Goryeo people could not suppress the veins that throbbed upon their temples. Why should we be treated this way? Are we not a team? Are our newcomers not worthy? Are we not part of the human race? Facing the Goryeo's questions, Han Feng barely acknowledged them. Do you not know your own standing? You, a mere barbarian, presume to stand alongside us? Han Feng signaled to his personal guard, who promptly approached the leader of the Goryeo. You are tasked with attending to the Japanese and the Jiaoji. If you're dissatisfied, then leave. Do not cause a ruckus and provoke the displeasure of the esteemed lords. The Goryeo, whose pride was inversely proportional to his stature, was about to erupt in anger when he was halted by the representatives of the Japanese and Jiaoji behind him. What nonsense is this? If you wish to perish, do not drag us down with you. At this moment, the 6 major factions barbarians also noted the Goryeo's disgraceful behavior. While they would not offer assistance, they were more than willing to add to his humiliation. Oi, Goryeo over there, could you kindly step aside? Our matches are about to commence. If your presence delays the event, I assure you, I will make your head meet your backside. Step aside. Do you think you can mimic humanity? How laughable. In light of this situation, the Goryeo made the choice to withdraw. Clowns, our blood debts remain unsettled. Han Feng clenched his fists, forcefully suppressing his murderous intent. Regaining his composure, he glanced at the time and instructed his subordinate beside him. Commence the demonstration. Yes, sir, with a response from his guard. Live broadcasts commenced simultaneously across various regions of the Great Xia. Here they come. Go Great Xia. Annihilate those barbarians. And the 3 young masters team. Victory for Great Xia. Amidst the anticipation of the masses, the demonstration officially began. In midair, a 5th-tier powerhouse of the Great Xia stood poised. This demonstration was set up as a wheel battle, one against many, where one represented Great Xia, and the many included the 6 major factions along with the 3 young masters team. It seemed rather imbalanced. However, the people of Great Xia did not mind, even considering it a matter of course. After all, as the strongest in the realm, it would be unnatural if they could not face multiple adversaries. First, let us welcome the representative team from the Great Xia Military Academy. As the words fell, the crowd erupted in cheers. Led by teacher Wang Lin, Lu Qi, Zhuge Tao, and 3 defensive-oriented newcomers strode confidently into the center of the demonstration arena. They spoke not a word, but their formidable stances radiated an undeniable presence. The 5th-tier powerhouse smiled at them before announcing their opponents. Their first adversary will be the Sanshao team. Upon hearing this, a torrent of criticism erupted. However, the members of the Sanshao team, well accustomed to such vitriol, remained unfazed and paid it no heed. The 5th-tier experts hardly regarded the Sanshao team, casually nodding before continuing with their discourse. The wheel battle is akin to a personal duel, with each side designating one participant until one team is entirely vanquished. Both teams have 5 minutes to prepare. On either side of the martial arts arena, there are resting areas for the competing teams. After the Daxia Military Academy team made their appearance, Wang Lin began to assign participants for the battle. According to the prearranged strategy, we will first allow our defensive students to showcase their capabilities. Teacher Wang. Lu Qi suddenly interjected. May I take the field first this time? Wang Lin glanced at Lu Qi, noticing an unusual intensity in his expression. Was it anger? Lu Qi, as our Daxia team's strongest asset, there is no need for you to engage with the Sanxiao team. To put it bluntly, they are not worthy of your effort. Shall we proceed as planned? No. Lu Qi's stance was unequivocal. He insisted on participating. Teacher Wang, I have compelling reasons to fight. Lu Qi's uncharacteristic behavior left his classmates perplexed. However, upon reflection, it was understandable, given the Sanxiao team's lack of popularity and Lu Qi's previous conflicts with the Jaolians. His desire to teach them a lesson in the arena was quite justifiable. Seeing Lu Qi's resolute determination, Wang Lin naturally could not refuse any longer. In that case, prepare to enter the field. Chapter 58. The battle against the demons within the rest area of the three young masters. A team comprised of 2 Koreans, 2 Japanese, and 1 Vietnamese was assembled. However, due to well-known reasons, a Korean was appointed as the leader. At this moment, the Korean leader was animatedly proclaiming the significance of the upcoming demonstration, emphasizing its crucial nature. Thus, for the first battle, we must deploy the most formidable combatant among our ranks. Tokugawa Ichiro, you have forged a contract with the legendary sword Saint Miyamoto Musashi template. You are the pride of the Japanese. Your combat prowess undoubtedly ranks first among the 3 young masters. It is you who shall take the field, ensuring our victory in the opening clash. At 20 years of age, Tokugawa Ichiro, though referred to as a newcomer, had actually spent over 2 years in rigorous training. He was not only a prodigy among the younger generation of the Japanese, but also a focus of intensive cultivation, serving as one of Japan's secret weapons for this demonstration. Just as Tokugawa Ichiro was prepared to accept this responsibility, the deputy leader of the 3 young masters, a Japanese named Mishima, stepped forward. Since Tokugawa Ichiro is representing us, it is only fitting that the next combatant be a Korean. Upon hearing this, Tokugawa Ichiro sat back down, realizing how he had nearly been swayed by the Korean's words. In the realm of Blue Star, the poor reputation of Koreans was common knowledge. Who knows if he intended to use the Japanese as mere pawns, waiting to seize the opportunity once they had thoroughly gathered intelligence on the opposing side? After all, Koreans were known for their dubious actions. The Korean leader, having his intentions unveiled, let out a cold snort and nodded. Very well. Tokugawa Ichiro, prepare to take the stage. 5 minutes passed. The 5th-tier strongman responsible for hosting hovered in the air, holding the names of the combatants from both sides. As the host, though reluctant, he began to introduce the participants from the 3 young masters. The combatant from the Great Xia 3 young masters ethnic team is Tokugawa Ichiro, who has forged a contract with the legendary sword Saint Miyamoto Musashi template. A gasp rippled through the audience, both those watching the live stream and those present in person. A mere minority team boasts a legendary template? It seemed they had come well prepared. The atmosphere in the arena grew tense. This year's Great Xia College entrance examination had been rather unremarkable. Aside from the top scorer, the others were rather unremarkable. Moreover, a standard first-tier template would be ruthlessly crushed by a legendary template. Will we emerge victorious? As the crowd's anxious gazes intensified, the host revealed the list of combatants from the Great Xia Military Academy. After incredulously confirming the names on the list, the host's voice rose several octaves. The top scorer of the Great Xia College entrance examination, who has forged a contract with the imperial template, is El Chi. At the instant the announcement was made, silence enveloped the arena. Soon after, cheers erupted like a cataclysmic avalanche. With all eyes fixed upon him, El Chi strode confidently into the demonstration arena. My heavens! A contract holder of the imperial template, a once-in-a-century genius. This battle is destined for victory. Long live Great Xia! The 3 lesser ethnic groups aspire to provoke the tiger's whiskers? Absurd. The once solemn atmosphere has now been supplanted by fervor and excitement. With the emergence of the imperial level template, who can rival it? No matter how formidable the divine level template, it cannot stand against the imperial level one. Among the ranks of the three lesser groups, the Koreans observed the frenzied crowd of the Great Xia, a hint of derision crossing their faces. The imperial level template of the Great Xia? Today, let taste the bitterness of defeat. Alas, such glory has been snatched away by the Japanese. Within the arena, the host has quietly retreated, leaving only the bare-handed El-Chi and the meditative Tokugawa Aikir. The imperial level template, having consumed the divine medicine provided by the Koreans, Tokugawa Aikir has come to understand the might of the imperial level template. It is an existence that has reached the pinnacle of its world, capable of shattering stars and plucking the moon with a mere gesture. Had this been in the past, his fighting spirit would have surely shattered by now. However, at this moment, he is utterly unafraid. Tokugawa Aikir has entered a state of transcendence. Everything around him has vanished from his consciousness. Now, he is solely focused on the blade in his hand and the person before him. Suddenly opening his eyes, Tokugawa Aikir gazed at the impassive El-Chi. The imperial-level template contractor of the Great Xia, I have awaited this day. Today, I shall forge my unparalleled glory with your blood. Clang, the Japanese sword in Tokugawa Aikir's hand glimmered ominously, a fierce blade aura sweeping across the arena. Oh, powerful contractor of the Great Xia template, my treasured sword thirsts for your blood as well. As he spoke, a figure awakened behind Tokugawa Aikir. It was the heroic spirit that accompanied the divine level template. He had deliberately chosen this moment for its revival, intending to deliver a fatal blow to El-Chi. Here we go, Miyamoto Musashi. Huh. The heroic spirit behind Tokugawa Aikir seemed to respond, filling him with immense confidence. With astounding speed, Tokugawa Aikir stepped forward, and in the next moment, he was before El-Chi. Observing the still, unresponsive target, a smile crept across Tokugawa Aikir's lips. Have I truly become this powerful after the enhancement of the divine medicine? If so, let me execute the Great Xia individual with a single stroke of my blade. Void cut. This technique, passed down from Miyamoto Musashi, is the mightiest sword art capable of cleaving through all that is in the air while also defending against any counterattack from the opponent. Tokugawa Aikir is confident that this strike will surely result in the separation of the body and soul of the man before him. Everything transpired too swiftly. The Great Xia and barbarian spectators watching the live broadcast scarcely had time to type, as the battle seemed poised to conclude. On the stands, Han Feng squinted his eyes, fully certain that El-Chi would emerge unscathed, yet his fists remained clenched. Boom! As Tokugawa Aikir's Japanese sword neared him, a flicker of disdain flashed in El-Chi's eyes, and he delivered a powerful kick. This kick was forceful and resolute, shattering the so-called void cut, and without losing momentum, it struck directly at Tokugawa Aikir's head. Duong was sent flying, and had it not been for the energy summoned by Miyamoto Musashi behind him, that kick would have nearly obliterated him. With a thud, Ichiro Tokugawa fell to the ground like a kite severed from its string. The katana lay before him, as if mocking him as a mere jester. Ants. El-Chi retracted his massive foot, standing motionless in place. How infuriating! Rising to his feet, Ichiro Tokugawa spat blood, unable to fathom that he had been dispatched with a single kick. After vigorously shaking his dazed head, he tore apart his shirt in a fit of rage. You have forced my hand, Daxia people. Prepare to face my ultimate battle to the death. With that, Miyamoto Musashi behind him transformed into a short blade, which he grasped in his left hand. Immediately, the katana seemed to possess a soul of its own and flew back into his right hand. Nitten Ichiri, the divine speed was once again unleashed, and Ichiro Tokugawa soared into the sky. A fight to the death. As the words left his mouth, Ichiro Tokugawa plummeted like a shooting star, his blades slicing through the air, creating a spectacle akin to fireworks. The power of this move grazed the threshold of extraordinary third tier. Gasp! Ichiro Tokugawa's confident voice was abruptly silenced. In his eyes, filled with terror, El-Chi vanished from sight. In the next instant, Ichiro Tokugawa felt a tightening around his neck, as a hand like an iron claw firmly grasped his throat. Then, Ichiro Tokugawa felt himself being lifted by an immense force. With a sickening sound, after a surge of excruciating pain, he was torn asunder by El Chi. Chapter 59. Your surrender is as laughable as your nation TikTok. Blood cascaded from the heavens as El Chi, enveloped in his internal magical energy, carelessly discarded the lifeless body of Tokugawa Ichiro. He then raised his right foot, aiming it at the still-breathing head of Tokugawa Ichiro. The formidable vitality of a second-tier being ensured that he would not perish immediately from the injury. With proper care, a glimmer of hope for survival remained. El Chi did not hasten to crush Tokugawa Ichiro beneath his foot. Instead, he provocatively gazed up at the platform, intent on exposing the Japanese representative's disgraceful demeanor. Esteemed minister of the Great Siam Military Department. At this moment, the Japanese representative on the platform, overwhelmed by fear, hastily knelt before Han Feng. I am willing to offer immense resources, merely requesting your command to save Tokugawa Ichiro's life. We too are subjects of the Great Xia, and Tokugawa Ichiro is a warrior of a human race. Han Feng glanced at the Japanese representative, his voice chilling. Is that so? I was under the impression that the Japanese had achieved independence. Otherwise, why would they participate in this exhibition? I will not save him, but you may pray that El Chi below shows mercy. A genius of the Japanese? That was utterly impossible, not to mention that the Great Xia lacked for resources. Even if they did, they would never spare a foreign talent for the sake of a trivial gain. Upon hearing this, the Japanese representative turned ashen. Just as he dared to harbor a flicker of hope and glanced down at the stage, El Chi's foot descended mercilessly. Next, with a splatter of crimson and white, El Chi's cold, unfeeling voice echoed throughout the arena. Silence engulfed the crowd. Yet the next moment erupted into a tumultuous roar. Well done. Such treatment is fitting for disobedient curs. Excellent. You elevate the prestige of the Great Xia. Truly a remarkable talent. El Chi, who embodies the might of our nation. Even more fervent was the frenzy on social media, where countless netizens from the Great Xia pointedly tagged those from the San Shao ethnic group with whom they had passed grievances, their fingers flying over keyboards as if ablaze. In stark contrast to the jubilant crowd was the San Shao team in the resting area, their expressions resembling those mourning a great loss. The forceful nature of El Chi's strike seemed to have severed their very spines. The immense disparity in strength instilled fear in the freshmen participating in the exhibition, extinguishing their fighting spirit. The Korean team leader cast a glance at the next scheduled Korean genius, a thought stirring within him as he contemplated a tactic. You should step forward and then directly concede. The Great Xia is a nation of propriety and will not harm you. Shameless. Utterly shameless. The Japanese team leader, having just lost a talented individual, could barely restrain himself from lashing out. How could the Korean be so brazen? Was this a tactic any decent person could conceive? Had they truly discarded all sense of honor? Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, the increasingly impatient El Chi stepped forward, exuding the aura of a mighty lion poised to pounce. Come forth to battle. Umph. The Korean team leader snorted, directly handing the list to the host. The host gracefully traversed the air, arriving above the martial arena. Below, the illustrious team of the Great Xia, known as the Three Young Masters, made their entrance, featuring the legendary template Li Shunshun, who cannot enter the tent, the contract holder, Park Daeong. Li Shunshun. Upon hearing this name, the murderous intent in Liu Chi's eyes was barely contained. This ancient god of war, exalted by the Goryeo people in his past life, could not even enter the tent of the Ming army's general in true history. A legendary template? Surely a character birthed from the imagination of some foolish Goryeo novelist. If that is the case, then this individual has no reason to continue living. The Goryeo newcomer stepping into the arena still bore the classic features of his people. However, he appeared rather peculiar, exuding an air of confidence, as if he held no fear of Liu Chi at all. Just as Liu Chi prepared to stride forward and reduce him to a mere pulp with a single slap, Park Daeong flashed a quintessential Goryeo smile. Then, a resounding shout echoed throughout the arena. I concede. At this proclamation, Silence enveloped the arena. Everyone, including the high-ranking officials of various factions on the platform, found it hard to believe. Such words emanated from the mouth of a Goryeo prodigy. Did he not possess a shred of dignity? However, just as everyone believed Park Daeong would escape unscathed, Liu Qi made his move. He stepped forward and instantaneously appeared before Park Daeong, raising his right hand to strike down. "What are you doing?" This action startled Park Daeong, who instinctively sought to defend himself, only to have his arm shattered by Liu Qi's blow. "I have conceded. You cannot strike me again." Park Daeong gritted his teeth against the searing pain as he propelled himself backward. Once he halted, his arms began to slowly regenerate. "What does your concession have to do with me?" Liu Qi regarded Park Daeong with a look of disdain. "I do not accept." With those 4 words, the representatives of the various factions on the platform turned their gazes toward Han Feng. "What do you want me to do?" Han Feng waved his hand, speaking astonishingly. "Since Liu Qi does not agree, let us continue the duel." "Nanny." "What?" "Dash." "Qua." The major factions were rendered utterly astounded by Han Feng's declaration. "Respected Minister of the Great Siam military, is this not a jest?" "Indeed, Park Daeong of Goryeo has clearly conceded. Why continue to attack him? This is uncivilized." Ministahin. The rules of the duel do not stipulate that a concession requires the other party's agreement. This is not in accordance with the regulations. Regulations? Han Feng and his colleagues exchanged glances with the agitated representatives of the factions, then erupted into laughter. "As the mightiest nation on Blue Star, our words are the law. Bring forth a copy of the duel regulations." "Yes." In the midst of the perplexed gazes of the crowd, Han Feng summoned his spiritual energy and swiftly inscribed a clause on the regulations. In a duel, if one party concedes, it must receive the consent of the other. Otherwise, the concession is rendered invalid. Do you comprehend? Now that this rule has been established, who among you is in favor? Who is opposed? Is it domineering? This is akin to berating someone as a fool in their presence and then questioning the validity of such a statement. It reflects a blatant disregard for others. The representatives of Goryeo approached Han Feng, their expressions dark with anger. "Han Shangshu, are you not afraid of the consequences of your actions?" "Afraid of what?" Han Feng replied, barely glancing at them. "Afraid that you might be displeased? How laughable! Shall we continue the martial demonstration?" Within the training grounds, El Chi, upon hearing these words, turned to the now fully recovered Park Daeong. "Your concession is as comical as your nation. You." Despite his limited dignity, Park Daeong possessed a modicum of pride. Confronted by the aggressive El Chi, he, having consumed a potent elixir, erupted with fury. Suddenly, a figure emerged behind him, none other than the legendary General Li Sun-shin, who could not enter the military tent. Standing firm, he was adorned with the turtle ship beneath his feet and wielding a samurai sword, his demeanor exuding solemnity and grace. "General Li, follow me to slay our enemies." Park Daeong bellowed, and together they surged toward El Chi, intent on claiming the life of this imperial-level contract wielder. This would forge the glory of our great Goryeo. Is this a divine-level template? The hidden guards protecting El Chi keenly sensed an anomaly. The templates of these 2 individuals were distinctly unusual, exhibiting an expressiveness far surpassing that of ordinary divine-level templates. Even the typical ancient divine-level templates paled in comparison. Report this situation to the higher-ups. We cannot allow a tragedy akin to the military training incident to occur again. Understood. Chapter 60. Rather than confronting him, it's better to end it all. Park Daeong's katana was merely a centimeter away from El Chi's neck. He had even begun to envision the gruesome spectacle that would unfold in the martial arena. Suddenly, the blade sliced through the air. Yet there was no sensation of the weapon piercing flesh. Alas, it was but an illusion. El Chi's speed was astonishing. In an instant, he had vanished, leaving only a mirage in his wake. Park Daeong abruptly halted, straining to locate El Chi's position. However, his frantic search yielded nothing. "What manner of monster are you?" Park Daeong's heartbeat surged past 250 as he gripped the katana tightly, continuing his pursuit of El Chi's elusive figure. A gentle breeze swept through, rendering the surroundings eerily silent. Yet the atmosphere suffocated him. "El Chi, cease your cowardice. have the courage to face me in an honorable duel. I am not afraid of you." Park Dae-young's furious voice echoed throughout the arena, but there was no reply. "Coward! Cow!" thought. Park Dae-young's voice was abruptly silenced. In the blink of an eye, a hand had severed his head from his body. The headless corpse crumpled to the ground. The arena reverberated with a solitary voice. "The ancient divine general, Yi Sun-sin, you are just as laughable." Grasping Park Dae-young's head, El-chi strode toward the vicinity of the third young master's resting area. Those who harbor treasonous thoughts against the great Xia meet such a fate. With that, he tossed the severed head lightly into the air. Park Dae-young's head traced a graceful arc as it tumbled into the third young master's team's resting area. Thud! The head of the Yi Sun-sin's contractor fell to the ground, its eyes wide open, seemingly frozen in a moment of rage and resentment. Yet, he could utter no more sound. The leader of Goryeo staggered back in terror, nearly losing control of himself. Next, upon uttering these words, El-chi returned to his original position, as if nothing had transpired. The spectators present, as well as those watching the live broadcast, were bewildered by the events that had unfolded. They could only comprehend that the unparalleled champion had effortlessly slain a formidable foe and claimed his head. However, the astute director of Great Xia would not overlook such a thrilling moment. In the watery screen above, the scene of El-chi decapitating Park Dae-young replayed repeatedly. "He is extraordinary. A true paragon has emerged." This exemplifies the profound heritage of Great Xia. Even if this examination lacks other high-level templates, El-chi alone suffices to dominate the blue planet. Let the champion El-chi fortify our Great Xia. Amidst the cacophony, the third contestant from the third young Master S team, a person from Jiaoji, steeled himself to step onto the martial stage. The next contestant from the Great Xia third young Master team is in the sky. The host of Great Xia had not finished speaking when El-chi interjected. "Dear host, I believe there is no need to announce their names any further, as the destined weaklings to perish upon this land. Their names need not be known to the citizens of the Great Xia, for they are unworthy." Lu Qi's voice elicited another eruption of cheers from the audience. The champion of the Great Xia ought to gaze down upon the world with such disdain. "Scoundrel!" A man from Jiaoji cursed vehemently, charging at Lu Qi. The Jiaoji people are a fascinating ethnicity. In contrast to the treacherous and conspiratorial Goryeo and the deceitful Japanese, they yearn to truly become part of the Great Xia. Yet, the Great Xia has consistently upheld the distinction between the Xia and the Yi, thus failing to genuinely embrace these minority groups. This has twisted their mindset. The consequence of colluding in villainy is death. Lu Qi's voice was cold and merciless. This land is the home of Master Yunfei, and it is also his home. To covet it, one must pay with their life. With a sound of impact, the charging Jiaoji man met his end as Lu Qi's fist pierced through him, akin to a rabbit colliding with a tree stump. Next, the resting area of the third minorities fell into an eerie silence. They were terrified. The champion of the Great Xia was too fearsome. The lives of 3 men were to him as inconsequential as wild grass by the roadside. "Captain, I withdraw." The fourth challenger, originally a Goryeo, now lacked the courage to step onto the arena. "Coward!" The Goryeo captain struck him across the face. "Get out there. Do not disgrace Goryeo. You have consumed the divine elixir. Your combat prowess rivals that of an emperor-level contractor. Lu Qi is human, and so are you. Why not ask him if he fears you? For the glory of great Goryeo, kill him." Under the barrage of motivational words, the Goryeo mustered his courage. Stepping onto the arena, with a fierce shout, he launched himself at Lu Qi in a desperate charge. His contracted template was Qianli, one of the so-called divine generals exalted by the Goryeo. Yet here, he was not even worthy of name. Lu Qi held but one sentiment towards such individuals: kill. In his previous life, he bore no fondness for the Goryeo, and in this life he felt even less. Lu Qi's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing before the Goryeo. Bang! With a single punch, the charging Goryeo's head exploded. The lifeless body stumbled forward a couple of steps before crashing to the ground. For battles, for victories, for lives of the third minorities were ruthlessly claimed by Lu Qi. The citizens of the Great Xia, watching the live broadcast, were filled with an exhilaration that knew no bounds. However, they refrained from mocking the third minorities, for the disparity in strength was too vast. A great dragon mocking an ant would only bring shame upon the dragon. Meanwhile, those from the third minorities observing the live broadcast along the border fell into a profound silence, rendered voiceless. It was too tragic. The great Xia, with the blood and flesh of their ethnic talents, once again established an unrivaled presence. Next, Lu Qi's voice resonated through the arena once more. These three figures loomed like harbingers of doom, causing the sole remaining contestant from the Japanese team in the resting area to tremble uncontrollably. I cannot win. It is utterly impossible. He is not merely a man, but a deity, a primordial god who could effortlessly strip away my very existence. The leader of the Japanese team was rendered speechless, for he too felt the pangs of fear. Is this truly the Celestial Empire? Is this the embodiment of an imperial-level contractee? As he pondered, the last newcomer from Japan appeared to discover a method of liberation. Rather than becoming a mere soul lost beneath the fist of the champion of the great Xia, I shall grant myself a swift end. No, you are. At this juncture, the representative from Japan fell silent. The newcomer's choice seemed devoid of alternatives. His fate was sealed either way. Rather than leaving behind a dismembered corpse, it would be better to take my own life, Mitsushima Sansei. The last Japanese newcomer drew forth his blade, bowing deeply to the leader of his team. Please convey to our kin that the great Xia is incomparably strong. The only way for us to survive is to become the dogs of the great Xia. There should be no thoughts of resistance. I implore you. With that, the Japanese newcomer plunged the blade into his abdomen and swiftly drew it across. Yet, he had miscalculated. The terrifying regenerative abilities of a second-tier extraordinary being were fervently mending his body. In desperate search for release, the Japanese newcomer cast a pleading glance at his teacher, Mitsushima. Help me, Sansei. With a heavy sigh, Mitsushima unsheathed his own knife and struck fiercely. The team of three was defeated. The last Japanese contestant, fearing the overwhelming strength of the great Xia champion, chose to take his own life. This scene was witnessed by all and swiftly spread throughout the entire Blue Star. Chapter 61. Ancient Supremacy versus Enhanced Tremor Fruit User upon the elevated platform. The psychological defenses of the Japanese representative crumbled. Through Lu Qi, he observed the unwavering stance of the great Xia towards traitors, as well as the resplendent future that awaited the nation. This formidable entity, masquerading as a state, was unassailable, unless a rift emerged within the great Xia itself. But could that truly be possible? Could the pitiful Koreans genuinely destabilize the great Xia? Casting a glance at the ashen-faced Korean representative, the Japanese delegate steeled his resolve. It was time to make a genuine choice. Do you have anything to say? Han Feng spoke, his voice laced with boundless derision and an underlying malice. Silence ensued. The three representatives of the Sanshao team were engulfed in a deafening stillness. They found themselves at a loss for words. Even the typically outspoken Koreans could only respond with silence. He understood that from this day forth, the Koreans had irretrievably lost their semblance of dignity. Yet, this realization only fortified his conviction. Only by becoming the dogs of foreign tribes could they hope to overturn the great Xia and trample its people beneath their feet. Since you have nothing to say. Han Feng waved his hand, the aura of a formidable warrior enveloping the representatives of the Sanshao team. Then be gone. Today, there is no place for you to dine in the great Xia. With that, the three were unceremoniously cast aside like refuse. Han Feng could hardly be bothered to contemplate the humiliation they endured. After all, sparing these treacherous miscreants from death was already a tremendous act of mercy. However, that day would not be far off. While others may not know how to handle the situation, the Koreans, the esteemed minister of the military of the great Xia, ought to deal with such individuals in this manner. The representative of the Despair Alliance, Anthony, clapped his hands twice, revealing a sinister smile. In the next round, our Despair Alliance shall take the stage. The great Xia will have no objections, will it? The seasoned military veteran seated beside Han Feng's expression turned steely. Are you suggesting that we engage in combat with the great Xia at this very moment? Anthony nodded, responding with an air of entitlement. Indeed, I observed that the top scholar of the Great Xia dispatched the Sanshao team with little effort. You should not refuse our challenge, should you? Shameless, despicable, lowly. Several veterans rose simultaneously, exuding an aura of murderous intent. You wretched. Before they could finish their scathing remarks, Han Feng raised a hand to halt them. Whether or not to engage is not for us to decide. I must consult with the top scholar of the Great Xia. If he wishes to rest, none may obstruct him. Should he choose to fight you, I shall not intervene. However, remember this, some advantages can be seized while others cannot. There's an ancient saying in the Great Xia, a small gain can lead to a great loss. Reflect carefully. Are the so-called geniuses of your Despair Alliance prepared to embrace their demise? Having spoken, Han Feng turned away, disregarding the drastically altered expressions of the representatives from the six great powers. After a few breaths, a personal guard descended from the high platform. At this moment, El Chi, amidst the jubilant cheers of the Great Xia people, had just returned to the resting area. Well done, El Chi, he heard from a few classmates as he plopped down onto a bench. You've worked hard. Zhu Vitao chuckled, handing him a bottle of water from the side. What hardship is there in killing a few dogs? After gulping down the water, Han Feng's personal guard arrived. He recounted the events that transpired on the high platform to El Chi, and then added, Teacher Wang nearly lost his breath. Shameless, trying to take advantage. Huh? Damn it. Tell him that tomorrow. El Chi interrupted Wang Lin, uttering words that astonished everyone present. No, Teacher Wang, I want to fight. What? Exclaimed Wang Lin. El Chi, you just fought 4 rounds, let me go. A classmate specializing in defense stepped forward. I have contracted a top-tier defensive template. Even if I lose, my life will not be in danger. No. El Chi patted his classmate's shoulder. Something feels off about them. Although I am unaware of their actions, I am certain that their template is flawed. I have already killed too many of them. If you go up, your lives will be at risk. I will not let you bear the consequences of my actions. Therefore, I shall go. Upon hearing this, everyone present was moved. Wang Lin clenched his fists and nodded slightly. Go on. We will watch you tread upon the heads of those barbarian geniuses, forging your glory. Best of luck. Victory is yours. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, El Chi returned to the arena, directing his gaze at the representatives of the 6 major powers on the high platform. He intended to show no mercy to these opportunistic barbarians. Do you want my head? Here it is. These mere barbarians, who among them can take it? Who dares to take it? A blatant provocation. The expressions of the representatives of the 6 major powers soured. The wheeled battle was inherently unfair, and they had not even granted the Great Xia champion a moment's respite. Should they lose, the humiliation would be wielded as a weapon against them in social media for a century. Arrogant. Let's see how long you can maintain that arrogance. Anthony's eyes glinted with malice, eager for his own talent to face El Chi directly, even to the point of eliminating him. In the stands of the arena, the audience of Great Xia had cast aside all reservations. They yearned to see El Chi tear apart his formidable foes, drenched in blood and fervor. The representative team of the League of Despair announced that one of their competitors was Bryant, who had contracted the godly template of Edward Newgate. Man! A thunderous roar erupted as a towering figure, over 2 meters tall and a white-skinned behemoth, stepped onto the arena. The oppressive aura he emanated was overwhelming, each step akin to a cataclysmic tremor. El Chi narrowed his eyes, noticing the unusual fissures beneath this man's feet. The possessor of the tremor fruit, Whitebeard? This world is indeed astonishing. Such a template exists for someone to contract. Will the 3-colored overlords or a manifest? Lucci's inquiry was met with a resounding reply from Bryant in the next moment. A hum reverberated through the air, as if an ancient beast was proclaiming its dominion over the world. Oomph! On the platform, Han Feng scoffed coldly, dispelling the overwhelming aura that threatened to envelop the audience. How could such trivial figures presume to ascend to greatness? In the face of the so-called kingly aura, Lucci merely took a light step forward, unleashing a formidable presence that emanated from an invincible being. This was the mindset of the Rock Emperor, who once ruled the universe and the 8 desolations, unmatched in a vast world. He was the emperor, the sovereign, who protected the realm and reigned supreme. He fought valiantly across the 8 desolations, striving for ultimate transcendence. This was the grand confidence of supremacy, the indomitable aura possessed by masters of the royal path. The notion of merely aspiring to kingship? How laughably insignificant. As the dissipating aura faded completely, Bryant's eyes widened in astonishment, only to be swiftly replaced by a frenzied determination. He vowed to employ the most ruthless methods to subdue the top scholar of the Great Xia, wishing to forge his own unparalleled glory with the young man's blood. A crackling sound echoed, as a slight fissure appeared in the space beside Lu Qi. This was no ordinary tremor from the tremor fruit. Drawing upon the sanctified essence of his being, Lu Qi withstood the sudden assault. Barbarians are indeed barbarians, relying solely on ambush. As a contract holder of the ancient supreme, Lu Qi held disdain for such underhanded tactics. A true warrior must confront all formidable foes head-on, striving for the utmost elevation. Suddenly, he began to grasp the profound truth behind the cultivation methods of the world where the Rock Emperor resided. Battle, annihilate all foes, and forge an unparalleled foundation. Whether you are Whitebeard or Bryant, come forth and fight. Chapter 62. The remaining 4, let us face them together. With a sharp crack, Bryant swung his fists violently into the void beside him. Accompanied by the sound of shattering, a wave surged directly towards Lu Qi, soft and feeble. Such an assault could devastate the world for mere mortals. Yet for Lu Qi, even defense proved exceedingly difficult. Lu Qi's calm demeanor and disdainful attitude towards humanity incensed Bryant. It was a profound insult. How dare one look down upon him? What qualifications did a mere champion of the Great Xia possess to dominate the world? Have you ever witnessed the despair of the alliance of the despairing at 4 in the morning? Do you comprehend the hardships I endured for my cultivation? Do you grasp the true meaning of death? In a flash, Bryant's towering physique exhibited an unparalleled swiftness. In a mere instant, he appeared before Lu Qi, akin to the fallen participants of the previous trio. He held unwavering confidence. Should he manage to touch Lu Qi, he could obliterate him with an earthquake-like force surpassing natural disasters. As fate would have it, his hand indeed made contact with Lu Qi's body. This was no illusion. It was a genuine touch upon the champion of the Great Xia. Ha ha ha! Bryant erupted into maniacal laughter. The Great Xia champion appeared fatigued. His earlier slaughter of those 4 insignificant ants had been far from effortless. Thus, let me tear you to shreds. The earthquake, on the platform, Han Feng and the other high-ranking officials of the Great Xia instinctively clenched their fists. However, due to their trust in Lu Qi, they maintained their composure. Yet, the representatives of the 6 major factions, who had been silently observing, misinterpreted their reactions. Among them, the most audacious, Anthony, wore an expression of assured confidence. Minister Han Feng, perhaps you should consider the price you are willing to pay for the life of this champion below. Of course, as long as the price is right. Our alliance of the despairing talents will not engage in indiscriminate slaughter like your Great Xia champion. Before he could finish, a stunning reversal unfolded in the arena. How could this be? Bryant's confident strike inflicted no harm upon Lu Qi. Instead, his massive hand was effortlessly grasped by Lu Qi. At that moment, confusion enveloped him, quickly overshadowed by excruciating pain. Lu Qi's strength was overwhelming, crushing Bryant's arm into a pulp. Yet this also freed Bryant from restraint, allowing him to leap away, distancing himself from Lu Qi. Natural disaster? Lu Qi looked at the incredulous Bryant and scoffed. You, relying on external forces, have no inkling of what constitutes a true natural disaster. After discarding Bryant's severed limb with ease, Lu Qi advanced toward him, his steps deliberate and slow. Yet they bore an immense psychological burden for Bryant. Damn it, what on earth are you? Bryant was internally shaken. Having consumed the divine elixir, he had elevated his level to that of an emperor. Even with the extraordinary prowess of a second-tier level capable of rivaling that of a third tier. Why can't I vanquish this man from the Great Xia? Is he a monster? I shall never concede defeat, nor resign myself to fate. Do not presume that I will kneel before you like the trifling ants. Bryant, in a desperate bid, sought to awaken the template spirit, preparing to unleash a cataclysmic assault. With a soft thud, Lu Qi halted. Out of respect for the legacy of this narrative, he decided to observe what Bryant would conjure. You belittle me. I desire your demise. Bryant's eyes blazed crimson as a colossal figure began to coalesce behind him. Upon the high platform, Han Feng regarded Anthony, who had just been so boastful, with a bemused smile. You might want to contemplate how to redeem the genius of the Despair Alliance. A divine template capable of causing earthquakes, if placed within the Great Xia, would undoubtedly be a prime candidate for cultivation. Surely you wouldn't be unwilling to pay the price, would you? Anthony, having been publicly humiliated, sank into despondency, the light in his eyes dimming. Is redemption truly possible? Is this the white beard? Lu Qi scrutinized the towering figure looming behind Bryant, his gaze narrowing. Come forth. With everything prepared, Bryant and his spirit, Nougat, executed their signature maneuver. Together, they unleashed a powerful blow. Crack! The sound resonated like thunder, as if it would rend the very fabric of reality. In an instant, an imperceptible fissure in space surged toward Lu Qi. Following this, Bryant and the spirit Nougat forcefully stomped the ground. In that fleeting moment, the earth quaked violently, and the entire training arena erupted with a terrifying tremor. Weak, situated at the epicenter of the quake, Lu Qi felt the tremors attempting to unseat him, his eyes betraying disappointment. Is this truly your ultimate strike? Observing Lu Qi, who remained unperturbed amidst the chaos, Bryant felt an overwhelming sense of defeat wash over him. It cannot be won. What are you truly? Kill me. Bryant closed his eyes, dispersing the spirit Nougat, awaiting his demise. To slay or not to slay? Lu Qi continued his advance toward Bryant. Yet, just as he reached Bryant, the towering giant abruptly opened his eyes, a cruel expression crossing his face, and launched a punch aimed directly at Lu Qi's head. It appeared that all prior displays were mere ruses. His true intent was to lure Lu Qi in for a lethal strike. To ensure the full potency of his blow, he infused it with the armed color of hockey. Cunning and ruthless, he is indeed a formidable character. However, Lu Qi had anticipated this, believing he could obliterate the divine spirit with armed color hockey. Absurd. What difference is there between an ant attempting to slay an elephant? Bang! Casually extending his hand, Lu Qi seized Bryant's fist and squeezed with immense force. The fist, fortified with armed color hockey, boasted remarkable defense, yet it could not withstand the sheer might of Lu Qi. Splatter! The brutal scene resurfaced, as Bryant's fists burst open like watermelons. A cry of anguish escaped his lips just as his head was tightly grasped by Lu Qi's other hand. You ought to know that the individual you have contracted with is of reasonably decent character. To launch a surprise attack using such a person is truly laughable. Do you wish to comprehend what a true natural disaster is? I am it. With that, Lu Qi tightened his grip. The watermelon burst apart. On the high platform, Han Feng was not surprised by Lu Qi's decisive brutality. This lad always conducts himself in such a manner. Anthony, it appears there is no longer any need for you to prepare resources to redeem your prodigy. After all, it is no longer applicable. Upon hearing Han Feng's words, Anthony felt the weight of despair represented by the three young masters. Pain, excruciating pain. These newcomers are the future of our faction, and yet they're being slaughtered like dogs. No one can endure this. Is it still possible for us to withdraw? Before Anthony's words had fully left his lips, Lu Qi in the arena uttered a phrase that plunged the alliance of despair into deeper despair. It is meaningless to kill them one by one. Let the remaining four come and meet together. Arrogant, exceedingly arrogant. This was no longer mere provocation. It was a blatant disregard for the talents of the entire alliance of despair. Thick-skinned crabs. Damn it. Seeking death. Ignoring the protests of their leader beside them. The remaining four leapt into the arena. Witnessing this scene, Anthony on the high platform was utterly despondent. Han Feng delivered the final blow. It seems we're out of time. Chapter 63. His radiance shines brightly. A sudden change in the realm of the Xia. The top scholar stands alone against four prodigies of the Despair Alliance. This news swept through the entire Xia like a spring breeze. At this moment, whether engaged in work or leisure, the people of Xia paused all their activities to take out their phones and devices to witness the live stream. The authorities, aware of the significance of such an event, refrained from imposing strict oversight. The martial exhibition of the 7 great factions was a grand affair. To dampen the spirits of the populace at this juncture would yield consequences they could ill afford. Within the live streams of various social media platforms, the screens were filled with commentary. Who has appeared for Desya now? By the way, walking my dog Koryo S Universe S number 1. Desya's top scholar, Lu Qi, is still in the arena, having fought 5 matches and slain 6 foes. What about the Koryo people? I heard they dispatched some ancient divine, Generals Koryo. Haven T, they all been wiped out? Their representatives were thrown from the arena. Laughable. The Koryo Haven T spoken for quite some time. Forget about those dogs. Our scholar is poised to engage in a bloody battle against 4 prodigies from the Despair Alliance, and that is what deserves our attention. In the arena, several prodigies of the Despair Alliance, having forged contracts with divine-grade templates, were encircling Lu Qi. On the high platform, Anthony observed the unfolding situation and felt a surge of excitement. The Despair Alliance was adept at leveraging numbers, and with 4 talents comparable to imperial-grade templates facing a single imperial-grade talent, victory seemed inevitable. With this thought, Anthony let out an exultant roar. Minister Henfeng, the top scholar of Desya, is exceedingly arrogant. Even if he is struck down, it would be his own doing. Is that so? Han Feng replied coolly, casting a glance at the dramatically expressive Anthony before returning his focus to the spectacle. Failing to maintain even basic emotional control, savages will always be savages. Moreover, our top scholar is down there. Should he truly face mortal peril, do you think we would stand idly by? Ridiculous. In the arena, the prodigies of the Despair Alliance finally initiated their signature skill against Lu Qi, the art of verbal onslaught. People of Desya, I know you have long fancied yourselves as the Celestial Empire, often believing you to be the dominators of the entire Blue Star, began Davis, who had contracted with the divine-grade magnetic explosive infantry Tesla template. But today, I shall reveal to you, we, the Despair Alliance, are the true first. Indeed, once we slay him, we will claim the title of the true first. Echoed Kennedy, who had contracted with the divine-grade vampire hunter Lincoln template. As he raised his axe high, behind Lu Qi, Hoover, who had forged a contract with the veteran-suppressing MacArthur template, glared fiercely, his hands busy with furtive movements. Once I suppress you, I shall pave the way for my true triumph, sweeping away 3,000 adversaries and crafting my unparalleled glory. The final individual remained silent, merely toying with the shield in his hands. It was evident that he had contracted the legendary Captain America template, a paragon of virtue reminiscent of the League of Despair. In light of the grandiloquent proclamations and fanciful delusions of this group, Lu Qi found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps they were entirely oblivious to the concept of an ant gazing at the heavens, believing that their enhanced combat prowess, acquired through dubious means, rendered them invincible. Allow them to comprehend the true nature of cruelty. The top scholar of the great Xia, just as Kennedy was about to speak, he suddenly felt his perspective spinning uncontrollably. This is me? As he beheld his own headless corpse, his consciousness plunged into darkness. Wog! It was not until the cries of the remaining great Xia citizens echoed around them that the last 3 finally grasped the situation. This top scholar of the great Xia had instantaneously dispatched Kennedy, and they hadn't even perceived his movements. Quick, defend! Captain America exclaimed. But even as the words left his lips, a golden-fisted blow had already arrived before him. It was too swift. Instinctively, Captain America raised the shield he had conjured from the ancient tome during his examination. According to internal assessments within the League of Despair, it was robust enough to withstand most attacks from beings of the 4th tier and below. Bang! With a resounding crash, the red, white, and blue shield, adorned with a 5-pointed star, merely delayed the inevitable for an instant before being shattered. How could this be possible? In horror, Captain America watched as the fist pierced through his chest. Lu Qi withdrew his fist, shaking off the blood that clung to it, and offered a smile to the remaining Davis and Hoover. So, he is truly this formidable. Davis and Hoover were utterly paralyzed by fear. In witnessing the slaughter of others, they had deemed them insignificant. Yet, When faced with the specter of their own demise, they finally understood the gravity of their situation. It was indeed true what they say, "You do not battle with me, viewing me as a frog at the bottom of a well gazing at the moon above. But if you choose to engage, behold me as an ant confronting the vast sky." At that moment, through the eyes of Davis and Hoover, Lu Chi appeared resplendent, bathed in sunlight, akin to a divine being. "Let us fight with everything we have." They exchanged a glance, resolved to risk it all. There was no retreat, for the individual before them exhibited neither mercy nor compassion, only a ruthless and savage disposition toward his foes. Magnetic burst field. This was the most powerful battle technique unleashed by Davis after merging with the Spirit Tesla. It could summon a tempest of lightning while simultaneously generating countless magnetic forces to obliterate the enemy. Tank Crush. Hoover's skill was equally formidable, a sealing technique that, if it struck Lu Chi, would render him immobile. Buzz, a tank piloted by the Spirit MacArthur, descended from the heavens, barreling toward Lu Chi. How quintessentially American. Chi stifled a laugh as he withstood the chaos of the thunderstorm and the relentless advance of the tank, a symbol of oppression against the veteran soldiers. Had they succeeded? Had victory been snatched from the jaws of defeat? All the barbaric spectators, including Anthony atop the platform, believed they had triumphed. Only Davis and Hoover appeared pallid, their faces betraying a profound despair. They turned to the representatives of the 6 great factions on the platform, murmuring to themselves. Run, flee, what was happening to them? The representative from the Federation sensed the anomaly and pointed at the 2 figures in the arena. "I don't know. That is not right." Before he could receive an answer from those beside him, a cataclysmic transformation unfolded in the arena. This transformation did not originate from Chi, but from the long-deceased geniuses of the Despair Alliance, along with Davis and Hoover. Their bodies began to contort in a bizarre manner, as if something unknown writhed beneath their skin. Boom! As Chi shattered the so-called magnetic explosion field and crushed the tank, he caught sight of this shocking spectacle. Instinctively sensing something amiss, he unleashed a formidable punch, obliterating the corpse of Captain America, which lay closest to him. Yet, to his astonishment, the shattered remains almost instantaneously reformed. And with a resounding crack, numerous tentacles erupted, launching indiscriminate attacks. Extraterrestrial beings. On the platform, Han Feng sprang to his feet, his aura of a supreme being enveloping the entire scene. "Evacuate the civilians. Prepare for battle." No sooner had he spoken than the newcomers among the representatives of the 6 great factions began to undergo mutations. These promising individuals, upon whom the 6 great factions had placed their hopes, transformed entirely into monstrous entities. Chapter 64. The Unrest in the Capital. In this tumultuous moment, the representatives of the 6 major factions glared with fury. "Koryo people, I rise at 8. Stop your incessant shouting." Han Feng strode purposefully to Anthony's side and slapped him awake. "Surrender unconditionally or face death." Han Feng was uncertain of the machinations at play, yet he understood that the events unfolding here were irrevocably linked to these individuals. This was no mere provocation. It was a declaration of war against the entire Great Xia. If the 6 factions failed to provide a satisfactory explanation to Great Xia after the chaos subsided, the unification of the Blue Star would commence today. Anthony and his companions' eyes were bloodshot, glaring fiercely at the departing representatives of the 3rd Young Master S faction. The situation was already abundantly clear. The instigator was undoubtedly one among them. Han Xian. With a soft command, Han Feng summoned his heroic spirit, materializing beside him. "You lead the soldiers to quell the unrest. I shall oversee these scoundrels." As he spoke, a spear coalesced in Han Feng's grasp, its tip radiating a brilliant red and blue glow. Han Xian, fully aware of the circumstances, nodded lightly before advancing towards the battlefield, setting up 10 ambush formations along the way. Witnessing Han Xian take command, Han Feng aimed his spear at the representatives of the 6 factions. "You lot, should any of you dare to move, there will be no mercy. Summon forth your heroic spirits." At this point, 2 shadowy guards hastened to his side. "My lord, Han Xian has sent us to assist you." "Good." Han Feng sighed in relief. The representatives of the six factions were all ninth-tier powerhouses, and if they were to strike suddenly, he would find himself at a disadvantage. However, with the addition of these two, his burdens were significantly alleviated. Qin Xiong, Yu Qi Gong. Two voices echoed in succession, and terrifying figures emerged on either side of the representatives of the six factions. The gate gods, divine beings indeed. The high echelons of the Great Xia had deemed it necessary to station the gate gods at the martial arts arena, underscoring their esteem for Lu Qi, this prodigious talent. Immediately mobilize the capital's defenses and inform the Elder Council of the unfolding events. Advise our citizens to remain safely at home and await further news. All extraordinary beings in the martial arts arena stand before the common people. It is your duty to protect the populace. As Han Xian's orders were issued, the scene quickly stabilized. Though he could not remain in the mortal realm for long, he was confident in his ability to suppress the turmoil in a brief span. Moreover, his military commands were unassailable, for he was the war-immortal Han Xian, who had once annihilated countless alien warriors in a single stroke. Even if he could not recount his past glories to the world, his deeds would forever evoke the imagination of those who knew of his unparalleled experiences. Within the martial arts arena, the Great Xia Military Academy's combat team did not flee. Rather, under Lu Qi's leadership, they engaged fiercely with the monstrous tentacles that had emerged. Teacher Wang, this creature possesses an incredibly tenacious vitality. Even if we were to rend them into mere fragments, we cannot obliterate them entirely. Zhuge Tao's combat prowess was not formidable, so he could only analyze the situation before him under the protection of three defensive companions. The fifth-tier extraordinary warrior, Wang Lin, returned to Zhuge Tao and the others after cleaving the vampire hunter, Lincoln, into pieces with his weapon. Behind them were a number of civilians. Their position hindered a swift retreat and also prevented Wang Lin from unleashing his full power. Nonetheless, he bore no resentment towards these civilians. As an extraordinary being, it was his duty to safeguard the innocent. You all, do your utmost to find an escape route. I shall hold back these monsters. Remember, not a single civilian must suffer harm before your demise. Understood? The four nodded resolutely, though a flicker of concern lingered in the depths of Zhuge Tao's gaze. He keenly sensed that the talents of the Despair Alliance from the West seemed to be growing increasingly powerful. Outside the training arena, several seasoned military veterans of 6th tier and above were engaged in battle with dozens of mutated newcomers from the 6 major factions. What in the world are these things? Spat one veteran after dispatching a tentacled creature. No matter how many we kill, they just won't die. The remaining veterans nodded vigorously, their faces etched with gravity. The combat strength of these creatures far exceeded their expectations. The newcomers from the 6 factions, previously mere 2nd-tier insects, were now evolving into formidable foes with an indomitable resilience. If this continued, the consequences would be dire. In the training arena, Lu Qi had summoned his black gold dragon pattern spear. Although this spear was merely a youthful version of a supreme imperial weapon, its power remained astonishing. Piercing through Captain America with a single thrust, Lu Qi frowned slightly. The captain appeared stronger than before. Mr. Wang, have you noticed? I have. Wang Lin, after dealing with another creature, approached Lu Qi. These beings are growing stronger. They're no longer within our capacity to contend with. Lu Qi nodded thoughtfully and quickly devised a plan. Mr. Wang, let us refrain from dispatching them swiftly. Engage them in prolonged combat. All right, Wang Lin agreed after a moment's contemplation. Concurrently, Han Xian, commanding from the high platform, issued the same directive. Everyone, cease killing these monsters. Focus on entangling and sealing them. We must not allow them to evolve further. Yes. The veterans engaged in combat with the monsters received the order and promptly formed a defensive formation. This is utterly frustrating, though they possessed the capability to vanquish these creatures. Their lack of intelligence regarding them forced them into a defensive stance. This was a painful predicament for the valiant generals of the Great Xia. No planning. Feng, pointing his spear at the representatives of the 6 major factions, casting a murderous glare at the dozen or so individuals before him. Speak. What have you done? If you do not clarify, I assure you that once we deal with these monsters, your factions will face utter annihilation. This is your final opportunity. I declare, The first to speak was Anthony, his eyes brimming with animosity. If 5 geniuses were to perish at the hands of the great Xia, it could be attributed to their inferior skills, merely a consequence of their own arrogance. Yet, should they transform into monstrosities and become adversaries of humanity, the implications would be entirely different. Such an act would signify a betrayal of humankind, one severe enough to warrant the annihilation of their entire lineage. It is the Koreans. They have provided us with a potion capable of granting the powers of a god-level contractor to rival that of an emperor-level contractor. I swear, all of this is orchestrated by the Koreans and has nothing to do with us. At this juncture, the representatives of various factions surrounding Anthony nodded in agreement. It is indeed the Koreans. They have colluded with foreign entities. They are traitors to humanity. Curse the Koreans. They have betrayed our geniuses and brought upon us unimaginable calamity. Upon hearing these words, Han Feng's gaze turned even more ruthless as a troubling thought crossed his mind. And what of you? Have you consumed that substance? If these barbaric ninth-tier individuals have ingested it, today's events could spiral into chaos. No, no. Anthony shook his head vigorously, like a rattle, and to prove his innocence, he produced the vial from his bosom. Here it is, right here. With Anthony's example set, the others swiftly revealed their own vials. It was not that they were unwilling to partake. Rather, they had been cautious, waiting to ascertain whether the newcomers exhibited any adverse effects before indulging. However, they now felt an immense relief for their restraint. Otherwise, send these substances to the research department for immediate analysis of their components. Chapter 65. Have they truly forgotten the might of the great Xia? How audacious! The Elders' Council was incensed upon receiving news from the martial arena. To engage in such antics within the capital of Great Xia was tantamount to courting death. It seemed that the world had forgotten the nature of Great Xia's existence. As the Grand Elder prepared to personally quell the disturbance at the martial arena, a messenger burst in. A report from Minister Han Feng indicated that the monstrous entities, born of the 6 great factions prodigies, would not perish upon being vanquished. Instead, they would resurrect, growing ever stronger. Before the first messenger could conclude his report, a second one arrived almost instantaneously. Minister Han Feng sent word that the 6 great factions, in their pursuit of victory in the current martial competition, had ingested a special potion provided by representatives of the Goryeo people. Samples of the potion had been dispatched to the research department, but Minister Han Feng harbored reservations, suspecting that this was a ploy by foreign entities, with ulterior motives lurking beneath their feigned intentions. Upon hearing this, the Elders' Council immediately perceived the gravity of the situation. It appeared they had truly underestimated the adversary this time. The foreign factions might be preparing a significant maneuver, and before launching their assault, creating chaos within the Blue Star would facilitate their actions. Alert the 5 Guardians. Surround the Sanshao region and await orders from the capital. Yes. Meanwhile, in a certain location within the capital, the Goryeo individuals accompanying the Sanshao team glanced at the time and retrieved small vials from their robes. For the great Goryeo, to become divine beings, let us drink from this cup together. Amid their fervent cries, they consumed the potion. With a cacophony of unsettling sounds, the physical forms of the Goryeo individuals began to transform, gradually becoming something otherworldly. Finally, accompanied by a roar that defied human comprehension, dozens of monsters erupted from their confines, wreaking havoc upon all they encountered. However, the garrison of Great Xia had already received military orders from Han Xin within the martial arena and had taken command of the capital's defenses. Almost instantaneously, as the monsters began their rampage, the garrison forces of Great Xia arrived, engaging in fierce combat with the abominations. Destroy them. By the heavens, I shall not flee. This is my home. How dare these foreign entities invade my sanctuary? Kill, arm me, for I shall join the fray, to defend our homeland. We shall meet in the Hall of Martyrs. The valiant and warlike populace of Great Xia did not retreat or hide as others had anticipated. Instead, many, including the elderly, braced themselves to engage in a bloody battle against the Goryeo monstrosities. The young soldiers yearned for glory. while those who had yet to ascend to the ranks of the extraordinary were even more eager. After all, in this world, Great Xia's rewards for merit were historically unparalleled, bestowing not only immense social standing and substantial wealth, but also the rare opportunity for mortals to become contract holders. Under normal circumstances, these common folk would have little chance to achieve any notable deeds. Yet today, the circumstances were decidedly different. The invasion of the alien races against the Great Xia has commenced, albeit under the guise of the Koreans. This presents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if it comes to a struggle, we must engage. Thus, an extraordinary scene unfolded on the streets of the capital of Great Xia. At the forefront, an extraordinary army clashed with the monstrous Koreans, while behind them stood a reserve force, delineating the battlefield from the common folk. Surrounding them were countless citizens of Great Xia, wielding any weapon they could find, their gaze fixed intently upon the distant monsters. Some among them even prayed for the monsters to breach the defenses of the extraordinary army. The chaos unfolding on the streets of the capital was immediately reported to the Elder Council. Numerous alien supernal beings had appeared, and the capital's guard had already engaged them fiercely, with countless citizens of Great Xia eager to join the fray. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's blood surged with fury. How arrogant! Do these damned aliens truly believe there is no one left to defend Great Xia? In that moment, the Grand Elder transformed, his demeanor shifting from that of a kindly elder to that of a terrifying being radiating an overwhelming aura of power. Having been long absent from battle, many had likely forgotten that the Elder Council of Great Xia is not merely a legacy of ancestral glory, but comprises individuals who have once achieved remarkable feats of strength. Would you not agree, Your Majesty, the Ancestral Dragon? As a Grand Elder's voice faded, a heroic spirit clad in a dark dragon robe, crowned and girded with the treasured sword of Qin, emerged slowly from within him. At that instant, the heavens resonated with the roar of dragons. 9 streams of purple energy descended from the sky, merging with the spirit's hand to form a grand seal of the universe. Witnessing this spectacle, the dark guards of Great Xia, the imperial guards, and other high-ranking officials felt an overwhelming surge of fervor. They recalled the past. Why was the Great Wall built? Why did the alien races face defeat? All of this was intricately linked to the Grand Elder before them and the Supreme Being behind him, Grand Elder Ing Ziren, the contractee of the Imperial Ancestral Dragon Ing Zheng Template. Under the blessing of the Grand Seal, his combat prowess transcended that of an ordinary Imperial template, crushing any opposition. He had once carved a record of slaying 9 invincible alien foes at the Great Wall defense line, leading the Great Wall Legion to sweep across billions of miles, instilling fear in the alien races for a decade. Commanded by heaven, may his reign be eternal. My nation shall not permit the aliens to act with impunity. The ancestral dragon's voice rang out, ethereal yet powerful, merciless yet domineering. Soldiers, slay for me. This command echoed throughout the expanse of Great Xia, transcending time itself. As all gazes turned in astonishment, the Grand Elder ascended the highest point of the Great Xia capital, gazing upon the valiant efforts of the capital's guard. With a crisp sound of footsteps, an ancient army awakened. Called forth by their unwavering faith, they crossed eons, their bronze bodies reappearing in the world. The Qin Rui Shi, the eternal guardians of the ancestral dragon, once stood against alien forces 100-fold their number with merely 10,000 warriors. At last, breaking through the encirclement unscathed, the capital's garrison, engaged in battle with the Goryeo monsters, beheld the arrival of the Qin Rui warriors and willingly relinquished the battlefield to them. This was not a sign of cowardice. Rather, they yearned to witness the might of this legendary army, the Qin Rui. Attack! A commanding shout resonated as the Qin Rui formed their battle array, unleashing a barrage of powerful arrows from their formidable bows and crossbows. These missiles, forged from their fury and the energy within, embodied an indomitable military spirit, inexhaustible and eternal. Under the deluge of arrows, the Goryeo monsters found themselves utterly unable to resist, relentlessly pierced by the onslaught. Yet, these injuries were not fatal. They merely subjected the creatures to a torturous fate akin to slow dismemberment. Advance! Another resounding command echoed, and the powerful bows and crossbows fell silent. With bronze shields raised and long spears in hand, the Chinrue warriors began their steady advance. For the Goryeo monsters, the synchronized sound of marching footsteps was akin to the tolling of their death knell. With a fierce roar, the Goryeo monsters charged towards the Chinrue, dragging their wounded bodies forward. Hold! With a resounding crack, the orderly bronze shields formed an impenetrable wall, allowing the Chinrue to withstand the assault of the Goryeo, while simultaneously pushing them back. It was only when the shield wall had completely encircled the monsters from all sides that the Chinrue halted their advance. Now, this terrifying alien race had been entirely confined within a small area, rendered immobile. Seal, with the final command issued, countless bronze spears surged through the gaps in the shield wall, thoroughly piercing the monsters and pinning them to the earth. From a moment the Chinrue warriors arrived to the defeat of the monsters, merely a quarter of an hour had passed. Chapter 66. Expulsion from the registry. Within the training grounds, the numerous marauding monsters had been subdued, leaving only Lu Chi engaged in combat with Captain America and his companions. This was not due to Lu Chi's inadequacy in strength. Rather, he sought to exploit the situation, honing his practical combat skills against these seemingly indestructible foes. Youngster, this nation you inhabit is indeed a hidden gem, teeming with potential. Just as Lu Chi pierced through Captain America's defenses, the awakened Rock Emperor suddenly interjected with an enigmatic remark. Senior, what do you mean? Lu Chi, multitasking between offense and conversation, engaged with the Rock Emperor amidst the chaos. The atmosphere was saturated with an imperial aura, heralding the awakening of a life formidable enough to rival even the Emperor himself. I can sense his overwhelming power. Alas, he does not belong to my world. Were he to reside there, he would undoubtedly hold a significant position among the ancient emperors. Lu Chi, at his second realm, was unaware of whom the Rock Emperor referred to, yet he did not hesitate to inquire about dealing with the monsters before him. Senior, regarding these creatures, after briefly recounting the situation, Lu Chi observed the Rock Emperor fall into a contemplative silence. As a being of the sacred level, he could perceive the cries of anguish emanating from within the bodies of these monsters. Those were the tormented spirits seeking liberation. The foreign beings in this world are far from simple. After a few breaths, the Rock Emperor spoke slowly. What they have ingested appears to be a substance that corrupts and stimulates the spirits within them. I can feel that their spirits are merging with their souls and bodies. If I am not mistaken, their apparent immortality stems from a force that continuously channels power into them, using their souls as an anchor. Each time you slay one, you hasten this fusion. Thus, to truly eliminate them, one must annihilate their souls, rendering them completely extinct. Is that so? Lu Chi paused, relaying the Rock Emperor's words verbatim to Wang Lin and instructing him to communicate it to Han Feng. Having completed this task, the Rock Emperor urged Lu Chi in his mind. Youngster, my time of awakening is limited. Make haste and engage them while you can. You're still far from becoming a satisfactory contractor in my eyes. Should you master the divine techniques within my ancient scriptures, exterminating such pests would require but a mere breath. In the capital, the Grand Elder, clutching the imperial seal, gazed at the Goryeo monsters subdued by Chinrue. His brow furrowed in concern. Such entities were exceedingly bizarre, and if not handled with care, they could yield endless repercussions. Ing Ziren, I can sense an unparalleled malevolence lurking behind them. The ancestor dragon hovered in the air, one hand gripping the Ding Qin sword, gazing toward the distant battlefield beyond countless miles. If we cannot eradicate them, a terrifying presence may soon descend upon us. At that time, the common folk will face a calamity of epic proportions. Be prepared. Upon the ancestor dragon's declaration, several other members of the Elder Council arrived at the highest point of the capital. The second elder first bowed respectfully to the ancestor dragon before speaking. The research department received a communication from Han Feng, indicating that the spirit residing within Lu Chi provided insights into the annihilation of the monstrous entities. After a brief pause, a resolution emerged. The Grand Elder momentarily quelled his inner fury, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. Should he fail to prevent the arrival of the terrifying existence, he would mobilize the warriors of the Great Xia, march beyond the Great Wall, and eradicate the alien races across vast distances. The lives of the Great Xia people were more precious than anything else. For each life lost, 1,000 or even myriad would be demanded in compensation. Time swiftly passed. While those monsters remained under control, the individuals managing them began to feel the strain. The results were in. An official from the research department rushed over. Grand Elder, based on the analysis of the vial's contents and the speculations provided by Minister Hanfeng, the Grand Elder, uninterested in the official's lengthy exposition, waved his hand dismissively. Do not waste time with trivialities. I require only a solution. Understood. The official ceased his superfluous talk and promptly articulated the researcher's proposed course of action. It involved employing soul-binding contractors to completely extinguish the souls of these individuals, simultaneously, to prevent the supreme beings among the alien races from corrupting the soul contractors. Those who took action must self-annihilate. Upon hearing this, several elders clenched their fists. Are you suggesting that to eradicate these insect-like creatures, we must sacrifice multiple precious lives of the soul contractors? The soul contractors were invaluable. Their abilities were enigmatic, allowing them not only to assassinate and gather intelligence on alien races, but, for the more powerful among them, to transcend the confines of their physical forms and exist eternally as spirits. Indeed, the official's eyes glistened with tears, yet his resolve remained unwavering. Only in this manner can we avert further casualties. At this moment, the weight of responsibility became palpable. I shall issue this command. The Grand Elder stepped forward decisively, producing a communication device to relay the order for the self-sacrifice of several soul contractors to high-ranking officials. Before long, several figures soared into the sky from various locations within the capital, arriving at the scene. Grand Elder, esteemed elders, the leader, with a grizzled beard and a cultivation level at the 5th tier of the extraordinary, was an official from the Ministry of Justice. Having withdrawn from the battlefield decades ago, he had not faced the alien races in a long time. Today, he would finally fulfill his long-held desire. With that, he saluted the Grand Elder and the others with a military gesture. Born in the 521st year of the Great Xia calendar, the seasoned veteran Lu Yu, inspired by him, the remaining individuals also stood at attention to salute. Born in the 837th year of the Great Xia calendar, the new soldier Wang Lixia. Born in the 714th year of the Great Xia calendar, the new soldier Li Wentao. Faced with individuals willing to self-sacrifice, any further words were superfluous. The expressions of the Grand Elder and the others grew solemn, standing at attention in return. They are all fine sons and daughters of the Great Xia. Do you have any final wishes unfulfilled? The first to respond was the veteran Lu Yu, his eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia, which was swiftly replaced by another emotion. Elder, when the day arrives that the other races are eradicated, do not forget to visit the martyrs' cemetery and offer incense for us. With that, Lu Yu turned and departed, uttering not another word. The others, inspired by his resolve, began to voice their own final words. Elder, I have delayed marriage. My child is still young. Please send someone to inform him that he must enlist and serve our nation. Elder, if possible, please pass my compensation to my husband and tell him to remarry. Elder. As they witnessed each brave child of the Great Xia willingly marching towards their demise, the elders struggled to contain their grief and fury. Once the departed had left, these emotions erupted uncontrollably. Compared to them, the 3 lesser tribes responsible for this calamity were scarcely worthy of being called human. Seal off the entire blue star. Issue the decree. From this day forth, the Koreans, Japanese, and people of Jiaoji are to be stripped of their humanity. To be stripped of humanity equates to a fundamental denial of their existence. Henceforth, these 3 lesser peoples would be no different from beasts. Inform the 5 great guardians to expel these swine from the territory of the Great Xia. Anyone who dares oppose this, execute. The hidden dark guards of the Great Xia were filled with murderous intent as they turned to leave. As for the 6 great powers, it seemed they had forgotten what the Great Xia truly represented. Initially intended to motivate the students of Great Xia to strive forward, it now seemed a futile endeavor. Would the members of the Elder Council be willing to each hold the 6 great powers accountable? Chapter 67, Above the Wheel. Slaughter at the border between the Great Xia and the Bear Kingdom. The forces stationed in Liaodong, having long prepared, received orders from the capital and immediately chose to advance. Before them lay a stronghold of the Japanese, home to at least several million of their number, including formidable 9th-tier warriors. "Brothers, I shall not waste words," declared Gongsun Chu, standing before the elite troops of Liaodong. He had forged a pact with the godly sword saint, Dugu Jian, and was enveloped in a sword intent powerful enough to rend space itself. "Follow me, and charge in. Drive these wretches, stripped of their humanity, from the land of Great Xia. Let be known, those who resist shall perish. Those who are discontent shall perish. Those who delay shall perish. Do you understand?" "Understood." The men of the Liaodong army, their eyes aflame with fervor, cracked their knuckles. "Advance." With Gongsun Chu soaring first towards the Japanese stronghold, more soldiers ascended into the sky. They would systematically annihilate every gathering of the Japanese under the command of their officers. Meanwhile, within one stronghold, a few Japanese elders confronted the imposing Great Xia soldiers, desperately resisting. They had dwelled here for many years, never committing any wrong, always showing utmost respect towards the people of Great Xia. "You have committed no offense." The Great Xia soldiers would not strike at these weak and elderly ones, yet they offered no kindness. The fault lay in their identity as Japanese. Leave the land of Great Xia and go to the Bear Kingdom or the League of Despair. In any case, do not ever return to Great Xia, or else. As the soldier spoke, he unleashed a mighty blow that shattered a nearby house. "This is your fate, compared to the commoners." The Great Xia's stance towards the Japanese warriors was exceedingly harsh. "You may choose to end your own life, destroy your contract, or I shall end it for you." Gongsun Chu, accompanied by seasoned veterans of the Liaodong army, arrived at the residence of the Japanese leader. His first words made the high command of Great Xia's stance abundantly clear. Japanese commoners, mortals, and even low-tier extraordinary beings might survive. But high-tier extraordinary beings and those with potential would not be spared. What if I refuse? The Japanese leader, a 9th-tier powerhouse himself, was unwilling to accept a humiliating demise. "Then your entire clan shall be exterminated." Gongsun Chu's sword energy surged forth, eager for the Japanese leader to make the first move. For that would grant him ample justification to act decisively. "If I perish, can others survive?" The Japanese leader glanced at the trembling, ordinary Japanese around him and sighed heavily. "Mortals may live, low-tier extraordinary beings may live, but the rest shall die." Gongsun Chu's voice was cold and merciless, piercing the heart of the Japanese leader like a sharp blade. "Let us fight. Come forth. Engage." Upon hearing those words, the Japanese leaders following their commander erupted in agitation. "We, the Japanese, number in the millions. Even in a desperate struggle, we could take down tens of thousands of the Great Xia. We beseech you, allow us to perish gloriously." Hearing such sentiments, the soldiers of Great Xia were already filled with restless anticipation. If they could openly annihilate them, why would they refrain? In truth, within the higher echelon strategy, the Japanese were not meant to survive. Once they reached the Bear Kingdom, those factions secretly supported by Great Xia would undoubtedly act. Do not act impulsively. The Japanese leader maintained a semblance of rationality, although the odds were slim. He wished to ensure the survival of as many of his people as possible. "Our demise may grant life to more of our kin. As long as a single Japanese remains, there is hope. Great Xia is a land of propriety, and their promises will be fulfilled. Honorable defender of Great Xia, will you spare our people and allow them to seek refuge in other lands?" To the inquiry posed by the Japanese leader, Gongsun Chu responded candidly, "Yes." "Excellent." Upon receiving the desired answer, the Japanese leader knelt and drew his katana from his waist. "Esteemed guests, I shall take my leave first." With that declaration, a fervent energy emanated from him. He was severing his covenant template. Once this step was completed, he would no longer be the exalted 9th-tier transcendent, but a mere mortal. "Do not do this." "No, The high-ranking Japanese behind him attempted to intervene, but were swiftly dispatched by Gong Sun Chu's blade, leaving no trace. Such was the might of a ninth-tier powerhouse. Those below that level faced utter annihilation. If you desire to forego dignity, then I shall ensure you depart with it. Confronted by Gong Sun Chu's formidable presence and the murderous intent emanating from other seasoned veterans of Great Xia, the Japanese leaders found themselves devoid of alternatives. Their only option was death. In stark contrast to the Japanese, the commander responsible for the Koreans, Baitang Longshao of the Northwest, was far more ruthless. Only the deceased Koreans were worthy of being called good Koreans. In his view, committing such heinous acts rendered any semblance of a conciliatory policy towards the Koreans utterly unnecessary. Only through slaughter could he exact vengeance for the suffering populace. As for whether Li Chunwang, the Korean leader entrenched at Jiyong Pass, would rebel, that was beyond the consideration of a mere defender. Each squad would comprise 10 men, alternating in groups. Not a single Korean would be spared. Defender, a seasoned general from the Northwest Army, stepped forward, not to plead for the Koreans, but to ascertain the extent of the command to leave none alive. Defender, to what extent must we go? To what extent? Baitang Longshao laughed, albeit with a cruel edge. All those beneath the wheel must be executed without exception. Yes, this was a grand feast, yet an unexpected turn awaited at the Korean capital. It was evident that all the high-ranking Koreans had already withdrawn, suggesting they had long been prepared. This incident serves to illustrate that the internal affairs of the Great Xia have languished and become riddled with deficiencies due to an extended period devoid of large-scale external conflicts. A significant war looms on the horizon. This is a matter for the higher echelons to deliberate, while we must ensure that the presence of the Goryeo people is eradicated from the entirety of Blue Star. The southeastern garrison has been effectively managing the expulsion and suppression of the Jiaoji people. They yearn for the Great Xia far more than the Goryeo or the Wokou. However, due to the folly of the higher-ups, they have been stripped of their citizenship. Yet, compassion will not be bestowed upon them. Those who err must atone through the hardships of the future. As the garrison undertakes the reckoning of the 3 minority groups, 6 figures traverse the skies from the capital of the Great Xia. The first elder, Ing Zurung, a pact-bearer of the imperial template of the ancestor dragon Ing Zheng, seeks to hold the Despair Alliance accountable. The second elder, Lu Ji, a pact-bearer of the imperial template of the Crimson Emperor, demands justice from the Holy Roman Empire of the West. The third elder, Lu Wenye, a pact-bearer of the imperial template of the militaristic Zhur, seeks retribution from the City of Sin. The fourth elder, Yang Wudi, a pact-bearer of the imperial template of the Sage Khan, holds the Inner Federation accountable. The fifth elder, Li Changa, a pact-bearer of the imperial template of the Celestial Khan, seeks to bring the mixed-blood nations to justice. The sixth elder, Zhu Wenqian, a pact-bearer of the imperial template from Beggar to the Eternal Emperor, demands accountability from the Bear Nation. These 6 covenant bearers of Eternal Emperors represent the indomitable forces of the Great Xia, having transcended the 9th tier. Such formidable power has not graced Blue Star in ages. Their emergence sends ripples through the entire realm, leaving the 6 great powers in a state of unease, uncertain whether they are to face oblivion or a future more dire than the end of days itself. Chapter 68. The Great Xia no longer requires a sharpening stone. Old man Ing Ziren, come forth. The resounding voice echoed throughout the Blue Star. Under the banner of the Despair Alliance, the extraordinary beings, mortals, and smaller affiliated factions emerged from their quarters, shaken by the unexpected turn of events. What lay before them exceeded the boundaries of their imagination. An immense figure, ageless and radiant, adorned with the celestial seal of eternal mandate, loomed ominously above the Despair Alliance, as if it were poised to descend at any moment. This was a divine power, a celestial phenomenon that only the mightiest could wield. All within the Despair Alliance beheld this colossal form, capable of subduing the heavens. Mighty One of the Great Xia, please do not be enraged. A diminutive figure emerged from the headquarters of the Despair Alliance. It was President John, the ostensible strongest among them. A contract-bound genius of the imperial tier, akin to Einstein. He approached the great elder with a humble bow, too intimidated to even summon his spirits for confrontation. I assure you, on my honor, that no one within the Despair Alliance seeks to incite turmoil in the Great Xia. We have been deceived by the insidious Koreans, who exploited our desire to contend with the Great Xia. Silence. Ziren was not present to hear the excuses of the Despair Alliance. He had come to demand accountability. Confession must be accompanied by a sincere attitude. Tell me, how do you intend to atone? Upon hearing this, President John's expression soured. Esteemed might of the Great Xia, the Despair Alliance is willing to offer an unlimited supply of body-enhancing liquids and evolution crystals in reparations. These treasures, unique to the lands of the Despair Alliance, could fortify the bodies and minds of extraordinary beings below the third tier, representing invaluable resources. Insufficient. Ziren scoffed. Mia tresos. The Great Xia possesses an abundance of such. Produce something of substance, or else today, the ancestral dragons Qin Ruishi shall raise the entire Despair Alliance. Pale-faced, President John knew the true might of the Great Xia, unlike the ordinary citizens under the Despair Alliance's rule. As the possessor of the ancient tome, he was acutely aware of the countless contract-bound beings hidden away over millennia, many of whom had transcended the ninth tier of power. In comparison, the Despair Alliance appeared as an infant just born. Esteemed might of the Great Xia, we are prepared to offer everything we possess. Then so be it. Ziren brusquely interrupted John's words. I require the Despair Alliance to furnish a military force composed of extraordinary beings above the third tier. The preliminary number shall be 200,000. Provide a military force? President John's demeanor softened slightly. The conscription systems of the Despair Alliance differed from that of the Great Xia. They operated under a feudal system, wherein formidable extraordinary beings, with the president's authorization, could establish their own fiefdoms along the stretch of the Great Wall for which the Despair Alliance was responsible. These extraordinary beings possessed the ability to recruit their own formidable armies and hold a degree of sovereignty. However, they are still bound to pledge allegiance to the Alliance. Esteemed King of the Great Xia, may I inquire as to why we are required to furnish troops? Only with justifiable reasons can we mobilize the vassals of the Great Wall. To serve as mere cannon fodder, Ziren has made his intentions glaringly clear. Furthermore, he seeks to utterly strip these individuals of their sovereignty. Not only that, but from this moment forth, the League of Desperation shall no longer require a president. The Great Xia shall establish the League of Desperation's comfort office, and from now on, your military and political powers shall entirely belong to the Great Xia. What? President John was rendered utterly speechless. The army he provided was not only destined to be used as fodder, but the entire League of Desperation was to become a subsidiary of the Great Xia. This is undoubtedly an unacceptable proposition. Esteemed King of the Great Xia, under such conditions, the League of Desperation will not acquiesce. We have hundreds of millions of citizens and tens of millions of extraordinary beings. No one is willing to become a slave to another. At this juncture, President John was prepared for a desperate confrontation. Ziren did not rush to take action. He simply articulated a fact with calmness. I'm not proposing. I'm issuing a command. One thing you must understand is that the so-called League of Desperation, the Holy Roman Empire of the West, that federation, you are merely the whetstone established by the Great Xia for new, extraordinary beings. Presently, the unwarranted ambitions are driving you into the abyss. If you do not come to a clear understanding of the might of the Great Xia, all that awaits you is annihilation. Moreover, true war is about to descend once more. The Great Xia no longer requires a whetstone. Upon completing his statement, a terrifying disturbance erupted in a certain location on Blue Star, emanating from that federation. Yang Wudi, infuriated by the foolish and ignorant leaders of that federation, recklessly unleashed the full might of the Sage Khan. This ancient emperor, who once initiated the era of enlightenment in the annals of Great Xia's history, has received a terrifying enhancement in this world. Under his imperial domain, all foreign races must submit. Boom! The continuous explosions, coupled with the celestial rain of meteors, marked the first occasion for the new generation of Blue Star to witness how a being that transcends the ninth tier defies the heavens. In the capital of the Great Xia, Lu Qi and his companions, having just returned to the military academy, were experiencing the might of the invincible under Wang Lin's guidance. Lu Qi. Wang Lin called out to this student destined for unparalleled prowess, his expression grave. In the future, you too shall be immensely powerful. Lu Qi remained silent, quietly absorbing the aura of the invincible. Wang Lin. At that moment, a teacher from the Great Siam Military Academy approached. There is news. A major operation is imminent across the entirety of the Great Xia. All faculty and students are to enter the extraterrestrial battlefield in 1 month. This time is true warfare. However, this year's new students may choose not to participate. The sound of explosions persisted for less than half an hour before it finally ceased. Everyone awaited the outcome. The Federation is no more. As Yang Wudi's voice reverberated throughout the Blue Star, the forces beyond the Great Xia were, for the first time, acquainted with the fury of thunder. The Federation, one of the 6 major powers, was annihilated by the hand of a single individual. Yang Wudi epitomized the essence of invincibility, simultaneously revealing to the world the unparalleled strength of the Great Xia. Cold sweat trickled down President John's forehead as he found himself devoid of any will to resist. Perhaps, as Ing Ziren had remarked, granting them further power would indeed plunge them into an abyss of despair. Esteemed champion of the Great Xia, I am willing to heed your command. Very well. Ing Ziren nodded slightly. Summon all the leaders of the Despair Alliance. Let them accompany me back to the Great Xia. Furthermore, there is no need to mobilize your reserves. Those undead are of no assistance on the outer battlefield. Rather, they may be exploited by alien races. Inform your so-called vassals to immediately gather their armies. A grand war is imminent. Such scenes unfolded across the Blue Star. Likewise, after swiftly restoring order, the Great Xia issued a mobilization order to the Blue Star and the various Great Wall defense lines. Following the rebellion of the Koreans, the Jeong Pass was bound to face complications. Although the high command of the Great Xia did not explicitly state it, some strategically astute generals had already foreseen the impending turmoil. A protracted conflict was on the horizon. Chapter 69. The Great Rebellion of Jeong Pass. Within a resplendent palace at Jeong Pass, Li Chunwang, bearing a servile countenance, knelt before a statue. After a prolonged moment, he gradually rose, revealing a cruel and fervent smile upon his face. Success. He had effectively executed the scheme devised with the esteemed one. By inciting turmoil within the Blue Star, he had managed to secure a precious day for the rebellion at Jeong Pass. "Oh, Great One," he proclaimed, "I shall construct the pathway to guide your descent into the mortal realm. Simultaneously, I will lead those willing to submit to you, transforming them entirely into divine beings." The statue he venerated glimmered with a crimson light, seemingly responding to his words. "Let it be known to the esteemed warriors of Goryeo, the era belonging to our great Goryeo has commenced. We shall tread upon the corpses of the Daxia and ascend to divinity. Act immediately." None of this escaped the keen eyes of one man. The former commander of Shanhaiguan, Wu Jingzhong, who had contracted the first-rate template of the Pingxi king, Wu Sangue, had received instructions from the Daxia Elder Council to initiate contact with Li Chunwang after concluding a meeting that day. Upon the Daxia's high-ranking officials confirming Li Chunwang's traitorous identity, he adeptly navigated through layers of Daxia's secretive operatives, successfully gaining a measure of trust from Li Chunwang. Naturally, Li Chunwang would not divulge the pivotal matter of inciting chaos within the Blue Star to him. However, he was determined to have Wu Jingzhong lead the rebellion, for only then could he ascertain whether Wu Jingzhong truly pledged allegiance to a foreign race. "General Wu, I have concealed nothing from you. Are you prepared to truly sever ties with humanity?" Severing ties with humanity? In truth, Wu Jingzhong was averse to the notion. Yet, some tasks must be undertaken by oneself rather than left for others. As a former commander of Shanhaiguan who had committed grave errors, he felt a moral obligation to atone for his past. Moreover, the Daxia military had quietly redeployed their forces surrounding Jeong Pass long ago. What remained were the subservient armies of the Japanese and the Jiaoji, along with other factions. The Japanese and Jiaoji were not loyal to Daxia, and eliminating them posed no challenge. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Wu Jingzhong's expression hardened with resolution and indignation. General Li, from the moment the Daxia High Command suspected me, I have been prepared to sever ties with them. What is the worth of human existence? Our flesh is frail, our power insignificant. Only by transforming into true divine beings can we escape the realm of mere ants and relish this splendid world. Wu Jingzhong's words were eloquent, yet they failed to sway Li Chunwang. General Wu, anyone can speak beautifully, but that proves nothing. Take my personal guards and annihilate those unwilling to join the divine race. Upon your return, I shall beseech the esteemed one to bestow upon you a vial of the bloodline potion. With it, you shall fulfill your desire and become a true divine being. Do you understand? I understand. Wu Jingzhong replied without hesitation, turning and striding towards the exit. Li Chunwang gazed at his silhouette, revealing a faint smirk. He was fixated, ready to strike him down at the slightest hint of movement. Loyalty, fidelity. Within the Great Wall at Jiong Pass, the human populace was vast, numbering at least several hundred million, predominantly descendants of the Goryeo people, with a minor representation of the Daxiao lineage. The defending forces, however, were entirely composed of the three minority ethnicities and their progeny. Originally, the garrison at Jiong Pass was predominantly made up of Daxia soldiers, but under Li Chunwang's insidious reallocation, these Daxia troops were dispatched to other great cities. The advantages of this maneuver were evident. Confronted with these individuals, Wu Jingzhong harbored no compassion. A certain 100-man squad, led by a remarkable Japanese warrior known as the 100 House, had scarcely exited the barracks when Wu Jingzhong swiftly struck him down with a single blow. Do you wish to become a member of the divine race? Wu Jingzhong posed his question swiftly, providing no time for the soldiers to contemplate. After 2 breaths, the Japanese soldiers, still reeling from the shock, were met with Wu Jingzhong's final decree. Their refusal to join the divine race sealed their fate, kill. Under his command, Li Chunwang's personal guards swiftly executed the order, annihilating the squad of Japanese warriors in the blink of an eye. Thus, Wu Jingzhong remained unaware of the countless lives he had taken until he encountered a battalion composed of the Great Wall Daxia people. Do you wish to become a member of the divine race? The same words, yet on this occasion, they carried a different weight. Traitors. Indeed, although the Great Wall Daxia people had never returned to their ancestral star, their loyalty remained unwavering. Refuse to join, and you shall perish. Grasping the bloody blade, which had claimed innumerable lives, Wu Jingzhong silently approached them. This action instinctively tightened the grip of Li Chunwang's guards on their weapons. Whether Wu Jingzhong truly sought to join the divine race would be revealed in the ensuing moments. I'd rather die than become a lackey. 18 years later, yet again, a valiant man emerged. Prêt to us, D. The response from the Great Wall Daxia people was fierce, undeterred by the vast disparity in strength. As they launched an assault against Wu Jingzhong, they were all valiant men. A flicker of hesitation crossed Wu Jingzhong's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by ruthlessness. From a day he resolved to embrace the darkness, he had severed his retreat. Even when faced with his own comrades, he could only wield the blade mercilessly. Rest easy, brothers. I shall honor you with the lives of 100 foes. If there ever came a day when he could return to the light, this life would be yours. Observing Wu Jingzhong's actions, Li Chunwang's guards felt a surge of confidence and hurriedly reported the events to Li Chunwang. In the garrison of Jiong Pass, upon learning of Wu Jingzhong's aggression towards the Great Wall Daxia people, Li Chunwang revealed a satisfied smile. Since Wu Jingzhong had genuinely pledged allegiance, it was time to activate the summoning array for the arrival of the esteemed one. As he spoke, Li Chunwang approached the statue with purpose. Great Lord, I will summon you from amidst of humanity with the blood of countless souls to reign over this world. As Li Chunwang recited those sacrificial prayers for the human race, an eerie light began to illuminate the Jiong Pass. Within the city of Jiong Pass, countless members of the San Shao ethnic group watched with exhilaration as the rebel forces slaughtered those unwilling to submit to the foreign invaders. What splendid killings! Once we have annihilated them all, we shall ascend to become the exalted divine race. They exclaimed with glee. Let those contemptible Daxia people look down upon us. They deserve it. This is exhilarating. General Li Chunwang is indeed our savior. While this group reveled in their triumph, the flesh and blood of the slaughtered began to transform into a torrent of crimson energy, merging into the grand formation. How beautiful! The Sanshao people, having resolved to become the pawns of the foreign race, were entranced, oblivious to the changes occurring beneath their feet, to summon powerful, invincible beings from another realm. The energy from mere flesh and blood was insufficient. What is happening? Suddenly, a Korean felt his strength ebbing away ceaselessly. Have you noticed, He had just begun to raise his head to inquire of his companions when he was met with a scene that filled him with profound dread. The people surrounding him aged at a visibly alarming rate. Some had already entirely lost their vitality, frozen in the poses of their former lives. No, this is not right. The Korean attempted to flee, but it was far too late. He aged at the speed of light, his life extinguished, and ultimately, he disintegrated into dust, vanishing completely. Meanwhile, the life energy coalesced in the sky, forming a colossal spatial gate that connected to a strange world. O revered one, I beseech you, descend upon us. Chapter 70. The War Begins. The news of rebellion at Juyong Pass spread like wildfire along the entire Great Wall defense line. The communication with Juyong Pass was severed, and the colossal city was restructured, isolating Juyong Pass from any external contact. Upon receiving the news, the commanders at various major passes, whether from the Great Xia or other factions, responded uniformly. Amidst the thunderous roars, the colossal cities connected to Juyong Pass through the indomitable walls abruptly severed their links. Subsequently, those cities that had cut ties with Juyong Pass under the command of their respective generals formed a blockade, isolating Juyong Pass entirely. After executing these measures, the commanders left sufficient forces to guard the Great Wall, while the remaining soldiers surged forth. They mobilized their troops and formed ranks. Given that this was a rebellion, the commanding generals of the colossal cities were granted the authority to deploy their armies. However, they could not initiate an offensive. They could only array their forces at the front line, awaiting orders from higher authorities. At this moment, on Blue Star, the Great Xia Elder Council had completely subdued the realm. Aside from the obliterated Federation, all other factions had, on the surface, become vassals of the Great Xia. The Elder Council had no time to discern whether their submission was genuine. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. Faced with the war between humanity and alien races, unifying all forces to confront the threat was the path forward. Once the military formations of the 5 major factions were assembled, they immediately launched an assault on Juyong Pass. With the issuance of the Elder Council's first order, yet another war between the alien races and humanity commenced. We must go. Within the Great Xia Military Academy, upon learning that the higher-ups had granted them the green light, Lu Qi and his companions were filled with righteous indignation. Our lives were saved by teacher Yunfei. This is his home, and ours as well. Though our strength may be feeble, the Great Xia has not placed us on the front lines. We are merely tasked with cleaning the battlefield or standing guard. Are we not even as worthy as those mortals laboring in the flesh factories? Hearing the heartfelt patriotism of the new students, Wang Lin nodded slightly. Rest assured, you shall indeed step onto the battlefield. Before Wang Lin could elaborate further, a resounding shout echoed throughout Blue Star. The war had begun. In the same courtyard, the Elder Council, having addressed the hidden dangers on Blue Star, summoned all available forces. This time, the alien races utilized the Koreans as a catalyst to incite war, and I failed to perceive it. I bear the guilt of negligence. Grand Eldering Zirin rose and bowed to the assembly. Acknowledging one's errors is paramount. There is nothing more to discuss. I underestimated the alien races and the resolve of their pawns. I had initially believed I could devise a plan to deliver a fatal blow to the aliens through Li Chunwang's rebellion. However, it now appears that I was mistaken. I shall atone for this oversight with countless lives of the alien races. Upon concluding his statement, the numerous formidable figures of the Great Xia displayed no change in expression. The Grand Elder is in the right. Mistakes are not to be feared. What matters is the ability to rectify them. As the blazing light in the eyes of the onlookers intensified, the Grand Elder promptly declared the decision reached by the Council of Elders the advisory department, and the military. This time, the council would dispatch me, Ing Ziren, along with Elder Li Chang'e and Elder Zhu Wenxuan, to fortify the front lines. Simultaneously, an army composed of the major legions from the Great Wall would be formed, with the primary objective of reclaiming Juyong Pass, while the extermination of human traitors and the infliction of casualties upon the alien races would be secondary goals. A great battle would ensue at Juyong Pass against the alien forces and their lackeys. Convey my orders. With the Grand Elder's command, all high-ranking officials of the Great Xia rose in unison. From this moment forth, the entire Great Xia would enter a state of war, with all factories commencing operations. Remember, regardless of the quantity produced, it must be utilized for the people, ensuring frontline supplies remain paramount. Should corruption be discovered, the punishment shall extend to the entire clan. All reserve forces, including university-trained officers, shall undergo wartime training, and any extraordinary individuals above the 3rd tier, regardless of their contract template level, will be converted to reserve status. Students from the Great Xia Military Academy, excluding freshmen, will immediately be deployed into various military units to serve as junior commanders. Disloyalty must be eradicated. External threats cannot be addressed without first securing internal stability. The Great Xia's covert operatives will assume all essential positions. Han Feng, you shall lead the advisory department alongside Elder Li Chang'e at the front line of Shanhai Pass. Keep in mind, your duties are monumental. You will be responsible for processing all information regarding the war and the overarching strategic situation, as well as making tactical arrangements. The remaining ministers attend to your respective duties. The 5 guardians, alongside Elder Zhu Wenxuan, will serve as reserve forces on the lengthy defense line from the moon base to Saturn. Remember, should the front line falter, you will be the last bastion for the entire Blue Star. The remaining generals will be commanded by me, mustering all of Blue Star's warriors to march towards Juyong Pass. Do you comprehend? We understand. The response from the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia resonated with thunderous might. Ordinarily, I would grant you a few moments to bid farewell to your families. However, the situation at Juyong Pass is dire, as the lackey Li Chunwang has already activated the summoning formation for the invincible beings of the alien race. We cannot afford to delay. Command the frontline generals to initiate the attack with the 1,000,000 warriors from the 5 major factions. We shall depart immediately. This is a magnificent spectacle. Countless mortals residing on Blue Star witness, for the first time, an extraordinary assembly of beings rushing to the extraterrestrial battlefield. They ascend like meteors from various corners of Blue Star, ultimately coalescing in the sky into immense battle formations. In this moment, regardless of their past identities, they all share a singular name: humanity. Are you prepared? In a bid to instill an indomitable belief among the people of Blue Star, the Grand Elder summoned the war chariot of the ancestral dragon. This ancient war chariot, enhanced by the tomes of antiquity, was drawn by 9 divine dragons. Its bronze body radiating a golden glow. With the roar of the chariot, the 9 dragons soared into the heavens, their roars echoing through the sky. The Grand Elder, Ing Ziren, stood atop the war chariot, his right hand firmly grasping the Qin ancient sword that glimmered with a chilling light. In his left hand, he held the imperial seal of the human sovereign, with violet mist swirling majestically across 80,000 miles. Ready. Upon receiving an affirmative response, Grand Elder Ing Ziren pointed the Qin sword directly at Juyong Pass. Advance. As his command resonated, the battle formations began to mobilize. Behind the Grand Elder, countless formidable warriors of the Great Xia ascended into the sky, their momentum as fierce as a rainbow. We shall return victorious. Meanwhile, within Juyong Pass, Li Chunwang, who had sacrificed countless lives, gazed fervently at the encircling human soldiers. Come fort, with your blood, forge my ascent to the divine race. As the clan leader, just as Li Chunwang was lost in his reverie, a messenger from the fallen Goryeo entered. No, they could no longer be called Goryeo. They were now the Turncoat clan. This designation was bestowed upon them by the alien races, a name that carried significant connotations, yet Li Chunwang remained indifferent. As long as he could ascend to the divine race, he would not mind even becoming a mere hound. Reinforcements from a divine race have arrived. What? Upon hearing such exhilarating news, Li Chunwang's face blossomed like a chrysanthemum. With the divine race's support, the heavens had opened. What were we waiting for? Quickly, let the esteemed ones mobilize. Hearing Li Chunwang's words, the turncoat clan messenger hesitated. Li Chunwang noticed the messenger's unease. Speak freely. The esteemed ones have commanded that we, the turncoat clan, shall advance first. Chapter 71. This is the true nature of war. Let us take the lead. The betrayer clan? Li Chunwang hesitated, for his forces numbered only in the hundreds of thousands, while the opposing human warriors, at the very least, numbered in the millions. Victory was utterly unattainable. No, rather than a battle, it felt more like a sacrificial offering, a march to their doom. Inform the esteemed one that we are prepared to take the forefront. Yet might we request their swift support? After all, what is left to say? Before Li Chunwang could complete his thought, a humanoid figure from the alien race entered the room. This being, a grotesque amalgamation of brass and flesh, bore sharp horns and bone spikes that rendered it particularly fearsome. Upon sighting the newcomer, Li Chunwang's expression darkened. It was a noble of the bloodletting clan. Scoundrel! The noble of the bloodletting clan struck Li Chunwang across the face with a resounding slap. The weaklings of the betrayer clan were unworthy to stand before a noble of the bloodletting clan, let alone speak. Although the bloodletting clan was not the most formidable among the alien races, overshadowed by terror-inducing tribes such as the Flesh Reapers, Brass Hounds, and bloodthirsty demons, they worshipped a supreme deity, the king of brass and blood, who reigned as an absolute power among the alien races. Consequently, a mere traitor from the betrayer clan was of no consequence to a bloodletting noble. You, Li Chunwang caressed his scorched face, the pain igniting his fury. The bloodletting noble was imbued with fervent heat, their very essence ablaze, capable of incinerating all with a mere touch. The deity we of the betrayer clan revere is no lesser than yours. You cur. Another slap from the bloodletting noble followed. Do you think the order to send you to your deaths originated from me? Hurry and assault the human battle formation, or I shall not hesitate to slay every last one of your betrayer clan, offering your heads to appease our god. With that, the bloodletting noble licked its blood-red fangs, wearing an expression that was a macabre blend of mirth and sorrow. Damn it! Li Chunwang cursed inwardly as he clenched his fists. But ultimately, he had no choice but to engage in battle, for this was the fate of those who served as dogs to the alien races. If one refuses to embrace their humanity, the aliens would never regard them as such. Let us march forth into battle against the humans. With that proclamation, a pair of raven wings, shimmering with violet light, unfurled from Li Chunwang's back, and his form began to metamorphose into that of a bird. Having long since decided to become a pawn of the alien races, he had consumed the bloodline elixir bestowed by the unconquerable of the alien realm. His strength had now transcended his former self, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th tier. At your command, clan leader, under Li Chunwang's directive, hundreds of thousands of betrayer clan warriors surged forth from Jiong Pass, charging towards the human battle formation. The alien forces have commenced their assault. Kill! At this moment, within the ranks of the human forces, the 5 major factions, poised to launch an assault on Jiong Pass, redirected their efforts upon learning of the treachery of the human traitors. Brothers. Leading the charge was the president of the former Despair Alliance, now the deputy director of the Despair Alliance's envoys department, John, who had arrived ahead of the others. Following him were high-ranking members from the 5 major factions, their powers ranging from the 7th to the 9th tier. Esteemed comrades, regardless of the circumstances, our conflict with the alien races is one of life and death. We would rather perish on the battlefield than become traitors to humanity. For the sake of our kin, let us slay these individuals, who may have harbored various thoughts not long ago, were now united as one under the banner of humanity. A million barbarian warriors and hundreds of thousands of defectors clashed like 2 plumes of dark smoke upon the vast battlefield of the starry sky before Jiong Pass. In that fleeting moment, countless low-tier, transcendent beings were reduced to dust, forever lost on the battlefield. No, it cannot be termed as an alien battlefield. This is the territory of humanity, not a true foreign domain. Only by annihilating all the traitorous factions that have sullied the honor of humanity can we advance to the genuine battlefield beyond. Kill. The ninth-tier powerhouse, John unabashedly revealed his true form, a grotesque figure whose strikes were nothing short of terrifying. This is the power of science, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The cosmos reverberated with fury. Countless traitorous beings were reduced to ashes beneath this strike. Yes, the soldiers of the 5 factions were invigorated, pushing their lines fiercely towards Juyong Pass. Though the barbarians lacked eloquence, their courage was commendable. They often required merely an inspiring leader to charge forth, ultimately meeting a glorious death in battle. This was also the reason why the Great Xia had accepted them as vassal troops. Of course, if they managed to survive, the upper echelons of the Great Xia would not be stingy, offering them fiefs along the Great Wall and the lands of the barbarian people. Regardless of the outcome, these individuals would ultimately be firmly under the control of the unique political machinations of the Great Xia. Outside the battlefield, the Great Xia forces stood ready, led by the divine General Lu Jian. Behind him were several formidable generals bound by powerful contracts. General Lu, at this rate, it should be no trouble for the vassal troops to annihilate these despicable lackeys. Should we send our sons to encircle them from other flanks? Indeed, General. The young ones are eager to achieve merit. If the glory is claimed by the barbarians, what will become of them? Patience, Lu Jian replied, his gaze serious. Not hasty to join the fray. He sensed that the alien races would undoubtedly strike back. Moreover, the portal extending for countless miles was not something he, a mere 9th-tier powerhouse, could hope to breach. It would require an invincible presence of at least the 9th tier to shatter it. Thus, he must prioritize caution. When will the forces of the Grand Elder arrive? Upon Lu Jian's inquiry, the officer responsible for liaison promptly reported back. At least 2 hours are required. Our transport vessels on Blue Star are insufficient, as each major checkpoint has dispatched its own transport craft. At this juncture, a valiant general interrupted the military leader's discourse. Why did the Grand Elder not arrive in advance? The response was that the Grand Elder feared ambushes by alien forces along the way. Upon concluding, Lu Jian shifted his gaze back to the clashing parties. Prepare yourselves. Should the specter of the alien army emerge, we shall engage immediately. Yes, within the walls of Juyong Pass, the bloodletting vampire lord regarded the formidable stronghold with a complex expression. The human race, a once mighty lineage, has finally succumbed to internal strife. A prominent scar marred the visage of the formidable bloodletting vampire lord, a testament left by a valiant human warrior in his dying moments. To honor that individual, the bloodletting vampire lord had meticulously preserved his severed head, carrying it as a most resplendent trophy. Caressing the skull upon his person, the bloodletting vampire lord murmured, "The city you once swore to protect with your life is now mine." With that declaration, the massive flame sword in his other hand erupted into a fierce blaze. Va? Slaughter, skulls, and blood. This encapsulates the very essence of our bloodletting clan's existence. Those accursed traitors have proven their worth. Now it is our turn to render the final judgment upon this conflict. We shall construct a throne from the heads of the human race, to welcome the invincible among our kin. With their blood and skulls, we shall appease our deity. Kill. With the utterance of the bloodletting vampire lord's command, an innumerable horde of bloodletting vampires surged forth from behind him. They resembled a blazing spear, charging towards the formations of the 5 great powers. The true war has descended. Lu Jian wielded his gleaming saw-like weapon. Charge. Chapter 72. The 2 choices facing Lu Qi. To kill. Never retreat. Fight until death. As the armies of the Great Xia and the Bloodsucker clan joined the fray, the intensity of the conflict escalated dramatically. Kings confronted kings, generals faced generals. The Bloodsucker clan's lords immediately clashed with the Great Xia's divine general, Lu Jian. Li Chunwang was equally embroiled in a fierce battle with John. The remaining warriors found their respective adversaries, each striving desperately to vanquish the other. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, countless humans and alien races engaged in a savage melee, limbs severed and blood spilled, as a myriad of combat techniques and spells filled the air. At this moment, the power of technology became less significant. Although some logistical contractors piloted various combat aircraft into the battle, their fates were often grim. Yet, there were exceptions. Certain contractors who had bonded with formidable mech templates transformed into colossal war beasts, reaping havoc on the battlefield. However, such occurrences were rare and could not alter the tide of war. Only the invincible could change the outcome of the conflict. Thus, all beings eagerly awaited the arrival of their own champions. Whosoever arrived first would possess an unparalleled advantage, with just one more hour to endure. With Lu Jian's mighty shout, the heroic spirits behind him suddenly coalesced. The martial saint of humanity, the bodhisattva of the K, Itagarba, the god of war, the legendary Guan Yu, with his captivating phoenix eyes, grasped the green dragon crescent blade, riding the fiery steed, red hair, making a grand entrance. A deity of humanity? Not quite, yet still deserving of homage from his followers. Upon witnessing Guan Yu, the Bloodsucker clan's lord was filled with fervor, the flames within him surging violently. To slay you. Who shall slay whom? Lu Jian, undaunted, charged towards the Bloodsucker clan's lord. Simultaneously, the true form of his heroic spirit opened its phoenix eyes. The bloodshed continued. Countless lives stained the starry sky. Within the Great Xia Military Academy, the newly enlisted students destined for the extraterrestrial battlefield received yet another command from the High Command. The newcomers were to undergo special training, needing to attain at least the third tier of the extraordinary and complete the second template contract before they could participate in battle. Upon receiving such orders, the fervor that had coalesced among the newcomers dissipated instantly. Most of them were contractors of first-tier templates, and elevating to the third tier of the extraordinary would require at least a year. Of course, Lu Qi was an exception. He was ostensibly of imperial tier, yet in reality, he possessed a saintly tier template. Should he release the restraints he placed upon himself, he could reach the third tier of the extraordinary in no more than 2 months. As Lu Qi pondered whether to relinquish his rigorous training of body and spirit to ascend to the third tier, Wang Lin, who had just concluded delivering the orders, called out to him once more. Lu Qi and Zhuge Tao, please come here. Yes. In the office of the Great Xia Military Academy, Wang Lin retrieved 2 items and placed them before Lu Qi. Qi, you must listen attentively to my words. This sentiment is not solely my own. It reflects the intentions of the upper echelons of the Great Xia. Upon hearing this, Qi's expression turned serious. He had always been aware of the protection afforded to him by the higher authorities and understood their genuine concern for his thoughts, never imposing any coercive demands upon him. Thus, he willingly contributed to the cause of Great Xia. Now that the higher-ups had entrusted Teacher Wang to converse with him, it must pertain to a matter of great significance. I'm all ears. Teacher Wang, please proceed. Wang Lin nodded slightly. Your importance, I presume, requires no further elaboration from me. The higher-ups have presented you with 2 choices. The first option is to consume these rare treasures to ascend to the third tier of the extraordinary realm. Following that, you would depart from Blue Star, accompanied by a select group of future seeds, to the location of the ancient book. There, you would encounter no peril, and the abundant resources would allow you to cultivate to an exceptionally high level. If, and I emphasize if, we were to fail, you and your companions would serve as the seeds for the revival of humankind. At this juncture, Wang Lin paused, silently assessing Qi's expression. Teacher, please continue. Qi urged, prompting a slight shift in Wang Lin's demeanor. He had grasped the implication in Qi's gaze. He would not opt for the first choice. After a soft sigh, Wang Lin revealed the 2 items before him. This is from the League of Despair. Oh, I beg your pardon. There is no longer a League of Despair. These are the rare treasures from the League's Consolation Division, body refining liquid and evolutionary crystals. You're likely aware of their functions. They can flawlessly refine the body and mind of extraordinary beings below the third tier. What lies before you are the very finest among them. According to the estimates of the General Staff, should you consume them, you could enter the third tier of the extraordinary realm within a month without any adverse effects. At that point, you would be able to initiate the second template contract and venture into the outer battlefield. With that, Wang Lin's tone shifted. Qi, As a personal friend, and in my capacity as a confidant of Yun Fei, I implore you to select the first option. You possess a bright future. There is no need to engage in battle at this juncture. The lessons from military training have already been profound. If you diligently cultivate within a decade, you could ascend to a level beyond the 7th tier. By then, defeating enemies of higher tiers would be commonplace. Teacher Wang, LQE Wang Kun said, swiftly securing the body, refining liquid, and evolutionary crystals. Thank you, but I will choose the second option. As a prodigy of the human race, I must rise through the annihilation of alien foes. What purpose does it serve to hide in a safe corner and cultivate to a high level for our kind? I would rather vanquish all formidable adversaries and culminate in resplendence. In no way shall I shine in the corners. Upon hearing El Chi's resolute words, Wang Lin wished to continue his persuasion, yet was interrupted by an invincible observer who had been silently watching. Let him proceed. As a prodigy of the human race, one must possess an unwavering warrior's heart and an invincible aura. Otherwise, even if he possesses the strength of the mightiest, he will lack the corresponding mindset to wield it. Upon receiving the transmission from the invincible one, Wang Lin could only swallow the comforting words he had yet to utter. Since you have made up your mind, then go forth. The path of every prodigy is forged from the bones of alien races. I hope you can sing your way to becoming another pinnacle for our human race. I will, Teacher Wang. Subsequently, Wang Lin explained the usage of the body refining liquid and the evolution crystal to El Chi. Finally, he presented a new body refining liquid and evolution crystal to Zhuge Tao. Compared to El Chi, Wang Lin's admonitions to Zhuge Tao were of a distinctly lesser caliber. You are a member of the Zhuge family, and I trust you will become El Chi's finest aid. Every prodigy has their strengths and weaknesses. Your purpose is to assist El Chi in analyzing the pros and cons, filling in the gaps. Though my words may seem unfair, they are nonetheless the truth. I hope you do not develop any rebellious sentiments. Should you have any other thoughts, feel free to express them, and the higher-ups will consider them accordingly. The Zhuge family has always been the most reliable strategists of the Great Xia. Practically every powerful warrior or valiant general station in a region has a member of the Zhuge family by their side. I harbor no other thoughts. It is a profound honor to serve as classmate El Chi strategist. Chapter 73, Guidance from Zhuge Tao. The term strategist refers to an individual who aids the sovereign in formulating principal strategies and tactics. Zhuge Tao declared himself as El Chi's strategist, thereby implicitly acknowledging El Chi as his master. El Chi turned to Zhuge Tao, who wore a serious expression, feeling a surge of emotion within. During military training, Zhuge Tao had expressed his willingness to lay down his life for him. When the Rock Emperor template ascended, he had generously offered to share the reward to El Chi. From any perspective, Zhuge Tao was undoubtedly a loyal brother and a steadfast ally. Observing the fervent gaze of El Chi, Zhuge Tao jestingly admonished, "Stop being so sentimental. To serve as your strategist for this imperial-grade template is a tremendous boon for me. You rascal." El Chi shook his head slightly, his resolve solidifying. "Enough," Wang Lin interjected, waving his hand to halt their exchange. "Hurry back to your training. In a month, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you two are the only freshmen eligible to participate in the battle beyond the realm. At that time, do not disgrace the honor of our Daxia Military Academy." "Understood." "Yes." Both El Chi and Zhuge Tao saluted in unison before exiting Wang Lin's office. As they walked down the corridor, Zhuge Tao retrieved the luminous orb that facilitated the template trial. "El Chi, after much contemplation over the past few days, I fear I may struggle to complete the Ascension trial. Perhaps you should seek another classmate with a defensive focus to undertake the template trial instead. After all, a divine-level defensive template is undoubtedly superior to my strategic template." "Take it back," El Chi exclaimed, his eyes widening and his tone decidedly displeased. "What I have given you is yours to keep. I shall not retract it. Besides, how can you be so certain of your inadequacy?" Zhuge Tao sighed deeply. "The template I have contracted belongs to an era filled with illustrious figures. During the mock exams for the college entrance, despite exerting my utmost effort, I could not gain even the slightest advantage over others. In fact, I was treated rather contemptuously. To be candid, I lacked confidence in undertaking his trial. Elchi nearly laughed aloud upon hearing this. All templates in this world originate from narratives of his past life. With just a mere gesture, Zhuge Tao could soar to great heights. Zhuge Tao, who is the template you have contracted? Would you be willing to share? The identity of a contractor's template is considered a grave taboo, and typically, one would not foolishly disclose such information. However, since Zhuge Tao had already acknowledged El Qi as his master in his heart, there was little left to conceal. To be honest, he is a rather obscure figure. You may have never even heard of him. Dongha Chengli. Dongha Chengli? As El Qi walked, he pondered, who is this person? Wait, Dongha. The surname is Cheng. A strategist from an era of remarkable individuals. Could it be that this is Cheng Yu, the one associated with Dongha? Zhuge Tao, have you encountered a remarkable figure sharing your surname in the simulations? Due to the constraints of the ancient tome, Zhuge Tao is unable to disclose anything regarding the contract template he encountered. However, if someone brings up that ancient history, he can respond ambiguously without revealing detailed information. How do you know? Zhuge Tao is utterly perplexed. Could it be that the Covenanter of a saint-level template possesses the ability to peer into other simulations? El Qi would certainly refrain from explaining anything to Zhuge Tao, as his traversal is his greatest secret, one he would take to the grave. Do not concern yourself with that. I shall ask you a few questions. As long as I can ascertain the truth, I can offer you assistance. During your simulation, was it set in a time of dynastic turmoil? Did the world witness the rise of numerous warlords due to certain peculiar reasons? Zhuge Tao nodded vigorously. Was the condition for your template's recognition to become one of the 9 ministers of a nation, and were you granted the title of Marquis? Zhuge Tao nodded once more with fervor. In that era, did it ultimately culminate in the existence of 3 rival states? Zhuge Tao continued to nod vigorously. His gaze towards El Qi now transformed. Remarkable. El Qi thought to himself. One final question. During your simulation, did you encounter the heroic spirit contracted by the divine General Lu Jian? Zhuge Tao was thoroughly convinced, merely nodding to affirm that El Qi's assertions were entirely accurate. It truly is Cheng Yu. After confirming, El Qi fell into contemplation. This is indeed a troubling predicament. It is well known that in order for a template to ascend, it must surpass the highest realm previously attained. Cheng Yu, apart from not having achieved the rank of 3 dukes, has essentially reached the utmost limits available to a minister. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, even if Cheng Yu were to attain the position of a duke in Wei, it would likely prove insufficient for elevating the template's rank. After all, the value of such an achievement is rather meager. I surmise that for a strategy-oriented template to reach the divine level, it must possess the extraordinary talent to reshape the world, not merely through individual prowess, but also by playing a significant role in the unification of a fractured nation. This implies that Cheng Yu's divine template trial is likely to require the unification of the 3 kingdoms. What a hellish challenge! By what merit does he dare to claim such ambition? Observing the changes in El Qi's expression, Zhuge Tao could no longer restrain himself from speaking. Perhaps it would be better to abandon this endeavor. No. After much deliberation, El Qi resolved to grasp at straws. He recalled the novels he had read about the 3 kingdoms and offered Zhuge Tao several suggestions. Zhuge Tao, listen to me. Based on my estimations, for Cheng Li of Dongyi to ascend to a divine template, the unification of the realm is imperative. With this premise in mind, I shall provide you with a few recommendations. First and foremost, regardless of the method employed, you must prevent the Lord in the simulation from committing acts of massacre in cities. Wherever it may occur, it must be halted. Then there is the person who shares your surname. This individual is the key to unifying the realm and is deeply connected to you, thus requiring careful handling. Furthermore, do not be daunted by the title of Divine General. The spirit of General Lu Jian is not the same as the one you encounter in your simulations. Your faction possesses formidable warriors who are equally commendable. Moreover, it is imperative that the heir to your lord enjoys longevity. On the way back to the dormitory, El Qi recounted the strategies for unification he had gleaned from various novels about the 3 kingdoms to Zhuge Tao. For now, these are all the thoughts I can muster. Regardless, this trial opportunity is yours, and I shall never retract it. Zhuge Tao felt overwhelmed. With his intellect alone, he found it challenging to manage so many strategies. This highlights the drawback of lacking a divine spirit. In this world, to attain strength, one must have an ally in the form of spirit. Very well, you may explore this on your own. Upon reaching his single dormitory, El Qi promptly dismissed Zhuge Tao. It is time for me to ascend to the third tier of the extraordinary. Young one, you may certainly bide your time a little longer. The awakened spirit of the Rock Emperor happened to overhear El Qi's musings. The Emperor's techniques focus on foundational strength. If you were inherently a sacred spirit like me, standing at the pinnacle of this continent from birth, your realm would naturally be ever within reach. Yet, you are merely a mortal. Although under the influence of my ancient scriptures, you are transitioning towards becoming a sacred spirit. Still, you remain far from the true essence of one. Senior, El Qi interrupted the Rock Emperor's lecture, producing body-enhancing liquid and evolution crystals. I possess 2 items here, I wonder. The Rock Emperor sensed something, and his tone quivered slightly. Presumptuous young one, are you jesting with this ancient being? If such items exist, simply utilize them. Chapter 74. The ancient tome reopened. The Rock Emperor, visibly irritated, fell silent. With his keen perception, he could easily discern the worth of the 2 items in Lu Qi's possession. Although the body-refining liquid and evolution crystal were not comparable to the unique treasures of his own realm, they were nonetheless quite valuable here. Particularly for a second-tier transcendent like Lu Qi, who could fully benefit from them. Senior, are you upset? Lu Qi remarked with a sly grin, even jesting at the Rock Emperor's expense. Get lost, the Rock Emperor retorted, his irritation palpable. Daring to make a jest of me, if you were in my world, I would have reduced you to dust with a mere slap. Lu Qi merely scoffed, thinking it was hardly jesting. He simply hadn't informed the Emperor in advance about his acquisition of the body-refining liquid and evolution crystal. It rendered the Emperor's admonitions futile, did it not? Clearly embarrassed, the proud Emperor was still as sensitive about his image as ever. What can I do? I must placate you, Lu Qi said. My excitement led me to neglect to inform you beforehand. As a venerable ancient emperor destined to become the supreme progenitor of holy spirits, I trust you won't hold it against a junior like me. After a few breaths, the Emperor's haughty voice rang out once more. Infuriating junior. Quickly consume these damn treasures while I'm still in my right mind. I can offer you some protection. Oh, the arrogant old stone. After a brief internal chuckle, Lu Qi stepped into the secluded chamber. Following Wang Lin's instructions, he swallowed the body-refining liquid and evolution crystal in one gulp. At the front of Jiyong Pass, the warring factions had already witnessed countless casualties. The ground was soaked in blood. The bloodletting vampire lord had lost an arm, and Lu Jian, his adversary, bore injuries as well. At their level, each move contained immense power, and relying solely on their self-healing abilities could hardly restore them. Umans, this battle has already pleased my god. You cannot win. The grotesque visage of the bloodletting vampire lord was contorted in a manner that exaggerated his excitement. Unlike the humans, who had no divine favor, the myriad of gods among the other races was their greatest asset. These so-called deities, formidable in strength, would bestow their so-called blessings wherever they were pleased. Within that portal lay an unparalleled adversary of the other races, a being of supreme power, akin to a false god. The true gods of the other races were hindered by the supreme existences of humanity, unable to descend in their full forms. They could only manifest their false divine bodies through blood rituals to breach the celestial walls. Even so, the strength of these false gods far surpassed that of the invincible beings among humans. It was imperative to prevent the portal from fully opening. Lu Jian's expression turned grave as he gazed at the portal, a resolution forming within him. If the Grand Elder did not arrive in time, he would resort to self-detonation with his heroic spirit to halt the advance. However, before he could contemplate further, the bloodletting vampire lord's eyes gleamed with malice. Humanity, the bloodsucker lord's body, composed of brass and flesh, swelled suddenly, generating a formidable power within. He had received the blessing of a deity, his strength nearing the very limits of the bloodsucker race, on the verge of transcending to another realm. Your head shall become my most treasured possession. For the blood god, whom the bloodsucker lord had long revered, was an alien deity. It was said that the blood god's minions included countless subservient races, dedicated to annihilating the entire world amidst blood and death. Absurd. Lu Jian caressed the cold, exquisite saw in his grasp, scoffing at the so-called servitude to deities. The people of the Great Xia have never worshipped gods, in their eyes. A deity unworthy of safeguarding the Great Xia and bringing peace and tranquility to its people is a malevolent being, deserving of not even a flicker of incense. Lu Jian's disdain incensed the bloodsucker lord, whose eyes ignited with fervent flames, wielding his weapon and charging towards Lu Jian. When this world meets its end, you and I shall become comrades in battle, and then you will understand. The true world is not merely a starry cosmos, but countless great realms, vast enough to form an ocean. Reciting a surrendering verse like poetry, the bloodsucker lord traversed the vast starry skies and confronted Lu Jian. Humanity, the most powerful, contradictory, beautiful, and fragile race among the myriad realms. Boom! The bloodsucker lord's scimitar, ablaze with hellfire, struck heavily against Lu Jian's exquisite saw. The collision of these two weapons, each imbued with different beliefs, caused a collapse in the immediate vicinity. Humanity will prevails over destiny. No matter the time, the people of the Great Xia hold this singular conviction. If humanity cannot alter its fate, then neither can the heavens. As Lu Jian's words echoed, he discerned the fear in the bloodsucker lord's eyes, a primal dread of a superior being. Lu Jian, withdraw. The elder has arrived. Sighing in relief, Lu Jian commanded the army to retreat from the battlefield. Which one of you is it? Take him back. Yingxi Run, embodying the ancestral dragon, tossed the severed head of the alien lord towards the bloodsucker lord, akin to discarding refuse. Behind him, countless troops of the Great Xia assembled, poised for battle, ready to annihilate both the bloodsucker clan and the traitorous race. The deity of humanity. The bloodsucker lord did not gaze upon the head of the alien lord severed in the skirmish against the human stronghold. Instead, he murmured to himself, "Only by wielding blades against the powerful can we appease our god." His fear was obscured by fervor, his gaze gradually resolute as the flames enveloping him blazed with intensity, culminating in a brilliant blaze. Kill. Facing the onslaught of the bloodsucker lord, Elder Yingxi Ren remained unfazed. Once a being transcends the 9th tier, they regard those beneath it with disdain. His objective from the very beginning was singular: to prevent the opening of the portal and to thwart the descent of the invincible beings from another realm. As for this bloodletting noble, I, according to the laws of the Great Qin, sentence you to the most severe punishment, being torn apart by 5 horses. The voice of Ing Ziren was cold and devoid of compassion. Once the verdict was rendered, he ceased to regard the bloodletting noble. The charging noble felt himself ensnared by an invisible force. Subsequently, his body was mercilessly torn asunder by 5 strands of unseen power. The formidable 9th tier powerhouse. The noble of the bloodletting clan was instantaneously shattered into pieces, leaving behind only a wretched cry, staining the starry sky with blood. The human race of the Great Xia formed their military formation, determined to annihilate the foreign beings before them. With a command issued, the battle reignited. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder Ing Ziren approached the portal alone, armed only with his spear. Here, no one could challenge him, allowing him to wield his power without restraint to delay the portal's opening. However, the means to destroy it still required analysis and a plan from the strategy department. For now, they could only continue to hold their ground. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Within the solitary training chamber of the Great Xia Military Academy, El Chi abruptly opened his eyes after consuming 2 rare treasures of heaven and earth. At this moment, he had completely ascended to the 3rd tier of the extraordinary. His physical capabilities had evolved once more. His body, when compared to that of the 2nd tier, was as different as heaven and earth. Most importantly, he had unlocked his own treasure, enhancing all 5 senses remarkably. It was time to once again open the ancient tome and initiate the second contractual template. Chapter 75. A protagonist template like this is better left and used Jugatao. Have you ascended to the divine level? Upon exiting his solitary dormitory, Lu Qi encountered Zhuge Tao waiting outside. At that moment, Zhuge Tao exuded confidence and poise, prompting Lu Qi to feel an urge to slap him twice. Indeed, I meticulously followed the method you imparted, preemptively eliminating potential hazards and steadily advancing, ultimately succeeding in unifying the realm. I have been granted a title. Enough. I have no time for your boasting. Lu Qi interrupted Zhuge Tao, grasping his arm and rushing towards Wang Lin's office. The immediate priority is to swiftly unlock the ancient book and contract the second template. What does Cheng Yu's unification of the three kingdoms have to do with me, the Rock Emperor? Upon arriving at Wang Lin's office without any hindrance, Lu Qi and Zhuge Tao were successfully approved to participate in the second template contract examination. Normally, the second template contract examination coincides with the next college entrance examination. However, extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. The Great Xia is currently engaged in warfare with foreign tribes. All extraordinary individuals who have reached the third tier must prepare to enlist for battle. Consequently, to enhance the survival rate of the soldiers, the Great Xia opens the ancient book once a month, allowing qualified extraordinary beings to enter into contracts. Although this approach consumes considerable resources, it significantly bolsters the strength of new recruits, ensuring their survival. Upon reaching the examination venue, although it was not a sea of people, nearly 1,000 participants were set to take the exam. This figure only represents the number of candidates in the capital. When considering the entire Blue Star, the participants for this second template contract could easily number in the hundreds of thousands. If one accounts for the population of the Wall tribes, it might even reach millions. This vast population base is a key reason why humanity dares to engage in protracted warfare against foreign tribes, navigating the examination hall with ease. Lu Qi picked up the terminal for the ancient book. Heaven bless me. May the Rock Emperor look favorably upon me. This time, I must receive a protagonist-level template. Even if the world of this protagonist is not particularly powerful, I implore you, do not let it be the Tang God King. Do not let it be the Tang God King. As Lu Qi's fervent prayers echoed, the terminal for the ancient book gradually activated. Once again, dozens of ancient tomes appeared, each adorned with the entries of templates on their covers. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qi began to examine the entries of each tome. You, born with exceptional beauty. Despite being a woman, you possess grand ambitions and are the princess of Chonglu, bestowed by the emperor. Alas, your father was slain by your own uncle. You hail from a royal lineage, the legitimate heir of a vast empire. However, your mother has employed certain means to become the ruler of this nation, and she is now preparing to marry you off. Your family is affluent, and at a young age, you have become an officer in the bureaucracy, renowned throughout the realm for your charitable deeds. You, after perusing several entries, Lu Qi felt a weight settle in his heart. Could my luck truly be this dire? It appears that there is no semblance of a protagonist template here. No, that is incorrect. It seems there is indeed a protagonist template. However, such a flawed protagonist template is hardly better than none at all. To manipulate a woman and engage with a figure of divine lineage? What distinguishes that from courting death? Moreover, this despicable sannyasi, even simulating him evokes a visceral discomfort. How repugnant. Having vented my frustrations, El Qi continued to peruse the material. You have just ascended to the leader of the imperial clan, and a mysterious entity has approached you, revealing that he possesses clues that could elevate you to the mightiest being on this continent. You are a physically impaired strategist, and your liege is currently preparing for power struggle. You sit majestically in the Great Hall, while before you stand several blonde-haired, blue-eyed barbarians, presenting bizarre models and expounding on principles you are already well acquainted with. Yet, when you contemplate the ever-strengthening Han people, you dismiss these barbarians as mere blather. You, all right, fine. Is this truly how it shall be? Once again, I am presented with an array of nonsense, none of which is remotely sensible. After a lengthy examination, Elchi's gaze finally settled on the entry labeled leader of the imperial clan. Presently, he bore the saint-level template of the Rock Sovereign. As the progenitor of the sacred spirits, the Rock Sovereign possessed an unparalleled physical form, and his ancient scriptures contain numerous divine techniques, favoring close-quarters combat. Given this, Elchi resolved that his second template should emphasize spiritual prowess. After all, only through the dual cultivation of body and spirit could he genuinely ascend to the pinnacle of power. While the leader of the Imperial clan template may not match the Rock Sovereign in rank, it could still augment his spiritual capabilities significantly. This was the one. Without hesitation, Elchi grasped the ancient tome inscribed with leader of the Imperial clan firmly in hand. Heaven grant that it be the spirit emperor of the flame ancestor world. Accompanied by a radiant light, Elchi's examination for the contract of his second template officially commenced. Fate smiled upon him once more. You were born into the Spirit Clan, one of the 8 great imperial clans of the Martial Chi continent. From the moment of your birth, you recognized that you stood at the apex of this realm. Treasures that others covet are mere trifles to you. As time passed, you keenly observed that in your generation, the bloodline of the Spirit Clan's war emperor had become increasingly diluted, hinting at a decline. Concerning this, you felt utterly powerless, compelled to acquiesce. Decades elapsed, and after enduring brutal battles and trials, you finally distinguished yourself among the candidates for clan leader, ascending to become the new patriarch of the Spirit Clan. At this juncture, a formidable entity, having escaped from some ancient ruins, approached you and divulged a staggering secret. He possessed a method to transform you into a war emperor. From that day forth, a grand ambition began to take root in your heart. You yearned to become the new sovereign of this continent, to ascend as the war emperor. Not long after, your clan's bitter rival, Yi Xian, the leader of the Yi clan, gathered the full might of his clan's bloodline, preparing to forcibly breach the war emperor threshold in hopes of renewing the glory of the Yi clan. Upon receiving this news, how shall you choose to respond in such a situation? In this world, the existence of such formidable individuals is intolerable, as they lead their subordinates to collaborate with that powerful entity and launch a surprise attack on Yi Xian. To remain passive is futile, regardless of your involvement. The assault on Yi Xian is destined to fail. It would be wiser to observe the unfolding events, awaiting Yi Xian's demise, and then swiftly obliterate the Yi clan. The decision lies solely with me. Confronted with the first pivotal choice of the Ling Tian Emperor's life, Elchi gently pinched his chin. To confront Yi Xian directly? In the original course of events, the Ling Tian Emperor had indeed taken such an approach. If I were to follow suit and simultaneously alter other critical junctures in time, might it lead to a different future? No, that path is unfeasible. Yen Zhu is a powerful entity that dominates the heavens, with unmatched forces backing him. Opposing him would be tantamount to courting death. Therefore, option 1 must be dismissed. As for option 2, to neglect Yi Xian, that is equally untenable. The enmity between the Yi clan and the Ling clan is too profound. If I do not redeem the Ling Tian Emperor, his fate will certainly be tragic. As for expending all efforts to annihilate the Yi clan, that would be sheer folly. Who knows if the disappearance of the Yi clan would give rise to the Shao clan or the Wang clan. Furthermore, should my actions be detected by that supreme being in an instant, it would spell disaster. Hence, the only viable choice remaining is option 3. This time, I must ensure that the Mo Tian Emperor undergoes a complete transformation. Only in doing so can I transcend the predetermined fate. I choose 3. The decision is mine. Chapter 76. The Gallant Empire. Here I come with a few swift strokes. The ancient text began to transform. Cackling. After a fit of eerie laughter, you led the elite of the Spirit Clan alongside that formidable entity to the site of Yi Xian's breakthrough. Although you were certain that the Xian clan would not come to the aid of the Yi clan, you prudently dispatched several low-tier battle saints to the Xian clan, just to be on the safe side. By divine fortune, your arrival coincided perfectly with Yi Xian's failure to break through, resulting in a significant decline in the overall strength of the Yi family. This was an unprecedented opportunity. The powerful presence behind you and your kin revealed expressions that you fully understood. You also caught a glimpse of surprise on the face of your nemesis. After a bout of maniacal laughter, you struck with unyielding ferocity. However, your target was not Yi Xian, but rather the enigmatic being beside you. In the wake of Yi Xian's astonished gaze, you unleashed a devastating blow upon the mysterious entity. Yet, you had underestimated its power. The being, whose true form was a foreign flame, retaliated with tremendous force, severely injuring you in the process. Nevertheless, you did not emerge empty-handed in your ambush. The being's spiritual intelligence was obliterated, transforming into a mass of flames, radiating an aura of mystery. Spirit Emperor, what does this mean? Confronted with such a scenario, Yi Xian appeared astonished, but did not lower his guard against you. However, given that the Yi clan's strength had dwindled to nearly nothing, combined with his impending demise, he refrained from making an aggressive move against you unless provoked. Did you think I would seize this opportunity to launch a sneak attack? You know nothing. You were well aware of the deep-seated animosity between the Yi and Ling clans, and Yi Xian would not easily place his trust in you. Thus, after articulating a few thoughts of your own, you chose to stand aside in silence. Before long, the patriarch of the Xian clan, Xian Yuan, arrived at the scene. Noticing the absence of conflict between you two, he seemed somewhat taken aback, yet he refrained from commenting further. Spirit Emperor, this matter concerns the Xian and Yi clans. You may take your leave. In response to Yi Xian's dismissal, you merely replied, "The triangle is the most robust of shapes. Allow me to serve as a witness." Yi Xian remained silent, ultimately giving a slight nod. At this juncture, Lu Qi found himself reflecting on the situation. While it was customary to assist or not, transforming an imperial clan into a subordinate family of a second-rate nation was quite. In this simulation, with your own modifications, it seemed the Xian clan might finally take this matter to heart. You witnessed Yi Xian's entrustment of his family's legacy, observing firsthand as Xian Yuan collected the Yi clan's treasures accumulated over millennia. After Yi Xian's demise, Xian Yuan regarded you with a peculiar gaze. Yet he refrained from taking action against you. The two of you exchanged glances for a brief moment before departing with your respective followers. Your injuries were severe, and upon returning to the Spirit Clan, you chose the most loyal of your subordinates to heed your commands. In pursuit of future endeavors, you instructed your subordinate to establish the Hall of Souls, with the intent of collecting malevolent souls to suppress the mysterious entity manifesting as otherworldly flames. After conveying all necessary instructions and entrusting this subordinate with the management of the Spirit Clan for a time, you commenced a period of seclusion to recuperate from your injuries. As time inexorably passed, a millennium slipped away. Ultimately, the Leaf Clan could not evade the fate of decline, having been consumed by the Xian clan. Under the manipulation of certain individuals, formidable warriors of the Leaf Clan, particularly those of the War Emperor lineage, perished for various reasons. Rumor has it that they now languish in some obscure small town, struggling for survival. El Chi, upon reading this, nearly succumbed to laughter. This extinction was indeed fortuitous, alleviating the need for him to concoct adversaries for the protagonist. Once healed, you summoned the subordinate from those days to inquire about the state of the clan. Due to the absence of a catastrophic confrontation with the Leaf Clan, the Spirit Clan remained prosperous. However, beneath this veneer of strength, the Spirit Clan began to confront predicaments akin to those once faced by the Leaf Clan. The bloodline of the War Emperors was waning. The root cause of this predicament lay in your betrayal of the mysterious flames. Devoid of their assistance, the Spirit Clan lacked the means to sustain their bloodline through the annihilation of other imperial clans, resulting in the near depletion of the War Emperor bloodline. Conversely, your new adversaries, the Xian clan, having acquired the entirety of the Leaf Clan's resources, now possess strength that far surpassed that of the Spirit Clan. Faced with this dire situation, what course of action will you take? 1. Seek to restore the consciousness of the mysterious flames, continuing your schemes to absorb the War Emperor bloodlines of other clans and revive the glory of the Spirit Clan. 2. Take advantage of the Spirit Clan's current state and engage in a decisive battle with the Xian clan, asserting that only the Spirit Clan can claim supremacy in this world. 3. Bow in submission, enduring humiliation and hardship, waiting for the Xian clan to reveal a vulnerability before choosing to betray them. 4. Decide for yourself. Excellent. A smile graced El Chi's lips, illuminating his countenance. Through his meticulous alterations, the timeline of the Spirit Emperor had shifted. Now, the Spirit Clan not only harbored no enmity towards the Leaf Clan, but had even relinquished the title of the foremost power to the Xian clan. With no further deliberation required, the decision was clear. I choose option 4, to decide for myself. With a flurry of strokes, you inscribed another lengthy passage, and the ancient text began to surge once more. Cackling with delight, the members of the Spirit Clan rejoiced at your emergence from seclusion. A millennium was an eternity, long enough for them to nearly forget the essence of their former existence. Now, all they desired was to regain the splendor and glory of the Spirit Clan under your leadership. Observing your kin, concealed beneath their dark robes, you too let forth a cackle. Yet, rather than making a grand entrance, you issued several perplexing commands that left your clan members bewildered. Your directives incited dissatisfaction among the clan's folk, and under the instigation and covert encouragement of certain individuals, some openly opposed your commands. In light of this unrest, what will be your choice? 1. Pay them no mind. What does their opposition matter? 2. Slay them. The prolonged seclusion for healing has caused the clan to lose their reverence for you. It is time they recognize who truly reigns as the king of the Spirit Clan. 3. Decide for yourself. Is there any need for contemplation? Those in power wield influence only through strength. Since these clansmen defy the Spirit Emperor, they have chosen their own demise. I opt for the second option, death. You harbor no compassion with a mere wave of your hand. You reduce several ignorant Spirit Clan members to ashes. Your brutal actions once again provoke discontent among a group of warriors of the saint level. Among them is the subordinate you had entrusted with significant responsibilities. You chuckle, genuinely amused. When an individual remains in a position that does not belong to them for an extended period, they may begin to believe it is their rightful place. Furthermore, these individuals lack comprehension of what it means to be a peak 9th-tier saint warrior. Boom! With a single strike, you nearly bring the entire spirit realm to its knees. After eliminating several saint-level Spirit Clan members, you successfully restore your image. This time, no one dares to defy you again. Having casually arranged matters within the clan, you lead a few capable individuals along with your adopted daughter, Ling Yuer, to an obscure nation in the northwest of the Battle Chi continent. You are aware that the remnants of the Yi clan reside here. The outcome of whether the Spirit Emperor can be fundamentally transformed hinges on his actions in this place. Although El Chi is confident in his abilities, his heart inexplicably quickens. Battle Chi Level 3. Insufficient. Chapter 77. You go out. Let me in the battle spirit is in 3 stages, yet you are unqualified. Upon encountering these familiar words from the ancient tome, El Chi's thoughts nearly drifted back to his youthful days. After a moment of reflection, El Chi continued to read, arriving at such a desolate corner of the continent. Although your subordinates harbored some discontent in their hearts, they dared not voice their grievances. After issuing a few commands to these insignificant beings and sending them scurrying away, you utilized nearly the pinnacle of your soul power to seek out the lingering essence of those from this land. Fortuitously, although the descendants of Yi Xian no longer possessed the bloodline of the War Emperor, they had not forsaken the surname of the Yi clan. They resembled weeds that had lost their roots, drifting about aimlessly, even aspiring to be recognized as one of the so-called 3 great families alongside the ants. It is truly laughable. Having pondered this, you suddenly found yourself in a small city under a minor kingdom's rule. Your formidable soul power caused a hidden spirit within a necklace to tremble in fear. Before it could react, you had plunged the entire city into slumber and sealed off this realm. Soul Emperor, why does one such as you? Confronted with the trepidation of Dan Shenzi, you calmly expelled him from the necklace and acquired the ice and fire techniques from his grasp. This young lad is named Yi Fun, endowed with remarkable talent, and bears a striking resemblance to an old acquaintance. As you assumed the role of Yi Fun's grandfather, The inhabitants of the city awakened once more. It is done. Elchi felt an exhilarating urge to howl at the heavens. The sole emperor had become the intimate grandfather of the future flame ancestor. With proper maneuvering, the ascension of the 5 emperors was no longer a mere dream. Moreover, the timing you chose was impeccable. Today appeared to be of great significance. As numerous insignificant beings gathered, seemingly to deliberate on a matter of importance. Before long, Yi Fun had arrived at the Yi clan's reception hall, where you, with your formidable soul, observed everything through the necklace. Indeed, the Xian clan was also intrigued by the possessions of the Yi clan. In pursuit of such an object, the old rascal Xian Yuan even dispatched his legitimate daughter, a move that threatened to annihilate the lineage. While you secretly scoffed at this, one arrogant ant seated in the main position proclaimed the intention to annul the engagement with the Yi clan. Today, my Yinshao sect, upon hearing this, an absurd sensation welled within you. The Yi clan, which had once dominated the battle spirit continent a millennium ago, was to be dismissed by mere ants? This was the fate that befell those devoid of the war emperor's bloodline, the consequence of a desperate gamble gone awry. Thus, your obsession with transcending this realm deepened. Concealed within the necklace, you sensed Yi Fun's fury. Although you could not comprehend why the insignificant beings would evoke such anger in light of this situation. What would be your choice? 1. Reveal your true form and obliterate the Yunshao sect with a single strike, employing coercive measures to claim the Yi clan and compel them to surrender their treasured artifacts. 2. Reveal your true form, adopt Yi Zhan as your adopted son, and, as Yi Fun's grandfather, establish a 3-year pact with the Yunshao sect. In this scenario, Elchi pondered briefly before decisively opting for the second choice. Given the formidable prowess of the Spirit Emperor, the notion of feigning weakness was absurd. Rather than toiling in silence, it would be far more advantageous to become a steadfast pillar for Yi Fun, guiding him step by step. However, certain pivotal moments must remain unchanged, lest he be spoiled by excessive indulgence. You notice that ant producing something called Qi gathering powder, piquing your curiosity. Upon investigation, you discovered that even the hounds of the Spirit Clan would not deign to consume such a thing. Subsequently, you bore witness to a rather lackluster performance until Yi Fun proclaimed, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Upon hearing these words, you realized it was your moment to make an entrance. With a sinister laugh that reverberated throughout the heavens, you observed the terror and helplessness etched upon the faces of those ants. In the astonished gaze of Yi Fun, you materialized from his necklace, grasping the illusory form of Dan Shinzi. Your overwhelming presence was so potent that those in attendance felt compelled to kneel in reverence. You did not dissuade them. Although you refrained from attacking Yi Xian, the sensation of having his descendants bow before you was undeniably gratifying. You heard the ants murmuring phrases such as "This must be a formidable warrior from the war sect," and "How terrifying," with a hint of derision on your countenance. With a grand gesture, you elevated Yi Zhan, the current patriarch of the Yi clan, and, in light of his trepidation, you embraced him as a foster son, introducing yourself as an old acquaintance of Yi Xian. "Who is Yi Xian?" Yi Zhan inquired, fear evident in his voice. You recounted the illustrious might of the Yi clan in its prime. As you articulated this history, Yi Zhan's expression quivered, ultimately leading him to kneel and acknowledge you as his father. This scene ignited jubilance throughout the entire Yi clan, with several elder ants even contemplating the immediate execution of the betrothed. Such an occurrence, however, you would not allow. Under your intimidating presence, Yi Fun and the betrothed ant established a 3-year pact. Following the departure of the ants from the Yunshao sect, all eyes, including that of the wretched daughter of Xian Yuan, turned toward you. Faced with this situation, what would be your choice? 1. Become the ultimate bastion for the Yi family, eliminating all future adversities faced by Yi Fun. 2. Remain indifferent, content to embody the image of a grandfather. 3. Make your own choice. Was there even a need for deliberation? Elchi promptly selected option 3. It wasn't he that he was idle and wished to orchestrate everything himself. Rather, This moment presented an unparalleled opportunity to sow discord between Yi Fun and the Xian clan. This chance, once passed, would not present itself again. With swift strokes, he inscribed a plethora of words, and the ancient text began to materialize once more. Amidst the gaze of countless onlookers, Yu cast Danshinzi before Yi Fun and elucidated the reasons behind his loss of combat spirit over the years. Without allowing Yi Fun time to respond, you then turned your attention to Xian Sun'er amidst the crowd. This individual is indeed a cherished acquaintance of mine. You have boldly unveiled the true identity of Xian Sun'er, the legitimate daughter of the Xian clan, one of the 8 imperial families. It appears Xian Sun'er wishes to articulate something, yet you preempt her by revealing her genuine purpose for being here: to procure the imperial family's treasured artifacts from the Yi clan. Observing the contemplative expression on Yi Fan's face, you smile subtly and unleash a hint of murderous intent towards Xian Sun'er. At that moment, the scoundrel Xian Yuan has opened a spatial passage and arrived. He gazes at you in astonishment, but before he can utter a word, you confront him with a scathing accusation, pointing an accusatory finger at him. In your words, you expose the last wishes entrusted to Yi Xian and the fact that the Xian clan has usurped the Yi clan's treasures accumulated over millennia. As the countenance of the Yi family grows increasingly grim, you seize the moment to interrogate the whereabouts of the Yi clan's inherited combat techniques, the methods to unlock the minor realms and the clan's insignia. Xian Yuan's defenses crumble. He senses your trap, but finds himself unable to retort. For you speak only the truth. In a fit of rage, Xian Yuan reveals an overwhelming intent to kill. This suits your intentions perfectly, and you adopt a stance of defending the Yi clan, even proclaiming that you would give your all to seek justice for the descendants of your old friend. In this poignant moment, the members of the Yi clan are profoundly moved, and they prepare for a fight to the bitter end. Even if not a single soul survives, they vow to battle the Xian clan until their last breath. The scheme of discord has succeeded. Chapter 78. The intricate scheme in the gaze of Lu Qi, who had attained his desires. The ancient text continued to unfold as he had envisioned. Xin Yuan's expression shifted 3 times before ultimately opting for retreat. With a cold snort, he activated the spatial passage, intending to depart. Yi Fun Gij. Before Xian Sun'er left, she wished to convey something to Yi Fun. Yet he had seen through her intentions and merely coldly replied, "Princess X, may your journey be smooth. Yi Fun shall assuredly visit the Xian clan in due time to reclaim all that belongs to the Yi family." The schism between the protagonists had already manifested from the onset, transcending even the most profound misunderstandings. Lu Qi could not help but cackle with delight. Simultaneously, the ancient tome trembled as if echoing the tension of an examination, a phenomenon to which the invigilator had long since grown accustomed. After all, the extraordinary participants in the second template contract were all at the 3rd tier, many of whom were bound to divine templates. Such tremors were commonplace and hardly warranted concern. Now, with the ties between Yi Fun and the ancient clan severed, you observe the spirited Yi Fun and, with a sinister chuckle, inquire about his plans. Yi Fun had regained his talents, a surge of formidable confidence instilling in him a sense of boundless potential. "Grandfather, I shall carve out my own path through sheer ability." In the face of this scenario, what will your choice be? 1. Mere grains of sand cannot compare to me. No matter how powerful Yi Fun becomes, he cannot rival the Spirit Clan. Rather than allowing him to hone his skills alone, it would be wiser to guide him toward the Spirit Clan for meticulous cultivation. 2. Heed Yi Fun's wishes and have a few subordinates, along with Ling Yuer, remain in the Yi clan. 3. Decide for yourself. Lu Qi pondered briefly. Though the Spirit Emperor had slightly redeemed himself, it was still insufficient. The treasured legacy of the Yi clan was akin to a ticking time bomb. Given Yi Fun's temperament, there was no reason for him not to doubt the true intentions of the Spirit Emperor. Thus, the decision must rest with him. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qi raised his hand and swiftly inscribed a line of text. You gaze upon Yi Fun's youthful visage and suddenly reveal a satisfied smile. You did not conceal the fact that you had once coveted the treasures of the Yi clan, speaking candidly about it. Your frankness transformed the expressions of both Yi Zhan and Yi Fun, father and son, for the first time. Especially Yi Zhan, who even produced the treasured item capable of unlocking the mysterious realm. Adoptive father, this is the treasure of my Yi clan. I implore you to safeguard it. Faced with the treasure so near at hand, you chose not only to refuse it, but also presented a treasure from the demon clan, placing it into Yi Zhan's hands. I have no offspring. Since I have taken you as my adoptive son, you shall be the young clan leader of the spirit clan. I will endeavor to elevate your cultivation and seek the bloodline of the war emperor of the Yi clan. As for Yi Fun, from this day forth, you shall be the esteemed grandson of the spirit clan. Esteemed grandson? What a remarkable title. Upon seeing those 3 words, Lu Qi found himself at a loss for words. Upon hearing this, the members of the Yi clan were moved to tears, with some even wishing to accompany you in departure. These insignificant beings repulse you. You choose to disregard them, allowing Yi Zhan and his son to make their own decisions. After deliberation, they ultimately resolve to remain here, stating that they will venture to the spirit realm when they are capable of assisting the spirit clan. You offer no further commentary, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. As the paramount powerhouse of this continent, your stay cannot be prolonged. Yet in consideration of the future growth of the virtuous grandson, you bequeath the fire art, Dan Chenzi, Ling Shuzi, Ling Yuerer, and the ice fire to Yi Fun before your departure. As for the flames conjured by the mysterious entity, you refrain from leaving them behind, for you have other plans that necessitate their use. Lu Qi nods slightly. The simulations of the ancient tome adhere to archetypal personalities, given the intelligence of the spirit emperor. The devouring fire is likely to retain considerable utility. You depart from the northwest, arriving at a place known as the White Domain, where an academy established by these insignificant beings resides, alongside a strand of exotic fire. Although you scoff at this, you choose to present yourself before the strongest individual in this academy. The insignificant being, possessing only the cultivation of a half-saint, is rendered speechless upon seeing you, bewildered as to why such a formidable entity would take notice of them. You do not hold this against them. Instead, you gaze at the academy, lost in contemplation. Upon reflection, you discover that a juvenile primal dragon resides here. After a moment's thought, you decide to appear before her. Faced with this situation, how shall you choose? 1. Do nothing. As a pinnacle 9-star battle saint, merely casting a glance at this diminutive dragon is already a monumental favor. 2. Slay her, skin her, and let the spirit clan attribute the deed to the Xian clan. 3. Decide for yourself. The spirit emperor, adhering to Lu Qi's arrangement, arrives early at the academy where Yi Fun is cultivating. This academy is, in many respects, the terminus of all endeavors. However, with the spirit emperor's current strength, even possessing the key to this place, he cannot breach the old dragon's seal. Thus, the path forward lies in transforming the old dragon into an ally. After all, as a wise man once stated, one should multiply friends and minimize enemies. With each stroke of his pen, Lu Qi inscribes his decision anew, and the words within the ancient text shift once more. Kik, gazing upon the small dragon resembling a young girl. You retrieve a considerable quantity of rare materials from your spatial ring. Would you like these? They are all yours, provided you and I can become the best of friends. Although befriending the young dragon may tarnish your image, it pales in comparison to the prospect of becoming a battle emperor. Naturally, the young dragon is not a fool and does not acquiesce immediately. However, as a being who has lived for thousands of years, it is exceedingly simple for you to charm a creature with the intellect of merely a few years. In just a matter of days, the young dragon succumbs to your advances. Observing the little dragon, who agreed to be your friend, you let out a hearty laugh, leaving behind an immeasurable amount of treasures and allowing one of your juniors to join this place before tearing through the fabric of space to depart. The arrangement is nearly complete. Lu Qi straightened his posture. It is well known that the typically serene spirit emperor only displays a hint of panic when encountering the old dragon. Now that he has become friends with the little dragon, stability is practically assured. as long as Lu Qi refrains from making any morally reprehensible choices in the forthcoming simulation options. The Spirit Emperor's ascension to the title of War Emperor is all but guaranteed. In other words, he has effectively passed the contract examination. What remains to be seen is whether he can transcend the original destiny of the Spirit Emperor, enabling him to break free. Time flies, and days and months pass swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have elapsed. Throughout these 3 years, your gaze has never wavered from the northwestern region of the Battle Qi continent. As you anticipated, Yi Fan, with the dual assistance of Dan Chenzi and Ling Shuzi, has long since become a formidable paragon, commanding attention and respect. Mo Yuer has also lived up to your expectations, successfully becoming Yi Zhan's legitimate wife and Yi Fan's stepmother. Lu Qi swore that such a turn of events was certainly not orchestrated by him. He had initially believed that Ling Yuer was chosen by the Spirit Emperor for Yi Fan as a spouse, hence he did not devise any plans concerning this woman. To his surprise, Ling Yuer was actually selected by the Spirit Emperor for Yi Zhan. Truly, the Spirit Emperor's perspective is refreshingly unique. With Xian Suner preceding her, Yi Fan would undoubtedly reject any other imperial clan women. Rather than forcing a union upon Yi Fan, it would be wiser to arrange it for his father. This line of thought is indeed invincible. Chapter 79. Standing up for the noble saint's son, suppressing the tumult of thoughts within, El Qi continued to peruse the text. Everything is progressing in a favorable direction, including matters concerning the Xian clan. That old codger, Xian Yuan, upon discovering that the treasures of the Ling clan and the Yi clan are in the possession of the Yi family, has begun to scheme in the shadows, intent on seizing them. You understand, once they initiate their actions, it will not be long before they forge an irreparable enmity with the Yi clan. At this juncture, good news has also emerged from a soul palace. Nurtured by the malevolent soul entity, the once unconscious devouring flame has been revived, regaining its sentience. In light of this situation, what is your choice? 1. Erase the consciousness of thee and suppress it thoroughly, delivering it to the noble saint's son Yi Fan. 2. This is destiny. While it regains its consciousness, hastily brand it with a mental seal, compelling its loyalty to you. 3. Make your own decision. Was there any need for contemplation? El Qi chose the option of making his own decision without hesitation. In his grand design, the identities of the Ling clan and the Xian clan were to be completely exchanged. With the Xian clan having severed ties with the Yi clan, should they desire the treasures of the Yi clan, they would inevitably tread the path of villainy. Bestowing the newly revived devouring flame upon the Xian clan would serve as the optimal catalyst. Under the uncertainty of the outcome, no one would reject the formidable devouring flame. Not even the former Ling celestial emperor, nor would Xian Yuan. After all, it was a means to perpetuate the bloodline of the War Emperor, who, aside from a moral sage, would decline such an opportunity. Under your direction, an unsuspecting member of the Ling clan inadvertently released the devouring flame. During its captivity within the Ling clan, you subtly hinted at your apprehensions regarding the Xian clan, as well as the latter's formidable strength. Consequently, the liberated, devouring flame darted in a specific direction. In the void, you observed the devouring flame escape towards the Xian clan, laughing maniacally. You estimated the timing and realized it coincided perfectly with Yi Fan fulfilling his 3-year pact. For the sake of your noble saint's son, your gaze turned ruthless as you commanded decisively. All members of the Ling clan with cultivation above the war sect are to proceed to the Yunshao sect in the northwest to support our noble saint's son Yi Fan. The overwhelming presence of the Ling clan members swept across the battlefield like a swarm of locusts, further entangling Xian Yuan's already taut nerves. Fortuitously, the arrival of the devouring flame illuminated his hope of becoming the War Emperor, solidifying his resolve to devour the bloodlines of others and forcibly seize the treasures of the two clans. El Qi watched as Xian Yuan gradually assumed the role of the antagonist, silently deeming him deserving of such fate. Only a clan of the lowest echelon, a mere remnant of a great lineage, could transform an imperial clan into the strongest. Indeed, you deserve the suffering. Your arrival at the Yunshao sect was perfectly timed. Yi Fan had just arrived. Over the course of 3 years, he had endured considerable trials. Now, he stood with eyes ablaze, exuding an aura of vigor that surpassed any prodigy you had ever encountered. After a thorough contemplation of Yi Fan's condition, your resolve to become a benevolent grandfather to him has intensified. Remarkably, he has already acquired 3 types of, and his mastery of fire techniques has significantly improved. Although he has the support of Ling Shuzi and Dan Shenzi, his fortune indeed appears to be extraordinary. You refrain from intervening hastily, opting instead to observe your esteemed grandson from the shadows. Murong Shui, a master of the 3 stars. Holy grandson, Yi Fan of the Spirit Clan, a 9-star war king. Without any surprises, Yi Fan's dominance over Murong Shui is nothing short of ruthless. Yet, just as tranquility reigns, an unexpected occurrence unfolds. The ancestor of Yinshao sect emerges from seclusion, accompanied by an elder from the Xian clan, both exuding an air of arrogance, as if they were deities poised to judge Yi Fan. Dare you, mere juniors, to act so recklessly in the Yinshao sect? You have sealed your fate, they proclaim. Finally, the old wretch Xian Yuan can no longer restrain himself. With the Xian clan backing the Yinshao sect, they feel invincible. At this moment, with Ling Shuzi absent and Dan Shenzi merely a servant to Yi Fan, devoid of any cultivation, it seems inevitable that Yi Fan is destined to fall. Yet, you do not rush to intervene. A premonition stirs within you, suggesting that your esteemed grandson, Yi Fan, may transcend calamity, turning misfortune into fortune. Indeed, as you anticipated, just as the 2 villains cackle and prepare to unleash their battle techniques, a graceful silhouette descends from the heavens. Upon closer inspection, you discern that the newcomer is a once mighty swallowing serpent now transformed into human form. It appears that Yi Fan shares an intricate connection with this woman. Though she vocally declares her intent to slay him, her actions consistently protect him. What a marvel! The queen has made her entrance so swiftly. Having been confined to the perspective of Ling Tiandi, you are entirely unaware of the events that have transpired in Yi Fan's life over the years. However, this does not diminish your admiration for the queen. If given the chance, you would ensure a favorable outcome for her in this simulation. You watch the unfolding scene with keen interest until the Xian clan elder, utilizing their clan's battle techniques, injures the woman and prepares to strike at your esteemed grandson. After confirming that no aid would arrive, you decisively lead the spirit clan members into the fray. In an instant, the winds howl and the heavens darken. Countless figures encircle the Yinshao sect, leaving those spirit clan members of mere battle sect cultivation awkwardly standing several dozen miles away. Good grandson, Grandpa has arrived. A smile graces your face as you look upon Yi Fan with kindness, but you swiftly turn your gaze toward the Yinshao sect, your expression hardening. Sin clan vermin, how dare you meddle in the affairs of our esteemed grandson and the Yinshao sect? You deserve death. Just as you prepare to erase the Yinshao sect from existence with a single strike, an insignificant insect from the Yinshao sect rises to confront you alone. Grandpa, spare her life. Could it be that Yi Fan also has a bond with this woman? You found yourself momentarily speechless, yet chose to heed Yi Fan's words and provide him with protection. Just as you were preparing to act once more, a mere ant known as Dan Wang implored you for clemency, requesting that you spare the entirety of the Yinshao sect. Initially, you presumed he possessed the stature of a 9th-grade alchemist or perhaps some formidable backing. However, upon deeper reflection, you discerned he was nothing more than an inconsequential 6th-grade fool. A smile crept upon your lips, mocking the audacity of this insignificant creature. In the face of his terror-stricken gaze, you effortlessly obliterated both the Yinshao sect and him in a single sweep. Of course, mindful of Yi Fan's sentiments, you spared those connected to the ant from the Yinshao sect. Nevertheless, for the sake of prudence, you stripped them of their cultivation and branded them with a mental seal. Having dealt with the immediate circumstances, you contemplated your next course of action. 1. To take Yi Fan and those associated with him back to the Spirit Clan for thorough cultivation. 2. To disregard the situation entirely, believing you had shown sufficient mercy and owed no further obligations. 3. To decide for yourself. The opportunity had presented itself. Reflecting on the original narrative, Lu Qi chose the third option without hesitation. After executing your intentions, you refrained from indulging Yi Fan excessively. Instead, you summoned Ling Shuzi back from his side. You understood that true prodigies must carve their own path to greatness. With earnest conviction, you imparted to Yi Fan, your journey must be undertaken by you alone. The only thing your grandfather can do is bear the weight of the Xian clan's pressure on your behalf. Upon concluding your words, you publicly acknowledged the sky-devouring python as the wife of the esteemed holy grandson and the legitimate granddaughter of the spirit clan, bestowing upon her the name Ling Liner. Chapter 80. The queen of the Xian clan, transformed into a villain. The esteemed queen was adopted as a goddaughter by the Emperor Ling Tian and became the rightful wife of Yi Fan. This development somewhat alleviated the grievances that Lu Qi had previously harbored. After casting the queen from his mind, Lu Qi resumed his examination of the simulations on the terminal of the ancient book. Under Lu Qi's prior maneuvers and strategies, the Xian clan had supplanted the Ling clan, gradually morphing into a formidable villainous force. Upon your departure from Yi Fan and return to the Ling realm, you immediately led the Ling clan into a protracted standoff against the Xian clan. The Xian clan, true to your expectations, embarked on a path of malevolent corruption. Under the leadership of Xian Yuan and the Devouring Fire, they ruthlessly annihilated the Rock and Celestial clans, while secretly preparing to engulf other imperial families. To this, you observed with a detached demeanor, refraining from extending assistance. You were waiting for your esteemed grandson to mature. During this period, Yi Fan indeed underwent significant growth. He not only entered the Baiyu Academy for cultivation, but also formed a pure friendship with the little dragon. Moreover, your schemes bore fruit once again. When Yi Fan subdued the in this realm, he naturally developed a connection with the junior you had left behind, thus becoming the illustrious son-in-law of the Ling clan. Lu Qi was taken aback. The Emperor Ling Tian truly was the most successful villain crafted by the Earth's sweet potato, always having contingencies in place. No wonder he had previously arranged for a junior to enroll. It appeared he had been anticipating this outcome. Alas! Just as Yi Fan was about to make his mark at Baiyu Academy, wielding thunder and lightning, the Xian clan struck. They allied with several factions to besiege the nation of the Yi clan. While dispatching high-ranking battle saints, such as the 3 elders of the Xian clan, to capture Yi Zhan and eliminate Ling Yuer, the content of the simulation had taken a drastic turn. Lu Qi nearly burst into laughter upon seeing the phrase, eliminate Ling Yuer. Now, the Xian clan had irrevocably become mortal enemies of Yi Fan. After all, Yi Fan's character was well known, having slain his mother. The Xian clan could expect nothing less than the obliteration of their entire lineage. When Yi Fan learned of this atrocity, he was consumed by rage. He returned to the small nation in the northwest, accompanied by his 2 wives, the little dragon, and a host of powerful allies from Baiyu. Regrettably, the remnants of the Yi clan were already decimated. In pursuit of vengeance for his kin, Yi Fan wiped out all factions involved in the assault on the Yi clan. After much contemplation, Yi Fan began to consolidate the surrounding powers, ultimately establishing the Fan Alliance and assuming the role of its leader. Not long after, the soul of Ling Yuer appeared, conveying her cherished possessions and her desire for revenge on behalf of the Yi clan to Yi Fan before dissipating into nothingness. You were aware of all these events, yet you could not intervene, for the power of the Xian clan was overwhelmingly dominant, continually suppressing the Ling clan. Just as you struggled to extricate yourself from the conflict with the Xian clan, Yi Fan had already boarded a magical beast en route to Zhongzhou. However, as the protagonist, every move Yi Fan made was fraught with unforeseen circumstances. Shortly after boarding the magical beast, Yi Fan encountered a spatial turbulence and vanished from your sight. Not long after, when Yi Fan re-emerged, he had ascended to the status of a formidable warrior. It turned out that, having encountered spatial turbulence, Yi Fan underwent a series of adventures and participated in the Alchemist Conference, where he triumphed and obtained a new flame of extraordinary potency. Truly, he was a child of destiny, constantly encountering fortuitous events. Amidst your reflections, Yi Fan continued to shine brilliantly in the central continent. As time passed, You uncovered the location where Yi Zhan was imprisoned and conveyed this information to Yi Fun through your junior. By this time, Yi Fun had reunited with his long-lost companions. Upon learning of Yi Zhan's plight, he wasted no time in initiating a rescue mission. They endured a fierce battle, ultimately succeeding in rescuing Yi Zhan at the cost of one life. However, Yi Zhan's physical condition was dire, due to the severe torture inflicted by the Xian clan. He was now reduced to but a wisp of his former soul. Faced with this predicament, what is your choice? 1. Why should I care? Yi Zhan is merely the adopted son of my Ling Tian Emperor. Even if he perishes, it holds no consequence for me. 2. Before my Ling Tian Emperor, even if you are but a remnant of a soul, it is no different from being alive. Provide the resources to resurrect Yi Zhan. 3. I shall decide for myself. Elf Chi chose the second option without hesitation. This was a splendid opportunity to deepen the bond with the protagonist, one not to be forsaken. When you presented Yi Fun with a warrior's body, a soul fusion pill, and a few drops of the bloodline of the War Emperor of the Spirit Clan, the boy wept uncontrollably. For the first time, he felt the security of having a protector. Through tears, he recounted the events of the past days, and you listened in silence, finally placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. You have endured much, dear child. Those words conveyed more than 1,000 sentences, and Yi Fun was profoundly moved. He understood that the bloodline of the Spirit Clan's War Emperor was nearing depletion and wished to refuse your generous offer to bestow the bloodline upon Yi Zhan. In response, you rarely adopted a serious demeanor, solemnly informing Yi Fun, Yi Zhan is my adopted son, no different from my own flesh and blood. In the future, he shall become the leader of the Spirit Clan. Upon witnessing your heartfelt sincerity, Yi Fun nodded gravely, accepting your gift. Under your protection, Yi Zhan was resurrected and, having utilized the bloodline of the Spirit Clan, successfully ascended to the rank of War Saint. In light of Yi Fun's numerous expressions of gratitude, you simply remarked, a parent's love for their child extends far beyond the immediate. Today, I plan for your father. In the future, I shall also plan for you. For you are all my children. Yi Fun was at a loss for words, his eyes reflecting a deep-seated hatred for the Xian clan. He did not linger long. The onslaught from the Xian clan was intensifying, and you needed to thwart Xian Yuan's advances to allow Yi Fun the opportunity to truly grow. In the days that followed, Yi Fun, bearing the illustrious title of the Spirit Clan's beloved grandson, gallantly traversed the central continent. Yi Fun did not disappoint. He journeyed to Dragon God Island alongside Xiao Long, not only quelling the rebellion there, but also acquiring a trace of dragon blood within his veins. At this moment, you led a formidable force of Spirit Clan experts in a decisive assault on the Xian clan stronghold. After incurring significant losses, you obtain a key, which unlocks the path to Yi Xian's fall. Faced with this circumstance, what is your choice? 1. You must absolutely prevent the esteemed holy grandson from discovering your past misdeeds and destroy the key. 2. Only through genuine honesty can you dissolve the final barrier with the holy grandson. Give him the key. 3. Make your own decision. This is undoubtedly the most crucial choice. Lu Qi narrowed his eyes, instinctively grasping his chin. Should he reveal his true self or conceal his past transgressions? After deep contemplation, Lu Qi ultimately resolved to take a risk. He chose the second option. He wagered that the actions of the Spirit Heavenly Emperor during this time could sway Yi Fun. For Yi Xian was merely an ancestor from a millennium ago, who had never sheltered him from the storms of life. In contrast, the Spirit Heavenly Emperor had been his genuine protector, providing support during his darkest hours and presenting him with invaluable treasures when he needed to build his foundation. From any perspective, it seemed unlikely that Yi Fun would sever ties with the Spirit Heavenly Emperor. Furthermore, any protagonist with a sound moral compass would not repay kindness with malice, with the sole exception of the Tang God King. Chapter 81. Preparing for the final battle, when you entrusted the key to Yi Fun, he did not lose himself in ecstatic joy. Instead, he invited you to accompany him to the place of Yi Xian's downfall. You acquiesced, for the absence of the devouring flame meant that you had not set foot there since departing a millennium ago. Gazing upon the unchanged landscape that had remained static for 1,000 years, Even one as composed as yourself felt as though time had folded upon itself. You have arrived. The voice of Yi Xian suddenly echoed, acknowledging your presence as well as that of Yi Fun, plunging him into silence. This scene had never materialized in his millennia-long imaginings. He had envisioned the arrival of Xian Yuan, or perhaps a descendant of his own, but he had never imagined that it would be you and one of your own descendants who would come together. Since Yi Fun was a true scion of the Yi clan, Yi Xian, after a moment of silence, disregarded your presence and inquired about the current state of the Yi clan. Damn it! With a thunderous shout, Yi Xian's fury soared to great heights. He could scarcely believe that his most trusted old friend not only failed to safeguard the Yi clan, but had committed such a heinous act in a bid to seize their treasured legacy. Though he was but a remnant of a soul, you still sensed the turmoil within Yi Xian. Spirit Emperor, tell me. The somewhat ethereal soul of Yi Xian turned its gaze toward you. Why has the Xian clan taken all the resources of the Yi clan without extending a helping hand? I do not seek for the Yi clan to regain its position among the 8 great imperial clans, but at the very least, it should not be reduced to a pitiful force led by a chieftain with only warriors of war. In response to Yi Xian's inquiry, you offered a seemingly self-deprecating retort. One must look out for oneself, lest the heavens bring about their doom. Upon hearing these words, Yi Xian fell silent once more, and after a prolonged pause, he transferred the last vestiges of the Yi clan's bloodline power to Yi Fun, acknowledging your bond with him. A gentleman speaks of actions, not intentions. In this round, you emerged victorious. You won the gamble. Not only Yi Fun, but even Yi Xian now regarded the Xian clan as mortal adversaries. Lu Qi sensed that this simulation was nearing its conclusion, as the ancient tome before him began to slow its simulation process. This was a sign of dwindling energy, reminiscent of an occurrence during his college entrance examinations. Having successfully awakened the bloodline power of the Yi clan's war emperor, Yi Fun gazed at you with boundless gratitude. Indeed, you, who once stood against the Yi clan, have transformed into the guardian of its last vestiges of glory. And that accursed Xian clan has stolen everything from a Yi clan under the guise of friendship. Who prevails and who falters? Who stands close and who remains distant? The answers have long been evident. Yi Fun returned to the Yi clan alongside you, and wed Ling Liner and Ling Kaier. Meanwhile, the deranged Xian clan was already preparing to strike against the Dan clan. Poor Dan Shenzi was indeed a tragic figure. He had been forsaken by the Dan clan in his youth, even stripped of his name. After spending a considerable amount of time with Yi Fun, he had come to regard him as a worthy successor, dedicating himself to imparting all his knowledge to Yi Fun. Yi Fan is indeed a person who values gratitude and repays kindness. In order to support Dan Shenzi, he has chosen to participate in the great competition of the Dan clan. As the competition unfolds with fervor, the Xian clan and the Devouring Flame arrive. They have sealed off the Dan clan's small space, intent on draining the bloodline of the War Emperor with the power of the Devouring Flame. Faced with this predicament, what will be your choice? 1. Remain indifferent and let them tear each other apart. What do the life and death of the Holy Grandson have to do with me? 2. Save the Holy Grandson and preserve the last vestiges of the Dan clan's bloodline, thereby providing support for the Holy Grandson. 3. Make your own decision. At this juncture, Elchi no longer needs to deliberate. By simply opting for the choice that favors Yi Fan, the Ling Tian Emperor can effortlessly transcend his fate. He will also succeed in this examination. I choose option 2. After Elchi made his choice, the ancient tome's terminal paused for a brief moment before the simulation continued. Just as the elders of the Dan clan prepared to self-destruct to ensure the escape of their descendants, you made a glorious entrance with the Ling clan members. With your formidable cultivation as a peak 9 Star Wars saint, you single-handedly battled Xian Yuan and the Devouring Flame, showcasing unparalleled might. Under your rescue, the majority of the Dan clan members survived. To prevent the relentless Xian clan from systematically annihilating the remaining imperial clans, Yi Fan, under your guidance, prepared to form a coalition to fight the Xian clan to the bitter end. Meanwhile, the so-called good Mannix and Yuan visited several unaware imperial clans under the pretense of discussing urgent matters. Seizing this opportunity, he swiftly acquired the treasures of the major imperial clans. Left with no choice The remaining clan leaders of the imperial families opted to join the coalition to collectively confront the formidable Xian clan. As the coalition was established, a pressing question loomed before all. Who shall lead this coalition? As everyone turned their gaze towards you, a smile graced your face. Faced with this situation, what will be your choice? 1. Only I, the Ling Tian Emperor, am worthy to lead the coalition. Above and below, I stand unrivaled. 2. The world belongs to the youth. Rather than let an old man like myself lead the coalition, it is better to promote the holy grandson and let him soar to great heights. 3. Make your own decision. What is there to ponder? Elchi waved his hand decisively, making his choice. Option 2. Just as everyone anticipated that you would opt to become the leader of the coalition, you propose that Yi Fan assume this role and elaborated on your reasoning. In terms of lineage, Yi Fan is the clan leader of the Yi clan, the son-in-law of the Ling clan, and your beloved holy grandson. His other spouse is the leader of the devouring giant python clan, who is also your adopted granddaughter. In terms of strength, Yi Fan is already a 6-star war saint and possesses the bloodlines of the dragon, Yi, and Ling imperial clans. In every respect, he is unmatched in combat prowess. Regarding connections, from the leader of the Ling clan to the rulers of minor nations in the northwest, hundreds of factions are intricately linked to Yi Fan. In summary, only Yi Fan is capable of shouldering such a significant responsibility. Originally an outstanding individual, Yi Fan was unexpectedly chosen as the leader of the coalition with your support. In order to gain the upper hand in the decisive battle against the Xian clan, you expended considerable resources to elevate Yi Fan's soul realm to its zenith, which deepened his gratitude towards you. Not long after, news arrived from the White Domain, indicating that the Xian clan and its affiliated forces had appeared at the White Domain Academy. Yi Fan astutely sensed that the relic, which required several imperial treasures to unlock, was located there. Consequently, the formidable warriors of the coalition, under his leadership, marched towards the White Domain. Upon entering the relic, you, as the most powerful of the coalition, naturally faced off against Xian Yuan and the Devouring Flames. This time, the Devouring Flames absorbed a vast amount of soul power, no longer resembling the insignificant insect that had merely reached the peak of a 9-star battle saint. You found yourself in dire straits under their combined assault, ultimately sustaining severe injuries. At a critical moment, the old dragon appeared. As one of the pinnacle beings on this continent, he had been confined here by the final battle emperor's fire, serving as a guardian. Faced with the invaders, he sought to subdue you 3 without hesitation. Just then, the young dragon stepped forward, dramatically revealing his lineage. With the old dragon joining your side, your pressure significantly diminished. However, in the end, Xian Yuan's daughter resorted to emotional manipulation against Yi Fan. Humans are not mere wood or grass. Who among them is devoted